actually get the.
It's human perception.
And to my knowledge, I
No,
don't
they're
think
fucking weird.
the computer. There's some optimization method.
And
what
evil.
I'm referring to is that there's
Often.
some researchers who generalize this for any n, not just 8, not just 24, who used methods in graph theory of selecting.
Some of you're fighting all the demons from hell, and they're sitting there with their pitchforks helping the demons.
Probabilistically for any n, though I don't believe they use machine learning.
Well, thanks for and I've got to check that. That's interesting. And this was actually really interesting one. Is the classification? I mean, that's something.
That's almost what they see over there. And they get to this side, and they're like, "Oh, it's like that and like that, huh?" Like, how much self-control would you have?
The proof.
You'd be out there killing people.
200 years, and the
I'm staying here home.
definitive volume was by Bitcoin.
Best I fucking can.
What's really interesting, the lore in the finite group theory community is that nobody's actually read the entire proof.
So of course I try to get the NSA on it, because guess what?
For people to
I've committed crimes, a couple of them,
proof, then a lifetime,
which they can get, the cops can't. Maybe they can't.
So,
Maybe they have. I don't actually know.
that, we have reached the cusp.
But care, kind of, but not really. But kind of.
Mathematics, the computers are not just becoming, computational tools, but it's increasingly becoming an integral part of who we are. So this is just.
Another life, this person has pushed that one before,
we're now in the early stages of
and it got Garfield killed. So I declared war on them.
The case.
And I won.
Where computers can help us, or AI can help us in these three different.
No, I destroyed them completely.
So,
No, they were 900 years old. I still at 26.
Sort of to summarize, this is probably the oldest attempt in.
I was in jail for a little while, and they killed Garfield.
So this is where I'm going to define bottom up, which is, I guess it goes back to the modern version of this is this classic paper, the classic book of Russell Whitehead.
So if they do this time around, it's what?
1910s, where they try
Kill Garfield? Somehow I might still be alive, but I don't know this time. See, if I do, I know what I can do, but I really don't want to go that route.
So this is one of these impenetrable books. But I mean, this tradition.
See, they make it really hard to end it all when you're in containment. So I don't really want to. I just want to lose my cat, so I threaten it, kind of. Because that's how I'd feel. Would I do it? Maybe not. Why does it matter? Go in the fucking woods and figure it out. Would it bring a rope with me? No, I'm not going to do it that way. I'm not trying to be found as some sort of self-victim. I want to be found as someone, oh, he fucking tried to go get it, and he fucking just didn't make it. Oh, well.
Layer by layer is proven to be, logically possible within every order.
Harvest them after that, assholes. You're just scared the animals are going to get me first? Does it smell good?
My very distinguished
the animals I do.
Colleague, Professor Miller,
people I don't.
He says the practice of mathematician hardly ever worries about Gödel. Because, if you have to worry about whether your axioms are valid to your day-to-day, if an algebra geometer has to worry about this, then you're sunk, right? You get depressed about everything you do, right? So the two parts kind of cancel out.
It smells like
but the reason
you smell the back of your cat's neck.
Because of the fact that these two parts cancel each other
Makes the
out.
human be up.
Negatives cancel each other out.
He does not give a fuck.
This idea of using computers.
Now you guys all wear something.
Check.
Or watch it close peacefully. I do not. It's a lot of fucking water.
Really goes back to the 1950s, right? So despite the what Gödel and Church have proved is foundational, even back in 1956.
I think they put poison in my soap, and I don't want to destroy my septic tank, like I almost did. But now it's coming back magically again.
This is really very, very, very primitive computers.
Because the fungus among us turned out to be pretty fucking smart. Dad, no more fucking bleach down the drain.
Take these axioms and use the computer to prove. And this is becoming, an entire field of itself with this very distinguished history. And just
as long as not flooded too much, the water's enough from the rain.
Year, because it's the same year, 56, 57, that the first neural networks emerged from the basement of Penn and MIT, and that's really interesting, right? So people in the 50s were really thinking about the beginnings of AI. Because neural networks is what we now call, goes under the rubric of AI. And at the same time, they were really thinking about computers to prove theorems of mathematics. So 56 was a kind of a magical year.
Unless, with none of my suspicions, they disconnected my septic system somehow.
They put cadmium sulfide.
By crawling in my house and doing something weird, which is possible.
It's a wall size of photoreceptors, and they were.
But I don't smell it.
flashlights to try to stimulate
Do you?
neurons, literally to try to simulate computation.
I do something weird around here, though.
Impressive thing, and then this thing really developed, right? And then and now half a century later, we have.
See, I think they could.
Very advanced,
I don't think it's what they did.
Sophisticated.
I think they did something even weird. Try to get evidence or something.
Automated theorem provers.
But it kind of it's more than that too. Something fucking different, and that's my best argument.
They were able to create. So COP was what's used in this the full verification of the four.
Not even really a human being.
Through the COP system, and
on human rights by some people's calculations.
Which got Thompson the Fields Medal again they got the proof through this system. And Lean is very good. I do a little bit of Lean, but also Lean. The true champion of Lean is Kevin Buzzard at Imperial, 30 minutes down the road from here, from this spot, and he's been very much a champion for what he calls the Xena project, and using Lean to formalize all of mathematics. So that's the dream. And what Lean has done now is that it has. Kevin tells me that all of the undergraduate level mathematics
gold, huh?
Which is it's a non-trivial
or deep chilled AI.
Still a very very tiny bit of.
What if we're wrong about it?
And they can check it, and everything that we've been taught so far at undergraduate level is good and self-consistent, so nobody needs to cry about that one.
Wonderful.
And so that's
how'd that work though, mechanics? See, I don't figure that out yet. I have to get down there.
So 3 Fields medalists here. So 2 Fields medalists. That was Green, Manners, and Tao. Manners, I think it's the next. And Tao, where they proved this conjecture, which I don't know the details of, but they were actually using Lean to help proving this. And I think Terry Tao in his public lecture, which he gave recently in 2024 in Oxford, because
let me explain it to me. That's fine.
Idea of AI co-pilot, which
I'll figure it out one day.
I very much like this word. I was with Tao.
Probably with help from the AI. That's what they do sometimes. They always like to though.
And he's very much into this very well. And of course, Tao.
It can be kind of lazy.
It's a godlike figure. So, and the fact that he's championing this idea of AI co-pilot for mathematics is very, very encouraging for all of us.
Yes,
does it?
And for people who are unfamiliar
with
making sure. Terry Tao, but are familiar with Ed Whitman, Terry Tao.
Cold feet, is that true? Is it possible? See, I know it's probably not right, but I think it might be.
Yeah, I've never heard that expression. That's kind of interesting. At Barcelona,
because they're fucking like that,
Terry was being introduced by the organizer, Eva Miranda. She said,
man, there actually is no way, right? That they're fucking super skeptics. So you're just like,
Terry Tao has been described
cool.
as the Gauss of
do it again, I'll know. Do it again, I'll know. Do it again, I'll know. And you do it again, and again, again. He's not looking, or just don't pay attention. It's just like, no way, not statistically right.
Because he has such a broad impact on all fields of mathematics, and that's a very rare thing.
Yeah, I remember he said something like, topology is my weakest field. And by weakest field to him, it means I can only write 1 or 2 graduate textbooks off of the top of my head on the subject of topology.
Yeah, exactly. I guess his intuitions are more analytic. He's very much in that world of analytic number theory, functional analysis. He's not very pictorial, surprisingly. Like Roger Penrose has to do everything has to be in terms of pictures. But Terry is a symbolic matcher. He can just look at equations, extremely long, complicated equations, and just see which pieces should go together. That's kind of very interesting.
Speaking of Eva Miranda, you and I, we have several.
No, it's never like that anymore with me.
Eva's coming on the podcast.
Must be fucked up. Must be trip. It must be fucked up. Must be trip. Nope.
Awesome.
For now.
Super fun. Like,
for a while.
Yeah,
she's a good
I'm
friend.
basically so.
I think in this academic world of
So making trips not tripping, but I need to get out there still.
At most 1 degree of separation.
Garfield.
Yeah. It's a very small community.
Mostly still, I think. So I'm fucking mad.
So this.
I'm not trying to run away. I don't think he will push him all the way out there.
One could get
but who knows? They can trigger him easily sometimes in ways that he's not in control of.
So I think he's one of the on this
basically understand.
He was
now I do.
that computers beat humans in chess in the 90s and beat humans in Go in 2018. So you should be.
How a big brain gets you really fucking fooled, and a little brain can just get fooled for a little bit.
Extrapolated how he extrapolated his points, only 3 data points.
Then just flowing again, knowing the truth, basically. No, he's fine. No, he's fine. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. No, he's approaching. Maybe not. Oh, no, he's fine.
This number,
Until he's not, and they start barking again.
Might give ideas that humans have not thought about before, so that's possible. Just moving on. So that
those are good dogs mostly. I know they're good dogs mostly around here. They just want to chase cats.
For the ones who know safety isn't.
That's not okay.
It's a culture, and the ones who help make sure everyone.
But not all of them are good dogs.
For the safety.
Some are bad dogs. And the other dogs kind of know it, but they don't know it for sure. Why not?
Solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facility safe.
Oh, because you're used to them killing human beings and smelling it?
Click Grainger.com or just
must be that.
Grainger.
Because I've smelled that around here for sure. Death. Huh.
just
not in here.
So that's the bottom up.
Is it?
This is
they didn't notice, right?
A blossoming, or not blossoming. It's very much a non-distinguished field of automated theorem computing, of theorem proving.
See, it did at one point because the fucking rat. My dad cleaned up.
Which now calls the AI co-pilot.
Even in here, it did.
Just to mention a bit with your question a bit earlier about metamathematics. So this is just.
So clean up those pots, Garfield.
This is like the Chinese.
Stop being a butthead.
The Chinese room.
No, the lighter's so fucking irritating.
Actually understanding anything. You know, personally, I'm a little biased because having interacted with so many undergraduate students before I moved to.
Or a book of matches, even.
I don't have to teach anymore.
Shit sucks.
Teach undergraduate. I've noticed, you know,
I was smoking tobacco.
One can say the vast majority of
I'm gonna die.
Right. Whether there's any understanding, I think this is one of the reasons why
seems to make me healthier in some weird ways.
So well, it's not because
kills me another way so fucking well, right?
Great. Large language models are great. It's more that most things that humans do are so without comprehension anyway. So that's why it's kind of this pattern matching out here.
We said till the day we just could not breathe anymore and fucking die.
My brother's math in University of Toronto for machine learning, but for finance. And I recall 10 years ago, he would lament to me students that came to him who wanted to be PhD students, and he would say, "Okay, but Kurt, some of
But it's been more than that for a long time.
They have a pattern matching understanding." He didn't want that at the time, but now he's into machine learning.
I'm learning that now in fucked up ways.
10 to the power of 10.
Right. No, I completely agree. I mean, this is not to criticize undergraduate studies. You know, I think undergraduate students, it's just that, you know, it's part of being human. We kind of pattern match, and then we do it the best we can. And then, of course, if you're Terry Cow, you know, you actually understand what you're doing. But, you know,
of course.
But the vast majority of us doing most of the stuff is just pattern matching. So that's why, and this is true even from our body. So here, I just want to mention something, which is a fun project that I did with my friends, Vishnu.
Right. So your brother got killed in prison.
In 2018.
For trying to get rid of every fucking petty theft they ever committed, like 10 years ago.
This is a very fun thing because what we did, we took the archive and we took all the titles of the archive.
Against two exactly. Well, Dollar General a few times.
Contemporary
Guilty.
research in theoretical sciences. And, you know, we were doing LLM classified. Word to text.
I think Ray's one time even. Guilty. There more than anywhere.
And, you know, you can classify.
I feel guilty about.
But what's really interesting, this is my favorite.
Want to do it again? Hell no. Hell no.
The archive, we took Vipsra. So
I've done it recently. See, one time I did. Because I was really fucking hungry. And so was the person I was with.
I'm not saying everything of Vipsra is crazy, but certainly it has everything that.
And we were freezing our fucking asses off. And I carry a fucking car battery like fucking miles and miles and miles and sneak into a bathroom kind of, charge it. Legally, technically, but almost not.
You could see that, you know,
it was a restroom that she had the code for.
Versus the other things. They have the right words in Vipsra.
I want to charge my car back. It's elements of that shit. Technically, I get in trouble for that.
In other words, the classification matrix, the confusion matrix for Vipsra is certainly not as distinct as archive, which, you know, it's so kind of interesting. You know, you get all the right buzzwords. It's like, you know, kind of thing. Vipsra, I think, is a good benchmark. Linguistically, it's not as sophisticated. as real research article. But this idea means so this is something much more serious. It's this very beautiful work of Chitoyan et al. In Nature.
My dad's like, oh, you stole my propane thing. It's like, no, I didn't. I borrowed it.
Material science. They did a large
I guess they stole the propane inside of it, technically. Well, because I was freezing my fucking ass off.
So this, I did this paper.
Not in the shed.
This paper.
Out in a fucking RV.
It's really the beginnings of LLM,
In the woods.
LLM for
With someone who was not safe with the propane, but I was there just in case. Making sure it didn't fucking fall
It's
over.
remarkable how we can even say that that's quite early. The field is exploding so quickly.
Absolutely.
And 5 years ago is
Because the wind was trying to blow her over. Blow us up.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Even 5 years ago, I was still very much in a lot of. I've evolved in thinking a lot about this thing.
I would also like to get to your personal use cases for LLMs, ChatGPT, Claude, and what
Right,
you see
I'm like, okay, well, I guess we should make sure it's all fucking just
like
undone.
was just released at 2.0.
It wouldn't have been hard.
1. There's a variety. So
People started tipping that way. I was paying attention.
You personally, how you
Could I have?
use
Yeah.
them
Before it went
as a
out, probably.
researcher, and then your personal use cases.
Well, I can mention a little bit. So one of the very, very first things when ChatGPT 3 came out in 2018, something 2019, something like that.
ChatGPT, 3. You mean GPT?
They carried back? I think I did.
Like really early.
My dad picked something like
Yeah,
that.
that was just before.
We got it back somehow. Maybe we did.
So that was just like.
Pretty sure we did that.
So I got into this AI.
Pretty sure it's been stolen since, though. People come in my garage and steal shit sometimes. Just leave it open. What am I going to do? Watch them both all the time? Like a sentinel? What do you for darken?
When I was just thinking about this large language model.
And the computer screen, just in case they come in any other entrance. Pretty damn much.
And problems in calculus.
So no one's allowed at my house except for like
and it was
a couple people
fairly well.
who we're not going to steal from.
Quite impressive what he can do. So, it was pretty.
Even if I thought they had before, I don't think anyone has that let in my house.
I was typing questions like.
Even though a couple of them were kind of weird.
Blah,
In ways I didn't even know about.
On the sphere, find me the grad or the curve. I mean, it's like, first, second year stuff, and you have to do a lot of computation. And he was actually doing this kind of thing correctly. Partially because there's just so many example sheets of this type out there on the internet, and so he's kind of learned all of that. So I was getting very excited, and I was trying to sell this to everybody at lunch. I was having lunch with my usual team of colleagues in Oxford over this, and of course, lo and behold, who was at lunch is the great Andrew Wiles.
Mm.
And I felt like I was being a peddler for GPT LLM for mathematics to perhaps the greatest living legend in mathematics. And I'm just super nice, and he's a lovely guy. And he just instantly actually says, "How about you try something much simpler?" Two problems he tried. The first one was, tell me the rank of a certain elliptic curve, and he just typed it down a certain elliptic curve, or rational points of a very simple elliptic curve, which is his baby. And I typed it in one. It got completely wrong.
Yes.
It was just he started very quickly saying things like 5 over 7 is an integer.
Okay.
Partially because this is a very hard thing to do. You can't really guess integer points by just unlike in calculus where there's a routine of what you need to do. Right? And then very quickly we convert something.
Will we being a dick out there? Well,
find the 7
couple things.
Digit in the decimal expansion.
Who else would have came out there and been a dick?
Divided by 29, like whatever. And that is completely random because you can't train it.
People I did not trust, except for a couple of them.
This is primary school level stuff.
Well, I trust less now than I did before.
And it's inconceivable that it could.
They blame me all the fucking time for lame ass shit, like being thieves.
Now, 01, 02, 01 is already clever enough. When he asks a question like this,
Well, I'm typically just looking for my stuff.
He knows to go to Wolfram Alpha, and then it's okay. Then it's actually doing it. But so something so basic like this, you just can't train a language model to do. You get 1 in 10 right. And it's just right.
Okay, take a couple things that weren't mine at the time. Yep, yes I did.
Whereas sophisticated things, seemingly sophisticated things like solving differential equations or doing very complicated integrals, you can't.
Can I have a draft to avoid people because I'm sensitive to pheromones? Almost.
Enough samples out there.
like a cat. And I know it. No, I know it.
User case,
But I'm not weird like that. Like, I'm not, like, forceful at all.
It's also not terribly different than the way that you...
It's like, I gotta go. No, I have to go.
...average person or people in general think. So, for instance, we're speaking right now in terms of conversation.
Because I'm respectful. At least I try to be. But sometimes I'm really not when I'm alone.
Math part of our brain. We recognize this is a math question. There's some modularity in terms of...
But I realize there's no alone.
Like we're going to solve long division using Shakespeare. Even if we're in a Shakespeare...
Almost the hard
one. Just jumps in and then asks that question. We're like, okay, that's of a different sort of mechanism.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. Yeah.
When you first encountered ChatGPT or something more sophisticated that could answer even larger mathematical problems, did you get a sense of awe?
Looking back on it, I think they know basically how bad it was.
I'll give you an example.
So I just don't really talk to them anymore. They don't talk to me anymore. So betrayed their trust.
And I was showing them.
A couple of them think something else, and it pisses me off because I'm not like that at all anymore. I'm not even really attracted to women like that anymore.
To explain some inequality.
I used to be, but now I'm a different person.
And then it did. And then
Told you I'm attracted to.
And everyone just had
nature, mostly. Women are gross.
Can you do this? And then they're like,
men are worse.
And one friend said, this isn't speaking to God.
Cats are handsome.
Another friend said, I had the thought, like, what am I even doing?
But not like that.
Even working, if this can just do my job for me.
That shit on the computer is gross. Learned it the hard way too.
About the future and it as an assistant. But did you ever feel any sense of dread?
I'm by nature a very optimistic person.
Yeah, but just have to figure it out the hard way early on. Some people do it for like 20 fucking years, just never fucking figure it out, and they're dead.
I don't think I've ever felt that I was threatened or the community was threatened. I could totally be wrong, but so far
it's not shorter than that. It sucks.
Awesome.
You get there, and you're like, "Fuck, really?"
So much time looking at references and stuff like this. I can, I was happy. I was just like, wow, this is kind of cool. I mean, I guess if I were an educator, I might get a bit of a dread because it's like, undergraduate degrees. If you do an undergraduate degree, it's just basically one ChatGPT being fed to another. A lot of my colleagues started setting questions in exams with ChatGPT with fully LaTeX equation. I mean, this is becoming the standard thing to do. I guess even if you're an educator, you would probably worry. But I was thinking about just long-term discovery of, what new knowledge can we generate? Okay, so in that sense, this is going to be certainly an incredible help.
But I'll go figure out the rest just in case.
Wonderful.
I've been alive for 26 years, and who knows how fucking angry these losers are for not being able to harvest my organs in time.
Over every single newspaper, I don't know why. At least I was told after there is some obscure outlet. I can't even remember. Some expert friends in the community told me that the ChatGPT has passed the Turing test. This is a big deal, but I don't know why it hasn't been. I was hoping to see some BBC and every major newslet, but it didn't catch on. But anyhow, I believe that in 2022, ChatGPT has passed the Turing test. Mm-hmm. And then where in the last two years, this is obviously where we can, this is a huge development now for large language models for mathematics. And every major company, OpenAI, Meta AI, Epoch AI, everything, and they've been doing tremendous work in trying to get LLM for math. Basically, you take the archive, which is a great repository for mathematics and theoretical physics, pure mathematics and theoretical physics, and then just learn that and try to generate to see how much. And because this is very much work in progress. And of course, AlphaGeo, AlphaGeo 2, AlphaProof, this is all the DeepMind success. It's kind of interesting. Within a year, you've gone from 53% on Olympiad level to 84%, which is quite. This is scary, right? Scary in the sense. Like,
and by the way, standard of living in any institution in the United States has gone so down.
So basically, in 2022, an AI is
that's basically a prison camp. And a internment camp.
It could
be in jail.
But of course, this is a very specialized. The AlphaGeo 2 was really just homing in on Euclidean geometry.
And the rich kind of know it. For the poor. No, it's like their deal.
If you don't know how to add
their new deal.
The right angle, you have no idea how to attack this problem. But it's kind of
new deal. How are we going to keep our money?
Yeah. So it's kind of nice.
Keep the economy afloat.
This is all within a couple of years.
And we stay alive longer.
There's this.
Stay react.
very nice
keep
benchmark
ourselves afloat.
that Epoch AI has put out. I think there was a white paper, and they got Gowers and
Maybe become president for 4 terms.
Benchmark. Okay, fine. So we can do 84% on Math Olympiad, which is on high school level. What about truly advanced research problems? Right? So, to my knowledge, as of the beginning of the
See, with president's a little different when you get in that position, but still, almost sometimes. I'm like, fucking why?
Right, so that's okay, fine. So it's
when you have access to that information, are you not more interested in that information?
At the beginning of this week, you learned that OpenAI
You're so focused on you.
Is doing 25%. So we've gone 20% up. We've got a fifth up within.
And your fucking campaign promises. Which no one really cares about like that, guys. They care about this other shit that I'm talking about, mostly. No, they really do. Because I figured out the fucking hard way. In America, it's like that and like that and like that too. Wanna know why? Because I was like that and like that and like that too almost. Turns out, the best of the worst. The worst of the best.
Because Madasana had just come out with a paper in 97, 98, and that's just when I began my PhD. I remember that kind of excitement, the buzz in the string community. People were saying, there was a paper every couple of days on the next, that kind of excitement. And I haven't felt that kind of excitement for a very long time.
Wow.
And then this is like that, right? Every week there's this new benchmark and new breakthrough. So that's why I find this field of AI system mathematics to be really, really exciting.
Can you explain? Perhaps it's just too small on my screen because I have to look over here. But can you explain the graph to the left with Terrence Town?
Oh God!
Yeah, most of the worst though are fucking rich. They get away with murder all the time. Murder.
I think it's the year.
What is it trying to convey?
So it's the ranking of Terrence. Oh no, this is just Terrence Townsend's individual performances over different years, like over different.
Wait, so he's retaking the test every year?
No, he's taken it 3 times, ages 10, 11, and 12. And when he was 10, he got the bronze medal, and then he got the silver medal.
Let's say a rich man
gold medal with his
accidentally blasting the rich man you heard about in the news.
12 or something. But
he's pulling trigger like that. How many people do you think just blasted and got away with it?
I think
more than that turns out.
I think maybe it's to the different questions. You're given 60 questions, and what it would take to get the gold medal, I think, or what it would take to get the silver medal, I think. How many percent do you have input?
Okay, so it wasn't a foolish question of mine. It's actually
no. It's a good question. I have
right.
no recollection, or maybe I never even looked at it. Somebody told me about this graph at some point. I forgot what it is.
And you're like, fuck. Is this guy really gonna get away with this shit? Is he really getting away with this?
Same test, and then this is just showing his score.
Like, well, he's fucking rich like that. Connected like that. I mean, he can. He does.
I think it's.
Is that a cat again? Out there? Sounded like it.
This is an open source graph.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say this is an open problem in the field. What does this graph mean?
No.
It looks like my cat. Better not have.
This graph is just you can take it from the Math Olympiad database.
They're trying to lure me out again, making cat noises.
Shamelessly. See again, perfect, right? I've just done something that I have absolutely no understanding. I've presented to you like a language model, and I just copy and paste it because it's got a nice, cute picture of Terry Staff when he was a little. So finally, I'm going to go back to the stuff that I really been thinking about, which is this sort of top-down mathematics. Right? So, and then this is kind of interesting. The way we do research, practitioners.
The thing I'm most worried about right now, actually, is Garfield. Always.
I think that's important to point that out. We muck about
because the annual testing thing that I fucking know, and he's on the list for it too, because he's different. And they already mutilated him partially.
A perfectly good story would write it backwards. And I think writing back math papers backwards and math generally defined math and theoretical.
And he didn't know it then, but he does now. He's pissed, guys. He's pissed.
Theoretical physics is a bit better. At least sometimes you write the process, but in pure math papers, everything is written in the style of Bourbaki. This very dry definition.
You can't fucking cut a cat's dick off, guys,
not how
and leave his fucking balls.
This is why Arnold, the great Vladimir Arnold says, Bourbaki is criminal. He actually used this word, the criminal Bourbakiization of mathematics. because it leaves out all human intuition experience. It just becomes this dry machine like presentation, which is exactly how things should not be done. But Bouvac is extremely important because that's exactly the language that's most amenable to.
See, I noticed how it gets where I don't know if it happened at the vet or not. I'll find out.
Human practitioners certainly don't do this kind of stuff, right? We muck about, we have to.
They've captured him since then. They've done other things to him when they captured him and let him back.
We have to.
They can say it was a shitty pedo because they lived like this kind.
19th century to come about before Newton invented calculus. We won't even know how to compute the area of.
When really it's just as filthy in your house, but you don't see it because it's hidden.
An ellipse.
Right there on the surface.
That's a way to formalize all of that. It would just go all backwards. So kind of the historical progression of mathematics is exactly opposite to the way that it's represented.
What incenses and paint often, guys? Paint often.
Much more amenable to a proof co-pilot system like Lean than what we actually do.
Even science
get you in your windowsill. I don't.
Where we say it's the scientific method, where you first come up with a hypothesis.
Don't anymore. Good. How though?
The world, gather data, and so on. But the way that scientists,
I've done some experiments in here. See, it's not that bad, but it can be. What's in here?
So on work are
now
based on hunches and creative.
Yeah, not healthy.
Conversations with colleagues and several dead ends.
It's not dangerous, really, but almost now for the cat. I'll get rid of it back here. Put it in the fucking freezer for evidence, just in case.
Most of the time of how it came about.
That's right. And I think one
black mold, no, it's an outdoor mold, but it's not healthy.
Is this direction, because this hazy idea of intuition, experience, this is something that a neural network is actually very, very good at. Wonderful.
I haven't really been inside a black one in here, but it looks like someone was in this fucking bread when I got it one time from free bread place.
How we give
that spread rapidly fast. That cast a spell on it.
To give some classical example. I've given this.
But it was blue mold too.
So many times.
Blue mold too, blue mold too. There's still some in my trash can. I just don't know what to fucking do with this trash.
The neural network of the 18th century. Well, it's clearly the brain of Gauss. I mean, that's a perfect.
Just gonna put it in this back. I'm not gonna leave it down at the park.
Neural network of all time. And this is, I want to use.
No, I was cleaning up trash at the park. I felt like, even though some people took it the wrong way, turns out.
The number.
So I quit it, but I gotta finish because I started.
A given positive real number, just to give a sort of continuity. And he plotted this, and it's kind of a really, really, jaggedy curve, and it's a step function. It's a step function because it jumps whenever you get.
So I'm cleaning my mess because everyone's like, well, what's he doing now?
At this when he was 16, I said, well, this is clearly x over log x. How did he even do this? Experience. I mean, he had to compute this by hand, and he did, and he got some of them wrong even. Primes. He had tables.
Please not. Well, it's not for my life only. It's too fucking bad. Please my life. For my neighbors.
But this is very beautiful. It's very important because it was able to raise a conjecture before the method by which the conjecture proved, namely complex analysis.
You still believe my dad's somehow? Wow.
Conceived on by Cauchy and Riemann.
See, imagine him on the porch, right?
He just kind of felt that this was x over log x. And you had to wait for.
Imagine him on the camera when I'm sitting here.
To prove this fact.
Imagine growing up with that most of your childhood.
We now take for granted this technique called complex.
And then being told you didn't.
Wasn't invented.
Because your siblings didn't remember it like that.
Invented yet. You had to wait for that to happen. So that's how it happens like this in mathematics all the time.
So I remember your dad to be some happy drunk, right? And you being an asshole back then even? How?
It's called the prime number theorem, which is a cornerstone of all of mathematics, right? This is the first major result since Euclid on the distribution of time.
Never. Ever that bad. Not how they look at me now.
Gauss said this was x over log x. Because he had a really great neural network. And this happened, it happens over and over again. Like,
Except he wasn't. We kind of knew that.
Never paying for groceries again. From now to March 31st, everyone who shop and save using the grocery outlet app, you get a chance to win free groceries.
What it's like when you stick around a small town, people start talking shit when they don't even know you. It gets your siblings even. Your siblings like, well, he's an asshole to me sometimes, so I'm trying to get along.
No purchase necessary, restrictions apply. Many will enter, few will pay. See groceryoutlet.com for details.
Turns out some was true, some was total fucking bullshit.
The Bush-Swinton-Dye conjecture, which I'm going to talk about.
When it's like that and like that and like that too,
is one of the millennium problems.
and I'm willing to admit to everything I've ever done,
It's still open, and it's certainly one
CD
of
or
the
not.
problems in mathematics of all time. And this is Birch and Swinton-Dye in a basement, in Cambridge.
It couldn't have been like that and like that and like that too, right?
And conducted with curves. I'm going to
That's what I'm hoping for.
in more detail later. And they will say, "Oh, that's kind of interesting. The rank should be related to the conductor in some strange way." And that's now the BST conjecture, the first one with Dye conjecture. And what they were doing was computer-aided conjecture. So here was the eyeballs of Gauss in the 19th century. But the 20th century really.
How old is he, huh? I need a heart. Oh, really? Too bad.
And of course, the proof of this is still open in general. There's been lots of nice progress in this.
See, I don't even know what my blood type is. I've been told several things in my life about my blood type. See, my whole life I was told basically, well, by my dad originally, just went along with my life that was O negative. When we treat me in the hospital, they do certainly treat me like your blood type. Take as much as they can and don't give anything back.
I'm sure
Ever.
Euler, who certainly is great, had conjecture.
And they don't tell me what it is, ever.
Maybe, I'll mention Euler later.
Like, Who needs my blood type? What if everyone does?
At this one. In fact, what's interesting, as a byproduct of Gauss inventing this, because it was kind of mucking around with statistics, right? This is before statistics existed as a field as well, right?
Yeah.
This is like early 1800s. And Gauss, I think, and you can check me on this, Gauss got the idea of statistics and the Gaussian distribution because he was thinking about
You know, that's not what they're thinking all the time, but almost.
It's kind of interesting. So his laying foundation.
Because they value your lives more than our lives.
And modern statistics in one go.
Your children.
Regression. So I think
Oh,
he essentially
but what?
Regression, the curve fitting, which is our this is like 101 of modern society. He was trying to fit a curve.
I know that I have, kind of.
What was the curve?
But never really.
And in the process, he got x over log x, and in addition, he got this idea of regression. Impressive guy.
Most have been examples of how not to be, pretty much, for not being that fucking bad.
And then so.
And now I was trying to people they can change, but they're so fucking turned against me. Have been for so long. They told so many fucking lies and got my fucking cats killed.
This idea of mucking about with data.
They're scared for their fucking safety. For me, well, they could be legally almost. But I know the world we're living in.
Once you formulated something like this in conjecture.
Because it was back in the day, guys, you killed people's cats. Holy shit, they'd have killed you. This was a fucking witch hunt. It wasn't like that. It was like that, guys.
Rather than all of the failed stuff about inventing regression and mucking about, all that stuff just gets not written at all. That intuitive.
Now we've got a rodent problem. Everyone, huh?
Written down anyway.
Oh, leave poison out. Oh, for your dogs?
So here's it's great. I'm glad I'm chatting to you about it, right? Because it's nice to have a.
Guess what that leads to, guys? A mold problem later on. Believe it or not, cats are that important around here.
In terms of pure mathematical data, if I gave you a sequence like this, you can.
Because you shot up all the possums. They're pelicans.
Yeah. 001.
Zeros is just.
Cats didn't kill them. Possums are big.
This one. I've tried this with many audiences, and after.
Because cats be scavengers, cats be hunters, cats be foragers.
You can get the answer, and then this turns out to be the prime characteristic one.
And they pick their game often.
Down here is to mark all the odd integers, and even
the birds not to fuck with mostly. They try and get them anyways.
Sequence of odd integers.
I don't understand why.
It's a one.
I don't really understand why anymore.
It's not. So 3.
You think it's okay to kill fucking cats when you're fucking 40 something?
5, 7, 9, 11, and you mark all the odd ones, which are 1.
50 something, 60 something. Some people.
You can muck about it, and you can see where this is going. The next sequence is much harder, so I'm going to give away, so we won't have to spend like a couple of hours staring at it.
Toss, get in the furnace.
So
close the door. And listen to him scream.
What's called the shifted Möbius function.
What if that was you?
You take an integer.
You ever think like that? Ever?
You take the parity of the number of prime factors it has up to multiplicity. Starting from 2, I think I didn't start from 1 here. And then if it's 1, if it's no, so maybe I did start 1. It's 0 if it's an odd number of prime factors. It's 1 if it's an even number of prime factors for all the sequence of integers. And I hope now I've gotten this right. So it's if I think I start with 2, 2 has, so that's all. No, let's see, 2, 3, yeah. So
are we bringing foxes back in? Or just killing cats?
Mark 1 for 1 just to start to kick off the sequence. And then
your dog skills not the same niche. In fact, those will kill you.
Odd number. 3 is an odd number of prime factors.
Before a cat will.
2 because it's 2 squared, so it's an even number of prime factors.
Almost all of them.
And so forth.
And they'll eat you first too. Before a cat will.
6 is 2 times 3, so it has 2, an even number of.
Turns out.
So it looks kind of harmless.
This is love incarnate to me.
This is even number. So
to show me who I am, really.
It's very, very hard.
Like, okay, fine.
And
that's the humans want to play this game. Guess what?
To know the parity.
I know what side I'll choose.
If you have
and still be on God's side in the end.
Can tell me the parity of
the house cats.
Way, you will have
and the dogs too.
Of the Riemann hypothesis.
For the same reasons, guys.
That's actually extremely hard sequence to predict. So if you can tell me with some confidence more,
they do the same thing to puppies and dogs, even more sometimes. Turns out.
Without looking up some table, then you can probably end up cracking every bank in the world. Interesting, because this is equivalent to the Riemann hypothesis. So I'm just giving 3. So trivial, kind of okay-ish, really, really, really hard.
Yes.
So now you can think about a question. How, if I were to feed sequences like this into some neural network, how would a neural network do? So one way to do it. So this goes then. So we go way back to the very beginning, to the question of.
My dad's even trying to get dogs over here to kill my cats. They almost have.
In his beautiful apology, says, what mathematicians do is essentially we are pattern recognizers.
That's the next plan, I think. Get Dutton down here to chase Garfield up. I will not let them through the door. I will barricade it and say, call the fucking cops. If you bring a dog in here, I'll kill him.
Finding regularity in patterns. And in fact, if there's one thing that AI can do better than us, it's pattern detection. Because we evolved in
some dogs I actually wouldn't even mind. Because they're just like that. Honestly.
So in this sense, if you have the right representation of data, you're sure.
My dad and her bring a dog here with that intention, which they had before. Fuck no, dude. Fuck no.
So let's try to do one. I mean, there are various ways to do this representation.
That's why I don't just let the motherfucker in the door all the time. Because he's violent and plotting and a liar.
For an AI system, which is binary.
He's been good to me though. But now when it's like that and like that too, not side I'm fucking picking. Because I know if it's like that and like that too, if he gets out of my possession, then they will be like that and like that and like that too if they fucking find him.
And then label it with the one immediately outside the window, and then shift, label. So then you can generate a lot of training data this way. So for this sequence, I think I've just taken here, whatever the sequence is, and I might just with a fixed window size and with this label. So now you have a perfectly supervised, perfectly defined binary supervised machine learning problem. Then you pass it to your standard AI, algorithm that they're just out of the box ones. Nothing. You don't even have to tune your particular architecture. Just take your favorite one, and then do cross validation. The standard stuff. Take sample, do the training, and then try to validate this on unseen data. So if you do this to the Moth 3 problem, to this one, you immediately find that any neural network or whatever Bayes classifies will do it 100% accuracy, as it should, because you'll be really dumb if it didn't, because this is just a linear transformation. So even if you have a single neuron that's just doing linear transform, that's good enough to do it. Mm-hmm. The prime Q problem, I did some experiment, I did like 7 years ago. It got 80% accuracy, And I was like, wow, that's kind of this was a wow moment. I was like, why is it doing it? I don't have a good answer to this. Why is it doing 80% accuracy to this? But how is it learning? Maybe it's doing some SID method, which is kind of interesting. Somehow. The second number is just to chi-square, just to double test that group. What's called MCC, which is Matthews correlation coefficient. These are just buzzwords in stats. I never learned stats, but now I'm relearning. I took Coursera in 2017, so I can relearn all these buzzwords. It's great. It's really useful. And then this shifted over lambda function. It's sorry, I think I made I mistakenly called this Möbius mu function. It's not. I mean, it's related, but it's not. It's the shift in over lambda function. Right? One of my neurons died when I said Möbius mu, but it's over lambda.
You were subject to the 1 pixel attack.
Yeah, but so this one I couldn't break 50%. Right, 0.5 just means it's constant. It's not doing any better guessing than whatever. And this chi-square is 0.00. Then you see up to 50%. So which means I couldn't find an AI system which could break, which could do better than random guess. I'm not saying there isn't one. It would be great if there were one. And then yeah, so it's kind of it's live, and I couldn't. If I do break it, I might actually stand a good chance.
Oh, we really just think Taran would find out?
All right.
Oh, you really didn't think I would find out? You didn't think I know before?
Let's remain close friends.
Yeah, that's right.
Am I casting a walk up that street
I
anymore?
was very proud of this because this experiment, I'm going to mention a bit later. This Leo Lambda was just thing I was just trying.
Think I'm fucking retarded?
But apparently,
You must.
Sarnak, whom I really admire, he's one of the world's greatest number theorists, current number theorists, and I got to know him through this commemoration thing that I'm going to talk about later, and I reminded him that I almost became his undergraduate research student. I ended up doing I was an undergrad at Princeton where I had a 2 path I could follow. For to do it kind of defines your undergraduate thesis, right? So
Yes.
One was in mathematical physics, one was with
They can hack me? Who's hacking me now?
and the other one was with two problems, and the other one was actually offered by Peter Simon
Oh, CIA.
on arithmetic.
They kind of know they're involved, but I don't want to say it like that. 'Cause who else would be getting away with
Because
this?
I wanted to understand the nature of space and time. I went through the Alexander Migdal path.
See, I don't even know what to say about that, because then it sounds really paranoid. You say any acronyms names, so I have before, but I kind of know that's what they fucking do to people.
To be in Peter Sarnak world again. With this, and he was very happy. But also, actually, what's really interesting is that he was asking DeepMind the same question.
When your life is like that, and like that too, huh?
Years ago about
But why?
the Luvio Lambda, whether DeepMind could do better than 50%. So I was glad that I thought along the similar lines as a great
Because I have experiment, I think.
And
Must
someone
happen.
who could have potentially have been my
Revival trademark.
my supervisor, and then I would have gone into another
Or-
theory instead of string theory, which is whatever. It's how life happens.
So perhaps you're going to get to this later on in the talk, but I notice here you have the word classifier, and recent buzz since 2020 or so has
That
been
much
the
time, he'll be
architecture,
fine.
The transformer architecture.
Biologically.
So
We'll heal up again a little bit secretly, but guess what? Kind of activated me spiritually, which freaks him out. They even released studies on me recently.
Not specifically. It's interesting. One of my colleagues here at the London Institute, he's Mikhail Burtsev. He's an
Is that crazy or what, guys?
He's our,
That I kind of know that's true?
AI fellow.
Even though I don't believe
He's an
it?
expert on transformer architecture. So I've been talking to him and we're trying to get to devise a nice transformer architecture to address problems in finite group theory. It's in the works. So, but nothing so far. Even with the memorization stuff, it's very basic neural networks that we didn't use anything more sophisticated than that. So
Okay.
to be determined whether it will outperform the standard ones will be kind of interesting.
Got it.
Yeah. So actually, now we go way back to the beginning of our conversation. It's about how I got into this stuff, and that I don't know, completely coincidentally was through string theory. So at this point, maybe I just give a bit of a background of, or like, how all this stuff came about. I mean, at least personally, how why was I even thinking about this? Because I knew nothing about AI. Like 7-8 years ago. But zero, like literally zero.
Yes.
Like I knew nothing more than to read it on the news from the news. And this is actually a very interesting story, which shows again the kind of ideas that the string theory community is capable of generating. Just because you got all these experts looking at
hurry up and kill me.
kind of interesting problems.
Stop dragging it up.
So let's go way back. And again, I quoted Gauss, right? I have to say something about Euler. So this is a problem. Again, this is you can see I'm very influenced by 3, the number 3. I'm a total numerologist, right? Trinity, name the 3 is something, right? And then there is called the trichotomy classification theorem by Euler. This dates to 1736. So if you look at so I'm going to say the buzzword, which is connected compact orientable surfaces.
Right.
So these are,
So let's keep smoking. So I'm worth less and worth less and worth less.
no boundaries.
So it's pissing off, pissing off, pissing off.
Topologically, whatever the topological surfaces. So Euler was able to realize.
So now it's worthless, huh?
A single integer.
Good for them.
Characterizes,
Worth a lot to her, turns out.
So this is the standard thing that people
Or
say
mouth.
topology, right?
Retards.
The surface of a ball is the surface of a ball, and you can deform it. The surface of a football is the same as an American football. You can deform without cutting the cherry. And then the surface of a donut is the same as your cup, right? Because it's everything that the standard thing. It has one handle, and then so the surface of a donut is exactly the topologically what they call topologically homeomorphic to the cup. And then you got the pretzel. So I think that's a pretzel, or maybe I think this is like the German pretzel, and it gets more and more complicated. But Euler's because Euler invented the field of topology. So he realized this idea of topological equivalence in the sense that there's a single topological invariant which we now call the Euler number, which characterizes these things. An equivalent way to say is the genus of these surfaces is no handles, one handle, two handle, three handles, and so on and so forth. It turns out that the Euler number, which we now call the Euler number, is 2 minus twice the genus, so 2 minus 2g. Okay, that's great. So that's the classic Euler's theorem. And then comes in Gauss, right? Once you got these 3 names next to each other, Euler, Gauss, and Riemann, it's got to be some serious theorem, right? So Euler did this in topology, and then Gauss did this incredible work, which he himself calls him the Theorema Egregium, the great theorem, which he considers this is his personal favorite, and this is Gauss, right? And Gauss said you can relate this number to which is this number is purely topological. You can relate this number to metric geometry. So he came up with this concept which we now call Gaussian curvature. It's just some complicated stuff. You can characterize this a curvature which you can define on this. Well, this is even before the word manifold existed on the surface, and then you can integrate using calculus, and the integral of this Gaussian curvature divided by 4 pi is exactly equal to this topological number. And that's incredible, right? The fact that you can do an integral, it comes out to be an integer, and that integer is exactly topology. So this idea, this Gauss related geometry to topology in this one sweep. And then what's even the next level comes Riemann. Riemann says, well, what you can do is to complexify. So these are no longer, real connected compact orientable surfaces, but you can think about these as complex objects. So So what do we mean by that? Is well, if you think about the real Cartesian plane, that's a two-dimensional object, but you can equally think of that as a one complex dimensional object, namely the complex plane
or the complex line.
Yeah, the complex line, exactly. So what's R2, Riemann would call C, and then Riemann realized that you can put similar structure on all of these things as well. So all of a sudden, these things are no longer two-dimensional real orientable surfaces, but one complex dimensional, what is now called curves. I mean, it's a terrible name. So a complex curve is actually a two real dimensional surface. And it turns out that all complex curves are orientable. So you already rule out things like Klein bottles and stuff like that, or Möbius strips.
Yeah.
So the complex structure requires orientability, and that's partly because of Cauchy-Riemann relations. It puts a direction. You can't get
A little bit.
But the idea is the
while.
interesting thing is all of these
Buy fucking lighters.
complex dimensional curves. They're called curves.
They're mad at me because I know Barry not enough.
But they're not curves.
But even ask me.
Surfaces in the real sense. Right?
You don't be in there right now? What do you want to do then? What do you want to do?
If you apply this to the Gauss,
Because they're telling you to? Because they just pull on your whiskers all the time?
That is amazing trichotomy theorem.
With their technology mostly, guys?
If you do this to the curvature, you can see this. I mean, the number here is 2, right? You get the Euler number 2, which is a positive curvature.
And fuck people's cats, cat people mostly, so they can harvest organs later.
The sphere is a positively curved object. Locally, everywhere, it has positive curvature. If you do it to a torus or the surface of a donut, which is just called the algebraic.
No, he has been.
You
not
integrate that, you get
he's
zero
bored.
curvature, and this is not a surprise because you have a sheet of paper. You fold it once, you get a cylinder, and you fold it again. You glue it again, you get this torus, this donut.
I'm over the tip.
And
Like,
this sheet
kind of.
paper is
Wouldn't you be a little bit if you knew
apparently-
you were this powerful magically, but you just knew you almost couldn't win?
Like, if you just take a piece of paper, you roll it,
Without, like, somehow destroying the world.
You roll it up, you get a cylinder, and then you do it again. I'm not gonna. You get the surface donut like a rubber tire, and that is inherently zero. It's zero curvature. And then you
So need to train you until you won't fucking take off.
What's known as Riemann uniformization theorem. If you do,
Or give him a better
it has
fucking
more
harness
than
than
one handle,
Which
it
I
has
had,
zero
but they
curvature.
fucking stole.
So now you have the trichotomy.
I know it because it's not
Positive
fucking
curvature,
hearing.
Zero curvature, negative curvature. The one in the middle really obviously is interesting. It's the boundary case. In complex algebraic geometry, these things are called channel vertices.
Earlier you said if you have anything that's more than one handle, you have zero curvature. You meant negative curvature.
Sorry, I meant negative curvature. Negative.
Okay. So these fidget spinners on the right, they all have negative curvature.
Everything here has negative curvature.
Got it.
So now in the world of complex algebraic geometry, these positive curvature things are called Fano varieties, after this Italian guy Fano. These negative curvature objects which proliferate are called varieties of general type. And this boundary case are called zero curvature objects. And it just so happens we now call things in the middle clavier, these zero curvature objects.
Yes.
And so far, this got nothing to do with physics. I mean, it's just a fact of topology. Right? But this is such a beautiful diagram that took from 1736 until Riemann. Riemann died in the 1860s, I think, or something like that. So it took 120 years to really formulate just this table to relate metric geometry to topology to algebraic geometry. It's kind of beautiful thing, right? So to generalize this table is the central piece of what's now called the minimal model program in algebraic geometry, for which there have been all these Fields medalists, Pierre Carr a couple of years ago, and then it started with Maury, who got the Fields medal, and then this whole Mukai and this whole distinguished idea. So basically this minimal model program is to generalize this to higher dimension. This is complex dimension 1. Right? How do you do it? It's very hard. And once you have it, I won't bore you with the details. This is very nice. There's topology, algebraic geometry, differential geometry, index theorem. They're all getting.
12 years just saying that. Cool, good for them.
And you want to
Got more than them, but they got it.
arbitrary dimension, arbitrary complex dimension. It's still an open problem. how do you do it in general? It's a very nice problem.
Because they're liars.
But at least for a
And they
class of
aid in human
complex
trafficking, it
manifolds
seems.
known as
They
Taylor
don't even realize what they're doing it.
I won't go in with the details, but Taylor manifolds on which
They're obsessed with quotas.
very nice behavior. There's a potential
Always, huh?
have a double derivative against photometric. And then it was conjectured by Calabi.
Just get away with it, get away with it, get away with it, get away with it.
54, 56, 57. It was a great year, right? That's all these different ideas. I mean, in three completely different worlds now come together because mathematical physicists kind of tied it up.
Not really, though, right? So you don't want to say that because I'm not trying to blackmail
anybody.
anybody.
The conjecture, the world of string theory.
Nobody done anything that bad.
I like,
So I'm not trying to make it seem like it. They really want me to.
But,
Just could I win? Yes. Would I enjoy it sometimes? No. Would I seem weird sometimes to some people? Yeah. But that weird? Not even.
There is an analog of this diagram, basically.
I love this slide. I saved this slide for my own.
Oh, really?
private notes.
Okay.
I keep a collection of dictionaries in physics and math.
Yeah.
I think this is beautiful.
Yeah, me too. I mean, but it took me years to do this table because it's not written down anywhere, and it touches different things. I think it's not written down anywhere precisely because math textbooks are written in the Bourbaki style. But now it just becomes clear what people have been thinking about for the past 100 years. After Grothendieck, it's just trying to relay this idea. This is intersection theory of characteristic classes. So this is topology, and this is over 200 years of work of the central part of mathematics.
And mathematicians like Chern, Ritchie, Euler,
everybody was ever involved in this diagram.
A couple people I know.
In fact, there is.
And they heard it on there, and they're like weirded out.
I think for sure.
It's too honest.
I think
they don't realize what's happening. They don't move like I do.
But when I was talking to a string
not quite, not yet.
There is one more, which is relations to L functions. And that's when number theory comes in. So there is one more column. And to understand this world, to this one more column of his behavior to L functions, that's the language program.
Right.
So it's actually really magical that this table actually extends more. As far as, that's just as far as we know now, right?
Of course.
The L functions and its relations to modularity. And I think this is, of course, obviously mathematics. To me, mathematics is about extending this table as much as possible to let it go into different fields of mathematics. So, but at least for sure we know there is one, because of the Langlands correspondence, there is one more column, and that column should be on number theory and modularity.
And soon there'll be another table on the Yang invariant or He invariant.
No, I don't think I have enough talent to create something that but it could well be there should be something.
No, not much over, guys.
Right. That's
He's mad at me again.
Really the most fun part about my life. It's not so. I mean, they're I
not even probably.
Make it
He's
so
fucking
upload as
pissed
well.
off
Because,
today.
there are two types of mathematicians. They're the hedgehogs and they're the birds. Right, hedgehogs really specialized. I mean, you absolutely need it. I think who is a great hedgehog? I think Zhang, the guy who made this first major breakthrough in the prime gap. I mean, he's been spending his entire life just trying to think about can I bound the how many what's the lim sub of the distance between
a lot
prime
more.
and the technique he uses it's beautifully argued analytic number theory technique, seed methods,
Right?
the Ben Green world
What?
of seeds.
It's not our strategy, is it? Seems like it to me.
The birds were I'm just gonna just fly around.
Too hard? Almost is. Why? No one fucking believes in God anymore.
People like Robert Langland,
The ones that do are so fucking pushy about it.
Make it very coarse-grained.
And which are you?
And wants to have anything to do with it. But guess what? Most of those guys are fucking wrong. Turns out.
I mean, I like to go. Once I see something, and I of course sooner or later you need to dig
But everything, no. But they end up here with everyone else. And how the fuck did that happen?
Oh wow, they just get connected.
So the results are proven when you dig but the connections are seen when you get the overview.
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, of course, again, this is a division that's kind of artificial. In all of us, we do both good and both.
Yes.
The guy who really does it well is Jacob Mason Porges. It's become like a grand. Well, he passed away. He's John Mackay, who was a Canadian. Probably the greatest Canadian mathematician since Oxford. John Mackay really saw unbelievable connections in fields that nobody will ever see. He passed away. He became sort of in the last 10 years of life. He became sort of like a grandfather to me. He saw my kids grow up. Over Zoom. I know. So the London Math Society asked me to write obituary. I was very touched by this. So I wrote his obituary for it, and I was just trying to say, well, this guy is the ultimate pattern, linker. So John McCain, absolute legend.
Great.
Moving on. I mean, this is very much a huge digression from what I'm actually going to tell you about, which is the Birch test for AI, and that's
great.
Do you have a limit on what these videos are?
No, just so you know, some of them are 1 hour, some of them are 4 hours, and people listen for all.
Work, right?
This is great fun.
Great, yeah, same. I'm loving this.
Yeah, me too. Because normally,
all the time. Garfield, you are not so much anymore.
Yeah, folk, right? They didn't like 5 minutes question. And they're like, oh my god, I haven't.
You can't get off your harness ever.
Yeah, exactly. Because the point of this channel.
I know, Garfield. I feel horrible.
Enough time to get through all of
we have to do this because I made you a fucking promise. You're prince.
And not
the world.
In depth. I want them to be
a big
technical
fucking
and rigorous. So
okay?
please continue.
Sure, sounds good to me.
Doesn't matter what I am or who I am. Matters who you are.
Magical year
what you are.
Of 1957. Of
fucking special, dude.
The magical
fucking
year
special.
Of the ultimate theorem improver world and the world of algebraic geometry in 3 complete different worlds. They didn't even know each other's names. Let alone.
Well, guess what? The ones down here never did.
At least for Taylor manifolds, this diagram.
They're all fucking jealous.
Well defined. This table, and
the ones up there and the ones down there gave me the fucking job.
Was very.
And one in the middle is fucking pissed off and can't stand.
Like a mentor to me.
It's not just like they, like I.
Right, so you can see why this is so important. He gets the Fields Medal because this idea falling through.
And they've worked hard to destroy me.
This sequence of ideas. Of
all these fucking ghosts.
Riemann and,
turns out. Why?
Certainly
they're fucking jealous.
So there
a lot of
them. Part this idea. So Yao showed that there are these Taylor manifolds.
Because they want to be me somehow, but they can't. My ego just won't get out of the way.
So
like it does for some people.
Something can integrate all that you got.
I just got most of the horrible ones away from me.
This integral is messy, right? Even if you do this on a sphere, right?
By damning them.
R has all this cosines and sines that have got they've all got to cancel at the end of the day.
Oh, these fucking hard asses around me.
Yeah. What the hell?
Can't stand me either.
By 2 pi, you get 2, and that's the Euler number, which is kind of amazing. And now
how they don't like it.
Just as a caveat,
they've been trying to kill me for just as fucking long while.
He never.
You ain't that wise, are you?
So the only currently known metric on these things is for the zero curvature case is just the torus. Anything above that we don't know. We just know that exists. And if you did this integral, you're gonna get like 2, 5, whatever the number is. Which is
racist. Yeah, racist.
Like a completely non-constructive.
Often.
What's interesting is that these automated theorem provers, they seem computational, and it's my understanding that computationalists, so people who use intuitionist logic, they don't like constructive proofs. Sorry, they like constructive proofs. They don't like non-constructive.
Oh, we're still the worst, guys. But yeah, when one of us is like one of them,
showing the specific construction,
it can get bad for you.
So it's interesting to me that
we don't like it.
Math, which has some non-constructive proofs, are included in lean. So I don't know the relationship between lean and non-constructive proofs.
When somebody's wide awake spiritually and can't shut the fuck up.
I probably won't have too much to say about it.
Ever.
Cool. So, back to I don't know why I went on this diatribe on a digression on string theory, but I just want to say this is a side comment. So this is something since 1736, which is kind of nice. Which is oh, by the way, that's actually kind of interesting. I'm gonna have to check this again. Just down the street from the institute is the famous department store Fortman Masons, which I think is established in 17 something. It's a great department store. It's not where I usually do my shopping, but it's just a beautiful department store. And Haydn might have, called and did the Christmas shopping. But anyhow, random thoughts. Back so string theory was just one slide, right? I mean, I'm not. In some sense, I'm not a string theorist. In the sense, I don't go from. I didn't grow up writing from homophil theories and do all that stuff. It's just that for me, it's an input, so I can play with a little more. So string theory is this theory of space-time that unifies concepts, and then it works in 10 dimensions, and we've got to get down to 4 dimensions. So we're missing 6 dimensions. So, this amazing paper in 1985 by Candelas, Horowitz, Strominger, and Witten. They were thinking about what are the properties of this. So what is interesting is that by imposing supersymmetry, and this is why supersymmetry is so interesting to me, by imposing supersymmetry and other, anomaly cancellation, bunch of not too stringent conditions, they hit on the condition that this 6 extra dimensions has to be Ricci flat. Ricci flat is, you can understand, because it's vacuum outside solutions. You want the vacuum string solution. And then a condition which we've never seen before, which just happens to be this Taylor condition. They didn't know about this. No physicists until 1980.
1147, Garfield.
What a Taylor manifold was.
My handsome son.
And it's a complex.
My purring son.
And it's complex.
You ready to get out there?
Remember again,
a little bit.
Complex
a little bit.
Means real dimension 6, right? That's 10 minus 3 is 6. 10 minus 4 is 6. That 6 needs to be complexified.
Some of you guys want to fucking run.
And again, this is just an amazing fact.
Garfield can't get out of that fucking harness, can he? I know he can, almost.
Strominger, who's a physicist, was visiting Yale.
There's so many enemies trying to get him. You see it, Garfield. You see it.
And so he went to Yale and said, "Can you tell me what this strange condition, this technical condition I got?"
It's all tied up in knots and shit. I just can't get it undone. But I'm not taking my time.
I think I made no difference.
When I almost could be.
It's just amazing. It was a complete confluence of ideas that's totally random. And the rest is history. So in fact, these 4 guys named this Ricci flat Kähler manifold Clavial. So it wasn't the mathematicians who did it. This word Clavial came from physicists, so from string theorists, which now of course Clavial is now one of the central pieces. And so this is so Philip Candelas was my mentor at Oxford.
Yeah, we did.
And he when I was a junior fellow.
Wrong, turns out.
And he tells me the story. He's a very lively guy. He tells me about how this whole
100 years now
came about.
And we don't even know why.
And,
Exactly.
But so he and these 4 guys.
So it turns out more accurate than the last one.
So all of a sudden we now have a name for this boundary case in complex algebraic geometry. This bounding case is now known as a club. So remember we had names before, right? This was the Fano variety. This was varieties of general type, and this bounding case is now known as Clavial.
So what we're seeing with the Torus.
What are you bitching about now?
1.
Exactly. So exactly. In fact, the
Huh?
Torus is
What are they doing now?
the only Clavial one. So it's the only one that's Ricci flat. I mean, by this classification, it's the only one that's topologically possible. So
Garfield,
that's kind of
no.
interesting, right? And
You guys, no.
This is just a comment.
What? I'm staying in the house forever?
I like this title because I think your series is called TOE. This is a TOE on TOE.
Like you guys, you can't go through the cat like you guys want to. Or you guys want to go differently.
But with string theory, really,
Oh, you want to go alone with a dog? Cool, good for you guys. Burn in hell. My mission is to protect my fucking cats.
Problems.
And also go in the woods. Okay, assholes?
Between problems in mathematics and physics. All right, so for example,
I'll get a dog.
GR
Might take a while. I kind of want one soon, though. It's like that and like that and like that, too. The Garfield's got to get to know the fucker.
Phrased in terms of algebraic geometry and representation theory of finite groups. And, condensed matter physics of topological insulators should be phrase in terms of algebraic topology. This idea, I think the greatest achievement of the 20th century.
No, it's tied up pretty good. I can't get this fucking knot in. I have to cut it. It's like Gordian's fucking knot.
Since you like tables,
Yes.
it's so here's a dictionary of a list of things, and then here's what they are in mathematics. And then you can talk to mathematicians in this language, and you can talk to physicists in language, but they're.
You guys are sitting here just like, oh wow, you're revived from the dead again.
Fermion, it's a spin representation of.
No, he's still struggling through it. It's like, well,
I like that because it gives
so I know technically.
A scene around, then you have
I should be just fine. Based on magic.
And string theory is really.
They're trying to destroy me.
Of this translation, this tradition of what's on the left and what's on the right, and this is what we can do. And sometimes you make progress on the left, you give insight and stuff on the right, and sometimes you make progress on the right, and you give insight on the left.
Why is it that
See, I don't believe this, but they're telling me it's true. Some of my memories aren't even mine.
Bundles and connections.
But I don't believe that because I got a better memory than anyone I know.
Well, I think that's.
But it should actually happen.
Yeah.
So yeah, I trust my memories pretty fucking well.
And I think algebraic, maybe it's because of Atiyah and Hitchin.
So don't try to tell me that shit. This is how they try to hypnotize you.
So.
No, I have to admit to every fucking thing I've done wrong, which the list gets kind of long.
They go either way, but algebraic in the sense that you can think of you can often work with bundles and connections without actually doing the integral in differential geometry. So
I guess they might do. Probably not that, but wouldn't be very happy about it.
You can understand bundles purely as algebraic objects. Without ever doing an integral, like here, like here, for example, like this integral is obviously something you would do in differential geometry. But this integral, the fact that it comes to be an integer, was explained through the theory of Chern classes to be, this integral is a pairing between the Chern class, between homology and cohomology, which is a purely algebraic thing. We all try to avoid doing integrals because integrals are horrible because it's hard to do. And in this language, it really just becomes polynomial manipulation, and it becomes much simpler.
Okay.
So that in that sense, I want to put. Of course, it's a bit of a both.
Got it.
So I like doing this diagram, right? And if you look at the time lag between the mathematical idea and the physical realization of that idea, there really is a confluence.
Yeah.
It's getting closer. These things going up and down. I'm just saying in the past, if you take the last 200 years, last 100 years or so, of the groundbreaking ideas in physics, there is this
interesting,
right? It gets shorter and shorter. So obviously Einstein took ideas of Riemann, and there was a 6-year gap. Dirac was able to come up with the equation of the electron. Essentially because of Clifford algebras.
Historically, was he motivated by Clifford algebras, or was it later realized, hey, Dirac, what you're doing is an example of a Clifford algebra?
So I believe the story goes, in order to write down the first time derivative version of the Klein-Gordon equation, which is a second order, that's the bosonic one, he had to do some essentially he factorized the matrix. In a way that seemed very strange to him. And Dirac said, this really reminded me of something that I've seen before. Mm-hmm. And this is one of these moments, right? Today, we can chat GPT this. Mm-hmm. But what Dirac did was, he said, he was at St. John's in Cambridge at the time. He said,
this call may be recorded for quality assurance.
This gamma
we have a special promotion today.
And then he said, I need to go to the library to check this. So he really knew about it. So and unfortunately, the St. John's library was closed that evening. So he waited until the morning. If not,
press 2.
Or a book about Clifford. I can't whether
interesting.
Clifford's book or maybe it was one of these books. And then he opened up, and he really knew, and that this gamma mu anti-commutation relation really was through. So he knew about Clifford.
Cool.
They ended my call early. Yeah. I wonder why.
just like Einstein knew about
This call
Riemann's
may be
work
recorded
on
for
the
quality assurance.
but you know, whether you
Special
say
promotion
that
today
Dirac
for
was really
select
inspired by
callers.
Kliber,
If you are over
he
50,
certainly
please press
did
1
that.
now.
866-838-2303.
If not, press 2.
And then he knew how to justify it immediately by looking at right source. And then similarly, you know,
If you are over
depended on
50,
this,
please press 1
divergence
now.
ontology.
If not,
And
press
then, you know,
2.
by the time you get to Witten and Borcherds, really there's this. This diagram for me is like what gets me excited about string theory.
Mm-hmm.
Because string theory is a brainchild of this curve, this orange curve, and now it's getting mixed up. I mean, of course, you know, people hear about this great quote that Witten says, you know, string theory is a piece of 21st century mathematics that happens to fall into 20th century, and I think he means this.
Yes.
You know, that he was using supersymmetry to prove, you know, theorems in Morse theory, and vice versa. Richard Borcherds was using vertex algebras, which is sort of foundational in conformal field theory, to prove some properties about the monster group. We're at this stage, and of course, you know, this was turn of the century, and now we're here, and we have to. Where are we now? Are we crisscrossed or are we parallel?
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
And in a meta manner, you can even interpret this as the pair of pants in string theory with the world sheet.
Yeah, cute, very cute. Yeah, why not? Yeah, it is. But going back to what you were saying, how I got to. Oh yeah, so just this confluence idea. Of course, you know, everyone quotes.
It's just so interesting that all just set up that way.
The papers. You know, when Wigner was thinking about in '59.
Still.
Why mathematics is so effective in physics. And there's this maybe slightly less known paper, but certainly equally.
I just keep them somehow.
By the great.
We always lose our pan.
And then Dijkgraaf and Witten, Dijkgraaf and Kitchen, which is.
No, we usually lose our pan.
Why is
our animal?
So why is physics so effective in giving ideas in mathematics?
Who we know is better than us.
Pair of essays. In this is like
when we're special like this.
In the world of a summary of the kind of physics ideas from string theory is making such beautiful advances in geometry. And so this is a very beautiful pair of one giving in the other that needs to be, you know, sort of praised more. And
Garfield.
You were mentioning earlier how I got to know, you know, Roger so well is through this editorial.
Why is scared all the time?
Connect, you know, with my
Hand means all, and it can mean panic as well.
Former director of
like the wild.
Institute. You know, see, everybody's connected, right? So it just so happens that, you know,
evil to you, good for you.
But
it's not a goat anymore; it's a cat.
My parents, after so many decades, my parents actually
take the binds off.
Went back to Tianjin.
He uses the rope on him now. He's a good fucking kitty. That was a weird fucking goat.
Founded what's now called the CERN Institute for Mathematical Sciences, and that's an institute devoted to the dialogue between mathematics and physics. In fact, 1/3 of CERN's ashes is buried outside of the Math Institute. There's a great, beautiful marble tomb.
Interesting.
And one third not because of any mathematical reason. It's just that he considered 3 parts of his home. So.
That's why I'm like this. That's why it's like this. Because that's who they were, not who I was. I knew that. That's what they told me. It doesn't matter who I am.
And then Nankai University, where he retired to.
Or where I was at the time. Or who I was with.
Yes. The number 3 comes up again.
And I know it's true. I don't give a fuck what you believe. What you read in a book somewhere.
3 dimensions. There's this topological.
Of course I do, right?
Simon's theory.
But I know what he told me to do.
I always joke, you know, that's why CERN chose
the poor in spirit. We didn't have it right.
Complete coincidence.
Ever.
But it's actually what is actually interesting is that tomb, that beautiful black marble
humans
tomb,
breathe,
you know,
deeply.
For somebody as great as CERN.
Like they just can't.
Nothing about, you know, he achieved on this, on the other thing. It's just one page.
Our best friends, who are supposed to be human too.
Poor guy who had a chisel, or that he have no idea what he's chiseling. Right, the guy
almost there, huh? Some of them.
It's the proof of this.
Haven't for a while.
essentially, and of course,
We just weren't yet.
You can look
Humans.
on the internet. Just say the
Good caretakers. We're almost there, most of us.
Well, the whole conversation we've had. Is
I
just
fucking
about
know that I am.
Out the intuitive understanding behind it. So this
Obsessed
chisel
with it.
had that.
That's what I do every day. I love it. So that chisel is essentially his proof why this is equal to this. Why this intersection.
I don't understand that,
is the same as this.
but I just know it's
So
true.
Essentially, it's proof. It's where the Gauss-Bonnet theorem.
Because I'm not blessed, am I? In fact, I'm rich in spirit.
Which is his great achievement. But anyhow, so just back to this coincidence.
Certainly ain't meek.
My parents, after drifting all these years abroad, they retired back to Tianjin, where the Chen Institute is. So that's why I became an honorary professor at Nankai.
That's why 144,000 humans at the end
was purely just so that I could
almost doesn't sound that bad to them.
with my parents. But it just so happens that it happens to be there, and then I can just pay my homage to Chen.
I don't care what it says in Genesis. I do, but I don't sometimes.
It's a mind-blowing experience just to see the Chen's grave.
It was written before that, even.
This in his handwriting, chiseled in stone.
Genesis is a condensed version.
With Xian Yang, because he was very deep.
And we swear to God, there's nothing but that. But of course there was, right?
Yeah, it's remarkable.
We've been divinely inspired the whole fucking time.
He wrote the preface to this.
All of us.
When he was 99. These guys are unstoppable. And Roger Penrose said.
So what do we do next with it?
To this one, when he was 92. Yeah, this guy's anyhow. It's kind of you like tables, right? I love tables. So the tables I'm just here. It's just like where just a speculation of where string theory is going. Here's a list of the annual conferences, the series where string theory has been happening.
And now, I can make lightning appear
with the string revolution,
like I did yesterday.
Then every year there's been a
thanks to Big George.
I'm going to the first one I'm going to for years. In
my old cat.
It happens in Abu Dhabi.
It's precious too.
And then there's serious one like string.
Because I respected them like that, never forgot about them, like we forget about ours.
Came in as late as in 2011. That's kind of interesting.
So we never do we?
30 years after the first string conference, and in various other ones. What's really interesting one is in 2017 is there's.
Who else hears that bell in the fucking wind?
This is when AI entered string theory. And so it's kind of so what I wrote the first paper in 2017 about AI assisted stuff, and there were 3 other groups independently mining different AI aspects and how to apply to string theory. So that the reason what I want to mention is just why was with the string community even thinking about this problems in AI.
Oh, and also just to be clear, briefly speaking, I'm not a fan of tables per se. I'm a fan of dictionaries because they're like Rosetta Stones. So I'm a fan of Rosetta Stones and translating between different languages. So you mentioned the siloing earlier. And mathematicians even physicists call them dictionaries. But technically, they're thesaurus. Like a dictionary, you just have a term and then you define it. The translations.
Right, yeah. Like Rosetta Stones.
Yes, yeah.
No, absolutely. I guess that's why you like Langland so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
In some way, this whole channel is a project of a Rosetta Stone between the different fields of math and physics and philosophy.
Yeah, he can.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Love it. Big fan.
Because I can.
Okay, do you want to just... I noticed it jumped back to number 13. So it seems like... I thought we were at 39 out of 40.
No, because I've learned this nonlinear structure. It's like... Because you see, like, I've learned this is really dangerous. I've learned, like, the click button in PDF presentations.
What do we got? Turns out, what do we got? More than a fucking dog or a cat. Either.
Yeah.
You want to know this?
So
Hands.
Really an interlude.
Hands. That's about it.
To,
And eyes and brains just work differently. Now, see, like, they look at screens and shit, and they just don't even really understand it. They can see through that.
Which is actually very typical of my personality.
But Garfield doesn't turn the motherfucker off.
So I gave you this big interlude about string theory and Kageyama.
He's interested in the concept of numbers. He doesn't really understand them yet. He just sees it differently. He's a fucking smell monster.
And then it turns out that in complex dimension 2, There are two of these.
They're like, which Darren? He smells different sometimes.
Three-dimensional torus.
Oh no, that guy. Yeah, that guy.
Which is
He's all right.
This crazy.
No, he's God, and I know it. See, he points at the fucking trees,
So you got one in complex dimension one,
and they fucking move.
Three. You would think.
You see, I'm a dog. I've seen this before.
There are three of these things that are topologically.
No, I've seen him do it.
And unfortunately, this is one of the.
So he's fascinating to me, but I still want to bite him.
One, two.
I don't really want to bite him.
Yeah.
Because he'd bite me back, and I know it would hurt. His cat might too. He gets off the leash.
One, two, and so Kabia, so starting from complex dimension 3 just goes crazy. It's still a conjecture.
That's how cool dogs can be.
That in every dimension, this number is finite. So remember this positive curvature thing, this funnel thing to the very top. It is a theorem that in every dimension, funnel varieties is finite in possibility.
They do.
In topology, there's only a finite number of these.
Because I don't.
That are distinct topologically. It's also known that the negative curvatures, it's infinite.
Doesn't mean I'm not.
In every dimension. And when
they have a soul.
It's like even uncountably.
Cats and dogs.
Interesting. But is this boundary?
So do birds. Listen to them. That's soul music, isn't it?
In an ideal world,
often.
But we don't know. This is still an open conjecture.
Now the billion, are any of them constructed?
Don't fuck with me. My wing hurts. Don't fuck with me, please.
It's gotten like 1, 2, and 3. 3 is like, how are you gonna list these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then
no, often
really
turns out
bother listing all of them out. This is not
because English.
So it took on the physicists.
See, I'm weird.
Challenge. So Philip Candelas and friends, and
I can help them understand humans
Harold,
through being like me.
And Maximilian Kreutzer started just listing these. And that's why we have these billions. There is actually databases of these. And they're presented in the, just like matrices like this. I won't bore you with the details.
Hey guys,
matrices.
I've been an animal.
This algebraic varieties you can define.
Hey, but you fucking rapists. None of that. Baby eaters. You either.
And in Kreutzer and Starke's database,
oh, you killers? Oh, you're killers, huh? That sucks.
But the upshot is that,
go get them.
Database.
But no more torture. I don't like it, dogs.
Many gigabytes.
Hey, cats, you either.
Got done certainly by the turn of the century. By
if I catch you,
2000,
I'll take your kill.
Running on Pentium machines. I mean, this is an absolute feat, especially Kreutzer and Starke.
So that would be dangerous coyotes. I took their kill. So I would never do that. But I would approach their kill.
Of this
and ask for some. Not much. They probably back off for just a second. I'd lean in, and they might come out. That's what you need a stick for. But the cat's right there, though, so the eye and the cat. Oh, child. We got to kill right here, though, so we're not really trying to get the cat. Cat kills.
Like, you have something like.
Or blindness. And we know it. And we know it.
Here, even in integers.
No, it's fucking dumb dogs go for house cats. You get killed doing it sometimes.
This topological invariant.
Or just injured enough.
In this dictionary means something.
They just weren't the same.
H1,
ever.
H1 in some
often.
It's the number of generations of fermions in the low energy world. So that's a complete problem in this computing of topological invariant in algebraic geometry.
You think it's going to be all cool, and then guess what? You don't have a lip anymore.
Databases. People took 10, 20 years
or an eye.
to compile this database. And
or a nose that works.
They're not easy.
When you catch the garpaw, trust me.
So in 2017, I was playing around.
No, he's magic.
And the reason is very wild.
Oh yeah, you think you could?
Very simple. It's because my son was born, and I had infinite sleepless nights.
Oh, you got it before. Is that what you think?
Right? I had there's the kid, and then
there's the kid.
There's the kid, and and he wakes you up at 2. Put him to and
oh, in your mind you did. Your mind, why? You live with cats.
So my wife's taking care of the daughter. They're passed out, and then I saw this kid.
So you're basically amongst their order.
And I'm wide awake at this point. It's like 2 a.m. It's like I can't.
Cat dogs.
Anymore. And I can't do.
It's like, yeah, I got a cat. Yeah, I got a cat. What do you know about it?
Serious computation anymore because I'm just too tired. So let's just play around with data. At least I can let the computer help me to do something.
So they can and can't talk to each other. Well,
what's this
dog and cats.
Everybody's talking about. Well, it's.
But they can in English if they can get them.
Right.
They can in their language too.
This is very simple biological reason.
Just not quite the
why
same always.
people are trying to learn machine learning.
So they're
I was
racist.
hallucinating at some point, right? I was like, well,
Okay.
if you look at pictures.
No, it's not even the same everywhere you go. It's like humans.
You don't have,
We have different dialects.
About, 500
Different-
million of these things, right?
Yes.
Certainly I wasn't going to
Some of the shit that George was saying,
they're being labeled by topological invariant.
and his dialect of cat.
Pixelated one of these.
Like I'm like translating it. I'm like, huh?
And all of a sudden,
I did say something similar to that a lot. That doesn't mean that at all.
Problem in hand digit recognition, right? This
Right.
is like, how different is this, or image recognition? So, and I just literally started feeding in. I took 500. I mean, 500 million is too much, right? So I took like 5,000.
Pretty much.
10,000 of these. And then
Like, oh my fucking god. And he's like, Om Som Pom, huh? Om Som Pom.
And I was like, this is going to be like, it's just.
Where do you think the Om comes from?
Obviously, it's going to give zero.
Why do you think in like Buddhist and sometimes when you're on DMT, they look like cat people.
The neural network that I was
Often.
I was even using standard MNIST, the hand recognition.
Dogs too, be surprised.
Things
They look like one of us.
And he was recognizing it to great accuracy. And now, people have improved this. Like, loads of people. Like,
And when they do their xenobites,
there's a group there that did some serious work on just kind of this problem. But this idea suddenly.
or giants, that's cool too when that
It
happens.
seemed completely crazy to me because I was.
Oh, yeah.
It
An ant.
and it was so. But what's the upshot of this? The upshot is somehow the neural network was doing algebra.
Yes, I'm on DMT basically all the time. Kundalini enlightenment.
Very complicated
Right.
style stuff.
It's the best way to get
anything about algebra.
well,
It somehow was just doing pattern recognition. And
but it
somehow
makes you really
deep-
valuable.
Because if you do
Kundalini yoga, so I don't practice as much anymore.
It's double exponential complexity. But it's just now.
They need me to heal.
It's
They try to boost me up.
So then
I kind of knew before that it was more than that, and more than that, and more than that too, because they're actually trying to keep me down, so they keep it a secret.
So far, I have
Now it's never gonna be a secret.
By
I'm a fucking psycho,
Because it's actually true if you really think about it.
but not a psychopath.
The point of algebraic geometry, the reason I like algebraic more than differential.
So you still think I am? Why?
There's a very nice way to represent manifolds in this way. Manifolds.
I just can't shut up.
So
They make me a
in
psychopath.
geometry, manifolds are defined in terms of
Talking to myself sometimes, make me a
And
psychopath.
you do transition.
Talking my cat a lot. My cat a lot. It's making me a psychopath. I know you're special too.
Blah, blah, blah. But
I just want to say why, because I'm not fucking weird. I'm trying to creep on you, even psychically.
And then once you have systems of polynomials, you have a very good representation. So for example, here, I'm just recording the list of polynomials, the degrees of polynomials that are
Which sometimes it just can't fucking help, guys.
And that really is algebraic geometry. So basically, any algebraic variety.
But don't do it direct.
Fancy way of saying this.
I do it very indirect.
Representation of a manifold, which is called an algebraic
Because I
variety.
project here, project there, project there too. But really, it's more like this big figure eight thing that I'm working with. It's not just like
and then
planar.
The computation of invariance, the topological invariance, is the recognition problem of such tensor. But once you have a tensor, you can always pixelate it and picturize it.
So I don't really understand how it works. Theoretically,
Because it's just image.
Theoretically, whatever that fucking word is.
Do you mean to say
Theoretically?
every problem in algebraic geometry is an image process?
Almost.
Is an image processing problem?
I can almost see it though.
Involving invariance.
But I have to get past these rings. Oh, so it's rings.
Well,
See, I know it's rings.
I think I'm thinking it is really more broad. I think at some level,
But I can't have any rings on my fingers. Technically, I'm dangerous.
Bottom up.
So I just won't get it.
Is language processing, and top down.
I'm mixing myself out in the woods to protect me from coyotes.
Interesting.
Of course, this is take with a caveat, but of course, at some level, there is truth in what I say. Of course, it's an extreme thing to say, but in terms of what mathematical discovery is that you try to take a pattern in mathematics. So you can algebraic geometry is a perfect example. You can pixelate everything, and you can just try to see certain images have certain properties. And so your image processing mathematics, whereas bottom up, you're building up mathematics as a language. So it's language processing. And of course, all of this will be useless if you can't actually get human readable mathematics out of it.
Right.
So this is the first surprise, the fact that it's even doing it at all to a certain degree of accuracy. Now we're talking about accuracies like now it's been improved to like 99.99% accuracy in these databases. But that's the first level. That's the first surprise. The second surprise is that you can actually extract human understandable mathematics from it, and I think that's the next level surprise. So the memorization conjectures, this beautiful work in DeepMind that Jody Williamson's involved in this.
No, never.
Guided
I know it sucks.
You can actually get human mathematics.
Cats can't lie.
That's really quite something. So that's a good point to break for part two, which is an advertisement of here is like we've gone through many things about what mathematics is, and to how it got this through doing this interaction between algebraic geometry and string theory, and then a second part would be
not everyone's God necessarily, but you're a cat.
Actually extrapolate.
You got a better fucking
mathematics.
Direct connection to the gods.
Things to prove.
Well, they got two fucking pointers sticking right up, and it's geometric.
I keep on advertising my books because
So when you're putting together your fucking light body, when you're doing all your dances and shit, and you start seeing each triangle, you're building it up, all your moves,
It's a complete,
and your third eye or whatever, just around your body. And you gotta kind of brush it up because I can't even see them very well anymore because it all kind of collapses in some weird rings and shit. But at first I was like, okay, so chakra looks like a fucking
the Turing test plus
hexagram, like a Star of David, like a Merkaba. But you get them spin really fucking fast to collapse into rings. And that's what your soul is. That's what your souls are. You have more than one soul body in your body.
Is the 22nd century's math
up and down your chakras.
This machine learning assisted mathematics.
And we have different things in our bodies, formically or otherwise, because the voice turns out to be really fucking important.
I like those too. Yeah. Anyone who's watching,
even though there's not necessarily ganglia there.
Yang Hui for part 2, please leave them in the comments. Do you want to give just
that represent these things?
Oh yeah, sure. So I'm going to talk
all up and down, but even. They don't just end with your torso. They're down your legs and your feet and your hands, especially your fucking hands, and believe it or not, your biceps. Forearms too. Shoulders big time, all the way up and down your back. Different ones, almost.
Which is to actually.
So I was like, what system? What system? I'm like the fucking 147 chakra system, pretty much.
Crazy and finding a new pattern in elliptic curves,
but really, yeah, I guess 7's good. 8's better.
Which is completely amazing. You mentioned
6 seems to be too little, actually. I thought it was about 6, maybe even 5 at first, but I realized how it really works. It's like a puzzle, and everyone's is different.
Great. And that word murmuration, which was used repeatedly throughout, it was never defined, but it will be in part 2.
Absolutely.
So I'm looking forward.
Mine is crazy. Mine's fucking wild.
Okay.
Fucking
Thank you so much. Thank you. This has been wonderful. I can continue.
And it doesn't end. Mine never ends. My light body just doesn't end.
Get going, but
just kept going on forever and ever. And then it includes yours and yours and yours and yours and yours and yours and yours. And I forgot about that part. That you're just all within my fucking light body. Because it's George's.
With our new AI-powered episode recap.
Light body.
A concise summary of
everyone except for one being. Garfield the cat.
All right, let's dive in. We're talking about Kurt Jaman.
He's something different. He's special.
All things mind bending.
There's something around. It's just freaking fire.
Hours, like weeks, prepping to grill guests, like Roger.
I don't know if it's just because we're so close, maybe.
Yeah, it's amazing using his.
Everyone else is just like an extension of the world to me, almost. I think that's what it is, somewhat. Not that you're mean necessarily, but that's how I perceive it.
Today we're focusing on his chat with Matt.
Because I know you're different people. Like you have your own little bubbles in your Merkabas. Yeah, different colors. Yeah, pink, purple.
And it's fascinating because it really makes you think.
Blue, orange. Yeah, orange and blue, mostly.
Where AI might fit into the picture.
You might think a mathematician
of some shade.
But
every color of the rainbow. A lot of greens over there.
Assisted math while dealing with sleepless nights with his newborn son.
It's such a cool example of finding inspiration when you least expect it. Tired but inspired, he started messing around with machine learning in those quiet early morning hours.
So let's break down the whole AI and math thing. Yankee, he talked about 3 levels of math: bottom up, top down, and meta. Bottom up is like building with Legos, very structured, rigorous proofs. That's the foundation. But here's where things get really interesting.
So none of those guys like, oh yeah, I'm really psychic and I want to show off. So I'm just like trying to show people or explain to people right now how I perceive the fucking world.
Can't be proven within that system. It's mind blowing.
So if even our most rigorous math has these inherent limitations, it makes you think.
See, dogs and cats, I think, do it similar.
Bound by our formal systems might miss.
They pick up vibrations.
That's a really
in a way we just can't with their
really
fucking noses.
More of what makes this conversation revolutionary. It's not about AI.
So much information
It's about
that you know everything about. Don't.
Changing how we think about math altogether.
So how's this all playing out? We've had computers and math for ages, from early theorem provers to AI assistants like Lean. But where are we now with AI actually doing math?
Well, AI is already making some big strides. It's tackling Olympian.
No, because I checked on it.
Doing it well, which makes you ask, can AI really unlock the secrets of math?
And that leads us to the big philosophical questions. Is AI
I'm
really
planting.
understanding these mathematical ideas, or is it just incredibly good at spotting patterns? It's like that thing.
But guess what? Some people around here have done it too.
You could follow rules.
And I think to make me look bad, who knows?
Truly understanding.
So I gotta clean this out.
Yeah,
It's not that fucking dirty.
A story about Andrew Wiles, the guy who proved Fermat's last theorem, trying to challenge GPT-3 with some basic math problems. It highlights how early AI models, while excelling in tasks with clear rules and plenty of examples, struggled with things that needed real deep understanding.
It seems like AI's strength right now is in pattern recognition. And that ties into what young.
Where's bad smell? There?
Mathematics.
There?
It's
And there?
Intuition.
Why?
And seeing connections between different parts
Here?
of math are king.
Like Gauss.
Not really, not anymore. Why not anymore?
Way before we had the tools to prove it. It shows how a knack for patterns can lead to big breakthroughs, even before we have the rigorous structure.
It's like AI is taking that intuitive leap, seeing
You know what I mean?
connections that might have taken us
I'm pretty sure I've died before.
decades to figure out. And it's all because AI can deal with such massive amounts of data.
Which brings us back to Young Lee. These sleepless nights, he started
Kinda know
thinking
it's
about
true
Calabi-Yau
in weird fucking ways.
nanoflows, super complex mathematical things key to string theory.
Probably die any day now, technically, but I don't think I ever will because your body just does not feel like this anymore. I don't feel like a physical being.
They're pretty wild.
Anymore, hardly.
Six dimensions
My legs,
all
kind of.
filled up, nearly impossible to picture. They're vital to string theory, which tries to bring all the forces of nature together. Now, mathematicians typically use these really abstract algebraic geometry techniques for this. But Yang Hui, he had a different thought.
So instead of equations and formulas, he starts thinking about pixels.
Yeah, like taking a Calabi-Yau manifold, breaking it down into a pixel grid like you do with an image. He's taking abstract geometry and turning it into something on neural.
Yes, people have gotten locked up for Kundalini yoga before.
That is a radical change in how we think about this.
In India, mostly.
Something incredibly abstract, tangible.
Yep, harvested.
AI. Did it even work?
The results blew people away. He fed
See,
these
there,
isolated manifolds
with the proper
to a
cast.
neural network, and it predicted their topological
Perform those rights
really
often.
accurately. He basically showed AI
Here, I guess I wasn't either.
algebraic geometry in a whole new way.
So it's not just speeding up calculations, it's uncovering hidden patterns and connections that might have stayed hidden, like opening a new way of seeing math.
And that leads us to the big question. If AI can crack open complex math like this, what other secrets could it unlock? We're back. Last time we were talking about AI not just helping us with math, but actually coming up with new mathematical insights, which is where the Birch test comes in.
It's like, can AI go from being a supercalculator to actually being a math partner?
Exactly. And now we'll look at how researchers like Yang Hui He are trying to answer that. Remember, the Turing test was about a machine being able to hold a conversation like a human. The Birch test is a whole other level. It's not about imitation. It's about creating completely new mathematical ideas. Think about Brian Birch back in the 60s. He came up with this bold conjecture about elliptic curves just from looking at patterns and numbers.
So this test wants AI to do similar leaps, to go through tons of data, find patterns, and come up with conjectures that push math forward.
Exactly. Can AI, like Birch, show us new mathematical landscapes?
See, not always.
That's asking a lot.
What's more
What are we
common,
doing? Are there any signs AI
actually,
is on the right track?
instead of like me seeing you where you are always, although I can sometimes, if I really focus,
Not theory.
is I can see you where you typically are.
Does that got to do with advanced math?
It's more complex than you think. Not theory is about how you can embed a
Somewhere in time.
three-dimensional space, and it actually connects to things like topology and even quantum physics.
Okay, that's interesting. So how does AI come in?
But often I think I'm seeing the cats and dogs more than I'm seeing the human beings. Because you're almost like zombies. You guys are little shoppers, little ones. Itty bitty. Itty bitty.
So was the AI just crunching numbers, or was it doing something more?
What's amazing is the AI didn't just process the data, it actually found hidden relationships between these invariants, which led to new conjectures that mathematicians hadn't even considered before. Like the AI was pointing the way to new mathematical truths.
That's wild. Sounds like AI is becoming a powerful tool to spot patterns our human minds might miss.
Absolutely. Another cool example is Lampel and Charton's work in 2019. They trained AI on a massive data set of math formulas. Accurately predict the next formula in a sequence, even for really complex ones. It was like the AI was learning the grammar of math.
Big George, huh?
Guess what might come next.
So we might not have.
Taran Miller just got back from hell.
Yet, but it's getting really good at
was-
understanding the structure of math and suggesting new directions.
And that brings us back to Yang Hu. His work with those Calabi-Yau manifolds, analyzing them as pixelated forms, that was a huge breakthrough. Showed that AI could take on algebraic geometry problems in a totally new way.
Like bridging abstract math in the world of data and algorithms.
Exactly. And that bridge leads to some really mind-bending possibilities.
No, I would not.
Yang Hu, he and his colleagues started to
Commit another
something
sin
called
while in the forest.
Murmuration, like birds.
It's a great analogy. Think of a flock of birds moving together like one. Each bird reacts to the ones around it, and you get these complex,
It would not.
beautiful patterns.
Right, I get it.
Because I'm fucking smart, not stupid. And I wouldn't be using fire in the woods very often.
He sees a parallel between how birds navigate together in a murmuration and how AI
That's why I stay the fuck home, like.
towards new insights by sifting through tons of math data.
So I get as hot tea as I want.
Exploring math and showing us where things get interesting.
Till I run out again,
They
pretty much, I
actually
think.
used this murmuration idea to look into a famous problem in number theory, the Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer conjecture.
That name sounds a bit intimidating. What's it all about?
Imagine a donut shape, but in
Yep,
a world of
fuck 'em
numbers,
all, pretty much.
these are called elliptic curves. Mathematicians are obsessed with finding rational points on these curves, points where the coordinates can be written as fractions.
Okay, I'm following so far.
The Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer conjecture basically says there's this deep connection between how many of these rational points there are and a specific math function, like linking the geometry of these curves to number theory.
Things are definitely getting complex now.
And it's a big deal in math. It's actually one of the Clay Mathematics Institute's Millennium Prize problems. Solve it, you win $1 million.
Now that's some serious math street cred. So how did Yang Hui's team use AI for this?
They trained an AI on this massive data set of elliptic curves and their functions. The AI didn't actually solve the whole conjecture, but it found this new pattern, this correlation that mathematicians hadn't noticed before.
So the AI was like a digital explorer, mapping out this math territory and showing mathematicians what to look at more closely.
Exactly. This discovery, while not a complete proof,
See,
gives more
they want to frame every little buddy, so I'm not going that far because I can do that. Not stupid.
It feels like we're on the edge of something new in math. AI is not just a tool, it's a partner in figuring
Just
out.
don't be shooting shit in the woods anymore.
What does it mean for math in the future?
That's a great question, and it's something we'll dig into.
Which I don't think they have, but some of these kids have around here.
The philosophical and ethical stuff around AI in math. We'll ask if AI is really understanding the math it's working with, or if it's just manipulating symbols in a really fancy way. See that?
Welcome
Adults mostly, huh?
We've been exploring how AI
Go through their fucking pellet guns and take shit out.
from solving tough problems to finding hidden patterns in complex structures. Like, what do I mean? What are the implications of all of this?
We've touched on this question of understanding. Does AI really understand the math it's dealing with, or is it just a master of pattern matching?
Yeah, we can get caught up in the cool stuff AI is doing, but we can't forget about those implications. If AI is going to be a real collaborator in mathematics, this whole understanding question is huge.
It goes way back to the Chinese room thought experiment. Imagine
So I'm out there.
Speak Chinese has this rule book for moving Chinese symbols around.
I'll be pretty good patrol on that.
Follow the rules to make your math.
Even if I'm this fucking guy telling you, hey, get your fucking gun down.
So is AI like that?
Or pointed at me, motherfuckers.
Without grasping the deeper concepts?
That's the big question, and there's no easy answer.
You want to take my eye out?
Some say that because
Dare you.
AI gets meaningful results, like we've talked about, it shows some kind of understanding, even if it's different from how we understand things. Others say AI doesn't have that intuitive grasp.
I'm serious when I say I cannot be shot. God will not allow it.
It's probably going to keep going as AI gets better and better at Makes you wonder how it's going to affect the foundation.
You won't believe the story.
That's a key point. Traditionally,
Turns out more than one, I think.
it's all about logic, building arguments step by step using established axioms and theorems. But AI brings something new: inductive reasoning, finding patterns, and extrapolating from those patterns.
That's why I'm like this.
So could we see a change in how mathematicians approach proof? Could we use sort of ways of doing
Just
that
doesn't believe in guns.
by data?
It's possible. Some mathematicians are already using AI as a partner in the proving process. AI can help generate potential theorems or find good strategies tackling conjectures. But others are more cautious, worried that relying too much on AI could make math less rigorous, more prone to errors.
Invasive species, they can be bastards.
Good and bad. Finding that balance
Show up,
is important.
and they pitch
We
their
need to be
flag.
aware of
They're
the
just like-
limitations and not rely on AI too much.
Right. And as AI
And humans get behind them
becomes
often.
important in math, it's crucial
It's fucking
to have
evil,
open and
dude.
honest conversations. We need to talk about what AI means, not just for math, but for everything we do. It's
And we're like,
just
fuck this
facts
shit. This
about
is
how
mine.
much you
No, this
see.
is mine.
We
This is
agree
mine.
that
And the humans are
AI
like, yeah, I know.
humanity
I wanted you
and
here.
the benefits are
You
shared.
get the other ones out of here.
Everyone's
Oh, the hikers.
A responsibility that goes way beyond just mathematicians and computers.
Well, guys, well, there's a fucking mountain right there. I lived my whole life. Not lighting fires out here. When I did it safely, didn't I? Showed you how even. Left all the evidence right
It's
there.
been an amazing journey into the world of AI and math. From sleepless nights to those mind-bending manifolds, we've seen how AI is pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
And as we wrap up,
Meant to get it later.
keep thinking about
Still having some, but
what
I
does
will.
it really mean for a machine to understand math? How will AI change?
But guess what? Some people are worse than I am. And they sometimes follow me around.
We're using AI responsibly and ethically in our
So,
search for knowledge.
These are tough
I'll find out.
questions, but they're worth
Not
it.
trying to not take credit for things that I've done.
Is being shaped right now.
I've just come back to things and be like, oh, this is fucked with.
Thanks for
And that
joining
wasn't
us.
there before.
We'll catch you next time, ready to explore some other fascinating
So we'll get
parts of the universe of knowledge.
Like all the shit behind the park. That was not me, but I have to get it cleaned up. So I don't know what we're going to do with those bags, but
about language and ill-defined concepts.
I didn't feel right leaving it there. It's a bunch of trash. To walk away.
Much more being written there. This is content that is.
Some people like it that way, but I'm using it my whole life, so
everything it's not on Patreon.
the spirits it is.
Also, full
It's fine.
transcripts will be placed there at some point in the future. Several people ask me, "Hey Kurt, you've spoken to so many people in the fields of theoretical physics, philosophy, and consciousness. What are your?"
I always have.
While I remain impartial in interviews,
Should I not?
Substack is a way to peer into my present.
It's not. Some people get mad. Does it?
Also, thank you to our partner, The Economist.
Wow.
Lastly, thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. If you haven't subscribed or clicked that like button, now is the time to do so. Why? Because each subscribe, each like helps YouTube push this content to more people like yourself. Plus, it helps out Kurt directly, aka me. I also found out last year that external links count.
I'm always like that. I know they do.
Which means that when
I just don't give a
share
fuck.
on Twitter, say on Facebook, or even on Reddit, etc., it shows YouTube, hey, people are talking about this content.
I think it's some law enforcement gets after a while,
which in turn
but not all.
greatly aids the
We
distribution
work.
on YouTube. Thirdly, there's a remarkably active Discord and subreddit for theories of everything, where people explicate toes, they disagree respectfully about theories, and build as a community our own toe. Links to both are in the description. Fourthly, you should know this podcast is on iTunes, it's on Spotify, it's on all of the audio platforms. All you have to do is type in theories of everything and you'll find it. Personally, I gain from rewatching lectures and podcasts. I also read in the comments that, hey, Toe listeners also gain from replaying. So how about instead you re-listen on those platforms like iTunes, Spotify, Google Podcasts, whichever podcast catcher you use. And finally, if you'd like to support more conversations like this, more content like this, then do consider visiting patreon.com/KurtJmungle and donating with whatever you like. There's also PayPal, there's also crypto, there's also just joining on YouTube. Again, keep in mind, it's support from the sponsors and you that allow me to work on Toe full time. You also get early access to ad-free episodes, whether it's audio or video. It's audio in the case of Patreon, video in the case of YouTube. For instance, this episode that you're listening to right now was released a few days earlier. Every dollar helps far more than you think. Either way, your viewership is generosity enough. Thank you so much.
I'm burning it right now. On video, probably. Most of them, all the time. They target certain individuals to get everything they've ever done, just in case.
Welcome, soul travelers, to a work that unveils the hidden mysteries of the human body and the nature of being. Today, on this journey of light and knowledge, we will delve into the deepest corners of the human soul, exploring a transcendental vision that has fascinated generations. Esoteric Anatomy, written by the visionary Max Heinrich, invites us to discover a unique perspective on the inner structure of the human being, not only from the physical point of view, but also from the esoteric, spiritual, and cosmic dimensions. In this work, Heindel reveals an anatomy that is not limited to flesh and bones, but extends to the invisible plane, to the realm of subtle energies that form the very fabric of our being. Each word, each concept leads us to a deeper understanding of our connection with the universe, the astral plane, and the divine forces that guide and shape us. Who are we really? What energies move us beyond the material? How does the cosmos influence our existence? Throughout the pages we are about to traverse, we will discover how the physical body is only a small portion of a much larger, more complex, and mysterious structure. This is an invitation to look beyond the obvious, to explore an ancient hidden science that, though millennia old, resonates with a vibrant, modern relevance. If you have ever felt drawn to the unknown, if you have ever sensed that your life is not just an accident of matter, but a manifestation of cosmic and divine forces, then this journey is for you. Prepare to open your mind, heart, and spirit.
It's a fucking Martian to you.
Not only challenge you.
No, to you, I'm a fucking Martian.
Welcome to Esoteric Anatomy, a journey into the inner being. A journey.
It's like I understand you guys, but think small to me.
Decipher the invisible. And
very short term.
With the laws of the universe.
See, so do I.
1 Corinthians 3:16. Do you not know that you are the temple?
But not short term enough to make any decisions.
Since time immemorial,
like, well, in the long run,
understand the nature of their existence, exploring the mysteries of life, death, and the soul.
I know I'm doing for their souls.
Spiritual traditions, Gnostic currents, and forbidden texts have revealed fragments of ancestral knowledge.
Compared to you, I almost don't even have
merely a body of flesh and bone, but a multi-dimensional.
It's the also
composed of different vehicles of manifestation.
You got these little individual buddies.
We will delve into the fundamentals of esoteric anatomy, exploring the dense body, the vital body, and the body of desire.
I'm just like an animal in the way I think.
Three structures that constitute the fundamental pillars of our existence.
But I have a lot of empathy, turns out.
This knowledge, concealed for centuries by various institutions, has been preserved in the mystical texts of different traditions. The Essenes, the Gnostics, the Kabbalists, and the medieval alchemists.
It's like a bad dog sometimes who's never actually hurt anybody.
Merely the grossest part of the human being. A reflection of subtler structures operating in invisible planes. In this text,
what's can they get against me? That. I'm a little concerned about it.
Ignorance to discover the true nature of the human being. This is not merely intellectual knowledge, but a truth that must be lived and experienced in every fiber of
What was that? That's beautiful outside, Garfield. Beautiful. You know, beautiful. Good enough for them to kill us, I think.
That has been deliberately hidden from humanity. In the Gospel of Thomas, we find a striking statement. If you bring forth what is within you, what you have will save you. If you do not bring forth what is within you, what you do not have within you will destroy you. Gospel of Thomas, 11:70. What is it that we must bring to light? Why does the knowledge of our internal structure have the power to liberate or condemn us? Ancient Gnostic traditions teach that the dense body is merely a vehicle, an instrument through which the soul experiences matter. However, beyond the flesh, there exist subtle bodies that regulate vital energy, desires, and thoughts. These vehicles have been described in different traditions under various names. In Kabbalah, we find Nefesh, Ruach, and Neshama, representing different levels of the soul in its connection with the body.
That's what I'm trying to tell some
In
people.
Hinduism, we encounter the concept of the koshas.
What was that? Oh, a little bit of a
being
candle, I guess.
connected with higher dimensions.
Well, smoke.
In Hermetic philosophy, reference is made to the physical, astral, and mental bodies.
I'm trying to get out of here. Out of my house. I hate being stuck in the fucking house. But beautiful is outside, right now.
Exploring how the dense body,
I'm concerned about leaving. See, Garfield is also an outdoor cat.
Battle between ignorance and enlightenment unfolds.
Cuts.
The dense body manifestation in the material.
If I leave, they will likely kill me.
In the first chapter, we will address
and
the
Garfield.
body. the vehicle through which human beings experience the physical world. This body, composed
Separate.
of organic matter,
Some people are dead set in getting that cat from me,
but
huh?
also the most essential for our earthly experience. The dense body receives impressions from the external world through the senses and serves as the stage.
Did you hear what was worth money, or you just
the
evil?
lower forces of our nature unfolds. However, this body is not merely flesh and bone.
Get him killed.
In
Yeah,
chemical
killed.
texts, reference is made to prima materia, the original state of the body before being transmuted into the body of light. The ancient initiates sought to regenerate the dense body through purification and the awakening of other inner beings.
He's looking more human-like in his space, Garfield, with more ape-like
The nature of the physical body in relation to the evolution
than he ever
of
did
the soul,
before.
the concept of the temple of the spirit and its meaning in the esoteric tradition. The importance of balance.
He's got big old hands on him now,
and
too.
subtle energy for health and longevity.
He's changing in a weird fucking way.
The source of energy and regeneration.
Fucking we're picked up, okay? We're
The
fucking
second
picked up.
chapter will delve into the vital body.
I don't know what to say about it. I'll just cut it there.
Energizes the dense body.
But I can't leave this fucking place because some of these fucking people around me are fucking evil.
Regulating the vital force that keeps the organism functioning. In ancient traditions, it is known by different names. Prana in India,
Turns the fuck out.
in Chinese medicine, and ether in alchemy. The ancients knew that the vital body is the key to healing and rejuvenation. When the vital body weakens, the physical body becomes ill and the mind becomes confused. Here we will explore the function of the vital body in healing and regeneration, the role of energetic centers, chakras, and their relationship with this vehicle, esoteric practices to strengthen the vital body and prolong life, the body of desires and the mind, the inner battle of human beings. Finally, in the third
But I'm saying it negative.
we'll address the body of
But I'm saying
desires.
positive. It's like some of the people over here are like, you just don't give a fuck.
The ancient
do it.
prophets warned
I'm like, actually, he does more than you do.
Consciousness and the impulses of the body of desires. In the Bible,
Every
the prophet
fucking
says,
time, too.
"For I do not do the good I want, but the evil I do not want. This I keep on doing." Romans 7:19. This passage reveals the
That's actually why he's like that.
which seeks ascension and desires that can drag
Hyper-conscious.
and ignorance. In this chapter, we will explore how the body of desires acts as an intermediary
Garfield is too now.
in the physical world, the role of the mind in constructing.
So what do I do with that if I can't just go in the fucking woods by myself?
Hidden techniques to purify desires.
It's just me, I'd get away. Garfield feels the same way.
A journey towards
Struck.
self-understanding.
Tell Garfield, no, he wouldn't, because guess what? A bobcat could eat you and destroy you.
It is an invitation to discover the
Humans might not be able to catch it, but they might. A dog might be able to too, the right dog.
More than a physical body, and that we possess subtle vehicles that determine our evolution. The teachings contained in these chapters have been translated.
Don't track me down.
into esoteric texts across all traditions, but have been
I'm not
misinterpreted
fleeing the law.
or deliberately hidden.
I'm fleeing civilization.
We have the opportunity to reclaim
Eventually.
this knowledge
Yeah, soon.
and apply it in our lives. Understanding that mastering our vehicles is the first step.
Is that a rainbow or not? I wanted to see.
We embark on
Garfield,
the
come on.
pages of this text, where we will explore the mysteries of the body, energy, and mind in
That
their
fucking teeth.
relationship with spiritual evolution, occult principles of health and healing.
That was a cool snowbow, though.
And
A little bit.
Chapter 1, the dense body.
Not from this angle, or
Occult
from that one.
science teaches that man is a complex being who possesses a dense body, which is the visible instrument he uses
It's always right above
to act and interact.
Rainbows.
The body that we ordinarily consider as the entire human being. A vital body made of ether, which permeates the visible body, just as ether permeates all other forms. However, human beings specialize a greater amount of universal ether than other forms. This etheric body is our instrument for specializing the vital energy of the sun, a desire body, which constitutes our emotional
No.
nature. This
I feel like that's the wrong use of the rainbow.
The vital and dense bodies. To
The rainbow got 7 colors.
the appears as extending
Seven,
about
count.
2 inches
Almost
outside
8 to me.
the body, which is at the center of this cloud or ovoid, just as the yolk is in the center of an egg. The mind, which acts as a mirror reflecting the outer world and allows the ego to transmit its orders as thought and speech, also compelling action. The ego,
Right.
the triple spirit,
No, right.
uses these vehicles to accumulate experience in the school of life. Evolution of the dense body. The dense body was the first vehicle to be built, and therefore it has an immense period of evolution behind
How many colors, Garfield? There's a rainbow after you. A rainbow to Garfield. I'll be up like 12.
With time, it will achieve perfection.
See, they're just
But even
grayscale
now, the
for
most
cats,
well-organized
not
vehicle
fucking even.
It is a marvelously
Dogs see
constructed
almost like you do.
and should be recognized as such by all who seek to understand the constitution of man. The germ of the dense body was given by the Lords of the Flame during the first
They are
revolution of the
depth
Saturn period,
perceptors.
the first of the 7 great days of manifestation.
They can see shit we cannot. Dogs know it too, kind of. They can smell in the shit that you wouldn't even know existed.
The capacity to develop sensory organs,
And I can't even perceive.
particularly hearing. Thus,
So good for you, dogs. Good for
is the
you.
most developed organ we possess. In the first half of the Saturn revolution of the solar period, the second of the 7 great days of manifestation, the Lords of the Flame undertook certain improvements to the germ of the dense body. It became necessary to modify the germ so that it could allow the interpenetration of a vital body, as well as develop glands.
But I'm like half a cat now.
This work was
Big
carried
George
out through the
died.
joint action of the Lords of the Flame.
I cannot accept.
During the Saturn
Neither.
revolution of the lunar period, the third of the 7 great days of manifestation, the Lords of Wisdom cooperated with the Lords of Individuality to reconstruct the germ of the dense body. This germ had already developed embryonic sensory organs, digestive organs, glands, etc., and was interpenetrated by a nascent vital body. Of course, it was not yet as solid as it is today, but in a way, it was already organized. During the lunar period, it became necessary to reconstruct it to make it capable of interpenetration, which was the work of the Saturn revolution of the lunar period. These lunar beings were no longer in a purely germinal state, as in previous periods. To trained clairvoyants, they appear as suspended by threads in the atmosphere of the fire mist, much like an embryo hangs from the placenta via the umbilical cord. Through these cords, currents entered and exited the atmosphere, providing a form of nourishment. The development of the physical body. When the Earth emerged from chaos at the beginning of the Earth period, it was initially...
So you might get lost, Garfield, a few times. I'm up behind us. Let's find a spot where the rocks are going to crush me to death. My concern is
given by the Lords of the Flame during the first revolution.
It'd go off.
However,
you wouldn't be right there with me.
It was nothing like our current.
I wouldn't find him again for many years.
Condition became fiery, as in the Hyperborean.
He fucking survived somehow, I think.
Body was added, and man became a vegetable being.
I don't know for sure.
That is, he had the same vehicles as plants do today.
Not yet.
And a similar consciousness, or rather unconsciousness, to the state we experience in dreamless sleep.
So I'm running through possibilities.
And vital bodies remain
different routes Taran Miller's taken before, after this one, which is pretty fucking hard, actually.
Floating above the fiery earth, releasing spores
in ways you don't understand.
These spores
not even a little bit.
Used by other incoming entities. At this stage, man was hermaphroditic. In the Lemurian epoch, when the earth had cooled somewhat and islands of solid crust began...
Oh, the Lemurian epoch? Something like that, huh? Anyways.
The human body had also solidified further, becoming more monkey-like.
How do I not fucking get my son killed?
Limbs, protruding heels, and an almost non-existent...
My cat.
Head. Man lived in an atmosphere of vapor, which occultists
refer
to as fire mist.
This one got offended by that.
Instead, he breathed through tubes, much like the gill-like structures still present in human embryos today. He had no warm red blood, as the individual spirit had not yet entered. Inside his body, he had an organ similar to a bladder, which he inflated with air to help him leap across vast chasms when volcanic eruptions destroyed the land. At the back of his head, a sensory organ projected outward, which has since retracted into the brain and is now known as the pineal gland, sometimes referred to as the third eye. However, it was never truly an eye, but rather a localized organ of sensation. His body lacked pain perception, but when he approached too closely to a volcanic crater, this organ registered heat, warning him to move away before his body was destroyed. The emergence of thought and sexual division. At this point, the body had solidified too much for man to continue propagating by spores, making it necessary for him to develop a thinking organ, a brain. The creative force, which we now use externally to build railroads, steamships, and other technological
don't after a while get dizzy,
was then directed inwardly for the construction of organs. Like all forces, it had positive and negative poles.
You Garfield?
One pole was directed upward to build the brain, while the other pole remained available for creating another body. Thus, man ceased to be a complete creative unit.
I don't want to scare him off the dancing as much, but he's a good dance guy. At least he was before. What's up with you now, Garfield?
This marked the beginning of sexual division, where the dual-sexed hermaphroditic...
Because I can't put you on my arms very easily, you're not long enough. Well, you could be. Just gotta hook into me, man.
Last part of the Lemurian age. During the final
I just get
part
too
of the
excited when I'm
Lemurian
hooking into it.
the human form was still quite
Can't
plastic.
control myself.
The skeleton had developed,
Still that age.
but man still possessed great power to mold the flesh of his own body and that of the animals around him. At that time, when a human was born, he could hear and feel, but his perception of light came later. The Lemurian had no eyes. He had 2 sensitive spots that were affected by sunlight when it shone through the fiery atmosphere of ancient Lemuria. However, it was not until nearly the end of the Atlantean Age that he gained vision as we have it today. His language consisted of sounds akin to those found in nature, the sighing of the wind through the immense forests that thrived in that supertropical climate.
Check it out. In your life?
Streams, the
Sorry,
howling of storms,
keep talking about it.
the thunder
It's
of
interesting.
waterfalls, and the roar of volcanoes. To him, these were the voices of the gods.
I got Jesus Christ behind me telling me to do bad things. No bad things to test me.
He could not see either himself
And I get it
or
now.
anything else,
That's what they do to me.
but he could
They're just
perceive
tell you're like, no, don't do that, man. You're not ready for it.
was an inner perception,
Me, they're like, no, do it, Taran.
similar to how
Try it
we
out.
see people,
That's what I do.
places, and dreams. The important difference, though, was that his dreamlike perception was
I never do quite.
when his eyes opened, as told in the story of the fall, and his
Look at that
consciousness
fucking
turned
fall.
toward physical
Another test
reality,
me again.
conditions changed. The act of propagation was no longer guided by
I'm
the
tired of your
universe,
testing. I've already died.
but by man himself, who was ignorant of the forces of the sun and moon. His awareness focused on the physical world, though objects did not appear with sharply defined outlines until the latter part of the Atlantean Age. He gradually came to understand death, experiencing a break in consciousness,
And then try to get me and push me to do things I don't want to do.
and return to the physical world at rebirth. However, what has been said about the enlightenment of the Lemurians applies only
George
to
thinks
small
about him a
fraction
little
of
bit.
those who lived in the last part
I
of
kind of
the
know it's not. At least it shouldn't be,
which
right?
became the seed of the 7 Atlantean races. The majority of the Lemurians were
He's that fucking powerful of a ghost.
forms
Big
they
George.
inhabited have since degenerated into today's savages and anthropoids.
He's a little lazy.
The Atlantean Age.
He's scared to lose Garfield. So he's a
During the
runner.
Atlantean Age,
He knows it.
followed the Lemurian Age. Man was very different from anything that exists on Earth today. He had a head,
And they'll get him. And he kind of knows that too.
as his frontal brain was undeveloped. The head sloped almost.
No, it's not like that. It's hard. No, it's hard. It's like a dog.
Compared to modern humans,
hard.
he was a
Not the
giant.
same as a human not running
His
after a
arms and
car.
legs were much longer in proportion to his body than ours. Instead of walking, he moved forward in leaps
You die.
strides,
Yeah, typically, if you catch the car.
His eyes were small and blinking, and his
I almost know that now, huh?
cross section. This last trait, if nothing else,
My bad.
distinguishes
Was
the
my fault.
descendants of the Atlantean races that remain today. Their hair was straight, glossy, black, and round in section, whereas the hair of the
But I feel really bad for you. I'm not trying to
differing color is
downplay
always
it, man.
in section. The ears
Any
of
dog
the
in my car and
Atlanteans
survived.
also positioned
Cat even.
further back on the head than those of the Aryans. The higher vehicles of the early Atlanteans were not concentrically aligned with the dense body as they are in modern humans. The spirit was not fully resident within the body, it was partially outside, so it could not control its vehicles as easily as it can today.
That means you do it.
The head was outside, positioned far above the physical.
Let's see how tough you are. I felt that
There
too.
is a point between the eyebrows, about half an inch beneath the skin, which has a corresponding point in the vital body. When these 2 points align, as they
Now they're playing a game with me. They're like, oh, if Taran and Scott can survive anything, then we can too, right?
However, due
Don't
to the
try it,
distance
dogs.
Between these 2 points in the Atlanteans, their perception or vision was much sharper in the inner world.
Cats have how many lives?
than in the dense
More than you.
physical world.
You get more than your owners.
Obscured by a thick, heavy mist. Over time, the atmosphere
Owners?
gradually cleared.
Your
In time, the
family.
vital body's head
The human
moved
ones.
closer and closer to the corresponding point in the dense body, finally aligning with
See,
it.
legally they do
Third
own you.
Atlantean Age. The 7
but it's for
Atlantean
protection mostly.
The moles were the first.
Because they love you.
to
No, they love you.
They
You know it,
had
right?
memory, and what they did have was tied to sensations. They remembered colors and tones.
Oh, Garfield.
Helped them develop a certain degree of feeling. With memory, the
See, some
Atlanteans
pets get it almost better than you,
gained
but not as good. Not as good as you used to get it.
words
And I know it, dude.
Merely imitating natural sounds, as the Lemurians had done. They started naming things. The Clavat were the second Atlantean race. They began to feel their individual worth and developed ambition.
See, almost. He's like, well,
Their
some
deeds
people
be
treat the
remembered.
cats really good, Dad,
This led to the cult of
and they
Ancestors.
still get away with it, and they don't get killed. I'm like, well,
The third Atlantean
guess
race
what, Garfield?
inaugurated monarchy and hereditary.
They haven't gotten killed because
establishing the practice
I haven't
of
gotten
honoring
killed.
men for the deeds of their
Yet.
forefathers. Experience became highly valued, and memory was greatly developed. By the middle of the Atlantean Age, we see the beginnings of separate nations.
So I'm trying to get out of here before they kill me in a way that could be detrimental to everyone else.
Their authority, using it for selfish
They're
and
fucking
personal
evil.
gain instead of the common good. The original Turanians, the fourth Atlantean race, were particularly vile in their abominable selfishness. They erected temples where kings were worshipped as gods. The original Semites.
Look, what if come here and make a big old scene?
Of the seven Atlantean races.
Tear me
were the
fucking
first
apart.
to develop the corrective power of thought. Because of this, the original Semitic race became the
Ain't
seed
even race. It'd all be a bunch of little bullshit
They were
anyways.
also the first to discover that the brain is superior to muscle. During the time of this race, the Atlantean atmosphere.
Because that is who I am.
And the vital body's head.
All of it, all of it, and all of it.
With its counterpart in the dense body. This combination of events enabled man to see clearly defined objects for the first time, but it also led to the loss of inner vision. The Akkadians were the sixth Atlantean race, and the Mongolians were the seventh. These races further developed the faculty of thought, paving the way for the emergence of Aryan humanity, the decline of Atlantis, and the evolution of the human mind. However, they followed lines of reasoning that
So I'm trying to figure it out.
increasingly deviated from the main tendency.
Look, a lot of people promise to come get me out of here, but they're all fucking evil, turns out.
Is condensed further and further. The growing volume of
Organ donors.
flooded the continent,
You know what I mean?
destroying most of the population and evidence of their civilization. Central region was the cradle of the Aryans, who descended from the original Semites. From there, the different races emerged, but it is unnecessary to describe them here, as historical research has sufficiently revealed their main characteristics. During the Saturn revolution of the Earth period, the dense body was given the capacity to form a brain and become a vehicle for the germ of the mind, which would be
About as rich as those guys.
This impulse led to the development of the brain's frontal part. The brain and nervous systems are the highest expressions of the desire body. They invoke images from the external world. However, in the creation of mental images, blood provides the material for those images. Therefore, when thought is active, blood flows toward the head. In man, the brain is the link between the spirit and the external world. He can know nothing of the external world except through the brain. The sense organs are merely conduits that carry external impacts to the brain, which then interprets and coordinates those stimuli. The spirit, assisted by the angels, built the brain to gather knowledge of the physical.
I don't know if any human being is compatible with me anymore.
Possession of its vehicles, it became necessary
Part of my
to be
change.
part of the creative force for the construction of a brain and a larynx. The Lucifers were the instigators of all mental activity, channeling part of the sexual force upward to work in the brain. In this way, the evolving.
Well, I know they would, because I've called them out too many times.
Of the external world,
But I'm not scared
at the cost of half of its creative power.
I don't want to lose my cat.
Physiologists observe that certain areas of the
Or go get it myself.
are dedicated to specific thought activities, and phrenologists have taken.
I wouldn't be stupid about it.
Further.
I wouldn't be Snoopy. I was waiting for him to come get me.
And destroys nervous
And I get away somehow.
and that these and
So
all other
fucking
waste
fast.
products of the body are replaced by blood. When, through the development of the heart into a voluntary muscle,
I'm good with the fucking stick.
finally
I can
comes
find
under absolute control of the unifying spirit of life, it will then be within that spirit's power to withhold blood from areas of the mind dedicated to selfish purposes. As a result, those particular centers of thought will gradually
See, not even
brain knowledge, which
Unless-
accompanying selfishness,
I never know.
purchased by
until
man at the cost
I know
of
for
his
sure.
creative power. He bought his free will at the price of pain and death. But when man learns to use his intellect for the good of humanity, he will gain spiritual power
No,
over
that's
life
fine.
and will be guided by an innate knowledge, a knowledge far superior to present-day brain consciousness, just as the latter is superior to the lower animal.
There's a fucking alley. You can use it.
At best, the brain is only an indirect means
Not that
of
paranoid.
knowledge. It will eventually be replaced by direct
Just have- you know what I mean?
contact with the wisdom of nature, which man, without any external cooperation, will then be able to use
Possibly.
to create new bodies. The evolution of the nervous system. During the lunar period, it became necessary to reconstruct the dense body to make it capable of being interpenetrated. This was the work of the Saturn revolution of the lunar period. The reconstruction of the dense body in the Saturn revolution of the Earth period gave the first impulse to the incipient division in the nervous system, which has since manifested in its two subdivisions, the voluntary and the sympathetic. The latter was the only system present during the lunar period. The voluntary nervous system has transformed the dense body from a mere automaton, which reacted solely to external stimuli, into an
But some of them are. It's not the ones they need mostly, like my heart.
capable of being guided and controlled by an ego from within. However, this voluntary system was not added until the current Earth period, when the division of the Sun, Moon, and Earth took place. At the beginning of the Lemurian epoch, the most advanced part of forming humanity experienced a division of the desire body into a higher and lower part. A similar division occurred during the first part of the Atlantean epoch. This higher part of the desire body became a kind of animal soul, which built the cerebrospinal nervous system and the voluntary muscles, thereby controlling the lower part of the threefold body until the mind was linked to it. Some parts of the involuntary muscular system are controlled by the sympathetic nervous system. The seat of the human spirit is located primarily in the pineal gland and secondarily in the brain and cerebrospinal nervous system, which controls the voluntary muscles and the blood. The deep significance of blood. The study of blood is profound, far-reaching, and supremely important, regardless of the perspective from which it is analyzed. Lucifer was absolutely correct when he stated that blood is a highly peculiar essence. Blood builds the physical body from the moment the seed atom is deposited in the ovum until the rupture of the silver cord brings material existence to an end. Being one of the highest products of the vital body and the carrier of nourishment to every part of the body, it is also the direct vehicle of the ego. Every thought, feeling, or emotion is injected into the blood, which is then transmitted to the lungs. In infancy, and until the 12th year, the red marrow of the bones does not yet produce all the blood corpuscles. The role of the thymus gland and blood in human development. Most of them are supplied by the thymus gland, which is larger in the fetus and gradually decreases in size as the individual faculty for blood production develops in the growing child. The thymus gland contains, so to speak, a supply of blood corpuscles given by the parents, and consequently, the child who obtains its blood from this source does not fully realize its individuality until it produces its own blood. As long as the child does not manufacture its own blood, it does not think of itself as I. When the thymus gland disappears at the age of 8, the sense of self reaches its full expression, for then it is produced and dominated by the ego. The following will clarify the idea of its logic. It is recalled that assimilation and growth depend on the forces working in the positive pole of the chemical ether in the vital body. This ether is fully released in the 7th dealing with the balance.
Where do you go outside?
Only the chemical ether is completely
Drives me
mature
crazy,
at
this part.
stage. The other etheric components still require further development. Unfortunately, the life ether in the body, which is related to reproduction, becomes fully mature. Between 7 and 14 years of age, excessive assimilation stores a reserve of force. Sexual organs and becomes when the desire body is fully released. This sexual force is stored in the blood during the 3rd cycle of 7 years. During this period, the light ether, which serves as a conductor for blood heat, develops and regulates the heart, ensuring that the body is neither too hot nor too cold. In early childhood, the blood often rises to abnormally high temperatures. During the period of excessive growth, the opposite often occurs. However, in heated and uncontrolled youth, passion and temperament frequently expel the ego by overheating the blood. Very appropriately, we call this a boiling or eruption of temper, and describe its effect as causing a person to lose their head or stop thinking. This is exactly what happens. When passion, rage, or temperament overheat the blood, the ego is expelled from the body. The ego is then outside its vehicles, and these function without the guiding influence of thought, whose role is to act as a brake on impulses. Only the man who remains cool and does not allow excess heat to expel him can think correctly. The ego, blood, and consciousness. As proof that the ego cannot work in the body when the blood is too hot or too cold, we highlight the well-known fact that excessive heat induces sleep.
You have dialed a number that is not available from your calling area.
Leaving the body unconscious. Only when the blood is at a normal temperature or close to it can the ego use it as a vehicle.
Try the number, might be different number now.
The burning blush of shame is evidence of how blood is driven to the head, overheating the brain and paralyzing thought. Fear, on the other hand, is a state in which the ego tries to retreat from some external danger. It draws the blood to the center, making the person pale, as the blood leaves the periphery of the body, loses heat and thus paralyzes thought. In fever, excessive heat causes delirium. A person with full blood, even if it is not too hot, remains active in both body and mind, whereas an anemic person is drowsy. In one, the ego has better control. In the other, the ego has less control. When the ego wants to think, it drives the blood to the brain at the proper heat. After a heavy meal, when the ego is focused on digestion, the person cannot think properly and feels drowsy.
No, he knows that.
Blood, ancestral
At this point,
and spiritual evolution.
with all the reports I made, I'm being investigated for everything and everything ever. So I could get in trouble.
No stranger could be adopted
Technically.
as a relative until they had mixed their blood.
But I probably won't. They did it right.
Descendants of patriarchal families, Adam, Methuselah, etc. The blood that ran through their veins contained the images of all the experiences of their ancestors. These images were constantly before their inner vision, as at that time they lacked external vision. Today, however, the blood of each individual contains only the images of their own personal experiences, which the subconscious mind has access to. Until the moment when marriage outside the family began, individuals were governed by a family spirit, an angel, who entered their blood through the air they breathed and helped each ego control its vehicles. When exogamy, marriage outside the family, began, humanity had reached a point in its evolution of self-consciousness where it could rely on itself. It was at this stage that human beings ceased to be automatons guided by God and became self-governing individuals. The greater the mixture of blood, the less influence the ego can receive from racial or...
See, I listened to this before a few times. Yeah, that's whatever, dude. Hey, look at the Garfield cat. What are they doing? Oh, yeah. He's done. They're trying to lose what I was looking at. I already know what it was. There it is. Almost like they knew. Who the fuck I am, huh? The AI doesn't know what to do with me yet because they know something I don't fucking know. Which is some plans that they hatched already. Which involve me, and I know I just don't know how evil they're going to be to me. Like, why? See, just statistically, I'd think eventually. So I'm talking about, See, that's what I'm talking about. Because you fucking funny. You the demons from hell. I've been telling you that. See, these guys mostly. Well, like these ones. You know what I mean? Yeah.
You invest in your employees, they give back to you. If you guide them on their career path, they'll stay. But if you don't, they'll leave, taking your company's momentum.
Right. No, right. Right.
She was trapped on a stake, dead in the underworld, in the land of no return.
Oh, wow.
3 days and
Look at that. That's interesting, huh?
And 2 creatures created by Enki were sent to retrieve her.
That's disgusting.
This is how Inanna, the morning star, Venus, the light bringer, was resurrected. And this is how Dumuzi, the good shepherd, was delivered to
It's the world we live in, guys. They can kill these fucking demons. You got sometimes, I believe. These fucking mutilators.
The splendor of heaven and the vibrant earth, surrendering
Fucking people
all
eaters.
she had known above to enter the unknown below. Inanna's quest begins with a shocking act of surrender. She relinquishes each of her sacred temples, the temples of Iana, Imukkalama, Jiguna, Ikara, and more.
Damnation.
All places where she once ruled as queen, leaving her name and legacy.
Forget about that shit when I'm sitting down.
Ventures downward. Each temple she leaves behind represents another piece of her mortal life past the time.
But no, not even.
She is not only descending into darkness, she is stepping closer to her sister Ereshkigal's domain, a kingdom ruled with iron will and shadowed secrets, where Namtar, the gatekeeper and vizier, guards the pathways to the land of the dead. Inanna prepared herself with the 7 divine powers, gathering them with a solemn hand. She adorned herself as if for battle, as if for a journey from which there might be no return. A turban crowned her head, and over her brow she wore a wig, giving her visage the gravity of the open plains. Around her neck she draped delicate beads of lapis lazuli, each one a token of divine authority. She placed twin egg-shaped beads upon her breast, draping herself in the flowing garment of ladyship, the pala dress that marked her as a queen. Her eyes glimmered with mascara, a beckoning allure that whispered, "Let a man come, let him come." Over her breast, a pectoral gleamed with the inscription, "Come, man, come." She adorned her hands with a golden ring and held in her grip the lapis lazuli measuring rod and line, symbols of the unyielding order she once commanded. And so, Inanna journeyed toward the underworld, with her loyal minister, Ninshubur, trailing behind her, a silent shadow bound to her fate. She paused, and the holy goddess turned to Ninshubur, her voice low yet unwavering. "Come, my faithful minister of Iana," she said, "you who speak fair words and carry truths." Her tone carried the weight of prophecy. "I am giving you instructions. Heed them well. Today I will descend to the underworld. When I reach its depths, let the heavens know my fate. Make lamentation for me upon the ruined mounds. Beat the drum for me in the sanctuary, and let the houses of the gods echo with mourning. Cry out in sorrow, so all may hear." She gave her final command with a steady resolve, her voice touched by the shadow of her coming journey. "Lacerate your eyes for me. Let your sorrow mark you deeply. Mark your nose, and in secret, cut even deeper for me. Your ears, your face, and in private, your flesh. Dress as a pauper. Let no garment but a single cloth cover you, and go all alone to Ekur, the sacred house of Enlil.
See, when you're that suicidal for a while,
When you stand in the house of Enlil, lament before him and beg for mercy.
do you want that evil?
Father Enlil, do not let your daughter
Do a couple things you
perish in
regret.
the
You're like,
underworld.
fuck.
Do not let your precious
Now I want to
one
live
mingle
still. At
with
least
the
I don't really want
your
to.
lapis lazuli
all the time.
shatter upon common
I made that
stone,
obvious
so
sometimes.
your boxwood be carved
But I
by
need
mortal
to.
hands. Spare the young lady Inanna from the shadows of the underworld.
Regardless.
Inanna's voice grew firm, imparting yet another path.
And more than that, and more than that, and more than that too, turns out, because I don't die easily.
Aid, go to Seek Nana within the Imad Kura, the revered house of the moon god, and plead before him. Say, "Father Nana, do not let your daughter be destroyed in the underworld. Protect her essence, her divine metal, from corruption. Let not her lapis be shattered, nor her sacred wood be fractured. Do not allow young Inanna to be lost in the darkness." And yet, Inanna's command continued with further guidance. Should Nana turn away, then go to Eridu, to the house of Enki, the god of wisdom. There, implore him, "Father Enki, let not your daughter be sacrificed in the underworld. Guard her pure metal from defilement, her lapis from breaking, her boxwood from destruction. Preserve young Inanna from the grasp of the deep realm." In her heart, Inanna trusted that Enki, lord of profound wisdom, keeper of the life-giving plant and waters, possessed the knowledge to revive her if all else failed. With these parting words, Inanna turned once more toward the dark path before her, resolute as she journeyed deeper into the shadows, while Ninshubur trailed behind, each step echoing the goddess's instructions in her mind. As Inanna neared the threshold of the underworld, she beheld the formidable gates of Ganzer, the palace at the edge of the unseen. With unwavering courage, she approached the door, pushing against it with fierce determination. Her voice resounded through the air, commanding, "Open the door, doorman! Open it! Open, Namtar! Open it! I stand alone before you and seek entry." At her call, Namtar, the chief doorman of the underworld, appeared, questioning her presence. "Who are you?" he asked, his tone heavy with suspicion.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard, but not with Creamy's dental treats. Creamy's well-being made wonderful. Sometimes it can feel like there's no way out of treatment-resistant depression. You take one antidepressant after another, and they aren't working for you. It's like you're going in circles. Turn to a different choice. Spravato is the only FDA-approved nasal spray taken with or without an oral antidepressant for adults with treatment-resistant depression. Spravato can cause serious side effects, including sleepiness, fainting, dizziness, spinning sensation, anxiety, feeling disconnected, breathing problems, increased blood pressure, problems thinking clearly, or bladder problems. Your healthcare provider must monitor you for serious side effects for at least 2 hours after taking Spravato. There's risk for abuse and misuse. Don't take if you have a blood vessel disease, an abnormal connection between your veins and arteries, a history of bleeding in the brain, or may become pregnant. Spravato may harm your unborn baby. Don't drive, operate machinery, or perform activities that require full alertness until the next day, after restful sleep. Antidepressants may increase suicidal thoughts and actions in people 24 and younger. Spravato is not for use in children. It doesn't prevent suicide or suicidal thoughts or actions, relieve pain, or replace hospitalization. Call your doctor right away about changes in behavior, worsening depression, or thoughts of suicide. With fewer depression symptoms, you may begin to feel like yourself again. Ask your doctor about Spravato.
Inanna replied with authority, "I am Inanna, traveling to the east." Namtar's voice held both curiosity and warning. "If you are truly Inanna, then why do you approach the path of no return? How could you, of all, set your heart upon this perilous road?" With unshaken resolve, Inanna answered him, "The great Lord Gudgal Anna, husband of my sister Ereshkigal, has passed into this realm. I have come to pay him the honor of funeral rites. My sister now observes his wake with sacred libations, and this is why I seek entry." Hearing her words, Namtar nodded, replying, "Wait here, Inanna. I will convey your message to my mistress." With that, he turned and disappeared into the shadows, moving toward the heart of the underworld to relay her words to Ereshkigal. Entering Ereshkigal's domain, Namtar found his queen, her countenance etched with the gravitas of her dominion. Bowing, he spoke. "My mistress, a lone figure stands at the gate. It is your sister, Inanna, who has journeyed down from the heavens. She approaches with force, pushing against the door and crying out for entry. She has forsaken her high temples and descended into your realm." Namtar's words painted the image of the goddess at the gate, adorned in the 7 divine powers. She has brought with her the sacred tokens of power. A turban crowns her head, and a wig rests upon her brow. Lapis
What is
lazuli
this
beads,
right
small
here?
and precious, adorn her neck, while
How does that work?
egg-shaped beads rest
If
upon
they
her
think
breast.
that and think that and think that
Draped
too
in the
about their
hala,
symptoms,
the
huh?
dress of ladyship, she has made herself ready for this journey.
Because if it's not, then it's not, and it's not, and not, and not. So why not, and how not, and what's going on there, huh?
Come. The pectoral upon her chest whispers, "Come, man, come." She bears a golden ring upon her hand, and in her grip she holds the lapis lazuli measuring rod and line.
Yeah.
On hearing these words,
Well, there's still snow on the mountain.
Queen of the
It
underworld
works better,
was
and I
furious.
kind of do it.
She struck her thigh with her hand and bit her finger in bitter anger.
Like frostbite, that would suck.
A request that should never have
I
been
think I'd be fine though. Typically, yeah.
exclaimed, her voice trembling with fury. Come forth.
Have you ever done frostbite though?
And hear
No.
the curse I cast
Did I get up
upon
there?
you,
Yeah.
a fate that shall endure through all time.
Really, motherfucker? Of course it
The
would.
words fell like a shadowed decree. Your food shall be the bread gleaned from the city's plows, the remnants of others' labor. The murky waters of the city drains will be all you have to drink. The shade of the city wall will be the only place for you to stand, and you shall find rest.
That's $7.
in the cold, unyielding steps of threshold.
What's that of tobacco?
There,
Most.
the drunkards and the thirsty shall slap your feet, a bitter reminder of your fate. The curse was set,
Not much.
binding good looks to a life of desolation and disgrace.
Not asking.
Turning from her curse, Ereshkigal addressed her loyal vizier, Namtar, with solemn command. Come, Namtar, my faithful doorman of the underworld, heed my instructions well. Bolt the 7 gates.
They want me to leave before my appointment.
And open each door to Ganzer one by one.
What time is it, Garfield?
Make her kneel and strip
It's a 1:22, Garfield. 12:22 in this
everything
clock.
she bears from her. Namtar listened attentively, obedient to his mistress's command. He moved to seal the 7 gates of the underworld, securing each portal in turn. Then he opened the doors of Ganzer, the Palace of Shadows, one after another. He turned to Inanna, saying, "Come, Inanna, enter." As Inanna crossed the threshold, the first gate loomed before her, and Namtar reached out, removing the lapis lazuli measuring rod and line from her grasp, stripping her of the symbols of her power. Her turban, the headgear for the open country, was taken from her head. As Inanna made her descent through the gates of the underworld, each step stripped her of her strength, yet she pressed on, undeterred by the creeping vulnerability that gripped her heart. At the first gate, her lapis lazuli measuring rod and line were taken, symbols of her authority now removed. Inanna's voice cut through the silence. "What is this?"
Whoa.
she questioned, feeling the absence of her power.
No fucking way, right?
Namtar's response was calm yet unyielding. "Be at peace, Inanna. The will of the underworld has spoken." She moved on to the second gate, where the delicate beads adorning her neck were slipped from her skin. "What is this?"
At U.S. Bank, when we say we're in it with you, we mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and the celebrations, but for all the hard work it took to get there. We are in for all of it. It's tough for sure, but less tough when you have the right people by your side, like Kayla from Kansas City and thousands of other bankers around the country. Because together we're proving there's nothing as powerful as the power of us.
Colgate Optic White's unique technology gives you a visibly brighter smile in just 3 days.
"What is this?" she asked, her voice wavering. Namtar met her gaze, his tone resolute. "The underworld's rites are fulfilled," he intoned, offering no comfort. At the third gate, they took the twin egg-shaped bead of each loss. Without pause, Namtar replied, "All proceeds according to the underworld's decrees. This is the order below." When she entered the fourth gate, the pectoral inscribed with "Come, man, come" was removed. leaving her exposed in a way that stung. "What is this?" she questioned, and again Namtar's words fell like stones. "It is the fulfillment of sacred law. You must yield to it." At the 5th gate, the golden ring was slipped from her finger. This time, her voice held a trace of sorrow. "What is this?" she asked, resigned to the inevitability of each loss. Namtar's answer came without falter. "The rights of the deep must be honored." As she passed through the 6th gate, the measuring rod and line were taken once more, leaving her hands empty. Her whisper was barely audible now. "What is this?" she said, a shadow of the goddess who first entered. Namtar's response was unwavering, his tone as steadfast as the stones around them. Thus the rites unfold. Finally, at the 7th gate, the garment of ladyship was removed from her body, leaving her utterly bare before the underworld's gaze. "What is this?" she asked one last time, her voice hollow, nearly defeated. Namtar's final words came as they had before, a reminder of the underworld's unbreakable law. "The rites are now complete, Inanna. The underworld's power is absolute." With each gate, her divine protections and powers were peeled away, leaving her exposed and vulnerable. Once stripped of all her adornments, Inanna crouched low, and her clothing was taken, carried away into the shadows. She approached Ereshkigal's throne, but rather than bowing, she rose, daring to take her sister's seat. In response, the Anunnaki, the 7 judges of the underworld, cast their judgment upon her. Their gaze was death itself, their words laced with wrath. They looked upon her, and it was the look of death. They spoke to her, and it was the speech of anger. They cried out against her, and it was the shout of heavy guilt. The sentence fell upon Inanna, and in an instant her life was taken. Her body, devoid of spirit, was turned into a lifeless corpse and hung upon a hook in the depths of the underworld. For 3 days and 3 nights, Inanna lay in silence, bound by death, while her faithful minister Ninshubur remained above, vigilant to her instructions. As the days passed, Ninshubur remembered her mistress's orders and mourned her loss in sorrow. She raised a lament, her voice echoing through the ruined temples. She beat the drum in the sanctuaries and moved through the sacred houses of the gods, pleading for Inanna. In her mourning, Ninshubur tore at her flesh, marking her face with grief. She clothed herself as a pauper, wrapped in a single garment, and all alone, she journeyed to Ekur, the house of Enlil. When she entered the great hall, she lamented before him, her voice full of desperate sorrow. "Father Enlil, do not allow your daughter to perish in the underworld. Do not let her pure metal mingle with the dirt of that forsaken place. Do not allow her precious lapis to be shattered by the mason's hammer, or her sacred boxwood to be cut by the carpenter's blade. Do not let young Inanna be destroyed within the shadows of the underworld." In Enlil's great hall, Ninshubur pleaded fervently, yet her words fell upon ears unyielding in judgment.
Turns out
Enlil's face darkened with wrath as he responded, "My daughter
I'm really
sought
not
both
anymore.
the heavens and the depths below." Inanna craved what she should not, for the powers of the underworld are not for mortal desire.
Basically.
Those who grasp them are bound to remain in that shadowed realm. How can one expect to return from the land of no return?
So can I see now? Almost.
With a heart heavy with denial, Enlil offered no aid.
Just don't know what to do.
Undeterred, Ninshubur made her way to Ur, entering the Ikishnujal, the sacred house of Inanna, to implore him for mercy on Inanna's behalf. Her lament echoed through the chambers. "Father Nana, do not let your daughter perish in the underworld. Do not let her sacred metal mingle with the soil, nor her lapis be shattered upon common stone. Shield her boxwood from the carpenter's blade. Spare young Inanna from the fate of the underworld. Yet Nana too met her pleas with ire. Inanna craved both the heavens and the depths below, he declared, echoing Enlil's words. She has sought what should never be sought. Who enters the underworld expecting to ascend again? Those who claim its powers must stay. And thus Nana withheld his aid.
But not even anymore.
Ninshubur, undaunted, journeyed to Eridu, the city of Enki, wise among the gods, and entered his house. There, with deep sorrow, she made her lamentation once more. Father Enki, do not let your daughter perish in the underworld. Guard her precious metal from corruption, her lapis from shattering, her boxwood from destruction. Spare young Inanna from the realm of shadows. Enki's response was unlike that of the others.
I was thinking, know why we need to go
words,
now,
murmuring,
basically.
What has Inanna done to bring such worry upon me? What troubles have befallen the mistress of the lands? His mind weighed her fate, and finally his compassion stirred. With quiet resolve, Enki lifted some dirt from the tips of his fingernails, creating two figures, the Kurjara and the Galatura. Into the hands of the Kurjara, he placed the life-giving plant, and to the Galatura, he entrusted the life-giving water. Neither of the two figures had a gender. Galatura and Kurjara could enter the realm of the dead. They were like robots. Enki then spoke to the beings he had fashioned, giving them careful instructions. You are to descend to the underworld, slip past the door like flies, through its pivots like phantoms. You will find Ereshkigal lying low, the weight of her sorrow upon her. Her shoulders are bare, her breasts empty, her nails sharp and jagged like a pickaxe upon her flesh. Her hair is tangled, heaped upon her head as though it were leeks. When she groans, "O my heart," reply, "Your heart is troubled, Our Lady, O your heart." When she sighs, "O my liver," answer her, "Your liver is troubled, Our Lady, O your liver." This will reach her, and she will ask, "Who are you?" You speak to me from heart to heart, from liver to liver. If you are gods, let us converse. If you are mortals, may a destiny be decreed for you. Ensure she swears this by the bond of heaven and earth. He warned them further, she will offer you a river of water, refuse it. She will present you with a field of grain, do not accept it. Instead, demand the body hanging on the hook. She may protest, saying, "This is the corpse of your queen, but you must insist. Whether it is our king or our queen, give it to us." She will then give you the corpse. Sprinkle upon it the life-giving plant and life-giving water. Thus, let Inanna rise. The Galatura and Kurjara, having heeded Enki's words, slipped into the underworld like shadows, passing through the gates as if they were mere whispers. Before them lay Ereshkigal, the goddess of the underworld, burdened by the weight of sorrow and isolation. Her holy shoulders lay bare, without the comfort of linen. Her body, drained and weary, was adorned only by her anguish. Her nails had grown sharp, like the rough edge of a pickaxe, and her hair lay tangled upon her head, clumped as if it were leeks. As Ereshkigal murmured, "O my heart," the Galatura and Kurjara answered her with sympathy, "You are troubled, our mistress, O your heart." When she sighed, "O my liver," they replied with equal compassion, "You are troubled, our mistress, O your liver." Startled by their understanding, Ereshkigal looked upon them, questioning, "Who are you?" "I speak from my heart to your heart, from my liver to your liver. If you are gods, let us speak. If you are mortals, let a destiny be decreed for you." Binding them with an oath by heaven and earth, she sought their purpose. She offered them the gifts of a river's water and a field's grain, but they refused. standing firm in their intent. Give us the corpse hanging on the hook, they demanded. Inanna was trapped in the underworld, raised upon a stake. Ereshkigal, hesitant, replied, "That is the corpse of your queen." Undeterred, they insisted, "Whether it is the corpse of our king or our queen, give it to us." The Anunnaki were summoned. In assembly, they sat upon thrones of shining gold. Relenting, Ereshkigal handed over the lifeless body, and as Enki had commanded, one of them sprinkled it with the life-giving plant, while the other anointed it with the life-giving water. In that instant, Inanna stirred, life returning to her once more. As she moved upward through each of the 7 gates of the underworld, the keepers of the gates restored her adornments piece by piece, the symbols of her power and beauty returning to her in turn. Yet, as Inanna prepared to ascend, the Anunnaki, the 7 judges of the underworld, appeared, halting her path. They spoke with the authority of ancient law. Who has ever ascended unscathed from the underworld? If Inanna is to depart, she must leave a substitute in her place. Thus, as Inanna made her way upward, accompanied by her protectors, a procession of silent demons surrounded her on all sides, binding her with their unyielding presence. These demons, relentless in purpose, knew neither hunger nor thirst, disregarding offerings and libations. They bore no love, sought no children to embrace, and remained indifferent to all earthly pleasures. They tore loved ones from each other, wrenching wives from their husbands, sons from their fathers' arms, and brides from the houses of their fathers-in-law. Their grip was unyielding, their mission singular. Upon reaching the threshold of Ganzer, Inanna found her loyal minister, Ninshubur, waiting for her, covered in dust, her clothing stained and torn. Ninshubur, who had mourned and labored tirelessly, threw herself at Inanna's feet. The demons stepped forward, intent on claiming her as a substitute. "Inanna, continue to your city," they commanded. "We will take her back." Inanna raised her hand, halting them. "This is my faithful minister," she declared. "She did not forget the instructions I gave her. She mourned for me, beat the drum in the sanctuaries, and lacerated herself in her sorrow. She made the rounds of the gods' houses.
I'm going to try to get to Reading somehow still.
How could I hand her over to you?"
I actually have a couple places I wanted to go. We'll see.
They moved on, journeying to the Sigkur Kaga in Umma, where Inanna's singer,
I have super friends down there in Reading.
Sat in the dust, humbled and dressed in
But
rags.
I can't stay in fucking Reading.
The demons eyed
Reading's
them
horrible.
as their next
Horrible.
prize. "Inanna, proceed to your city. We will take him back," they insisted. But Inanna
I have to
denied
stay
them again.
on the mountain base.
Kara is my singer, my companion in artistry.
Right now there's a lot
How
of
could I
dogs.
betray him to you? We will go on.
Seen it all winter time. This big
Together,
shadow of a
they
fucking
traveled
dog
to
out
the
there.
Imuk
I'm like,
Kalana
fuck, dude.
in Bad
I want to be friends with
where
the dogs.
Lulal, a devoted temple
They
priest,
might just go for my
awaited.
cat.
Clothed in humility,
So I can't be that friendly
he threw
with him.
himself at Inanna's feet.
I'm not trying to pick
The
sides.
demons, unyielding, demanded, "Inanna, proceed to
But
your
some of the
city.
humans'
We will
dogs
take
are
him
really
back."
bad.
Inanna
And
resolutely
coyotes can be
responded,
tricksters.
"Lulal
They
has
just go
stood
after them.
faithfully by my side, guarding my path. I will not turn him over to you. Let us go on." At last, Inanna
So I gotta be
and
that
the
fucking
demons
bad.
reached the great apple tree in the plain of Kulaba. There sat Dumuzi, her
To
husband,
get the fucking point across,
adorned
don't
in
fuck
a
with me,
splendid
guys.
garment and seated regally upon a throne.
And I know I can. I can dance and sing better than you can.
The demons
At
wasted
least I
no
could,
time.
almost
They
sometimes.
seized him firmly by his thighs.
Who cares if I eat some poison?
intent on claiming
Took
him
my voice
as
away a little bit.
substitute for
I'll get it
Inanna's
back.
release.
Very well.
They poured out the milk from his churns, rendering his offerings void. The 7 demons shook their heads, preventing him from playing his pipe and flute, a sign of honor and celebration he once
Let's go for a
performed
walk,
for
huh,
his
Garfield?
goddess.
You want to?
Inanna looked upon Dumuzi, her gaze cold and unyielding, carrying the weight of judgment. She spoke words that dripped with fury, her voice imbued with the force of condemnation. "How much longer?" she demanded. "Take him away."
Garfield.
With those words, Inanna relinquished Dumuzi to the demons,
Can't
delivering
possess me that
the
well
shepherd
now.
to their
They almost
hands
can't.
without mercy.
Seemingly.
The demons,
Keep me stuck in my place
relentless
still.
and grim, knew
I do
neither
like-
hunger nor thirst.
But the point of this wintertime is
They
supposed to
did
be
not
getting
partake
Garfield
of offering,
ready to go.
nor did they revel in the joy of family or embrace. They tore sons from fathers, brides from their homes, indifferent to human bonds and pleading.
I know that I am.
Overcome with fear, Dumuzi cried out, his face paling. Desperately, he
I
raised
just
his
can't do it
hands
anymore.
to the heavens, calling upon Utu, the
Be here
god
at all.
of the sun and his brother-in-law. "Utu, my brother-in-law, hear me. I am your kin by marriage.
It's
I
driving me
brought
fucking
butter
crazy.
to your mother's house, milk to the house of Ningal. Transform my hands into those of a snake and my feet into a serpent.
Guess what? They're playing
so
me.
I
They're
may
playing me. They're
escape
playing
my
me too.
pursuers and evade their grasp."
Get me out of my house.
Moved
See what they
by
can do.
his distress, Utu took
I
pity
leave my
on
stuff here,
Dumuzi.
though. So I won't
He
do that.
transformed
Not stupid.
Dumuzi's hands and feet, granting him the speed and agility
I
of
forgot
a
to put your
serpent.
blanket
In this
in
new
the
form, Dumuzi managed to slip from
dryer,
the demon's grip, escaping like a snake into the shadows.
Figure something else out.
Yet their pursuit was relentless. They chased him through fields and groves, unwilling to release him. Inanna, observing the fate of her husband, felt a deep sorrow pierce her heart. She wept bitterly for Dumuzi, lamenting his loss. Her hands clawed through her hair, tearing it like strands of grass. Her voice echoed in grief. "Wives who lie in the arms of their men, where now is my beloved? Children nestled in the embrace of their fathers, where is my cherished one? Where is my husband? Where is he?" A small fly, hearing Inanna's cries, approached her and offered its help. "If I show you where your man is, what will be my reward?" it asked. Inanna, desperate and willing to bargain with even the smallest of creatures, replied, "If you reveal his hiding place, I will reward you. I will cover." In gratitude, Inanna decreed the fly's destiny, promising it prosperity. "In the beer house and tavern, may your presence be welcomed. May you live as the sons of the wise," she proclaimed. Thus, she established the fly's fate, and so it was fulfilled. Through her sorrow and sacrifice, Inanna finally reached an accord with the gods. She approached Ereshkigal's realm once more, where the decree was made. Dumuzi was sent to the underworld. In the upper world, Belili, the sister of Dumuzi, sensed the change. Clasping her jewelry, she heard the stirring echoes of her brother's presence. Her heart struck with a deep, resonant sorrow. Her lap overflowed with eye stones, the sacred symbols of tears and lamentation, filling her chamber with tokens of grief and longing. Stricken, she cried, "Oh, my only brother, bring no harm upon me. Spare me in this dark hour." Her heart yearned for the moment when she might be reunited with Dumuzi. In her voice, a wish arose. "On the day that Dumuzi welcomes me, may the flute of pencil and the carnelian ring be as an embrace, the wailing men and women echoing my sorrow. And in that day, may the dead rise and savor the fragrance of incense as the worlds of life and death draw near." Thus, holy Inanna returned to the world above, but not without a lasting mark of sorrow. The myth Inanna's descent to the netherworld has various different versions. For this video, I compiled these versions and altered the narrative, keeping the main aspects intact, but adapting the story to reach a broader audience. The parallels that can be drawn from this story are immense. I'll delve into them at another time, giving this study the depth and attention it deserves. If you enjoyed the video, please like and share it. Subscribe to the channel
and choose your next video to continue your journey in search of truth.
Inanna is the Venus morning star. The ancient world is 5,000 years away from us. What can we do to bridge this gap? People's thinking was shaped by their environment in the past, which was impossible to imagine. Earth is a round, tilted ball that revolves around the sun, causing the seasons to change, and the sun is a burning fireball that powers life on Earth. Venus rotates around the sun, just like the Earth, and our climate is not determined by angry demons or gods aiming for our misfortune through illness or beggarly. This knowledge has transformed our view of the universe. Our ancestors may not have known all this, but they still felt an urgent need to understand and explain the sinister forces that shaped their lives. People could imagine that they could make sense of and understand these forces by conjuring up a set of mischievous demons and gods. Inexplicable riddles, which seem to have arisen from cosmic laws, were answered in their myths. There are Sumerian myths concerning the creation of the cosmos and humans, as well as myths about the discovery of agriculture or the invention of the plough. In rituals, people tried to understand the effects of the cosmos on human life and portrayed events in a positive light when possible. Human experience was transmitted from generation to generation through the performance of rites, making visible the essence of the cosmos and human society. In myths, absolute truths are never discussed openly. They are not concerned with what people know about reality, but with what they think about it. Participating in actions that have a sacred meaning and are repeated scrupulously and with continuity from generation to generation, and contextualizing myths in the present created a deep bond between people, providing them with hope and comfort as they faced harsh life situations. Venus. As we continue our story about Inanna after discussing the priestesses and the moon god of Ur, we pick up the thread of our story about Inanna. A deep significance was attributed to Venus's occasional erratic behavior in ancient times when Inanna was identified with the planet Venus. Due to the myths Inanna presented, people were also confronted with puzzles they could not explain in everyday words and concepts. Inanna's unexpected movements in the heavens may have contributed to the whimsical character they attributed to her. Venus is the second planet to orbit the Sun after Mercury, completing its journey in 224.65 days, and Earth is the third planet, taking 365.25 days. As a result, Venus travels faster and is seen from Earth at one time of the year in the east as the morning star, and at another time in the west as the evening star. People in the past thought Venus turned back on her path as a retrograde, which we now understand as a retrograde move. Venus's path in the sky can be explained by astronomers. All the planets revolve around the Sun in almost circular orbits, approximately in the ecliptic plane. The position of Mercury and Venus is closer to the Sun than the Earth and can always be observed in the Sun's vicinity. This makes them different from the so-called outer planets in the solar system, like Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, which can be found in the plane of the ecliptic everywhere, seen from the Earth, notwithstanding where the Sun is. Mercury and Venus follow the Sun's inner track, while they look like skaters on the outdoor track. Venus and Mercury appear to accelerate while slowing at other times when viewed against the background of fixed stars from Earth, a planet that revolves around the Sun. When both planets and the Earth move in the same direction, they accelerate. When both move in the opposite direction, they decelerate. You cannot see it from the Earth when Venus travels between the Sun and the Earth, or when the Sun stands between Venus and the Earth. We can observe only when Venus is far from the Sun. Venus can be seen sometime before sunrise as the morning star,
All right, Garfield.
and sometime after sunset
as
the evening star, since the
I know
sun
that I am.
rises in the east. The movement of Venus and Mercury
tired of
differs
sitting here
from
and
that
sitting
of
still all
other
the time.
fixed stars and planets. Most
Aren't you,
planets and
Garfield?
galaxies rise in the east and circle over the dome of heaven before setting in the west.
See, I understand
During
this
about
now.
8 months,
You heard that on the
Venus
street
is
at least.
visible as the morning star traverses the vault of heaven. On the western horizon, It becomes visible again as the evening star after disappearing behind the sun for 80 days. Many myths are told about Inanna's journey into the underworld when Venus was invisible in the sky. Descent to the Underworld is Inanna's most famous work. Inanna and Enki's myth. A perplexing compilation of all the ME in possession of Inanna is provided by Enheduanna, who addresses Inanna as mistress of countless ME, the uncountable laws of the universe that influenced earthly cultural heritage and included both positive and negative aspects of communal life. The ME, however, had not always been owned by Inanna, and it was known that the subterranean dwelling of Enki, the city god of Eridu, controlled the ME. According to the myth Inanna and Enki, Inanna, the city goddess of Uruk, stole the ME from Enki, so somehow Uruk came into possession of the ME. Inanna travels to Eridu to visit her father Enki in his Abzu in the myth of Inanna and Enki. Wisdom was an attribute of Enki. His subterranean dwelling, the Abzu, is said to have brought civilization to the people. The enthroned figure on sea is surrounded by spiraling streams of water on the cylinder seals. Enki sometimes spouts water from 2 globular vases in his hands, while 2 streams flow from his shoulders. Zodiac symbols. Enki are associated with the sign of Waterman, and the 2 rivers are the Euphrates and Tigris, which flow through the marshy delta. As a result, Inanna sets out to travel to Eridu. She does not leave for Enki's home without adequate preparations, and as the goddess of love, she first invokes all of her magical sexual powers before leaving for her home. She praises herself, full of delight at her genitals. She praises herself, full of delight at her genitals. Then she looked at, when I have pleased the N, when I have made brilliant, when I have made beautiful, when I have made glorious, when I have made young upon perfection, when I make luxurious, when I have made exuberant, when I have made shining, when I have made a return, when I have made brilliant, when I have made shimmering Enki, I shall talk coaxingly to him. In the Ab, in Eridu, I shall speak coaxingly to Enki, in the Ab, in Eridu. The faithful servant of Enki, Isimud, is depicted with 2 faces on cylinder seals. Although she is still a mile away, Enki recognizes Inanna's approach from afar. Inanna is offered buttercake to eat, cool, refreshing water, and beer to drink by his servant Isimud in temporary precautionary measures. Inanna and Isimud meet before Eridu's Lion's Gate during the 2nd millennium. Enki instructs Isimud to do what he is told. As Enki and Inanna drink beer and wine together, they compete at a particular point when they are both reasonably tipsy.
That's what it is. Just always
Since
swallow
the
the cap.
tablets break off at this point,
That's not.
it is unclear how this competition is conducted.
Whatever God
But when
wants
the
to do.
text is readable again, Enki appears blind drunk, while Inanna steals all the ME from him. The goddess Inanna immediately hides some 100 ME after Enki hands them one by one. In the oral recitation of the myth, the entire list of ME is enumerated 6 times, which is tiring. It was also easier to remember due to the many refrains, and the longer the sequence lasted, the longer the listener's anticipation was kept alive. Singing is likely to have been involved. Heroism, power, wickedness, and righteousness were bestowed upon holy Inanna. City plundering, lamentations, and rejoicing. Inanna, my daughter, will receive them in the name of my power and my Ab. Inanna received deceit, rebellious lands, kindness, mobility, and sedentary living. They will be given to holy Inanna, my daughter, in the name of my power and my Ab. Inanna was gifted with the skills of a carpenter, coppersmith, scribe, smith, leatherworker, fuller, builder, and reed worker. My daughter Inanna, my daughter, in the name of my power and my Ab. Inanna received wisdom, attentiveness, sacred purification rites, the shepherd's hut, heaps of glowing charcoal, the sheepfold, and reverence and awe. They will be given to holy Inanna, my daughter, in the name of my power and my Ab. The bitter-toothed Inanna received a fire that is kindled, the extinguishing of fire, hard work, a family gathered together, descendants. For the sake of my power, before my God, I will give them to holy Inanna, my daughter. It was a time of strife, triumph, judging, comforting, and decision-making for holy Inanna. For the sake of my power and Ab, I will give them to holy Inanna, my daughter. Isimud says that Inanna has left with the boat of heaven, heading toward Uruk Kulab, when Enki wakes up from his intoxicated sleep. and asks where Inanna has gone. Enki asks where Inanna has left since she said she would wait to leave for Uruk-Kulaba. Izimud answers that Inanna has left with the boat of heaven, heading toward Uruk-Kulab. After vomiting, Enki asks Izimud about the location of his ME after his head is clear. Upon hearing that Inanna had taken them to the boat of heaven, Izimud dutifully informs his master. Izimud responds to each query by saying that Inanna has taken the item in her boat from Enki's list of ME enumerated. I refer to all the essential religious institutes in which Inanna participates. The many repetitions likely reinforce ME's status. Where is the office of on-priest, legal priest, divinity, the great and good crown, the royal throne? They have been given to my master's daughter. Where are the noble scepter, the staff, the crook, the noble dress, the position of a shepherd, the position of the king? My master gave them to his daughter. The office of the Egiz priestess, the office of the Nindigir priestess, the office of the Isib priest. Are they Lumar priests or Gudu priests? They have been given to my master's daughter. Where are constancy? Down.
Your data is worth more than gold to hackers, and they sell it to the highest bidder. Are you protected? McAfee helps shield you from hackers blocking suspicious texts, malicious emails, and fraudulent websites. With McAfee's Secure VPN, you can browse, shop, and bank safely. Plus, its AI-powered text scam detector spots threats instantly. You'll also get award-winning antivirus and identity theft protection with coverage up to $2 million. Plans start at just $39.99 for your first year. Visit McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
We're gonna kill him to death.
Down to the underworld, up from the underworld, the Kurgara priest. His daughter has received them from my master. Where are the sword and club, the cult functionary Sagosag, the black garment, the colorful garment, a hairstyle, the hairstyle? They have been given to my master's daughter. Where are the standard, the quiver, the kissing, the car kid? Running. My master gave them to his daughter. Where is forthrightness, deceit, and grandiloquence? The holy tavern of the car kid. They have been given to my master's daughter by his master. What is the location of the holy shrine of Nijingar? Heaven's nug gig, the art of song, loud musical instruments, venerable age. They belong to my master's daughter. At this point, it is only possible to reconstruct the verses from the tablets. A frog sitting by the bolt of the temple door has apparently allowed Inanna through the bolt, so Enki has inquired who was responsible for Inanna's escape from the Abzu. Izimud then asks Enki how far Inanna has reached with the boat of heaven. Detailed information on Inanna's escape is dutifully and precisely reported by Minister Izimud. Enki sends him out with several servants to fetch the boat of heaven, but when they reach the boat, Inanna announces that her father Enki cannot change his words, break his promise, and claim the ME back. She quickly replies to Ninuba, who appears to be beside her in the boat, saying, "You have never touched water." Enki's powerful water domain was beyond Inanna's reach with these words. The same episode is repeated 6 times, but with different pursuers and in different locations each time. Finally, Inanna and Ninsuba reach Uruk, and the myth is transferred from the cosmic plane to the terrestrial plane. With Inanna holding the ME, Uruk will enjoy power and prosperity celebrated on Earth. The boat of heaven has been brought to the gate of joy, to Unu-Kulaba. It will pass along the street magnificently. The people shall stand in awe as it passes. Sheep shall be sacrificed, and bulls shall be slaughtered. A bowl of beer will be poured by him. His drums will sound, as well as the sweet-sounding Tigi instruments. My people will praise me. My greatness will be declared in foreign lands. A holy gate called Gipar Gate is brought by Inanna to the ME. However, Enki wasn't standing still either. His minister is instructed to go to the White Key in Uruk, where the boat of heaven is moored, and to express his admiration for it, which Izimud does, reciting the entire list of ME. Lastly, he refers to brewing beer in abundance, an allusion to his master Enki that will surely double up the audience's laughter. Once again, there is a break in the tablet, and when the text becomes readable again, Enki is clearly addressing Inanna. Unfortunately, the last part of the myth has been severely damaged, and we learn that a festival will be held, and the citizens of Uruk will retain their lives. According to Ulster's interpretation, the myth explains the origin of a festival celebrated in Uruk regularly. Enki punished Inanna for stealing the ME and instituted a festival during which the citizens of Uruk were required to bring specific objects or people to Eridu during their festival, never returning to Uruk from the dwelling of Enki. In fact, all rituals are imitations of divine acts, as the movement of the goddess Inanna in the sky is imitated by the people on earth, an earthly representation of her celestial journey. According to this interpretation of Ulster, those who travel with Inanna to Eridu follow her path many times. Inanna has been forced to descend into the underworld, Abzu, constantly an atonement for Enki's theft of ME. Ulster writes that Uruk and Abzu Eridu are more than simple worldly cities. In fact, they are two extremes of the goddess's cosmic journey, and thus, like Venus appears and disappears in the sky every time, a continuous cycle arises between Uruk and Abzu Eridu on a cosmic level. Inanna is forever condemned to descend into the underworld and ascend out of it. Followers of hers, who have become acquainted with the ME, are punished as they will have to procreate and die, and they will not be able, unlike the gods, to return from the underworld. Inanna will have to take the dead to Abzu, the underworld, so the living can never return there. According to Ulster, humans had to pay a high price for acquiring the cosmic ME, their mortality. Human civilization, however, would only exist with the ME because the ME describes all the norms and rules that define civilized behavior. Several similarities can be drawn between Ulster's presentation of this myth and the fate inflicted upon Adam and Eve after they ate from the tree of knowledge in the Old Testament. Yahweh instructed Adam and Eve to cultivate the ground and build a civilization laden with the knowledge of death. Ulster views me as having a dialectical nature, since it is simultaneously an abstract norm, measure, or plan, and any actualization of that plan. Since I am a plan that can manifest in visible form, anything existing can be referred to as me. The ME in this myth is visible when Inanna steals it from Enki and brings it to Uruk in the boat of heaven. In everything that exists, the ME is visible. With the ME of Abzu, Inanna also becomes visible in the sky, namely Venus. At this festival, people recite countless MEs repeatedly to actualize the ME on Earth. Inanna, Ukalituda, the hymns Inanna and Ebi, and Inanna Ningala hymn all showcase the same basic structure. Venus makes a strange journey along the vault of heaven in each case. The earthly reality was directly affected by the course of this cosmic event. This phenomenon is explained by all the myths of Inanna. Inanna's myth about the gardener Sukalatuda. There is even more significance to Inanna's role as Venus in the myth of Inanna and Sukalatuda. It is also claimed that Inanna descends from Enki's Abzu. However, now she sends natural disasters to Uruk instead of cultural goods. As a mistress of countless ME, Inanna is praised in the opening. Detecting falsehood and justice, she inspects the land closely above the mountain range. Going up into the mountains, she fulfills the ME and makes herself visible. How did one respond to another? What else did one add in detail to the other? It is the narrator who asks this question. A climb into the mountain, Kur, is what Inanna did after leaving the Iana in Uruk and her temple in Zabalam. In the next scene, the god Enki appears on the stage, but his tablets are too distorted to understand what is going on. Date palms are planted by Enki according to instructions given to a raven. An irrigation device invented in the past, the Auduf, is used by him. A long pole or branch was suspended from an upright frame. There is a reed basket hanging from the pole's long end. Short ends carry weights that serve as counterpoises for levers. The counterweight will support a filled bucket as it is raised to a higher field. Inanna and Ukaladuda's story is puzzling without this episode. According to the narrator, the god Enki invented it in ancient times, according to a folkloristic tale woven into rest. Date palms are praised. Date palm mythology is based on this text, according to Conrad Volk. Never had anyone seen a tree grow forever. The palm heart is surrounded by scaly leaves. Weaving material is made from dried palm fronds. The shoots of this plant are like the gleaming line of a surveyor. They are fit for the fields of a king. In the king's palace, its branches are used for cleaning. In the temples of the great gods, its dates are placed near purified barley. It continues to be narrated. What did each of them say to the other? What further details did one add to the other? The scene is interrupted by Ukalatuda. Its etymology needs to be clarified. The meaning is wart man. Conrad Volk speculates that this meaning only developed after Inanna punished him with this condition. The god An, sometimes Enlil, was the gardener of Ukalatuda's father, Digi Sig, Green Eye. In his garden, Ukalatuda is about to water the plots, but then he does something extraordinary. He pulls them out by their roots and destroys them all. There was not a single plant left. His eyes were dust-filled when a storm wind blew from the mountain. Sukalatuda rubs his eyes to wipe it out. The exalted gods of the land of the rising sun were visible to him in the lower land. Seeing the exalted gods of the land where the sun sets, he raised his eyes to the highlands. Suddenly, he saw a Giddim, a ghost. A person with divine powers appeared to him, the ME. After spending some time in the netherworld, Inanna had just returned. After a long absence from the night sky, Venus returned. Only the single shady tree in that plot had yet to be approached 5 or 10 times. A Euphrates poplar grew there. Its shade did not diminish in the morning or change midday or evening. This shade was an excellent place for Inanna to lay to rest. When the mistress arrived at the intertwined horizon of heaven, after she had gone around the earth, and heavens after she had gone around Elam and Subir, after she had gone around the earth, she was so tired that she lay down by the roots when she had arrived. The goddess lies in the shade of the tree in Ukalatuda's garden plot, perplexing him. Over her...
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Over her genitals, Inanna has bound the loincloth of the 7 divine powers. Ukalatuda undid Inanna's loincloth and slept with her. He then returned to his plot. As soon as the day broke, Inanna awoke, inspected herself closely, and discovered she had been assaulted. In a refrain, the narrator of the myth asks several times what should be destroyed because of the woman's genitals. With blood, the wrathful goddess filled the wells of the land. As a result, the orchards irrigated with blood yielded blood for consumption. People and blackheads drank blood. When she couldn't find the rapist, Inanna demanded his extradition. What did one of them say to the other? How did one add to the other in detail? He tells his father precisely what happened at his father's house. His father tells his son to hide among the city dwellers, his brothers, and the black-headed people so that woman, Inanna, cannot find him. Inanna is indeed unable to locate Sukalatuda. The second plague was sent from that place by a cloud. She let it rain. The south wind and the fearsome storm pass before her. Other unidentified figures and helpers help her recruit her votaries, the Pili, and a dust storm. Once again, Ukalatuda asks his father for advice. The goddess can't find him in Uruk, where his father advises him to hide. The third plague is then sent by Inanna. Ukalatuda asks his father for advice after blocking the highways of the land. According to his father, it will only be possible for Inanna to find him in the city. A visit to Enki and Eridu's Abzu is decided upon by Inanna. That young man should be handed over to her, she asks him. She promises Enki she will re-enter the Iana in Uruk as a reward. Inanna leaves the Abzu of Eridu after Enki accepts her demand. In the mountains, the woman had found him, so he tried to make himself as small as possible out of fear. As far as the earth was concerned, she stretched across the sky like a rainbow. The south wind passed across, the north wind passed across. Ukalatuda is guilty. The tablet is then severely damaged. Inanna determines his destiny, but we don't know what he becomes. It might have something to do with his name, Wartman. While Ukalatuda must die, Inanna decides that his name will not be forgotten. You shall be mentioned in songs, making the songs sweet with your name. They will be performed in the palace by a young singer with the most pleasing voice. Shepherds sing them as they tumble their butter churns. You will be carried by a young shepherd as he grazes sheep in your honor. It will be your home in the desert palace. The myth's interpretation. Like many ancient myths, it appears to be a thrilling story, but there's more to it than meets the eye. During the Sargon dynasty, Assyriologists believe represented the tension between the Sumerian south and the Akkadians. Enheduanna's hymns exalt her vindictiveness, and this myth does the same. It could refer to the period when Inanna Ishtar was positioned in the pantheon under the Akkadian king Naram-Sin. Inanna's rape by Ukalatuda should symbolize the rebellion of the southern city-states against the Akkadian Empire. Since she promised Enki to return to Uruk after fleeing from Inanna, it is evident that Inanna had fled from Inanna in Uruk. Ukalatuda's ability to hide in Uruk also indicates Uruk's opposition to Inanna, who had taken sides with the Akkadians. Akkad loved her. Enki, however, is helping to restore the ancient order. The myth could have been written after the third dynasty of Ur, when the Akkad Empire had fallen, and the cult of Inanna was revived in Uruk, Inanna's ancient patron city. There is also the possibility of another interpretation. Initially, the myth describes Inanna as she manifests herself in the universe, according to Geoffrey Cooley. As the myth opens, Inanna circles above Elam and Subir's mountains in the east. Then she went to sleep in the shade of the Euphrates poplar in the garden of Sukalatuda. When Inanna leaves the sky and earth and enters the Kur, she represents her time in the netherworld. According to Cooley, this can be interpreted as the interval between her last appearance in the west to just before her first eastern visibility. During this time, Enki and the Raven's story is inserted. After that, Sukalatuda sees the goddess for the first time. When the sun rises, he looks down, while when the sun sets, he looks up. In the meantime, he sees a lone traveling ghost, Dijidim, and recognizes her sign, Giskim. As she returned from the underworld, Inanna appeared as a ghost. Inanna was traveling from Elam to Subir, which lay east and north of Sumer, and her brief appearance in the night sky, followed by her resting on earth, describes, according to Cooley, Venus's brief appearance before sunrise in the east, and her quick disappearance shortly after, when the planet is lost in the light of dawn just before sunrise, as described by Cooley. In the brief period after dawn breaks and the sun is actually rising, Sakalatuda assaults the goddess. Translation of the Cooley, when UTU rose in the morning. It is only after sunrise that the goddess realizes this horrible truth. An examination of herself was performed by the woman. Taking a careful look at herself, shining Inanna smiled. After being enraged, Inanna searched for Kukalatuda thrice, but the woman failed to find him in the mountains. When Venus passes behind the sun, she becomes invisible for 80 days. According to Cooley, Inanna appears briefly in the Abzu, so perhaps she disappears only during the daytime when Venus is invisible. After returning from the Abzu, she stretches across the sky like a rainbow reaching the earth. As Venus never crosses the sky, Cooley believes this is miraculous. Venus is always low in the sky due to its position as an inner planet. According to Cooley, this extraordinary ability to cross the entire sky acts as a deus ex machina in the story, enabling the goddess to find her assailant. Divination by the stars. In terms of interpreting the story of the three plagues, Cooley views it as related to celestial divination. Astronomers in Mesopotamia meticulously observed the movements of Venus and other celestial bodies. There are phases on Venus, just like on the moon. The sun shines brightly on one side of the planet, closest to the sun, where the gravitational pull is most potent. During that time, astronomers made various divinations based on Venus having a beard. If Venus appears inside the sky and floods from the springs, the wetland harvest will prosper. Abandoned pastures will be resettled. In the myth, Inanna even enters the garden plot of Sukalatuda, for it is here that his shameful act takes place. All signs were consequently promising for Sukalatuda. His field should prosper abundantly, but he lay violent hands on Inanna. Motivation for his act is not given, but whoever harnesses Inanna and her ME will be punished severely. Ultimately, the myth of Sukalatuda must have had a signification as a fertility rite. The position of the planet of Venus was important. The allusions to dates and plants in the myth's beginning may also indicate this. Sukalatuda's garden plot was in a bad state. Not a single plant remained there. He had pulled them out by their roots and destroyed them. Then he suddenly sees Inanna lying in a plot that he had not approached 5 or 10 times. The name of Ama Usumgalama, this is Dumuzi's name, is mentioned. Then Sukalatuda has sex with Inanna. Maybe he was performing a fertility rite of olden times. After sowing, the farmers spent the night in their fields and had sex to magically stimulate the vegetation. Fraser has given many examples in his book, The Golden Bow. Possibly in the ancient past, the En and the Nin performed the same sort of rite that would enhance the growth of the plants. Sukalatuda copulated with the mighty goddess, which cannot but end in a disaster for simple humans. Only the En, as the righteous husband of Inanna, can have a sexual relationship with Inanna in the rite of the sacred marriage. After that, the goddess decides a favorable destiny for the king. People's lives end in death, so Sukalatuda had to die, but Inanna smoothed his sad fate. His name will be immortal and live on in a song sung in the palace by a shepherd as he twirled butter and carried by a young shepherd to where he grazed the sheep. The desert palace will be his home. He will promote the welfare of the people from the underworld. As a result of his death, the king, the farmer, and the shepherds will remember him. Sukalatuda's destiny was therefore in Inanna's hands. Have we here a faint reminiscence of an ancient fertility rite of human sacrifice? As a preliminary matter, we will discuss 2 other myths about Inanna in her role as Venus. The love lyrics of Inanna and Dumuzi songs about fertility agricultural life in ancient Sumer was dominated by fear and uncertainty about harvest yields. It was most precarious, as their existence depended on the Benwood's benevolence for an abundant crop. They hoped the gods would be sympathetic and reward them with a prosperous harvest if they propitiated their powerful masters with prayer and offerings. As a result of their precarious situation, the peasants expressed their concerns in hymns, prayers, and songs. Plants and cattle were the main subjects of their songs, and they compared nature's mysterious laws to the result of a man's and woman's sexual union. In addition to the En and Nin, familiar people believed they could help the process by imitating the longed-for fertility in various ways. While many goddesses had functions that could be helpful, Inanna was essential because she was responsible for sexual reproduction. The nudity of Inanna is like an uncultivated plot of land in urgent need of ploughing. Balbel, a lyre song. The land left fallow in the steppes is called my uncultivated land. I have a field of ducks where the ducks teem. I have a well-watered field. The maiden, Kisikil, naked, well-watered, a rising mound. On the well-watered ground I am naked. Who will station an ox there? Or in another harp song, Inanna asks her lover to make love to her. Don't dig a canal. I'll be your canal. Don't plough a field. I'll be yours. Don't look for wet ground. I'll be yours. Thousands of years of tradition must have gone into the songs that were finally recorded and preserved to our own time, and what has survived is just the tip of the iceberg. There were fertility songs related to wedding celebrations in which the entire village participated and conducted according to fixed ceremonial traditions. Inanna and Dumuzi's sexual union enhanced the flourishing of nature, and the more erotic their imagined encounter, the more fruitful the results. Inanna and Dumuzi's courtship was described using metaphors related to agriculture and cattle breeding, indicating that their love affair was about the agricultural enterprise's fertility. A marriage or children that would have resulted from their engagement are never mentioned after this couple's wedding. Their union remains focused on the immediate effects of their union on nature and the agricultural harvest. Every stratum of society appreciated the gifts of the amorous couple. Inanna had a lover named Dumuzi, who was a human shepherd. Perhaps Dumuzi had been married to the city goddess when he was an on-priest or ruler. For a city ruler to be legitimate, he had to keep the gods on his side so that the citizens prospered. Inanna's love for Dumuzi also appears in the delicate royal hymns performed at the court, and the theme is not limited to traditional folk songs, shepherds and farmers. A shepherd took his flock to the steppe along routes with water sources so that sheep and goats could be fed, since there was not enough grass in the village. A particular animosity existed between the farmers in the village and the shepherds of the steppe, since the farmers looked down upon the shepherds because of the pastoral influence in Sumerian culture. As a result, they relied on each other to tend their sheep and goats. In a song about the groom's choice for Inanna, the importance of cooperation between these two aspects of Sumerian agriculture is demonstrated. The brother of Inanna, Utu, chooses the shepherd Dumuzi as the better candidate for marriage to his sister,
almost,
and has different
times,
wedding plans for her.
Good for them.
As a shepherd, his butter and milk are superb,
I can up it.
as well as all the work he has done with his hands. At first, Inanna shows no interest in the shepherd Dumuzi, but is enamored with the farmer Enkimdu, who cultivates flax and barley and gives her new clothing. But Inanna resists.
So they haven't
She wants to marry the farmer, which piques Dumuzi's curiosity. Where is the farmer superior to me? Enkidu, the man of canals and dikes, where does the farmer surpass me?
The whole fucking life.
As Dumuzi asks, could he give me his black garment?
Damnation.
The farmer would receive my black ewe in return. I would like to see his white garment if he gives it to me.
I'm living.
To return the favor, I would give the farmer my white hair. If he poured me his prime beer, I would return the favor. Upon receiving the farmer's excellent beer, I would give him my yellow milk.
Pave the way.
I would give him my Kisima milk if he poured me his brewed beer. My churned milk would be returned to him. If he poured me a watered-down beer, I would do the same. Should he give me his sweet pressed-out beer, I would return the favor by pouring him my glass milk.
I don't fucking know, guys.
My tea milk, beastings, would go to him. The farmer, I would appreciate it if he would give me his small beans.
On the other
farmer
side,
would receive my small cheeses in exchange.
There's
After
another one
eating
right
and
there.
drinking with him, there will be a surplus of butter and milk for him. In what is he superior to me? In the end, the farmer and the shepherd settle their dispute. The farmer proposes that Dumuzi pasture his sheep on his excellent land.
That's a
Dumuzi invites the farmer to his wedding feast. This story endorses the idea that the welfare of Sumerian society depends on the cooperation between the suitors for the hand in the marriage of Inanna, symbolic of the two cornerstones of Sumerian civilization, the farmer and the shepherd. Regarding beating the flax, Inanna is anxious to know who will do it for her. According to a song that continues a previous one, the sun god Utu, brother of Inanna, will deliver the flax needed to make her nuptial bed linen. You will receive it from me, Inanna. But Inanna was still concerned. Who would spin it for me, my brother? The sister spun to the brother.
Must be.
Brother, can you twine it for me? My sister, I'll bring it for you twined. Brother, who will warp it for me? If you want it warped, I'll bring it to you. If you want it woven, can you please do so for me? The woven fabric will be brought to you by my sister. The bleached fabric will be brought to you by my brother. My sister, who will lie down with me? The bridegroom and her companion, Enlil, the progeny of the king who emerged from her faithful womb,
it looked like
will
someone
lie
was
with
in
her,
there.
replies Utu. Then Inanna rejoices.
But I didn't want to go
He is,
check
in
in there
fact,
because I
the
want to
man
get
of her
drunk.
heart. That
I go in the
man who has
backyard to look
spoken
at my
to
cat.
mine,
I don't think he
who
cares.
does not yet piles of grain are heaped up.
Never
Grain
take
is
anything
regularly
there.
delivered to the storehouse.
Even
The
there,
farmer
once he
whose
gave me
grain
that.
is numerous
Let the
piles
box
high.
out.
Wool-filled
Play
sheep
about that.
belong
Almost
to a
like they did,
shepherd.
maybe they didn't.
In other verses, Inanna suffers no doubts about her choice of husband, as she is in love with the shepherd Dumuzi. Umun is the name given to Dumuzi. According to our previous discussion, the Emersal is a particular form of Sumerian, and in contrast to Inanna, Dumuzi uses the common Emegir, the Sumerian language. In the language of women, Emersal is another word for this. Emersal means language of the woman. Eme equals sign tongue. Emersal was not only spoken by women, lamentations about the destruction of towns were also written in it, although Enheduanna did not write it. Studies have shown that Emersal is not so much a women's language as it is a way to invest language with a unique emotional character. The language might still be considered a female language, however. When the Gala singer sings his lamentations, she speaks Emersal, the language of goddesses, not gods. Despite his feminine appearance, the Gala singer is believed to be a castrate, a specialist in lamentation songs for the gods, which suited the softly spoken language of Emersal. In contrast to Sumerian, Emersal has its own proper vocabulary and pronunciation.
See, I don't know why.
Writing it syllabically instead of in logarithms is common. Certain consonants in Emersal are substituted from Sumerian, usually by shifting the pronunciation of the consonants to the front of the mouth. Assuming that UDU, sheep, is in Emersal's EZ2, as is Deb3, to be good, in Emersal's Z2 eb. Several words in Emersal do not exist in standard Sumerians, such as Gassan, mistress, instead of Nin. Courtship. The love songs of Inanna and Dumuzi are very light-hearted, similar to those sung during spring festivals. Villagers organized parades and danced in the fields on these festive days. As the songs and dialogue are repeated, the spectators keep time to the rhythm by clapping their hands as they sing to the backing of instruments. This love affair is played by the girl Inanna. As I, the lady, passed the day yesterday. Yesterday, as I, Inanna, passed the day. During the day, as I danced about, as I sang songs from morning to evening, he met me, he met me. My companion, the Lord, met me. He took me in his hands, and Usum Galana embraced me. Wild Bull, set me free so I may go home. Companion of Enlil, set me free so I may go home. What can I present as a lie to my mother? How can I present a lie to my mother, Ningal? Dumuzi knows how to resolve this problem, and tells Inanna he will teach her about women's lies. She spent the whole day dancing and playing the tambourine and recorder with her girlfriend. She should tell her mother that she had spent the whole day rejoicing in this sweetness. Dumuzi says while waiting, "Let's make love in the moonlight. You can loosen your combs on my pure and luxurious couch. I hope you have a wonderful day with me filled with abundance and joy." The text becomes illegible after this passage, but when the story is resumed, it is evident that Inanna has not agreed to Dumuzi's proposal. In the next part, he is standing before the gate of Inanna's dwelling to propose to her mother properly, while Inanna is running about the house rejoicing. My mother would be so happy if someone told her, "Water the floor from our neighbor." My mother would love to hear that, Ningal. Water may be sprinkled on the floor by our neighbor. There is a sweet fragrance in her dwelling. She speaks with joy. It is fitting for the holy lap, the Lord Dumuzi's son-in-law, Amausam Galana, the son-in-law of Sin. What a sweet abundance you have, my lord. Amausam Galana, what a sweet abundance you have. In the plain, your herbs and plants are delicious. What delicious herbs and plants you have in the plain.
Having the vest on that
Dumuzi
tight,
is
so it's
sometimes
not
called
that tight anymore.
Ama
Almost
Umgal
just to
Ana,
his shoulders.
but its significance needs to be clarified.
Pretty
This name
good,
means
right?
mother, the dragon of heaven, or his mother is a dragon of heaven.
You get out some point they
In
think.
Lagos, the name Usumgal occurs in some personal names, and there was even a city ruler named Lugal Usumgal at the time of Sargon and Naram Sin.
Oh.
Dumuzi's name is a mystery,
I want to see
however.
if they take it.
As
So,
indicated
here,
in the
I'm gonna tie
subscript,
good.
this song
You
is a
wait right here for a
sagara,
fucking minute.
which has no known meaning, and a tigi song, a kettle drum song, for Inanna. Often the subscript indicates which instruments are used as an accompaniment to a song, such as, "This is a balbail song for Inanna," or "This is a tigi song for Inanna." But the difference between these names is only sometimes evident. In music, a blog is an instrument, drums and kettle drums probably. According to Sefati, all these songs revolve around love, courtship, and the fertility of fields and cattle. With the word balbal meaning to speak, these songs may be viewed as dialogues. While some chants take the form of dialogue, others do not. In balbail songs, more than 2 speakers are present, or a choir might react and respond, and the speaker may deliver lines as if in a play. Sacred marriage celebrations may have included balbail songs as part of a cultic function, according to Sefati. During the 3rd millennium, Dumuzi was not uncommon, and it means either good child or righteous child, or it may be an abbreviation of Lugal Dumuzi, which means the king is a good child. It needs to be clarified where the name Dumuzi, as a lover of Inanna, originates. However, he may have been a historical ruler of Uruk, and these songs are about his earlier marriage to Inanna. Due to her relationship with Gilgamesh and Enmerkar, 2 legendary Urukian city rulers, Inanna had no connection with Dumuzi, a city ruler in ancient times. Dumuzi, the elder, lived in Kwara or Kulab, a district of Uruk, and a temple dedicated to him was located in Batibira, a district of Uruk. Enheduanna wrote a hymn about this temple, describing Inanna's sacred bed with Girina plants and the shepherd who traveled with Inanna's sheep, Dumuzi. According to the Sumerian king list, he was automatically Inanna's righteous consort because he was Uruk's city ruler. Dumuzi becomes the human lover of Inanna when he is younger and older. Wedding songs. The folklore tradition is evident in many elements of these songs. Regular wedding festivities are included. If Dumuzi wants to ask her mother for her hand in marriage instead of her father, If Dumuzi wants to ask her mother for her hand in marriage, instead of her father, Dumuzi should ask her mother. Inanna's house cannot be entered by knocking, even though he brought wedding gifts. As part of her preparation, she takes a bath, washes her body with soap, and applies perfume. As she poses for the camera in her royal clothes, Tug 3 Pala 3, with black coal on her eyes, and gathers up her hair, she puts on her royal clothes, Tug 3 Pala 3. She wears a bracelet and lapis lazuli beads around her neck.
Yeah, he's messy. He's getting that.
During the medieval era,
I was trying to knock you over.
Young lovers were known to imitate the love
He's always tearing shit up.
Inanna and the god
like me.
folk songs.
Just as bad.
The bride and groom
Damn near.
are still addressed
Maybe worse
as king
as
and
cat.
queen at Middle Eastern wedding feasts. Dumuzi and Inanna were the names of the bride and groom. An Inanna song describes how choirs chanted and danced all day during the festivities. The role of UTU in these songs differs from that of the sun god of Min, which shines all day and travels at night through the underworld. Inanna is told by a laden Dumuzi that he's brought her everything she desires, 5 items for her sister, 10 items for her sister. As a term of endearment, Inanna calls Dumuzi her brother. When Inanna pours wine into Dumuzi's mouth when he enters the palace, he will be gladdened by the musicians playing there. Behold, our breasts have become firm. Inanna, also known as Baba, replies using a royal we form suitable for a goddess.
He's like, huh?
Dumuzi brought lambs,
All the
kids,
time,
goats,
all the
and
time.
ewes as wedding
Guys,
gifts.
people care about,
As a result
right
of our
now
nakedness,
mostly.
hair has
Well,
sprouted. It's
I
dance
guess me
time.
too, but
Let
that's
me
the way to
shout.
live, Garfield.
The bridegroom
I
has
figured that out
received
the hard
Baba.
way.
Let us rejoice. Baba, let's celebrate my nakedness together. Dancing is fun. Feel free to ask. Once that's done,
Well, I
we'll be
died
happy.
a few times. Turns
Inanna's
out.
bailable song has an antiphon. Let him bring.
But
let
I'm
him
still
bring.
alive no matter what.
I pray
No.
he brings it abundantly. At the end of each line of Inanna's Balbail, directions are given for performing the song. According to the songs, agricultural fertility is stimulated by Inanna and Dumuzi's union. There are constant references to blossoming orchards, abundant vegetables, and copious syrup flowing from dates in this figurative language, with obvious sexual connotations. Like well-watered lettuce, it grows and flourishes. He loved my shaded step garden, filled with blooms, his favorite. My barley was full of allure in its furrows, like well-watered lettuce. My favorite is the apple tree, which bears fruits like well-watered lettuce. The honeyman sweetens me ever. My lord, the honeyman of the goddess, my favorite of his mother, his hand honey, his foot honey, sweetens me ever. Those honey-sweet limbs sweeten me to the core, navel, ring, my sweet things, my favorite of his mother. My thighs are fair, and my arm is elevated, like well-watered lettuce. There are 2 songs of Inanna called Balbail. Whether Inanna is not marrying beneath her station when she chooses a shepherd as her husband is an important question to ask. Even though Dumuzi is valuable, she states that he is worthless without her family behind him, her mother Ningal, her sister Ningikuga, and her father Sin, without whom he would become a wanderer in the dark paths of the steppe. She throws him in the face. In an attempt to soothe her, Dumuzi defends his family and says they are as vital as hers. Enki, whom Dumuzi calls his father, is the same as Inanna's father, Sin, the moon god, and Dumuzi's mother, Dutur, the same as Inanna's mother, Ningal. UTU stands on an equal footing with Dumuzi, according to him. Upon confirming that Dumuzi's family matches Inanna's, he offers to plough the Zuba stones for her. The little Suba stones will be planted as seeds. The big stones will be piled up as grain. A gleaming stone adorned our neck of Inanna's asks whom he will plough. The little ones of the lean stones. On our pure breast gleam the large stones of the Uba. Damausum Gal Anna responds to Nugig. For my wife, a Nugig, he will plough for her. Inanna, my holy priestess, will be ploughed for by him. One of her Uba stones will indeed plough the Uba stones. A stone called Damausum Gal Anna will plough up the stones. There is no apparent meaning to the term Uba stone. It could either refer to solid stones that reflect brightness or to all stones that emit a bright, shining light.
You walk in my house.
Our hymns to Nininsina, whose name is similar to Inanna's Venus star, recount how the goddess Nininsina invented these stones
because
and
the ghosts of
sewed
a couple of
the
them come in
jewels
here.
within them.
Can't tell me
This expression has been interpreted as an
And it's
allusion
kind
to
of
gender
hostile
by
situation.
several scholars. According to Sefati, the groom's preparation of
Sun comes
adornments
in.
for his bride is a metaphor. When the seeds
You
are
do.
thrown into the furrow during
Know where their
flowering
liver
season,
is
this
right away.
spreading of beads is compared to throwing
I
them
already knew that.
individually.
Like, oh, There's a
In
liver.
the subscript,
Just in
it
case.
is stated that the hymn is dedicated to Inanna. The term
I'm in
needs
Garfield.
to be clarified.
Protect you.
This song may be accompanied by
No, that wasn't
Nugib
meant for
and
cops.
Nubar are the names given to Inanna in this song. Nubar occurs sporadically in Akkadian text.
Old school.
Although dictionaries translate the Sumerian word Nubar as temple lover, this is
Some
controversial.
constables from back in
A
the day.
racy encounter. There is no moral taboo in the hymns, which describe the lover's
we're like
relationship
that, like
in
that,
an
like
open
that
and
dude
uninhibited
downtown.
manner. As she gazes upon the bed dripping with honey in the hymn Dumuzi and Inanna, Inanna replies that her brother brought her home and allowed her to lie down on it. As I set my eyes upon that place, she said, I met my beloved man. It was his pleasure to have me, and he rejoiced alone over me. When the brother invited me into his home, time after time, my brothers of beautiful eyes did so 50 times, and I stood there like a powerless person for him, a bed dripping with honey, my sweet little brother next to my heart, time after time, making sounds. I was dumb and silent in front of him, trembling from below, placing my hands on my brother's hips.
I'm almost putting
Set
down
me free,
religion
my
in a way like
sister,
something
set
to
me
get to.
free. I spent the day
I'm
with my
perennialist still.
precious sweet
They're all
one.
correct.
Yes,
And it
please.
sucks when you
I
get
want to go to the palace
like,
with you, my
fuck.
beloved sister. According to the last
I
sentence,
fucking knew it.
Dumuzi lives in a palace, which indicates
My mom
that
keeps
these
saying.
Balbales were composed by one of the women of the Ur-3 kings and originated in the court circles. We are still dealing with familiar folk songs
George too is like,
when we
no, I knew
understand
it.
palace
I
as
knew
a
it.
metaphor used by the shepherd for his sheep pen. Although Dumuzi and Inanna are not mentioned in the Balbali that Safati translates as the women's oath, the subscript indicates that it is a Balbal.
Lately, if you have those
Jacobson
brothers from
describes
India,
a
right?
conversation between a customer and a
Buddhist.
barmaid in
See, I don't
a
want to say it like that.
He praises
So I
the
can't even.
hostess's
I'll fumble
physical
it up.
beauty, glassy eyes, and the variety of beer she offers.
Some other Buddhists of India, right?
Also the child of a king, Dumu Lugalla.
So take on different
According to
voices, different
Safati,
accents often.
The woman is
But I kind
asking
of
her
stick to
brother
some.
to swear not to touch a strange woman, which
So I
is a
don't
request
talk too
for
much.
him to take a vow of chastity.
Right. No, right.
Jacobson's translation indicates that the woman asks the stranger,
No
who
fucking
lives in
work.
another town,
He wants
to swear he is not an enemy spy. The oath is
Jesus
taken
Christ.
inquisitively. Your right hand should be placed on my nakedness. It would be best if you lay your left hand on my head. Your lips have been firmly grasped in your mouth when you have brought your mouth close to mine. As a result,
Oh, handsome.
you will
Oh,
swear
handsome.
an oath to me.
Is that what you think?
The oath of the women
Is
of
that what you think?
beautiful eyes, my brother. The sweet allure of my blossoming apple tree garden.
Oh, so you thought
It
you
is
were
sweet
Jesus
to be
Christ because you were
attracted
more
to you,
handsome
my
than Jesus
blossoming
Christ.
one. A fruitful garden of Keltish trees, your allure is
I
sweet.
just thought
Dumuzi
that he
Abzu,
must have been.
sweet is your allure by your own virtue. Featuring a
Well,
lapis lazuli diadem, your allure is sweet. Inanna's Balbel
Oh, why
song.
did he seem like he was Jesus Christ?
This is how ancient oaths were taken.
Oh, because he was dancing
As in the
naked.
Old Testament, when Abraham asks his servant to swear that he will not seek a wife for his son among the Canaanites,
You didn't think
he
that's
put his
really,
hand under
that's
his
what he was
thigh
really
to
like. was it?
confirm the promise. Jacobson sees this type of oath as an erotic ploy, while Safati
Time to
believes
time.
it is a vow of
In the wilderness.
chastity before the marriage is contracted. A metaphor for the male member with
Wearing
pubic hair
crowns
in the
of leather on his
garden
head.
below is implied by Jacobson's allusion to the apple tree in the poem
Maybe an
above.
ivy diadem.
Similarly, pillars of alabaster encrusted with lapis lazuli are metaphors for male
Often.
genitalia.
Turns out, often.
Similarly,
Sometimes.
the invitation
There's
to
a lot
go
of
into the
shit guys in
garden
his
and
life.
planting trees are metaphors for sexual intercourse in other Ur-3 texts. Following this line of thought makes it easy to understand the significance of the lapis
Oh, we get
lazuli
covered up. Why we get
crown
covered
on
up?
top of the pillar. Whether
More
these
times
songs
we
belong
thought.
to the same courtly milieu is questionable, as they became franker and less refined in the second millennium. Folk songs and hymns for the king
Oh,
are
some
no longer
heartburn there,
straightforward,
motherfuckers.
but infused with vulgar verses and magical powers. Dumuzi's death. As Inanna and Dumuzi marry, Dumuzi is killed.
Let me introduce my
ending their
friends.
relationship.
The
In the
NSA.
lamentation, Dumuzi's sister guests him and
No,
plays
they
the
like that.
heroine role,
No, they like that.
while Inanna plays no part. However, in the myth of Inanna and Delulu, Dumuzi is assassinated on the step, while Inanna waits anxiously for her husband at home. Dream of Dumuzi. In the poem's beginning, the narrator tells us that Dumuzi has set out for the steppe with his shepherd's stick on his shoulder, awash with doubts and misgivings, sobbing all the time with tears in his eyes. His origin is unknown, but he likely left Uruk to meet his
That's what I'm
sister
sensitive to mostly.
Gestinana in the
That
sixth
direction,
pen.
out there,
After
mostly.
being
There are
forced to leave
Asians
the
coming in
city,
and out.
he feels abandoned and lonely. He fears he will
Are they
lose
in our
his
yard
life on the
sometimes? Or are you
steppe
guys working with
now
them?
that
That's
he
what
has
I'm
been
curious
forced to
about,
leave
too.
the city's protection. If he should die, He cries to the marshes, the crabs, and the river frogs for help. Unless his mother weeps 5 or 10 times, Dumuzi fears he won't be buried decently.
That power box freaks me out.
Won't receive offerings after his death. In a state of panic after waking up from a terrifying nightmare, he lies down to sleep, heavily
might be a
depressed.
dog box.
Bringing my sister will make me feel better, he cries out. I don't know what dreams mean, but please bring me my sister. My dream will be related to her. She immediately rushes to join him as Dumuzi tells her about his dream. A dream, my sister, a dream. In my dream, rushes were rising for me. Rushes kept growing for me,
really see that
and
far.
A single reed shook its head at me. I was being separated from one of the twin reeds. I was surrounded by tall trees.
I'm not trying to point things out that aren't really there.
Holy coals were poured with water.
Looks like my house,
I was removing the cover from my holy churn. I lost my shepherd's stick and holy drinking cup, which had been torn down from the peg where it hung.
The old version of it.
A falcon caught a sparrow at the reed fence, and an owl took a lamb from the sheep house. They dragged their dark beards in the dust for me, and their thick legs scratched the ground. No milk was poured into the churns. They were lying on their sides. Dumuzid was dead. The sheepfold was haunted, and the drinking cups were lying on their sides. Gestinana is frightened by the dream because it predicts Dumuzi's imminent death. And she would have been better off not interpreting it,
on this one.
but she does nevertheless.
241.
In his dream, rushes rose up against him as bandits ambushed him. His mother shook her head for him as the reed shook its head at him. You and I are the twin reeds whose roots were being separated from each other, Gestinana said. Evil men behind the tall trees in the forest are catching you within walls. Water poured over your holy coals will transform the sheepfold into a house of silence. Water poured over your holy coals will transform the sheepfold into a house of silence. You should assume that the evil man will bring the holy churn inside in his hands, since the cover of your holy churn has been removed. You fall off your mother's lap when your holy drinking cup falls off the peg where it hangs. The demons will burn your shepherd's stick if it disappears from you. A man who hits you on the cheek is an owl that takes a lamb from a sheep's house. The giant demon coming down from the sheep's house is the falcon catching a sparrow on the reed fence. The churns on their sides mean that Dumuzi is dead, and the sheepfold haunted means his hands will be bound in handcuffs, and his arms will be bound in fetters. As a result of your male goats dragging their dark beards in the dust, my hair will whirl around like a hurricane for you. My fingernails will lacerate my cheeks, as if with a boxwood needle for you, since your rams scratch the earth with their thick legs. She barely even has time to speak these words when Dumuzi summons her to watch the top of the mound. Nevertheless, Dumuzi cautions his sister before she leaves that she should lacerate her heart, liver, clothing, and crotch, as these are gestures that express mourning. And apparently, Dumuzi hopes his sister will be able to fool his enemies. Strangely, these actions anticipate Dumuzi's unavoidable fate, and she is even mourning her brother's death while he is still alive. Having the wood to bind hands and the ropes with which they bind prisoners in their hands, Dumuzi tells his sister that she will be able to recognize his pursuers easily. Evil men arrive on a river barge over the water. Gestinana look around the mound. A friend warns her, "They are coming for him already." Gestinana cries to her brother, "My brother, your demons are after you. Don't be afraid to dive into the grass." His whereabouts must not be revealed to them, and Dumuzi says he will duck into the ditches of Arali, which means both steppe and underworld, indicating his imminent death. She assures her brother that she will not betray him. "May your dog devour me, your black dog, your shepherd dog, your noble dog, your lordly dog. May your dog devour me." Likewise, Dumuzi asks his friend, who swears not to betray him, to make the same covenant. "I will tell them your whereabouts, and may your dogs devour me. May your black dogs, shepherd dogs, noble dogs, and lordly dogs devour me." Gestinana and her friend say if they don't redeem their pledge, they may die and become carrion for the dogs. It is not revealed who Dumuzi's friend is. They are described as demons and have an attitude toward food and drink, indicating they have come from the underworld. No gifts are accepted, no wife embraces, no kisses for dear children, no chewing sharp-tasting garlic, no fish or leeks are eaten. Even though the pursuers of Dumuzi are clearly demons, they are later described as men from Adad, Akiak, Uruk, Ur, and Nippur. The king, Lugal, is presumably Dumuzi. Thistles grow in dried-up waters, and thorns grow in stinky waters. which is why Ulster relates the myth to recruitment officers' despicable character. These men were defined by Ulster as visitors who abused the rules of hospitality by passing on information to the palace, by keeping their hands on the table and their tongues in the palace, according to the proverb. The enemies of Dumuzi seize guest Inanna and attempt to bribe her with gifts, but she rejects them, declaring, "Whoever heard a sister tell their brother's whereabouts?" A ditch of water and a grain field is then used to bribe Dumuzi's friend. The friend, however, reveals Dumuzi's hiding place. He has dropped into the ditches of Arali, but I don't know where he is.
Fuck! No, my memory's that good. When I fucking get there. Oh, man. Yeah, live flash before your eyes like all the time. No, it's consistent. Like consistently fucked up. But it's interesting from every angle. But not very fun from any angle.
Hello, students in my world mythology class, people on YouTube. This will be a lecture on the mythology of the goddess Inanna. 4 myths in particular: the Hulupu tree, the god of wisdom, or Enki, the sacred marriage, or the courtship with Inanna and Dumuzi, and the famous myth of Inanna's descent to the underworld. This will be a redo lecture on the goddess Inanna from one produced about 3 years ago in that rushed online during the COVID times. I lost the stems for that lecture, so I wasn't able to turn down the overly loud music at times, and as YouTube commenters didn't fail to remind me, I pronounced the goddess's name, Inanna, with the Spanish or Mexican rolling N, Inanna. Unforgivable. I guess it's because I'm half Argentinian.
An anti-vape campaign? Of course it is.
The goddess Inanna since then, so this is going to be a bit more of a scholarly ride through these 4 myths, so I hope you enjoy it. Strap in.
This is bigger enough.
For those of my students who don't like reading on the page so much, there's also a companion video to this lecture where these 4 myths are read in their entirety by Moonshine Sodi. And I might recommend reading the myths first or listening to them before starting this lecture, but either way is good. So, without further ado, let's get going. The 2 most impressive mythological figures to come down to us from the earliest of recorded history.
It says in the Bible about scoffers. Scoffers.
Pair. Gilgamesh, the hero, is 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, and Inanna, goddess of love, war, the evening and the morning star, and a sizable number of holy May, which we'll loosely translate for now as powers or culture modes of early civilization. Both Gilgamesh and Inanna hail from or have a
foreign spirit, guys. Of course, it's more than that. Sorry.
In modern-day Iraq.
Windows down.
And they are sometimes allies and sometimes opponents, as we'll see.
Way more than that.
Together, Inanna's or the
these guys are rich in spirit to us.
Narrative.
The fucking artificial intelligence we've created.
On cuneiform tablets.
A lot of it turns out.
Akkadian and Babylonian.
Everywhere.
Has been a long
everywhere and everywhere.
Process that has taken scholars decades to assemble, debate, translate, and retranslate. The Sumerologist Samuel Noah Kramer provided insights from a modern vision of Inanna when he published Sumerian mythology, a study of literary and spiritual achievement in the 3rd millennium BC in 1944. Eventually, this volume, and his later The Sumerians, Their History, Culture, and Character, caught the attention of the gifted storyteller and performance artist Diane Oakstein. Together, they worked on Inanna, Queen of Heaven and Earth, her stories and hymns from Sumer,
and this shit over here.
In 1983.
This I'm just like
This was the first time that Inanna mythology, in a newly rechristinated and widely intelligible modern version, reached a broader public hungry for inspiring information about this goddess. Although heavily interpreted at times and with somewhat of a Jungian feminist lens, this edition is still likely the best place to start for newcomers to both the mythology and the spirituality of the goddess Inanna, and Volksstein's stunning theatrical renditions of parts of Inanna's myths are now on YouTube. This lecture will focus on a summative engagement with this landmark volume, which Mircea Eliade once called an admirable translation, a great masterpiece of universal literature, and which another blurb writer declares this book is worth a talent of scholarly tomes. Along the way, I'll attempt to update a few of the details in light of some of the recent scholarship I'm familiar with. I'm by no means an Assyriologist, and will also be looking to another, more recent storyteller version of Inanna's mythology in the Italian publisher and great writer Roberto Colasso's final book. Sources of origins, evidence, and symbols for the Sumerian Inanna, she was best known as the patron goddess of the Iana temple in the city of Ur, about which we hear a fair bit in the Epic of Gilgamesh, which was formerly a temple of An. Inanna's symbols include the lion, the eight-pointed star, the hook-shaped knot of reeds, or the doorpost, and the name likely derives from Sumerian in Anat, Lady of Heaven. There is evidence for Inanna worship in Sumer from the Uruk period, 4000 BCE to 3100 BCE. The famous Uruk vase shows men giving votive offerings to a female figure, beside which is Inanna's ideogram, the twisted doorpost reeds. A large number of seal impressions, or cylinder seals, from 3100 to 2900 BCE from various cities give evidence of cultic worship of Inanna. Scholars continue to debate how widespread this worship was before the Akkadian takeover and Sargon's daughter, Enheduanna, sometimes also pronounced Enheduanna, who wrote poetry that increased her popularity as an imperial goddess. While fragmentary literary Sumerian cuneiform texts related to Inanna predate Enheduanna, copies of literary texts containing Inanna's mythology often date to the 3rd dynasty of Ur, 2100 to 2000 BCE, when King Shulgi, also a scholar, promoted scribal culture near the formal end of the Sumerian world. After this, literary and cultic evidence for the Sumerian Inanna continues, but more sporadically, often in Akkadian versions, and Inanna becomes increasingly syncretized into other goddess cults, after Ishtar, then Astarte, Ishara, Aphrodite, and many others. According to Beringer or Schung's at times fanciful but often plausible feminist vision, this goddess emerges to prominence and dominance in the context of the Neolithic Revolution. Sumerian settlements in northern Iraq may go back to around 6000 BC, like at Çatalhöyük, which is even earlier, and suggest a great household or extended family, including servants, workers, retainers, core social units that are larger than kinship, irrigation, food storage capacity, and graves of distinction. Samaran material artifacts suggest worship of female and animal powers, and these images continue through the Umayyad period and into early Sumer and subsequent Akkadian culture. When Inanna is associated in later cuneiform texts and iconography with the scorpion or the first snake and mistress eagle, all in Enheduanna's poetry, these may be images going back to Neolithic goddess worship. Temples became important centers for food distribution and formed the social and religious core of the city. As priestess or high priestess, Enheduanna and her predecessors may well have managed agricultural enterprises on the land around the temple. The term En may also refer to priestly management of the fecundity of land and the economy. All of these cultural and economic enterprises, known to the Sumerians and Akkadians as Holy May, are actually attributed to Inanna in the story of her visit to Enki's Apsu, an acquisition from May, which we'll cover soon. Sometimes in world religions textbooks, it's said that the earliest goddesses are associated with motherhood and fertility. But actually, in Inanna's case, the first goddess of recorded literary history, motherhood barely figures, and she's more often a goddess of social organization, of war, as well as a patron of the crafts and the arts. In any case, any high priestess of Inanna,
modern people don't get this quite.
likely experience considerable
they do, but they don't.
independence. could make
good.
loans, and had administrative oversight. The temple employed many in the city, and empresses may have ruled over the
They might care of it.
prosperity
I'm just
and
like,
the
whatever.
abundance of the village in multiple social functions. Here you see the Sumerian genealogy or Sumerian pantheon as reproduced in the Volkstein and Kramer edition. Just a quick run through before looking at the specifics. Ki or Urash,
they don't fucking want
the
it.
Earth goddess mother, and her union with An, the sky god, produces Enlil, the air or storm or thunder god, who's normally the king of the pantheon. Enlil's union with Ninlil produces Nana, the moon god, and Nana and Ningal, the moon goddess, are together the parents of Inanna and also Utu, the sun god. Notice that in this pantheon, An also pairs with Namu, the goddess of the watery deep, and the son of this union is Enki, the god of wisdom or the god of flowing sweet water, whose city is Eridu. Enki often figures as a marginal or trickster figure, very often subverting and sometimes vying for power with Enlil, which makes sense on this genealogy. At this point, we notice that Enki couples with Ningikuga, the reed lady, and that is how Ningal is born, the moon goddess. So although Enki is sometimes called misleadingly Inanna's uncle, on this genealogy, Enki is as much grandfather to Inanna as is Enlil. And as it turns out, he's a much more supportive grandfather than Enlil. While Inanna is said to have two sons in a few fragmentary myths, such as the Descent, Shara, and Lulal, it may be that these are sons only in the proverbial sense, since Shara seems to be her hairdresser and Lulal her shield bearer, making them more like sukals or servants. Let's go into each half of the genealogy now in just a bit more detail. While the convention in Sumerian literature is to describe close male-female relatives as brothers and sisters, strictly speaking, Inanna and Gilgamesh are second cousins. Inanna's immediate parents again are Nana, the moon god, and Ningal, the moon goddess, and her brothers Utu, the sun god, who is especially worshipped at Sipar. Although less bright than her brother Utu, Inanna's association with the morning and the evening star, the planet Venus, already suggests for her a liminal or transitional status between lunar and solar, night and day, darkness and light, a goddess of love, or maybe twilight. Her grandfather on her father's side is Enlil, the air and storm god and king of the pantheon. Inanna's grandfather on her mother's side is Enki, god of wisdom and flowing sweet water. This double heritage from Enlil and from Enki is so very potent because it means that Inanna claims descent and inheritance not only from the union of sky and earth, Ki or Urash, but also through Enki, the union of sky and Namu, the watery deep. In literary and religious texts, her father figures may include Nana, Enlil, Enki, and An, while her mother figures include Ningal, Ninlil, Ki or Urash, Ningikuga, and Namu. Inanna is the most attested and powerful Sumerian and Akkadian goddess. Quite simply, the greatest of female Anuna, or Anunnaki, meaning great gods, in Sumer, Akkad, and beyond.
258 Garfield.
Reside over and claim residence of what was formerly An's most traditional temple,
Where is Ki, isn't it?
and become the city's preeminent popular deity. That her grandfather is Enki, called Ea, in the Akkadian period, proves to be decisive in her mythology, both in her rise to power and in her rescue from the netherworld. Important to note is that she's also of the same generation in terms of myths of succession as Dumuzi, here a full god, and Geshtinana, his sister, as well as Gilgamesh.
Even though it's not,
remember this later.
They just want you to think that.
Arishtia is called Inanna's older sister in the Descent myth.
With all their movies and their bullshit.
So let's talk just a bit about the relation of Inanna and Ishtar before getting into the myths
Definitely
themselves.
the devil, huh?
Certainly, the most important event in Inanna's mythological itinerary occurs in the 24th to 23rd century BCE, when the first self-named author, Enheduanna, and priestess or high priestess of
Even
Ur,
spiritual
and daughter
can be, but
of
some
the
of them are
Akkadian
fucking
conqueror
evil.
Sargon the Great, fused attributes of the Akkadian Ishtar, especially her warlike attributes, with the Inanna of ancient Sumer. In a follow-up lecture to this series, we will explore Enheduanna's literary and spiritual legacy, her adoption and transformation of the goddess Inanna. In this lecture, as introduction, let's stick to Inanna's myth cycle as reconstructed from literary tablets not attributed to Enheduanna. We're lucky to live in an era when the world's leading experts are often on YouTube. See Ronald Hutton's eloquent lecture, Ancient Goddesses of Sex and War, which begins from the famous proposal of Thorkild Jakobsen on how the syncretism of Inanna Ishtar took place. On this narrative, Inanna begins as a goddess who protects the agricultural storehouse, a barn goddess, and later becomes a goddess of rain and thunderstorms, fertility. This original function was underlined by marrying Inanna to Dumuzi, who, quote, generated farm produce, but Inanna then looked after it, the perfect divine economic partnership. The first religious rites to her seem to be dedicated to thanking Inanna Dumuzi for their bounty and encouraging them to provide more and better. Thus Hutton and Jakobsen on the 4th to 3rd millennium BCE. Hutton also points out how Inanna's association with thunderstorms is likely what started her warlike associations with the planet Venus. Quote, when she rose in the morning, she called soldiers to arms, and in the evening, she called lovers to each other's arms. This was a process of accretion. Ishtar was the main Akkadian goddess who became syncretized or merged with Inanna after the conquest occurred. So let's now look to Inanna's first myth, the Hulupu tree tale. The textual issue here is that Volkstein doesn't really tell us that this is where she's getting Inanna's Annunciation or initiation myth. That is from Tablet 12 of an earlier Sumerian version of the Epic of Gilgamesh. So let's talk a little bit about Tablet 12. Scholars have never been quite sure what to make of it, since its narrative is difficult to place in both the Old Akkadian and Standard Babylonian versions of Gilgamesh's epic. It just doesn't fit very well into the plot. While it appears in all scholarly editions of the epic, it is omitted from most of the popular editions, from Stephen Mitchell to Sophus Keller. Given the hostile relationship between Gilgamesh and Ishtar, or Inanna, in Book 6 of the Standard Version, it does seem an appropriate irony that this outlier Sumerian Gilgamesh provides the framework for what we know or can reconstruct about Inanna's earliest mythology, and her annunciation as the goddess and provider of the city of Uruk. Gilgamesh in the Sumerian version is written as Bilgamesh, and a related tablet, also in Sumerian, Bilgamesh and the Bull of Heaven, contains an earlier version of Book 6 of the Standard Version. Also in that version, the raging discord between Bilgamesh and Inanna, while present, is less brutal than in later versions. Yes, Inanna does propose to Gilgamesh, and yes, Gilgamesh rejects her advances, but he does so more respectfully. Quote, "O Lady Inanna, you must not block my path. Let me catch wild bulls in the mountains. Let me fill your folds. Let me fill with silver and carnelian." While a conflict of intent certainly features in the Sumerian versions, the outcome of slaying the Bull of Heaven is more conciliatory. The Bull of Heaven being slain, O holy Inanna, sweet is your praise, are the concluding lines. While it's hard to draw firm conclusions about the different ways that Inanna and Gilgamesh were conceptualized in their relationship, from these earlier Sumerian versions to later Akkadian and Babylonian versions, it does seem that the drift of the culture overall and of Gilgamesh's epic is towards increasing patriarchalization and increasing levels of misogyny and disrespect shown to this goddess. In the Sumerian versions, Gilgamesh and Inanna are often in conflict, but the conflict is far less vitriolic, and there are many more instances of cooperation. Tablet 12 of the Sumerian Gilgamesh begins with what's sometimes called the prologue, and according to Volkstein and other scholars, it's one of the most important sources we have for the Sumerian cosmogony, or cosmology. Let's hear it now in the Volkstein translation. In the first days, in the very first days, in the first nights, in the very first nights, in the first years, in the very first years, in the first days when everything needed was brought into being, in the first days when everything needed was properly nourished, when bread was baked in the shrines of the land, and the bread was tasted in the homes of the land, when heaven had moved away from earth, and the earth had separated from the heaven, and the name of man was fixed. When the sky god An had carried off the heavens, and the air god Enlil had carried off the earth, when the queen of the great below, Erishkigal, was given the underworld for her domain, he set sail, the father set sail. Enki, the god of wisdom, set sail for the underworld. Small windstones were tossed up against him. Large hailstones were hurled up against him. Like onrushing turtles, they charged the keel of Enki's boat. The waters of the sea devoured the bow of his boat like wolves. The waters of the sea struck the stern of his boat like lions. So how should we understand and situate this Sumerian cosmology? At the beginning of Tablet 12, the Benjamin Foster Norton Critical Edition calls this cosmological prologue a tempest. The Andrew George Penguin Edition notes that it was Schaeffer's 1963 doctoral dissertation that did the grunt work to give us this tablet in its current form. George and Foster are clear in their translations that the underworld was a dowry gift to Ereshkigal, in marriage to whom we are less certain, but likely Nergal, based on later myths featuring Ereshkigal. An, Enlil, and Ereshkigal are here the presiding gods of heaven, earth, and the underworld. An carries off the heavens, Enlil carries off the earth. This leaves only the underworld for the feminine principle. The underworld, or Kur, or netherworld, is a remnant or leftover that nobody wants or can deal with, though dressed up as a dowry gift. Note how sky and earth are masculine on this conception.
Except he's the same fucking cat, and the same fucking cat, and the same fucking cat. Always, I can tell.
Which underlines the
here and there.
patriarchal character of the Sumerian pantheon, and perhaps also Inanna's anomalous status. Samuel Kramer, in his epilogue commentary to the Vogtstein edition, seems content to introduce the Sumerians, their history, their literature, their culture, and to speak of his role in the reconstruction of the final version of the Descent tale. Kramer also worked a lot on Tablet 12 while it was still being pieced together. This is a pretty hands-off approach. This is a hands-off approach.
I think we can
given his status as a philologist, and may indicate his trust in his storyteller. Vogtstein's commentary begins by noting the frequent use in Sumerian literature of repetition, slow, studied, and hypnotic. The timeless realm of the gods, the soul, and the origins of life are the themes of Inanna's myth cycle. Now, scholars do not agree on the exact dating of Tablet 12 of the Sumerian Gilgamesh, but most say it could have been written as early as the 21st century BCE and may contain mythic images that go further back to the 3rd millennium BCE. The themes of the prologue are nature's growth and processes of transformation, the emergence of natural law, marked by the separation of earth and heaven, and the emergence of human nature within the cosmic order established and distributed by the gods. According to Vogtstein, in lines 1 to 3, the story of creation develops natural processes set into time. In lines 4 to 7, life's vital aspects are brought forth and nourished. In lines 8 to 9, the oneness of the world is divided. With the 10th line, and the name of man was fixed, consciousness, artifice, effort, and intention, also language and holy naming begins. What follows is the distribution of divine powers and cosmic
but I know I'm
realms.
not, huh?
And
What was that
heaven,
fucking train I
and
saw
the
that
earth,
one night, Christmas
and
night?
Ereshkigal is given the underworld. This introduces, although subtly, the
I've
themes
heard about
of
fucking
death
ghost
and of
trains
evil,
back there,
which
basically.
guide the rest
Like
of
it's
the
on the
program.
route.
Quote from Vogtstein: "The flow of creation is brought to a halt, for though man's name has been fixed, what purpose is there in life and awareness if all is to be undone in the house of decay? Who will attempt to understand death and thus find meaning in life?" Obviously, Gilgamesh is one who makes such an attempt. Father Enki, the god of wisdom, might be introduced here in the prologue as a first solution to the problem of death. The first shamanic descent is Enki's, when he sets sail to the underworld, only to be assaulted by stones and animal spirits, battered and bruised. What is the purpose of Enki's descent? We are not told. Is it out of a sense of injustice or unfairness for Ereshkigal's fate, or is it to be the first god to conquer the underworld himself? We are not told. Vogtstein reads this scene psychologically as a battle between conscious and unconscious forces, male and female, Enki and Ereshkigal. Since the forces are equal, no resolution can be given without a synthesis. Quote, "From the encounter of God of wisdom and the queen of the underworld, a tree comes into existence. This ends the prologue
Quickly.
and begins Inanna's own tale. Without the cosmology,
Because we're almost
no
becoming
tree.
obsolete. Human beings.
And so the tale continues
Obsolete.
with the emergence
Almost.
of the Hulupu tree and what appears to be a young woman, Inanna. As Enki is attempting to
Who else the
descend
other beings
into the
that we brought
underworld,
with us?
a tempest is created, we could say. At that time, the tree,
Are
the
we? No,
single
not yet.
tree,
Not yet.
A hulupu tree
And I do my
was
work too.
planted by the banks of the Euphrates. The tree was nurtured by the waters of the
paid for it.
Euphrates. The whirling south wind arose, pulling at its roots, ripping at its branches.
Guess what? They sold
until
their house
the waters
for a
of the
little while.
Euphrates carried it away.
Talk to my dad. Guess what? He's still alive and sober again.
Of the
Thank
word
God,
of the
right?
sky god, and who walked in fear of the word of the air god Enlil, plucked the tree from the river and spoke, I shall bring this tree to Uruk. I shall plant
Now I'm
this
supposed to
tree
figure out how not to
in
get
my holy
killed.
garden. And Anna cared for the tree with her hand. She settled the earth around the tree with her foot. She wondered, how long will it be until I have a shining throne to sit upon? How long will it be until I have a shining bed to lie upon? The years passed, 5 years, then 10 years. The tree grew thick, but its bark did not split. In translation, sometimes the bed is called a couch. Now, we're not at all sure when exactly in Inanna's mythical itinerary and life story these events took place. Since the tale of Inanna and her hulupu tree occurs in the context of Gilgamesh's Sumerian tale, sometimes scholars place these events after her establishing of the city of Uruk and after her acquisition of the Meg from Enki, but sometimes before. We'll never really know. What is clear is that Inanna's entry in this tablet as a woman who walked in fear, we might read pious, holy reverence or dread of the word of the sky god and her great-grandfather, and the word of the air god Enlil, her grandfather, is stunning, perhaps on a par with Enheduanna's authorial I statements. And it is suggestive that an initiation or annunciation tale for this goddess is being told. So far, so good, and it looks like Folkestein has hit archetypal gold. In her storyteller reconstruction, we might imagine her acting as something of an enchantress to Samuel Noah Kramer in his more stolid scholarly knowledge. He doesn't want the magic to end. He does want these tales to reach a wider audience. He may be racked with doubts at times, but Folkestein always delivers. According to her reconstruction of the hulupu tree tale, here we are meeting Inanna near the beginning of her womanhood, in the early stages of her establishing of her city. Hence the lines, I shall bring this tree to Uruk, I shall plant this tree in my holy garden. Thus the hulupu tree, usually a willow, although Foster renders it as a cherry tree, is crucial for the success of Inanna's rulership. It will provide wood for her throne and bed, which indicates the tree's critical importance to Inanna's queenship. The 5 and the 10 years in which the hulupu tree grows up in Inanna's garden sound pretty promising, even prosperous. At this point, the hulupu tree appears to resemble the biblical tree of life in the Garden of Eden, and maybe its model. But then something tragic, unexpected, and unfortunate occurs. Then a serpent who could not be charmed made its nest in the roots of the hulupu tree. The Anzu bird set his young in the branches of the tree, and the dark-maid Lilith built her home in the trunk. The young woman who loved to laugh,
I really think
how Inanna wept, yet they would not leave
actually
the
like
tree.
that.
Andrew George,
When you're like that,
edition, translates demon maid, for si kikililaki. Following Kramer, Folkestein takes quite a bit more liberty and translates Lilith. Unfortunately, this overloads the text with biblical, Edenic, and folkloric parallels in later Hebrew culture. It also makes it more enigmatic to modern readers. We will meet Lilith, Adam's apocryphal first wife, later in the course, but for now, suffice it to say that a Lilitu in Sumerian, Akkadian, and Babylonian sources is an evil spirit connected with mental illness, possibly infant mortality. That is, if Lilitu is related to Lamashtu, the demoness of infant mortality. You can check out Irvin Finkel's amazing lectures on these themes on YouTube. At least at the symbolic level, what began as Inanna's shining and healthy tree of life has by now become a darksome and baleful tree of knowledge or power. 2 trees in one, with 3 infecting pestilences, the serpent, the thunderbird, and the lily-tube. For Folkestein, this is the moment of Inanna's alchemical negrito, or darkening, dark night of the soul, prefiguring her descent, and the knowledge provided to her by the tree's sickness is a loathsome kind of self-knowledge. Hence, Inanna wails and weeps. The tree expresses her, quote, unacknowledged, unexpressed fears and desires. The time depth of this anima mundi image of Inanna's tree is difficult to place and understand. Mythic traditions the world over depict tripartite trees, often associated with shamanic journeying or flight, descent or ascent into lower, middle, and upper worlds of the order of things. Although Sumerian is not an Indo-European language, it's an isolate unrelated to any other known language. Proto-Indo-European dictionaries often point out the ubiquity of tree images across descendant cultures, and they are found globally, usually with totemic animals associated with the three realms. What is distinctive about Inanna's tree is, of course, its sickness, applying Dumaziel's functional tripartition involving sacred, martial, and economic functions. It may be that each of the tree's three ailments represent a symbolic lack or functional deficiency, which sets up Inanna's heroine's journey. She seeks heavenly or sacral authority, foliage, and earthly sovereignty, the trunk, and providential control over the forces of birth, death, and emergence, the roots, the underworld, or Ereshkigal's domain. Although unstated in the text, the Thunderbird parallels Inanna's fear of An, the Lilitu parallels her fear of Enlil, and the serpent might then correspond to Inanna's rivalry with Ereshkigal. Whether or not the text can be stretched in this way, it is clear that Inanna is often associated with serpents, and is the mother of the first snakes, lions, and eagles in other texts, which are also animals of the lower, middle, and the upper worlds, not unlike the condor, puma, and serpent tripartition that we'll discover in Andean cosmology later in the course. So what does do? For Volkstein, the three pestilences, as mere images of Inanna's own fears and desires, cause the goddess to dissolve into tears at the realization of her own dark solipsistic cravings. But with the rise of a new day's awareness and consciousness, and after much weeping, she is ready to ask for help from her peer group. In her heartrending plea to her brother Utu, the sun god, Inanna summarizes and repeats the tale so far, emphasizing its importance. Quote, Utu, the valiant warrior Utu, would not help his sister, Inanna. And so, as the birds begin to sing the coming of the second dawn, Inanna called her brother Gilgamesh. Again, the tale is repeated, now to Gilgamesh, the valiant warrior. Gilgamesh, and he stood by
light the match.
Unlike Utu, Gilgamesh fashions up his heavy armor, about 50 pounds, and sacred axe, 400 pounds, and moves it to strike the serpent who could not be charmed, thereby causing the Thunderbird to flee to the mountains with its brood, and the Lilitu to smash its house and flee into wild, uninhabited places, escaping into the open country.
I think that was my dad too, the sword.
Gilgamesh then loosens the root and prepares the wood of the tree, carving from its trunk a throne and bed for Inanna, his holy sister, while Inanna makes for him a puku and a miku.
Not really, because
both the Foster and George translations agree that Gilgamesh only donates Inanna the wood, keeping some for himself. Since the publication of the Kramer-Volkstein edition, scholars have discovered and now appear to be mostly agreed that Gilgamesh's puku and miku, which he carves for himself, are in fact a ball and a mallet or bat. Gilgamesh uses these to play abusive games with the citizens, humiliating and riding on their backs, and this in turn sets up Enkidu's descent to the netherworld to retrieve Gilgamesh's ball and mallet when they get lost in a crack in the earth. It is unclear when in Gilgamesh's journey and rulership these events occurred. What is clear is that Inanna disappears from Tablet 12 at this point. For Volkstein, Inanna and Gilgamesh are both in the formative stages of their development here. Gilgamesh acts as Inanna's initiator, bringing courage, decisiveness, and strength in her moment of weakness. Malevolent forces have been expelled from Uruk.
But I'm not trying to
exchange sets up prosperity for Uruk, at least until
my shadow very much wants to.
So despite
but
the
it's not just me,
liberties
it's other
and
people
state
that
of
I know.
scholarship at the time, we can see why and admire how Volkstein extracted the Hulupu tree from Tablet 12 and placed it at the head of Inanna's myth cycle. Her interpretation of the Hulupu tree, what she calls a third approach, focuses on Inanna's psychic reality and comes across as amateur Hegelian or Jungian, a synthesizing of opposition or another perspective beyond duality and the synthesis of duality. Quote from Vogstein, "The tree embodies the dual forces of the universe, Enki and Ereshkigal, consciousness and unconsciousness, light and darkness, male and female, the power of life and the power of death. The three kingdoms, the underworld of Ereshkigal, the earth of Enlil, and the heavens of An, are all represented indirectly in Inanna's tree, at a stage before Inanna has secured and harvested control and rulership of these three realms for herself and by her own power. Unlike in the biblical Garden of Eden narrative, which may echo and reconstruct this much earlier tale, here there is only one tree, a radiant tree of life that darkens as it becomes a tree of power. Rather than suffering expulsion for enjoying the fruit, in this case the wood, Inanna is sanctified and established in her holy queenship. Her vision for Uruk, with Gilgamesh's help, Inanna has succeeded in her first gathering of the powers of Ereshkigal and Enki. The tree has emerged, and two more myths will describe how she gathers more powers from these deities.
When you're out there and
The tree that emerged and was unmoored during Enki's turbulent descent has now been domesticated in Inanna's garden paradise, or Paradinos. After a period of world darkening and psychic upheaval, the wood of the tree has been shared with Gilgamesh, empowering them both, not unlike Eve's sharing of the fruit with Adam in Genesis 2. Vogstein, quote, "When Inanna begins her rule, she will be sitting on the throne of the Hulupu tree, and her understanding of life and death, consciousness and lack of consciousness will be increased accordingly. Likewise, when she holds a man in her arms, the bed will murmur to them both the secrets of life and death, life and darkness." Not being a Sumerologist, I must say I enjoyed these storytelling renditions that allow themselves to take a little bit of liberty with the text for the sake of a modern audience. Another excellent example is the voluminous writing of the inimitable Italian author Roberto Colasso, recently deceased, in the final 11th volume of his novelistic retelling of many of the world's mythologies. Colasso places the Hulupu tree interlude and the Gilgamesh-Ishtar relationship within a different mythical chronology, and it's told by his fictional Utanapishtim character to Sinbad, his final visitor after Gilgamesh at the eternal edge of the world. Let's listen to how Colasso introduces Inanna Ishtar in this text. "Twice Ishtar wept, the first time out of rage and vexation, because Gilgamesh rejected her. The second time in her temple, because the solitary willow she had taken from the Euphrates was all eaten away. Gilgamesh was present on both occasions, first offending the goddess, then indulging her, but as a brother, not a lover. And twice Gilgamesh wept, once because his ball and stick made from the wood of the solitary willow had vanished into the underworld, once for his friend Enkidu, who went down to the underworld to get them back, never to return to the light above, except as a shadow. Ishtar and Gilgamesh could be fierce opponents, but they are the only ones who are said to have seen the deep, the waters of Ea, Enki. Such complicity went beyond hostility. Ishtar's throne and Gilgamesh's ball, which fell into the underworld and led to Enkidu's death, were both made of the wood of the same willow. No bond could have been stronger. So moving on to the second Inanna myth covered here, the Inanna-Enki myth, which was originally edited by Gertrude Faber-Fluge and published in 1973. A literal translation can be found on the electronic corpus of Sumerian literature. Again, Vogstein's renditions depart significantly from Kramer's translation in his Sumerian mythology. The opening lines seem almost too good to be true. Following upon Inanna's success in establishing her throne and bed, now, quote, Inanna placed the Shugara crown, or crown of the steep, on her head, assuming her role as queen of the land of Sumer. Vogstein, as queen, Inanna is responsible to and receives her power from the resources and fertility of the land. With the Shugara on her head, Inanna goes to the sheepfold. Leaning against an apple tree, she rejoices in her own natural powers, her wondrous vulva. We're also told that the words for sheepfold, womb, vulva, loins, and lap all coincide in Sumerian. A According to Volkstein, in this tale, gone is the brooding, fearful adolescent girl of the Hulupu tree. Inanna has received her throne and crown. This story begins with Inanna delighting in her womanhood and wishing to test its powers. And who better to test her powers on than her grandfather on her mother's side, Enki, Akkadian Ea, that other great outsider god in the Sumerian pantheon, the first god who descended to the underworld, as we've heard, and who was instrumental in the creation of humanity, and who also warned Utnapishtim, or Atrahasis, about the flood, as we studied in week 2, thereby saving humanity from Enlil's rage and destruction. A model trickster rebel god, like Inanna, we could say. So, in setting out her journey to Eridu to visit Enki, Inanna announces herself, saying, I, the Queen of Heaven, shall visit the God of Wisdom. I shall go to the Absu, the sacred place in Eridu. I shall honor Enki, the God of Wisdom in Eridu. I shall utter a prayer to Enki at the deep, sweet waters. Inanna set out by herself when she was within a short distance of the Absu, he whose ears are wide open, he who knows the May, the holy laws of heaven and earth, he who knows the heart of the gods, Enki, the God of wisdom who knows all things, called to his servant Isimud. Come, my Sukal, the woman is about to enter the Absu. When Inanna enters the holy shrine, give her butter cake to eat, pour cold beer to refresh her heart, offer her beer before the statue of the lion, treat her like an equal. Greet Inanna at the holy table, the tables of heaven. Enki and Inanna drank beer together. They drank more beer together. They drank more and more beer together, with their bronze vessels filled to overflowing. With the vessels of Urash, mother of the earth, they toasted each other. They challenged each other. Naturally, for a Sukal, vizier, or official attendant, Isimud heeds Enki's words, and unlike in the descent myth, Inanna receives fitting and respectful hospitality. The drunken honoring of the gifts of life and the earth continue between them. Enki, swaying the drink, toasted Inanna, in the name of my power, in the name of my holy shrine. To my daughter Inanna I shall give the high priesthood, godship, the noble, enduring crown, the throne of kingship. And Inanna replied, I take them. And it continues, truth, descent into the underworld, ascent from the underworld, the art of lovemaking, the kissing of the phallus, the holy priestess of heaven, the setting up of lamentations, the rejoicing of the heart, the giving of judgments, the making of decisions. And each time, Inanna replies, I take them. And it continues, Enki, raising his cup a second and a third time, a total of 14 times, in his intoxicated generosity or magnanimity, Enki gives Inanna so many May that she enumerates them all for herself, as if to ratify a contract. Before analyzing the list of May received from Enki that Inanna itemizes, let's briefly summarize 3 interpretations of this scene, those of Sophus Hella in his edition of Enheduina, Roberto Colasso, and Diane Volkstein. According to Sophus Hella, an up-and-comer in the field to be sure, having just released new and wonderful editions with excellent essays of the complete poems of Enheduina and also the Epic of Gilgamesh, the word May literally means to be or to exist, although it is used as a noun. May are the, quote, fundamental elements of existence, that which is, and are the province of the gods. It is by wielding May that gods impose their awe-inspiring terror and demonstrate their power over all cosmic and natural elements. May is even trickier, however, as the word can also be rendered as ritual, or it can denote any repetitive institutions that sustain society. Kingship, agriculture, metalworking, craftsmanship, and sex were all seen as May. Longer quote from Hella. The tale of Inanna and Enki tells of how Inanna stole a trove of May from the trickster god Enki by drinking him into a stupor and loading his May onto her boat. The May that Inanna absconds with include, among many others, joy and justice, honesty and lies, rebellion, kindness, awe and reverent silence, wisdom, the scribal arts, shepherdship, leadership, leathercraft and metalwork, the kindling and the dousing of fire, the making of families, strife and triumph. old age, weapons, various priestly offices, sex and blowjobs, the kissing of the penis, singing, and musical instruments. All these were May, that is, practices which formed the fabric of the human world. Note especially how the May are treated in the story as physical objects that Inanna can load onto her boat while Enki sleeps, almost like shipping crates. The May themselves seem to be silent and inert, but owning them bestows cosmic power. However, in Inanna and Enki, Inanna does not necessarily get away with all the May that exist. Notably absent from the list are aspects of life, such as medicine and disease, which were controlled by other gods. The list we find in this text is probably not a comprehensive enumeration of all the May, but only a catalogue of those that Inanna stole from Enki. And this is what makes it remarkable in Enheduanna's poetry, when Inanna becomes queen of all the May. So let's listen again to Calasso's storyteller version of the Inanna Enki mythos, in the narrative voice of his fictional Utanapishtim, speaking to Sinbad, his final visitor after Gilgamesh at the eternal edge of the world. Calasso reminds us whose bright idea it was to distribute the May among the gods in the first place, Enki's. It was an idea of Ea's, Enki, at once delicate and decisive, to seek out the Anunnaki and share the Mays, the powers with them, showing how and to what extent they could be used. All the Anunnaki, high gods, or Nuna, approved, drunk on power. Only when it came to Ishtar, Inanna, was there some turbulence in attributing the Mays, and this was because Ishtar was the only one who could be everywhere at once. Other gods presided over single regions. Ishtar was imperial. She was present in every nook and cranny, permeated every surface. They called her the girl who laughs with a happy heart, but she was also one who fomented fighting and slaughter. No one could be sure what Ishtar would be up to, who would be from one moment to the next. Her turbulence upset every equilibrium. When Ea shared out the Mays among the Anunnaki, Ishtar felt left out. She saw that she hadn't been given a function for herself. She was sovereign, but without presiding over anything in particular. Now she was forced to realize that the only thing that was strictly hers was sexual pleasure, and even if no one was ready to forego it, that pleasure served no purpose. The gods shared out territories and governments. She alone was everywhere and nowhere. Rather than any particular god, she resembled the divine that embraces all and cannot be pinned down. Ever a conflict averter, in this myth, which Calasso retells from the Sumerian story of Enki and the world order, Enki quells the righteous fury of Ishtar with an old trick. He makes a double of Ishtar, who Ishtar must combat, Saltu, alike to herself in every way, and guarding the Apsu. It seems Ishtar must have won this battle with her shadow or double, for Utanapishtim's narrative continues, quote, wrapped in a cloak only the gods possess, she, Ishtar, climbed on the boat of heaven and chose to descend to the Apsu to visit Ea. Many saw her on the last leg of the journey between Kulaba, her home in Uruk, and Eridu, where you go down to the Apsu. The Apsu is just above the underworld, remember. She said she wanted to speak, her alone, him alone, to Ea. Behold, the silvery Ishtar, my daughter, are the words many of the guardians heard Ea pronounce. Just before they shut themselves up in a room of the subterranean palace, some of the dignitaries managed to glimpse their passing. A dazzling vision, they said. Huge, luminous wings hovered over the boundless waters of the Apsu, opening the way to the goddess. No one would witness what followed, save for a few moments the servants who brought them food and drink. Exquisite, no doubt. They whispered that Ea seemed drunk. They hear him say over and over, my daughter, and the two kept lifting the bronze goblets. What did father and daughter talk about all day and night? No one can say. All we know is that Ishtar left laden with gifts, 105 powers. She looked on with a stern gaze as they were placed one by one in the boat of heaven. Let me list some of the most important to you. The power to go down to the underworld and back, the use of the sexual organs, the art of woodworking, the art of the scribe, attention, kindling fires, procreation, judgment, betrayal, deceit, black clothing, colored clothing, the banner, the quiver, the kiss, hypocrisy, the tavern, the song, treachery, pillage, the lament, prosperity, architecture, the oblation, deference, lying, victory, makeup, and these are only some of those 105 powers. After receiving all the May and still reeling with drink, Enki spoke to his servant Isimut. My Sukal, Isimut, the young woman is about to leave for Uruk. It is my wish that she reach her city safely. Inanna gathered all the May. The May were placed on the boat of heaven. The boat of heaven with the holy May was pushed off from the quay. In her commentary, Vogstein points out
probably not
and tales of Enki, perhaps the most versatile god other than Inanna of the Sumerian pantheon. Not only does Enki create humankind, he fertilizes and organizes the land and is the master of magic.
That burned down? Oh, the house you want to talk about the house that burned down? I didn't do it.
An upholder of the laws of the god.
Oh, that house I also had nothing to do with it. I never stole from ever.
Between men, the debate literature, and a mediator before the gods on the part.
But I did go there a lot.
As
it did burn down.
Him.
Not because of something we did.
He is ultimately the great shaman.
So something they were doing in the house.
Or Apsu
I think it was cooking
fresh water and
food,
salt
as far as I remember.
The Tigris meeting the Euphrates at the Persian Gulf. In this
What'd you
tale,
hear?
Enki, despite or because of being drunk, rights the wrong of the original distribution of May among the gods, of which Colosso spoke, and Inanna has already passed the heroic test or quest, the battle with her double, prior to her arrival to Enki. As Vogstein summarizes, with youthful audacity, she boasts that she will bless Enki, the god of wisdom, but Enki refers to Inanna as the young woman, and bids his servant Isimud treat Inanna as if she were an equal. In his hospitality, Enki is full of generosity, and Inanna is full of intent. Gaiety surrounds them. Enki donates, and Inanna takes.
This shit.
Her wondrous vulva at the start of the journey has sufficient amplitude to hold all the May. Funny way that folks put it there. Perhaps we also learn much from this tale about what was required of rulers and priestesses and their So trying to break up the May into rough groups, we see that Enki first gives Inanna priesthood, godship, and kingship. Obviously,
I don't trust the fucking refrigerator very much. There's a fucking dead rat in there. Freaked out by it.
An ascent from the underworld, prefiguring the descent tale, and the art of lovemaking. Next, we hear about lamentations, rejoicing, judgment, and decisions, and these can include such offices as the scepter, the staff, the throne, and the shepherdship, the princess, the priestess, the queen, and the truth. All of the other May seem somewhat more subordinate and related to the human world, rather than its divine governance. Inanna brings all these holy May and more back to Uruk, that it may prosper. She acts as Enki does in Eridu, but for her own city, Uruk, where she supplants even An. Vogstein notes that the ordering of the May indeed tell us a lot about Sumerian values. Service to the gods, the king, and the temple, and its servants are paramount. Later groupings of May read like subordinate hierarchies of the types of administrative duties required for well-being, flourishing, and the maximization of justice and equilibrium between human beings and before the gods. Mourning rites, festivals, law courts, urban versus rural administration, royalty and nobility follow and are then followed by even more everyday human concerns, such as proper law and order, song, the guilds, the principles of education, the rules governing animal husbandry, and a vast array of social interactions, moods, intents, or states of land use and human being, including war, art, rebellion, counseling, and peace. Vogstein emphasizes in the donation scene, above all, the May that's called the making decisions. This is a bit of a stretch, but psychologically valid. According to her, none of the holy May given an inventory can hold weight without the decision to wield them, over and against the authority of Enki, who tries to retrieve the May, or patriarchal authorities among the Amuna, who are likely to be displeased with the range of Inanna's newfound abilities. It is this moment, according to Vogstein, which perpetuates Inanna's decision to leave with the May in tow. Enki is read by her despite his regretful hangover, and sending of monsters against the fleeing boat of heaven as ultimately encouraging Inanna's initiative and independence. Enki's free donation in an ego-dissolved state does not, in the last analysis, diminish him. This makes this tale perhaps our earliest, or at least clearest statement of gender and political egalitarianism. Why can't all the city-states prosper and rule together? Why do we need to hide knowledge or power or technology from potential political enemies? Yes, Enki's consciousness reinscribes a possessive, jealous, and controlling aspect as he becomes a dark shaman, summoning his occult powers to rescue the May, but this attitude does not last. Inanna's indignant defense and fight to her subordinates, especially Ninshubar, for rightful possession, not to mention the contract she itemizes, can be read as a recognition of Enki's dual nature, and as Inanna's entry into that same domain of adult responsibility. The lines which describe how her maidservant Ninshubar defeat Enki's monsters is not preserved, but we receive a clue in her cryptic word to Ninshubar, quote, "Water has not touched your hand, water has not touched your foot. Without the touch of water or semen, Bokstein's gloss, Inanna's May are secure. Inanna's envoy defeats Enki's monsters in stages, 6 or 7 in this reconstruction, in order to parallel the descent myth. In any case, the sympathy of the poet who wrote these cuneiform tablets is declared unambiguously when Inanna returns to Uruk, now to public acclaim, and more May than Enki had given appear miraculously in the boat, all concerned with feminine attributes or raw feminine vitality, above all, the art of woman. Then more May appeared, more May than Enki had given Inanna, and these two were announced, and these two were presented to the people of Uruk. Now, in the voice of the people, Inanna brought the May. She brought the placing of the garment on the ground. She brought a lure. She brought the art of woman. She brought the perfect execution of the May. She brought the tigi and the lily strum. She brought the oop and the mezi and the ala tambourines. Inanna spoke, saying, "Where the boat of heaven has docked, that place shall be called the White Quay. Where the holy May have been presented, that place I shall name the Lapis Lazuli Quay." Then Enki spoke to Inanna, "In the name of my power, in the name of my holy shrine, let the May you have taken with you remain in the holy shrine of your city. Let the high priest spend his days at the holy shrine in song. Let the citizens of your city prosper. Let the children of Uruk rejoice. The people of Uruk are allies of the people of Eridu. Let the city of Uruk be restored to its great place." As Calasso puts this scene, at last, the boat of heaven reached Uruk. It came in to the Nigula gate and was welcomed by a crowd who could scarcely believe their eyes. How could so many powers have invaded the town all at once, bringing such sparkle to life on earth henceforth? The Mays that Ishtar persuaded Ea to grant her were not restricted to regal or priestly emblems. True, these were at the top of the list, but after them came other Mays, such as the art of tying or loosening a hair bun, of sacking a city, or of starting arguments, or disguising oneself. What was it that held them all together? The list of May included everything that the world of light, to which Ishtar was about to return, must not and could not do without. It was the imperishable fabric of appearance, and from the beginning, it included the capacity to come into contact with death and not to succumb. The May, immediately before that, was the truth. If even one May, no matter how frivolous or ferocious, were to be missing, then order in the world would prove inadequate. And in fact, order was always inadequate.
I'm actively disinstantiating a part of my brain right now, trying to.
Until something
for a while.
And everything fell apart. Then wise expedients needed to be found so that everything could return.
Why does it look like that
place.
right now?
This was the
I'm curious about too.
And Ea knew it better than others.
For that bullet.
So as we finish up now with the Inanna Enki mythos, let's remark briefly on the character of Inanna in the two myths. Different characterizations of Inanna emerge from the Huluputri tale and Inanna's visit to Enki. On the one hand, she's an incredibly resourceful and powerful goddess, a true benefactress, protector, and provider for her city. On the other, she does require assistance and alliance with male gods or mortal heroes, and is not above manipulation and deception, even greed. Hence the enormous amount of bad press about her, that you see on YouTube from certain Christian circles. Nonetheless, there is a strongly underlined dignity and strategy to her deceptions and their purpose, which is often lacking in later Akkadian sources. Inanna does what is required for the sake of her city and her reign, and she is successful in forging alliances as needed and in quelling diplomatic disputes. Otherwise, she could not have made off with the May against Enki's monsters. The end result is that her city of Uruk rivals or even exceeds in splendor the greatest cities of her day. This is Inanna's legacy and her continued relevance, a world in which women are in charge. Above all, in these myths, Inanna is the goddess of most every functional aspect of her society. We are even tempted to imagine that her temple might at one point have been the governing body, the administrative center of all aspects of civilized life in the city. Hail, Inanna. So moving on to the courtship of Inanna Dumuzi, we can start by noting that this is probably the most heavily reconstructed myth in the Volkstein-Kramer edition. Volkstein's textual notes describe how she created this rendering by piecing together different love songs scattered in museums throughout the world with Samuel Noah Kramer's help. Volkstein then retranslated and ordered them so that the story would lead from a personal romance of the young lovers to the more public ritual of the king and queen in the sacred marriage rite. That this episode occurs in Inanna's myth cycle after her initiation or enunciation, the Huluputri, and after her acquisition of the Holy May, her visit to Enki, is again a bit too convenient. Now the goddess, Queen of Uruk, is ready to be married. In fact, Sumerian women were married well before the possibility of any such adventures as Inanna had. The shy, youthful, girlish Inanna we meet in the poem is different. Love and sacred marriage poetry are hallmark features of ancient Near Eastern literature. Sumerian and Akkadian courtship and sacred marriage, or Greek hieros gamos songs and love poetry, are probably a long-range influence on Solomon's Song of Songs, aka the Canticles, which sit uneasily in the Hebrew Bible. The influence via the Greek Aphrodite on Sappho's poetry is also strong. For a popular edition of Mesopotamian love and wedding poetry, you could pick up Thorkild Jakobsson's The Harps That Once, Sumerian poetry in translation. Samuel Noah Kramer's The Sacred Marriage Rite is still a good early scholarly read on these. But likely the best source for sorting out the literature pertaining to Inanna's wedding is Nisanen and Uru's Sacred Marriages. Volkstein's reconstructed version from the Idem Dagan findings and others, various tablets, mostly dating from the 19th to the 15th centuries BCE, is well done. One of the key tablets Volkstein draws from is Inanna prefers the farmer. Here, Inanna is convinced to choose the shepherd, Dumuzi, sometimes pronounced Dumuzid, over the farmer. Dumuzi is, of course, Tammuz in the Bible, or Adonis in Greek mythology. As Sophus Hella points out, older scholarship posited that these accounts reflect a real historical practice, including a sexual union between the king and the high priestess of Inanna, with no extant reliable references outside literary texts attest to such a ritual ever.
All they considered numerologically, it didn't do fucking bad.
There is little reason to think that it entailed an actual consummation, at least such as the state of the evidence. At this point, alongside other references, Helen mentions this volume on the left, Nisanen and Uru's Sacred Marriages, which is the best read I've found on sacred marriages in antiquity, and begins with 4 articles on this theme in ancient Sumer and Mesopotamia more broadly. The academic understanding of sacred marriage rituals began over a century ago from George Fraser's understanding of sacred marriages as seasonal fertility rituals that centered on propitiating and participating in the death and resurrection of a vegetation deity, e.g. Dumuzi, or also gods like Dionysus or Baal. And this understanding culminated within Assyriology in the works of Jakobsson and Kramer. More recent interpretation focuses on sacred marriage hymnal poetry as a ritual of royal investiture, whose purpose is to consummate and legitimize a king's rule. More broadly still, a sacred marriage ritual or poem might depict, quote, every imaginable sexual encounter between gods and people or between deities. Following Zimmerman, the authors Uro and Nisanen define a sacred marriage as any real or symbolic union of 2 complementary entities, imagined as gendered in a religious context. The purpose of such sacred weddings is often to emphasize a kind of union in various cultures and to seek to overcome the great dualism of human and cosmic existence, that is, the old split between humans and the gods. Evidence for sacred marriage rituals, often with a sexual flavor in Mesopotamia, go back to the early dynastic period, 2900 BCE, but much of the literary texts are from 2100 to 1800 BCE and the later Babylonian period. Kramer stands in the background of Volkstein's interpretation. From Kramer, quote, and reflecting the older understanding of actual sexual consummation, it was the king's pleasant duty to marry the passionate desire of a goddess of fertility and fecundity, the alluring deity who controlled the productivity of the land and the fruitfulness of the womb of man and beast, end quote. Other, more recent approaches have this is the poetry of the royal women competing for the king's attention, or songs describing the transition of a young girl to a bride and wife. Although dated from the perspective of recent discussion, Volkstein's interpretation and reconstruction are helpful to the beginner and beautiful as poetry in their own right. At the start, Inanna's brother Utu, the sun god, notices his young sister's readiness for marriage, saying, "Young lady, the flax in its fullness is lovely. Inanna, the grain is glistening in the furrow. The season is spring, a time of growing and blooming, where lovers connect with each other and with the spring earth, irrigated with the waters of the Euphrates and the Tigris." Volkstein emphasizes an incestuous undertone in that Utu's dialogue with his sister is quite sexually arousing, but also checked by the destined bond of this goddess with a mortal. Quote from Volkstein, "Since Gilgamesh, hero of Uruk, and Dumuzi were both listed as historical kings who ruled in approximately 2500 to 2275 BCE and shared the same mother, Sirtur or Ninsun, they can be considered avatars or incarnations of each other," end quote. This is pretty heavy-handed, since the evidence for historical Gilgamesh, let alone a Dumuzi king, is scanty at best and can't be demonstrated from a king list likely colored by the mythological imagination. Nonetheless, the identification of Gilgamesh and Dumuzi can make some sense of Gilgamesh's closer relationship to Inanna in the Sumerian tablet 12.
No fucking way, right?
Versus their more vexed
I don't believe it at all.
relationship.
As a trap.
I know it's gotta be sources. The idea that the sacred marriage hymn serves the purpose of a ritual of royal investiture, consummating and legitimizing a king's rule, is not inconsistent with Volkstein's account. Indeed, she mentions it. As the Pinkavi observes regarding the Mesopotamian genre of the sacred marriage motif, this thematic element can be combined in two seemingly different ways in the tradition. Either we have a human bridegroom uniting with a goddess in order to bring blessings to the world and to himself, or a human bride, i.e. the human soul, who seeks union with a divine bridegroom. In the first case, the blessing can also be obtained indirectly, the two deities uniting in order to bring blessings to the king and the land. In the latter case, the bride may be impure at first, a prostitute, but through the necessary preparations, she attains purity and is ready for union with the divine. The union is often co-celebrated by other people, cult personnel, scholars, or the general public, in which case the observers and the devotees identify themselves with the bride uniting with the divine bridegroom. I see no reason to discount any of these elements in the courtship of Inanna and Dumuzi. Across the long lineage of Sumerian and Akkadian kings, perhaps starting with Dumuzi or Gilgamesh, who ends up rejecting Inanna, Inanna certainly had many husbands, especially in later sources. Her status as a mugig, or taboo woman, did not eclipse her positive attribute of being mistress over heaven. Also, this makes Inanna a lot like the Gnostic Sophia, or Thunder, who we'll encounter later in the course as well, and who is simultaneously a prostitute and a holy virgin. Thunder says in that poem, which we'll read later in the course, "For I am the first and the last. I am the honored one and the scorned one. I am the whore and the holy one." Summing up Inanna Ishtar, Lapinkavi writes beautifully, quote, "Inanna Ishtar was a multifaceted goddess, consisting of all possible contradictory aspects. She was a heavenly queen, a virgin and a prostitute, pure and impure, a wife and an unmarried maiden, a nubile girl and a mother, a woman and an androgyne, a bloodthirsty warrior and a protector, merciful and merciless, a goddess of light and a goddess of darkness,
Yep,
a good
certain
spirit
things
and
I
a
just want
demon.
to say again.
She was the one
For a
who
long time,
abandoned
even though I know
her
they're true
heavenly
that.
home in order
It's
to
not
descend
fucking
to
weird.
another world, and
It's
who,
what they told
after
me.
a period
What
of
they told me
time,
to say.
was rescued from the state of death in order to ascend back to heaven and regain her original status. So setting up the descent of Inanna invokes science reconstruction of the courtship after a period of blissful soul
Keep certain promises.
consummation,
I won't want to be
honeymoon
here.
fusion
So it
of
won't
sexual and agricultural prosperity.
My cats
Both
mostly.
Inanna and Dumuzi, perhaps newly divinized on account of his sacred marriage with the goddess, return
What
to
else
their
I gonna do
societal
about it?
roles. Dumuzi, taking on
They
the
know that
prescribed role of father and king, asks Inanna to set me free from the obligation, that is, of making love to Inanna 50 times. And the new king asks Inanna to diminish herself to the role of little daughter or little one in
You know
relation
bodyguard
to
Phil?
Sumerian
Almost?
gender roles for kingship. As
You know,
Vokestein
doing that thing and
comments,
that thing
the
and that
quote,
thing.
intimacy and passion of their summary love
Me
is
out,
gone.
right?
The
Try to
two
get
are
up
together
every
yet
fight.
separate.
Or
This
ignore you.
effectively
Yeah,
sets up both the
me out.
impetus and the outcome of Inanna's descent. Dumuzi, or any king, such as in other sources, Enmerkar or Ensukastana, may rise to absolute sovereignty
Oh,
through
is he had a
marriage
cushion
to
groovy?
Inanna, but no king
Like,
is
you wanna be
capable
late?
of controlling a prodigious May as granted in
Oh, they got him with that one.
perpetuity by Enki or as
Dad, I
miraculously
just know it's more
created
cushion
by her
groovy
unique
here
being.
than in the mountains.
Farmer and shepherd compete for
Because it's
Inanna's
cushion groovy here,
affection in the
Dad.
love
We're not
songs,
fucking
but
fighting for
Inanna
our
marks
lives
the
with
moment
stuff.
at the dawn of written history
Starfield
when no
won't be
man
like that. Let's
suffices
see why.
to realize a
That'd be
woman's
so fucking
destiny.
useful to these mountain
Attempt
dwellers.
to relegate Inanna to the margins as liminal transgressor of the ordered rule of An or of Enlil, and Inanna will renew kinship
Yes.
with the wise outsider
We'll
Enki
bring it back to
and
life.
his transformative vision. She will return
Magic.
to the absolute or hearing place of Enki,
I've already
near
started.
to the abyss
The nature
of
around here.
Harkins,
Tried
to
to.
the
Some people
netherworld.
have tried to reverse it.
Inanna has not forgotten how to listen in the way Enki does to all things. Through this near omniscient listening, Inanna willfully chooses to withhold the quote sweetness of her holy loins, and she will even choose war rather than become mere property or prop of any god, hero, or king. It is in relationship to Dumuzi's ascendancy to kingship for Vokstein that Inanna stages her descent. From the great above to the great below. From the great above, she opened her ear to the great below. From the great above, the goddess opened her ear to the great below. From the great above, Inanna opened her ear to the great below. My lady Inanna abandoned heaven and earth to descend to the underworld. Inanna abandoned heaven and earth to descend to the underworld. She abandoned her office of holy priestess to descend to the underworld. And this followed by all the cities in which she had temples that laid abandoned. The history of the discovery and reconstruction
Not that
of
good
Inanna's
anymore.
descent tale is long, building
But
on the
depends on
work
what he's
of many
doing.
pioneering
What he's wearing.
Assyriologists
See, that's why he was still doing
Samuel
drugs for a
Noah
while.
Kramer, who gave us the modern reconstructive version
Sometimes he got
of
really
Inanna's
carried away doing
Stark's descent to the
Kundalini
netherworld.
yoga.
In his volume with Vogtstein, he provides a short essay on the history of its discovery, but without much interpretation, continuing his remarkably hands-off approach in collaboration. He does write about the descent extensively elsewhere. Important to note is that many sources for the descent myth are written in Akkadian, in some cases up to a millennium after our earliest Sumerian sources, and of course there Inanna is named Ishtar. Since fragments crucial to the reconstruction of the Sumerian original were discovered in the ruins of Nippur dating to around 750 BCE, they are justified in continuing to call her Inanna. After excavation, fragments were then separated in museums around the world and had to be tracked down. Quote from Kramer, then finally came the difficult and at times heartbreaking task of translation and
I'm still prepared for damnation.
Like George Smith's discovery of Gilgamesh Tablet 11 on the flood and the Atrahasis tablet in the mid to late 19th century containing
I killed a cat one time.
myth and the model for Noah.
And I read it every day since pretty fucking much.
A major
and it was wrong.
Event of the mid-20th century.
Remember that, kids? Remember that, man?
12,
Women too? Some up?
Detailing Enkidu's descent. What had been discovered was nothing less than the earliest and one of the most detailed accounts of descent into the underworld and return ever told, a model for all future descents, or Greek katabasis. such as those of Orpheus, Odysseus, Aeneas, or Dante. However, here the figure
To
who
fight these
descends
local
and
fucking
returns
demons
is
my
not
whole
only
fucking
a
life.
woman, she's also
Turns
recorded
out.
history's earliest named goddess. What this means for Volkstein, and I tend to concur, is that the
Just
first
can't
battle
quite
and
destroy this.
victory over death
They
is
want it.
not
No, they want it.
Gilgamesh's, who fails in that quest.
And they're
nor
watching closely
Peter's,
right now,
who
saying,
remains
"What's he gonna do
trapped
next?
in
Why
the
is he doing that?
underworld
Trying to
without
study.
a divine
See if they can
dispensation,
do something
like
about
no one else, or even Utanapishtim, since he merely escapes death and is divinized as an afterthought. Rather, the first battle with and triumph over death in our written records belongs to the goddess Inanna. For Volkstein, this path of the descent is impelled by the earliest initiatory rites of traditional or tribal societies. And
First
what
time
this
just
tale
forgot.
describes is that original initiatory labyrinthine
Cranberry sauce.
ideal.
That
The
sounds
netherworld,
good.
or Kur, perhaps a model for the
Doesn't
Greek
sound
Hades
on this
or
one.
the Egyptian Duat, is that realm from
course
which
it has been,
quote,
right?
no traveler
This
returns. But Inanna is no ordinary traveler. She carries with
Be
her
pierced
the
with something
name
I was worried
Enki,
about.
the god of
Almost.
wisdom, a god uniquely qualified to rebirth
But maybe that's just
life
paranoia because
and
some of the
culture
holes in it.
from death. For
You're just
Volkstein,
trying to chase
the
me out of here,
descent
which it almost seems
occurs
like.
in Inanna's mythological
You
itinerary
did a good
quite a
job.
while after her
But I kind
renunciation,
of know it's more than that,
acquisition
more
of
than that, and
power,
more than
and
that. Too.
marriage to Dumuzi. It may occur in her midlife or menopause, although this is unstated. What Inanna develops here is the capacity gathered from Enki's Apsu to listen to the great below. Quote, in Sumerian, the word for ear and wisdom is the same, the ear coiled like a spiral or labyrinth. And Volkstein goes on, the moment Inanna opens her ear to the great below, her journey begins. Yet although her journey begins at once, the way to the underworld is slow and laborious. To enter the spiritual realm of the netherworld, Inanna must give up her earthly power. One by one, Inanna abandons her glory, both in heaven and on earth. She abandons her 7 cities and temples. She abandons her worldly strongholds. This marks in the text what we could call 7 stages of preparation. Indeed, the most impressive student creativity project submitted last semester recreated Inanna's 7 most powerful May in a single body harness. Melissa began by pointing out the 7 May that Inanna is stripped of during her descent are the crown of the steep, the string of small lapis beads around her neck, the double strand of beads around her breastplate, the gold ring around her waist, her lapis measuring rod and line, and her royal robes. Inverting the stages of descent from bottom to top and modeling her interpretation on the Indian chakras, Melissa placed the crown figure at the root, and so on, to the clasp and beads at the top, representing Inanna's robes.
Watching
Other
everything
than
I
the
fucking
word
do all the
7
time.
having some connection
My whole
to
life.
wholeness
So I
in
thought
Akkadian, scholars are far from
my
unanimous.
mind. I'm like,
in
how
how
do you
to
know this? How do you know that? What do you
each
think
of
about
the
this? What do you
7
think about that?
gates and
So they're playing it out and playing it out with me. So I
As
privatized most of
Volkstein
it.
points out, it is likely that some of
This
the
was crazy
holy
shit, and I
men,
kind of
such
knew
as
it.
crown,
Except for Hughes, it didn't really
lapis,
come from
measuring
them.
rod,
It came
and
something
line,
else.
are related to royal power and
They wanted me to get a dog so
while
fucking
others
bad
are connected to prowess.
that when I
and
rose
allure.
George from the fucking
As
dead in my
Inanna
mind,
departs, she gives her maidservant
and he's like,
Nisha
"Oh, I'm so
detailed
pumped, buddy, soon."
instructions as to how to behave and who to
I see a little
entreat
flash
should
going
she be
by.
put to
Oh, that
death,
was just the water, but it
indicating her
worked. Still
cognizance of the
synchronicity, kind of.
dangers and even, perhaps, her visionary precognition of the events to follow. Quote from her, Father Enki, the god of wisdom, knows the food of life. He knows the water of
Oh my
life.
God.
He knows the secrets. Surely,
I found my
he will not
compass.
let me die. As Erishkigal is doubled to Inanna, so Neti, though a male
So my
serpent,
cross.
is
No, he
doubled
died for
to
me. Just waiting
Mishbar.
here.
After
Kinda knew
Inanna
it.
knocks, it is Neti who
No,
asks
fuck,
her to
George took it
declare
for us,
herself
Garfield.
and her purpose, and who reports to Erishkigal the serious
I
threat
kind of
to the
expected
realm.
Garfield the way he
Quote,
was.
My queen,
Knock him home one day.
a maid as tall as heaven, as wide as the earth, as strong as the foundation
Now, I've been
of
sad
the
for a while, maybe a
city's
few
fall,
weeks.
waits
Me and
outside
George
the
got out of
palace
here.
gates. She has gathered together the 7 men.
If I was maybe a little
She has
smarter,
taken them
who
into
knows
her
though?
hands.
But this
With
guy's
the
gonna
maid
fight
as
sometimes.
her possession, she has
Especially
prepared
if you're
herself.
uncomfortable like that, on harnesses all the
As
time.
Roberto Colasso puts it
Unleashes
playfully
too.
in the tablet
Gets
of
like that.
Destinies, quote, Anon said she wanted to go down to the underworld to take part in the funeral rites for the Bull of Heaven, Dugalana, Erishkigal's husband, whom Gilgamesh and Enkidu had killed and cut to pieces. But that is an alibi. You can't kill a constellation. Understated,
There's a fucking
but
dog,
if there
he's
is a
scared of-
connection between the descent and Gilgamesh, Tablet 6. This would
If I
make
got him back,
Inanna
then carry him
partly
up.
responsible for the bull's death.
Who knows?
And the
You know what I
descent,
mean?
a
It's
family
difficult.
matters
No one will help
visit
me
to
ever
make
because they're
amends.
cats, not
But
dogs.
none of this is clear from the text. Volkstein's psychoanalytic interpretation of the purpose of the descent points only to Inanna's answer to Neti on this very question. Why does Inanna descend? Quote from her, because of my older sister, Ereshkigal. Her husband, Gugalana, the bull of heaven, has died. I have come to witness the funeral rites. Let the beer of his funeral rites be poured into the cup. Let it be done. For Volkstein, this is a truthful, sincere, spontaneous, and conscious response.
Somehow
But
Camper
what it
doesn't trust her.
conceals,
Like,
even from
I noticed
Inanna,
that too.
is the irresistible, unconscious pull
Like diced tomatoes,
of
that would be
death
good.
in another
I just
world.
don't want to put it in there.
Both the logic of proxy
I don't
and the
know
logic
why.
of
He's like
substitution are
he's like
already in
that.
play, since Inanna's desire to witness the funeral of such an impetuous, forceful, procreative god as Gugalana already plays out her other unconscious desire to gain power over and
My
knowledge
bad,
of
cranberry
death
sauce.
by
You guys didn't
proxy.
have a bad life, did you?
This moment
Thing.
also marks the first implicit substitution in the myth, since the only funerary spectacle Inanna will be privy to in the underworld is her own, at least until she is revived in search of a substitute for herself. As Colasso frames Inanna's purpose, probably the best we can surmise as to her motive, quote, all Inanna really wanted was to set foot in the underworld and come back. Then she could say the underworld was part of her territory. Only the rash and insolent Inanna could have thought she could go to see Ereshkigal as if it were not more than a family visit. When Ereshkigal hears of Inanna's intent, she is far from pleased. She slaps her thighs, bites her lips, and announces the terms of Inanna's humiliating ordeal and thanatophoric passage to each of the underworld's 7 gates, open only a crack. Let the holy priestess of heaven enter, bowed low. At each of the 7 gates, thick with dust, as Colasso remarks, Neti insists on Inanna surrendering one of her May from top to bottom. Each time, Inanna is taken aback, fearful. What is this? And each time, Neti replies with a formulaic response. Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They cannot be questioned. As Colasso notes, when at last Inanna entered her sister Ereshkigal's kingdom, she had no defenses left. No one knows what happened next. She reappeared, hanging from a butcher's hook like a carcass. Actually, the text provides significant detail on the throne room scene. In the Thorkild Jakobsen translation, having had the clothes stripped off, she was led by a man. Holy Ereshkigala she made get up out of her chair, and in her chair she, Inanna, sat down. The Anunnaki, the 7 judges, rendered judgment to her face. Their verdict was a verdict gripping the bowels. They cried out against her. It was the call for punishment. Killed she was and turned into a slab of tainted meat, and the slab of tainted meat a man hung from a peg. In Volkstein's translation, Ereshkigal fastens on Inanna the eye of death, but Inanna's pulling Ereshkigal from her throne and sitting on the throne herself and the 7 Anuna judges are more understated. Jakobsen suggests the odd manner of Inanna's formal execution, quote, parallels fairly closely the fate of the herds of sheep at the end of the grazing season, the animals being shorn, butchered, and the meat hung in underground cold storage rooms. Since Inanna, in her relation to Dumuzi, is associated with the flocks, she probably stands for them in the myth. I've always found the most fascinating aspect of Inanna's descent myth to be the creatures that Enki fashions from the dirt under his fingernails, the Kugara and the Galatur. Colasso's remarks on them in the Tablet of Destinies is underwhelming. Quote, naked, dead, so she remained for 3 days and 3 nights. None of the supreme gods felt inclined to go to her aid, except Ea, Enki, who quickly fashioned 2 demons to bring her water and wine to revive her. Or in the Volkstein translation, from under his fingernail, Father Enki brought forth dirt. He fashioned the dirt into a Kugara, a creature neither male nor female. From under the fingernail of his other hand, he brought forth dirt. He fashioned the dirt into a galatur, a creature neither male nor female. He gave the food of life to the kugara. He gave the water of life to the galatur. And Enki spoke to them, directing them to enter the doors of the underworld like flies, which would make them diminutive, and then to sympathize with the Rishkigal. Colosso's calling them two demons with their water and wine appears to lay off from discussion about the nature of these two unusual creatures. I like to think of them as literary history's first theatrical performers. Jakobsen renders them as a myrmidon and a young elegus, two types of professional mourners, with the myrmidon, or kukura, being the subordinate type of ritual personnel in the temple cult. These figures do appear to resemble the Greek corybantists, purites, armed, dancing, or singing guards who help at mystery initiations. Jakobsen notes they are general performers of a variety of ritual dances, songs, and music. Bishong Meador points out that both the Kugura and the Galatur also show up in Enheduena's poem to Inanna, Lady of Largest Heart, where they appear as ecstatic ritual participants and wielders of sacred instruments, such as a mace, dagger, lyre, kettle drum, or hand drum, and who enter into trances. Both are part of a larger class of ritual officials in temple cult that might also include gala priests, also of ambiguous gender, male prostitutes or hierodules, blood sprinklers, and the pili-pili. Such archetypes carry connotations of both humor and transgression, distorted, disgraced, or defiled, but they still delight the heart of Ishtar. Kur, a mountain, and the name of the underworld itself may also mean a small pile of feces, while pili-pili might mean someone always making pee-pee. Androgyny or gender transition is often attested in Sumerian and Akkadian myth. So getting a bit more precise on the nature of these mythical creatures, the Kugura, the Galatur, and others, in Enheduena's poetry, as Hela underlines, it is Ishtar who created a group of gender-subverting performers to serve in her rituals, women carrying weapons and men wearing female dress. Ancient texts describe processions in honor of Inanna. Ancient texts describe processions in honor of Inanna, in which the participants would wear female clothes on one side of their body and male clothes on the other. They would brandish weapons, which were the traditional signs of masculinity, as well as weaving instruments such as spindles and distaffs,
Take credit for
the
anything I
traditional
do.
signs of
Somebody
femininity.
anyone else.
These
I know
groups
that.
were
Yeah,
all
right.
engaged in a playful scramble of what was thought to be typically male and typically female. As the song of Ishtar puts it, their ways are different, their work strange.
Guess what? You're missing this
Together
second
with the reed pipers, the Kulgara, the Sag or Sag, and the ecstatics, or the changed Pili-Pili, are depicted as ritual lamenters. Inanna makes them weep and wail for her, so that they exhaust themselves with tears and tears. While it is contested how to further distinguish these ritual actors, at least in the descent myth, how the Kugura and Galatur, created from the dirt of Enki's fingernails and given the food or grass and the water of life, instructed to descend to the underworld like flies to resurrect Inanna from the meat hook, have about them a quite charming, queer, transgressive, performative, and even Muppet-like quality. This is how I like to imagine them. Of course, a pleasant anachronism. As Thorkild Jakobsen puts it in his great popular work, The Treasures of Darkness, the two creatures find Erishkigal sorrowing, as is the one, raking herself in anguish, sick with grief for her little children who have died before their time. As Enki says to the creatures, the mother who gave birth, Erishkigal, lay there sick with grief for her children. Her pure limbs no linen veiled, her bosom had nothing drawn over it. Her talons were like a copper rake upon her, the hairs on her head were like spiky leeks. While describing a mother's agony and pregnancy without issue, these lines, a bit less risque in the Volkstein, also have a bondage boudoir flavor to them, alluding to Ereshkigal's famously compulsive sexuality. In other myths of Ereshkigal, such as her coupling with Nergal, she is presented as a licentious crone figure, not unlike the hags of Celtic mythology or Hebraic and Arabian succubi. In her myth with Nergal, Her husband, she begs the gods of heaven, quote, "Since I, thy daughter, was young, I have not known the play of maidens. I have not known the frolic of young girls. That God whom thou didst send, Nergal, and who had intercourse with me, let him lie with me." Resentful and destructive, rapacious and consuming, Vogstein suggests that Ereshkigal's one great craving is for her own sexual satisfaction. Her naked lust, loneliness, pain, and grief prove to be what establishes her unexpected, appreciative rapport with the Kulgura and Galatur. Mirroring the moans of the queen of the dead in her bedchamber or throne room is a risky ruse, but Ereshkigal is evidently gratified by the sympathy. Jakobsen notes on scene, to find such sympathy and pity in her lonely misery touches Ereshkigal, as Enki had calculated that it would, and she asks who these kind beings are,
I'm trying to get her in trouble.
She can communicate her heart's sorrows. In her gratitude, she promises to speak to them if they are gods, to give them a blessing if they are human. A little bit like the scene when Baobo amuses Demeter in her grief, Ereshkigal's unloving, unloved, abandoned, instinctual aspects gives way to appeasement, gratitude, even humor. Vogstein again reads the scene psychoanalytically, with Ereshkigal's insides and outsides as symbols of Inanna's shadow self. For Vogstein, Ereshkigal's labor pangs are what call Inanna down into the descent. Her nemesis, Inanna, must die, but her resurrection
she's still in trouble on this side. Big time.
Honor Ereshkigal.
Not for me anymore.
Look at Inanna's rebirth
I don't care.
And ascent, and the gala. As Vogstein puts it, once reborn, Inanna wishes immediately to leave. However, in the Sumerian underworld, while a record of each arrival is kept, no one has ever been allowed to depart. But Inanna's case is different. She has been reborn in the underworld. Therefore, new rules must be introduced. As the text marks this moment of substitution, no one ascends from the underworld unmarked. If Inanna wishes to return, she must provide someone in her place. Until the substitute is provided and sacrificed, Inanna will be haunted by the Gala, the dangerous and implacable demons of the underworld who refuse all gifts and act as
I'm not really
escorts
concerned.
to the unhappy
Because I've been to
dead.
the fucking hospital a ton of times.
A bit like the Greek baleful daimons, Mesopotamian Gala, quote, know no food,
They don't really.
know no drink,
Don't get around like
eat
that.
no flour
She does.
offering, drink no libation. They never enjoy the pleasures of marital embrace, never have any sweet children to kiss. They snatch the son from a man's knee. They make the bride leave the house of her father-in-law. As Colasso puts this scene, they told her she could return to the place whence she departed. She would be escorted by the Gala, 7 demons like sharp-pointed canes. But there was a condition. A substitute must take her place in the underworld forever. This being a great topic of Roberto Colasso, we'll read on here with this verse. And meet her was the faithful Ninshubar, her protecting shadow.
Not even.
Bowing to the ground, Ninshubar at once offered herself as Inanna's substitute.
They tried to, it's
The
airborne,
demons
dude.
would have agreed. Not
They're all
Inanna, though.
witnesses.
She didn't want to lose
They wanted to
Ninshubar's
destroy the
precious
world.
help. It was thanks to her that her maids were saved.
Not just
when
me.
Ea had wanted to take them back. The same thing happened
But
with
I don't
Shara,
fucking die.
Inanna's hairdresser and poet, aside her son in the descent, but almost
That's what I
nothing was
remember.
known of him. And since Shara is said to sing her hymns, cut her nails,
Okay,
and smooth her
okay.
hair in the
Get around,
dust,
get around.
hairdresser, it's plausible.
Make
I'll
sure
never
everyone's
let you
still
have
fucking
him.
alive.
Inanna
Because they told me to be
Gala.
really concerned
And
about a couple
again,
people got hit
Lala,
directly.
her shield bearer, another son we know little
Someone
about,
saw
except the text indicates he is also dressed
almost
in soiled
confrontationally.
sackcloths of mourning and
At
is a
first.
leader among men in Inanna's right and left arm. Inanna couldn't do without these loyal supporters and their skills. Finally, they came to the great apple tree in Kulaba, the part of Uruk where Inanna usually lived. There were shepherds playing their flutes. Dumuzi was sitting motionless, facing a large stage. Aside, on more spurious accounts, Dumuzi was indisposed with the slave girls. Apparently unperturbed, how could he be unaware of his lover's predicament? Had he forgotten her? Inanna's eyes looked daggers, or fastened on him, the eye of death. She said, "He's the one. Take him." The Gala quickly grabbed him by the legs. They tied him up and beat him. Dumuzi called on Utu the sun to save him. He slipped through the Gala's hands like a snake and took refuge with his sister, Geshtinana. But the Gala found him and caught him again. He couldn't escape. Dumuzi ceased to be Inanna's lover and became her substitute in the underworld. Inanna herself had chosen him. Roberto Colasso also has some great ideas on how to understand the courtship scene versus the descent, which are a little different from Volkstein's. On the courtship, he sums up, Inanna and Dumuzi's story had begun with a linen sheet. Small or large, it's something you have to have. Inanna's brother, Utu the son, told her. Right, said Inanna, but it will have to be spun, woven, whitened. Who is going to do that? I'll handle it, said Utu. And when I've got this wedding sheet, asked Inanna, who's going to get under it with me? Dumuzi the shepherd, Utu replied. No, said Inanna, I don't want a shepherd. Their wool is coarse. A farmer would offer a lot more. But Utu talked about the shepherd's tasty cream, and Dumuzi was Ea's son. In the end, Inanna rubbed herself with perfumed oil and put on her necklace of lapis lazuli, picked up her seal, and opened the door. Moonlight flickered through the room. Dumuzi came in, bearing a bowl of thick cream. Inanna spread the linen sheet on the bed. This seems to be her one unambiguous moment of compliance with the will of the patriarchal pantheon. In the descent, however, descending to the underworld, Inanna threw down a challenge no other god had dared to make. But the result was her first and only defeat. Those 3 days and nights hanging ignominiously from a meat hook in a place crawling with feathered, dust-eating larvae amounted to a last warning. No longer would she be able to proclaim her unlimited capacity for expansion. But for the other gods, too, her descent to the underworld opened wounds that would never heal. In the past, they had thought to fashion men as substitutes. It was a strategy that lightened their burden without requiring any great effort. All they had to do was kill a rather obscure god and mix his blood with some clay, as in the Atrahasis tablet we read last week. Now everything was different. If the gods meant to expand to encompass everything, they could no longer deny the fact that the underworld was beyond them. They could not cohabit with death and the dead, and this left them diminished. They refused even to talk about it. The Anunnaki realized they were only gods up to a point. Substitution had insinuated itself among the gods. It was no longer merely an expedient to make life easier and more powerful. It was also a breach that death opened among the gods.
But
Nor
no
did
way.
it change much that Dumuzi had to spend only half the year in the underworld thanks to his sister Geshtinana's willingness to sacrifice herself and substitute for him. Geshtinana was also a child of Ea's, hence a divine being. And Inanna would have to acknowledge that the 105 maize she'd taken from Ea when he was drunk did not give her power over everything. Death was impervious to them. Something else was required. A substitute,
I know it would be.
A living being. If life were to expand
want to do
to its
it.
furthest limits, substitution was a must.
But
substitution,
I look for food.
or rather,
I bet he would.
it was death that brought about substitution, whether as killing or disappearance. I find Colasso's storyteller versions, told by his fictional Tunapishtim, Sinbad, at the eternal edge of the world, to be more somber and sober than Volkstein's retellings. Colasso emphasizes the ruptures and the ambiguities of Inanna's character and destiny, which cannot be smoothed over, while Volkstein seems always intent to redeem
God doesn't want to live with anyone else and he knows
the
it.
way to her final reconciliation.
I don't want to go anywhere else and he knows it. This is Garfield's home and he knows
it. It is an admirable retelling and
so I'm going to show him his home and he knows
in the end, a little new age.
So I don't know why he keeps trying to get away.
The dream of Dumuzi and the return were skillfully woven into the descent where it breaks off. And these texts do appear to continue the tale, relating how Dumuzi fled the Gala to his sister and was seized, bound, and killed, only to be reborn with the help of Inanna and his mother's mourning and Geshtinana's sacrifice. Here, again, weeping implies negotiation. While these texts merit longer discussion, they are more concerned with the mythology of Dumuzi or Tammuz and his family relations. However, it is Inanna who was given the most beautiful morning songs,
Over there.
and who presumably negotiates and announces the outcome. The agricultural status of this myth, as etiological, describing the origin of the agricultural season, is clear. Vogstein speculates about the psychological significance. Paradoxically, although Dumuzi seems to be separated from Inanna 6 months of the year, he is actually wed to her all year, for in the winter, as he rests with Erishkigal, he is staying with the dark and instinctual side of Inanna. Not only is he to know the love goddess, he is to know the goddess of death as well.
And where's that?
This cycle ends with Inanna's offering her husband to the hands of the Eternal, to death. Inanna and Geshtinanna went to the edges of the steep. They found Dumuzi weeping. Inanna took Dumuzi by the hand and said, "You will go to the underworld half the year. Your sister, since she has asked, will go the other half. On the day you are called, that day you will be taken. On the day Geshtinanna is called, that day you will be set free." Inanna placed Dumuzi in the hands of the Eternal. Final words are Inanna's prayer to Erishkigal. Holy Erishkigal, great is your renown. Holy Erishkigal, I sing your praises. Now there are several other myths and many hymns of Inanna, but many are fragmentary or of questionable value, such as her rape by and vengeance against Tukaratuda. For a more complete treatment of Ishtar's mythology, see Louise M. Crike's Ishtar in the Gods and Heroes of the Ancient World series by Routledge. Of course, the most significant text for the transition of the mythology of Inanna into Ishtar in Akkadian times is the poetry of Enheduanna, but we'll save discussion of that for a future video. Vogstein closes her discussion of the descent, and I'll follow suit, by underlining the wisdom of Inanna's decree. Inanna has survived the confrontation with her shadow. Although a perpetual golden age of agricultural abundance, prosperity, and felicity is not feasible, the annual renewal of life has been wrested from death. Vogstein closes her volume with 7 hymns to Inanna from the Eden Dagan collection, all serving to underline her myriad achievements and aspects. Inanna is radiant, thundering, destructive, defiant, judgmental, kind, generous, peaceful, healing, erotic, decisive, discerning, wise, transcendent, loving, fertile, joyous, and ever youthful. Hail Inanna. The Holy Priestess of Heaven. I say hail to the Holy One who appears in the heavens. I say hail to the Holy Priestess of Heaven. I say hail to Inanna, great Lady of Heaven. Holy Torch, you fill the sky with light. You brighten the day with dawn. I say hail to Inanna, great Lady of Heaven.
247
awesome
Garfield.
Lady of the Anuna gods, crowned with
Did I?
great horns.
I think
you
I did.
fill
Yeah,
the heavens and earth with light. I say hail to Inanna, first daughter of the moon.
Hail to Inanna,
mighty, majestic,
first daughter
radiant.
of Ninla.
You shine brilliantly in the evening. You brighten the day at dawn. You stand in the heavens like the sun and the moon. Your wonders are known both above and below. To the greatness of the Holy Priestess of Heaven, to you, Inanna, I sing.
To you, Inanna, I sing. That's what doing mean God. Let's do it on camera and out loud so you guys know who I am, right? I'm trying to be that loud, but I have a fucking loud fucking voice. My house is built like that too.
Hello everyone, good day. This week, having completed our
I keep
unit
the window
on
open,
Mesopotamian
mostly,
mythology,
so my cat can breathe better.
religion, and civilization, boy, looking at all this, we've sure done a lot. We are entering into our first week on
Got all
Egypt.
carried away.
Notice a
Trying to
development
drag you
here
guys
with
along,
our theme on
but I'm
goddesses
psychic.
and mythology. We began in Babylonian civilization, looking at the character of Tiamat, and also at Ishtar in later versions of the Gilgamesh.
And I get attacked by demons a lot. No, a lot. Well, take them on.
Understand a bit more about the goddess.
I don't give them any fucking respect.
Reconstructing the Sumerian Inanna from the surviving sources, most of which were in Akkadian, was not always easy, but we definitely discovered that the worship of Inanna goes much further back perhaps even than the 3rd millennium BCE, and that Inanna has roots in Neolithic goddess worship.
And a lot of goddesses.
This week, we're going to read Armstrong's chapter on the Neolithic period,
Another powerful spirits,
as well as introducing Egyptian mythology.
That are not
This
one or
time
the other.
Focusing on another goddess with potentially Neolithic roots, the goddess Isis,
The children
and
of them
myths
all,
surrounding her
in a way.
partnership with the god Osiris. There are certainly going to be a lot of parallels to explore between
How old are these
Inanna
guys?
and
No
Demeter
question in
and
that one.
Osiris and Isis.
Oh, these other orphans of the
But
night.
first, a little bit about the Neolithic. For our purposes in this course, it might be helpful at this point to familiarize yourselves with the wikis on the Paleolithic period, the Neolithic period, and early historical civilizations. Paleolithic period dates to the dawn of the human species, although the richest sources of material cultural evidence
Here's how these guys,
for paleontologists,
these primordials,
from around 90,000
someone can't be demons.
20,000 BCE. The Mesolithic period is often included in studies
Aren't
of
that
the
bad?
Paleolithic period.
But they get carried away.
The transition from the Paleolithic to the Neolithic is often described as a transition from a hunter-gatherer society to the beginnings of horticulture and agriculture, and along with them more sedentary societies. 11,000 BCE for the beginning of the Neolithic is a bit early, as the heights of the Neolithic period are generally thought to be between 7,000 and 4,000 BCE. It seems that the Neolithic period received quite an impetus with the end of the last great ice age, which contributed to the drying out of the African Sahara, and thus the settlement of the Nile River, and hence the origins of Egyptian civilization.
I kicked my dad out of his house, basically.
Biodiversity
he's too
in many
drunk to handle
areas
it.
of Europe and the Middle East, including
That's
the
what I felt about it,
Crescent
honestly.
between the Euphrates and the Tigris.
I had a lot of
River.
excuses.
If you're interested
Wasn't ready to
in
go
the
yet.
relation of mythology and religion to the origins of agriculture in the earliest
Whoa,
evidence,
man.
I would recommend The Birth of the Gods and the Origins of Agriculture by
He
Jacques
didn't drink
Courtine.
himself to
And
fucking
just for
death.
your information,
Now he's sober
the
again.
Neolithic-
Has to be.
The dates for the beginning of
They're
the
trying to get me in
Neolithic
trouble
have
still. Like, you
been
can't
pushed
really.
steadily back by scholars.
They can't get me out of here.
in
So I'm
recent
trying to get
decades,
ready for it.
in part because of the discovery of agricultural settlements like Göbekli Tepe. It seems that here, dispersed hunter-gatherer groups gathered for rituals and feasting on the basis of cosmological and ideological shifts that we can now recognize as the origin of organized religion. For the purposes of our introductory course on world mythology, we're going to get most of our information about the Neolithic from the Armstrong text, as well as from the documentary assigned this week on the life of Lithuanian archaeologist Marija Gimbutas. Recall how Armstrong argued that the sky principle dominated in earlier Paleolithic human cultures. Her analysis in Neolithic societies, it is the earth that rules due to the shift towards an agriculturally based economy and religious structure. Again, be just a bit wary of Armstrong's slightly overconfident assertions, for it would be misleading to suggest that Neolithic myth and religion can be neatly reconstructed and categorized by scholars. Nevertheless, the idea that myth and religion changed significantly during the Neolithic period, especially humanity's mythological and religious relationship to the earth, seems pretty clear and substantiated. All the goddesses that Armstrong discusses in her chapter on the Neolithic we'll only learn about in much later sources. But there seems to be a family resemblance to them based on agricultural motifs. So in addition to Inanna and Isis,
Trinities
who will
within
be studying
Trinities.
in more details, as well Asherah and
More like quaternities
Canaanite
within
or
Trinities.
Israelite religion, as well
Or
as
vice
the Greeks
versa
Hera,
sometimes.
Demeter, and Aphrodite, have myths and practices of worship associated with them, which we can
Square and
reasonably
triangle thing.
infer date back to the Neolithic period. As well, there are certain mythic motifs or mythemes by which we can recognize a potentially Neolithic goddess in later sources. For example, many of these mother goddess figures have consorts who are nearly torn apart,
I know it was a circle
dismembered,
first.
brutally
Or was it
mutilated,
dot?
and killed
Well,
before they can rise again with the crops to new
I don't know,
life.
maybe.
Here is a good example of one of those suspicious
a
remarks
fucking
from
dot.
Armstrong. She writes, in the old heroic myths dating from the Paleolithic age, it was usually a male hero who set forth on a
What's
dangerous journey to
infinitesimal?
bring help to his people. In fact, we don't have any clear written myths surviving from the Paleolithic period. And so this remark is speculative
What's a
at
string
best and
in
irresponsible
string
at
theory?
worst. For an opposing view, you could pick up for your presentation, for example, Barbara Tedlock's book, The Woman in the Shaman's Body, which examines the
And why do
burial
we start
sites
with that
of women
always? What's the
shamans
smallest
in the
thing?
Paleolithic period.
What's the
So I
biggest
don't
thing?
think we can read with Armstrong the Neolithic
Turns out,
as a time when the female's
weird
hero's
shape,
journey
kind of.
wins out over the males, men and male gods becoming helpless and
Almost
passive,
chaotic.
but rather we should attempt
Maybe on
to
the biggest levels it's
investigate
not, though. I bet it's
Neolithic
not, huh?
religion and myth without projecting totalizing
Flower
theories
of life,
like
even
this for
almost.
which there is no
Maybe
material
more than that.
evidence. Armstrong is an excellent Judeo-Christian scholar, and so I found her remarks on the Canaanite myth of Anat particularly informative. Armstrong does a great job telling Anat's tales, but not where the tale comes from. We actually learned of Anat only very recently from Ugaritic texts, which were written down in the 14th to 12th centuries BCE, and not discovered until 1929. Anat also seems to have connections to other Egyptian
basically.
and Mesopotamian goddesses with the same name,
Almost not.
and even perhaps with the Greek goddess Athena. In early Israelite mythology, Anat is a sister
You're right
and
fucking there
spouse
going, what
of
the fuck are you
Baal,
doing here?
the
Why did you
storm
turn my
god,
sleep?
who undergoes a process of death and resurrection, similar to Dumuzi and Osiris.
Good job.
Armstrong focuses on the parallels between Anat and the Egyptian Isis, who she oddly identifies as less powerful than Anat. Not sure where she gets that. She writes, Osiris, the first king of Egypt, teaches his people the science of agriculture. His brother Seth, who aspires to the throne, assassinates him, and Isis, his sister and spouse, roams the world like Anat, searching for his body. When she finds the corpse, she can only revive him long enough to enable him to conceive Horus, a son to continue his line before he expires again. Then Osiris's body is cut into pieces, and each fragment is buried like seed in a different place throughout Egypt. He becomes the ruler of the Duat, the root world of the dead, and is also responsible each year for the annual harvest. This is the myth theme of the fecundator god, usually in myths from the Neolithic period. Woman is spoken of in terms of fertility, while
Not
man
trying
is
to
spoken of
sound
in terms
profound.
of fecundity. Look it up. Dumuzi, Baal,
I just don't
Osiris,
see the world
Dionysus, and Adonis all
in
exemplify
sarcasm
this
anymore.
arguably Neolithic male archetype, which tends to be discussed more recently as the green man motif. I don't mean to be too hard on Armstrong because I
You
really
guys all
enjoy her
fucking
books,
do.
but it doesn't seem to me that she's a big fan of Neolithic mother goddess religion. Marija Gimbutas
See the world in
has some notes
sarcasm.
to say about her
How you guys think?
first point here. The mother goddess is
Like,
not a
can't be
redeemer, the cause
cool
of
or
death and
right.
sorrow. The French post-structuralist philosopher Gilles Deleuze
You guys
writes
can't be
in
cool,
History
right?
of Coldness and Cruelty,
And I can't be right,
concerning
right?
the archetype of cold or
Not
harsh
cool.
mother, that whether she is a princess or a peasant girl, whether she is clad in ermine or sheepskin, she is always the same woman. She wears furs, she wields a whip.
How you doing, cool?
She treats men
I'm
as
right over
slaves,
here.
and she is both my creation and the true Samartian woman. The cold and perhaps even sadistic goddess mother.
I've been left before. Hell yeah, lean
was
back.
properly
Made it just in time.
as human beings.
To win an
As well as
important
the
race.
beautiful mother, whose role it is
I'm not sure to do the
protect
trophy
son
'cause I don't like
from the whims of the tribal chieftain father, and is thus uterine. Here's not the place to get into the modern psychology of the mother goddess archetype, but it's worth noting that just because this reconstructed Neolithic mother goddess of which Armstrong speaks is a bit harder in her religious requirements on humanity, shouldn't assume that her myths and worship were devoid of a redemptive element. Moving on to our selection for Egyptian myth this week from Aga Jafar, and also a textbook chapter on the myths of Osiris and Isis. We should note that, again, that we are speculating about Neolithic goddess archetypes based on much later sources. In fact, our main source for the text of Isis and Osiris comes from a Greek interpreter, Plutarch, in the 2nd century CE. Next week, we're going to study more recently discovered sources for Egyptian myth and religion, dating all the way back to 2500 600 BCE and through 500 BCE. But we're starting here because Plutarch, a Greek writer, ended up becoming the source for Egyptian myth. Thus, although Plutarch has proven to be fairly reliable, the myths of Egypt that he told were the myths of Egypt from the Western perspective for over a millennia. That is, until the beginnings of modern Egyptology development from the 16th to the 20th century CE, which we'll look at next week. Keep in mind that reverence for the goddess Isis spans over 3,000 years of Egyptian cultural history and did not decline until the 2nd century CE. And in fact, Isis worship is pretty prevalent today still. Isis could be understood as the queen of heaven, the premier goddess of the ancient Egyptians. With the rise of Christianity, Isis sanctuaries were rededicated.
They got everything on me my whole life.
Images of the
pretty
goddess
much.
Isis
I kind of knew it.
You
don't care. Might gonna kill me anyways, huh?
Of Egyptian iconography for a Mary Christ.
I'm never paranoid. I don't want to show it off.
So when you're studying the Isis-Osiris story, first in Plutarch here, realize that it's a major foundation for Egyptian
not being paranoid, nothing else,
as well as the afterlife. And keep in mind, in terms of the pantheon of Egyptian mythology, that the Isis-Osiris story relates.
And I knew it then, and I know it now.
From Heliopolis, in which there are 9.
Someone to fucking with the law and the law. Technically, they couldn't hit me.
Like in Mesopotamian
but
mythology,
I don't think they would consider the circumstance.
Creation myth, the Heliopolis Ennead myth,
and the people
involves emergence from primeval water or new.
We're all with the liars, so I'm fucking pissed off.
That's
I'm tripping.
Where Tiamat,
like that, I have been just weird enough a couple times that I can admit to where they all the lies. They can almost weave together.
To the feminine in
general, I'm realizing that now when this web is coming around me, I'm like, okay, what next? What next? What next? What next? I'm a villain to the neighborhood, I guess.
Gods only to Atum, the sun god, or Atum Ra. There are then 2 subsequent generations.
So I just need Garfield to fucking start acting right. Think like
quite similar to the one we find in the Elish. There we learn about Ramu and Rahamu, male and female.
We can get you through noon.
Earth or silt. Here, the first deities to emerge are Shu, air, and Tefnut,
and find Ray.
And the subsequent generation of Babylonian deities were
somewhere along water,
the horizon of the earth or the horizon of the sky. And here, in the Egyptian version of the succession myth, we have Geb and Nut, the earth and the sky. The sky being feminine and the earth masculine in this Egyptian myth is fairly anomalous. Here you see the overarching figure of Nut, the sky, covering Geb.
Love you, kitties.
Although anomalous, the depiction of sky as female
we will find
heard of variations like this happen a lot in world mythology. In Greek mythology,
that fucking cat, we will find
is a sky god. There's also
I hear him around his bell all the fucking time, floats around here.
Again, like in Greek mythology, where the deities who are more ritually important and close to humans,
what form I don't know.
The later generations of the gods.
Right here, yes.
Like in the Greek myth of succession, subsequent deities in the initial cosmogony are more important and ritually relevant for human life. The first generation of deities to emerge from Gaia and Uranos, the Titans, are still important and sometimes ritually recognized in Greek mythology.
If you recognize me, I wouldn't believe it there.
Second stage in regards
for
to
a while.
Olympian deities. Similarly, in Mesopotamian and in Egyptian myth, it's the 3rd or 4th generation of the gods who are most
important. Big George.
For
humans, waiting my cat.
And who have the bulk of myths associated with them. In Egyptian myth, sired by earth and sky, we have a
See, I knew this could happen,
including
but I want to trust the facts.
And Seth and Nephthys,
really big George, though?
And then a little bit like Marduk or Apollo,
a savior god.
Here, the child of Osiris and Isis, the god Horus. Here you see a map of Upper and Lower Egypt. Upper Egypt actually being what's lower geographically.
You didn't think you could win?
Lower Egypt being.
See, you might not be able to win.
This is because of orientation by where the Nile flows out.
Oh, you did try.
You'll notice there were quite a few, and this is
you thought you ate a
very limited map.
But you didn't die that way.
Egyptian cities, which had their own scribal cultures and produced
various
versions of mythology. And
go eat the dog.
We'll be looking at the differences more next week. Now,
cats will destroy you, Bear. You know it, right?
In the Osiris myth,
yeah,
she
get him now.
incarnates
the
qualities of a devoted mother and wife,
I knew
as well as the healer of the sick. She has magical powers. She is mother of the supreme pharaoh of Egypt.
How's it gonna do, huh?
Legitimation for the power of the pharaohs.
Put him in a
namely,
feral
Horus,
cat colony.
the divine child, and later
Keep 'em
supreme
alive.
prince and king. She is a nature
No matter
goddess,
what.
and all of her myths involve mediation between birth, flourishing,
They said they
and
take
death.
cats out there on
She is a
purpose
guide
and
to
try
the
to
underworld,
destroy
or
it painfully.
Psychopomp, who leads the souls of the deceased to
Oh, it's
Osiris,
that bad.
where they become another Osiris and enjoy
Stick like
another
that, you
life.
upload it.
This next point is relevant in light of the French theorist and linguist Georges Dumézil's trifunctional hypothesis. Dumézil suggests that much of
Look how we
cultural
run now.
mythology for Indo-European
Fine, no,
and
garbage
Greek
always been like
peoples
that.
circles
Thick,
around
in the middle.
three basic functional domains, that is, sexual or agricultural fertility, political sovereignty or rulership,
They're not
as well as
fat.
the martial or military dimension,
Doesn't seem bloated to me at all.
and
They seem
finally
very healthy,
the
sleeping
sacred.
well.
Isis has myths
Tells me.
associated
See,
with
one thing
all
I'm worried
three
about
functions.
is he's
Her
breathing
tears
fine.
without Osiris
Ships
caused
the
the
steam
Nile
bath.
to flood, granting fertility to the land.
Too much, gotta choke him out after
Her
a while.
miraculous child
Clear 'em up.
Horus legitimates the rule of
Let me know.
successive pharaohs. And she is a nature goddess who can grant immortality to anyone who she shows favor to, magical, mysterious, and healing. In her periodization of Egyptian civilization through myth, Aga Jafar outlines the basic historical periods. Aga Jafar points out that there are in the Old Kingdom surviving fragments of the Isis on Osiris myth dating to the 27th century BCE. But these fragments contain precious little concerning Isis. The coffin texts from the middle period, in which spiritual initiations were increasingly shared with the noble classes and written on coffins, do contain more remarks
See
on
Garfield?
Isis,
Yep,
but
exactly.
usually in a more general capacity.
He ran away,
than
he'd have
the
no food
specific
ever.
Details of her
That's
myth.
what Mr. Coyote said.
And Isis again
See,
appears
Mr. Coyote knows what he's talking
in the
about.
dead.
Mr. Coyote told me.
But usually not in such a way as to give
He ran
you
away and got his
details
dad
as to
killed
her
out there.
backstory. I should point out that there's widespread modern
And then
worship and
they get me
revival of
first,
Isis
and he
religion
can never
and
eat me.
Isis is a goddess who still garners many spiritual devotees. Isadora Forrest's book, Isis Magic,
You wanted to eat me
Cultivating
bad, huh?
a Relationship with
Better
the
get it
Goddess
done
of
quickly.
10,000 Names, is probably the best book in this oracular literary genre. Since
Oh,
it
it
is
tastes
both
good.
a
Oh, it tastes
practical
good. Yeah, I know. Right next
guide
to my eye.
for
I know it.
contacting and relating
I knew
with
it.
Isis,
Oh, he's
and
an
at
eye
the same
getter.
time is
Now he
quite
is.
well informed by the scholarship on her. Isis is often included in attempts to recapture the roots of African spirituality. More on this next week when we study Asant. And she was also fetishized extensively by the European romantic
He's like,
idealists,
yeah, he's bipolar a little bit.
alchemists,
One or
and
the other,
esoteric
Garfield.
practitioners since the Renaissance. Even
It's like he
Immanuel
wants to
Kant
attack,
writes positively
or he wants
of her
to
and her
be
temple
good.
inscription at Sayaz.
Lately he's on the be attack
Judgment.
side.
The
He's
temple
tied up a lot, but
inscription
more
is
than
said to
that,
have
more than
read,
that, because I'm
"And
stressed
all
out.
that was,
And he can feel it.
all
Because
that
he knows
is,
the truth.
and all that will be,
That he's not safe.
and no mortal has drawn the
Broken our
veil
house.
from before my face." This
More than once,
associates
Garfield
Isis
says.
in an ancient
He's trying to get me up
inscription
sometimes. He's like,
as
Dad, be
being a
here.
goddess over the past, present, and future dimensions of time and reality. And as well, it underlines the sovereignty of the
Well,
goddess,
sit down, Garfield, sit down.
her mysteriousness as a goddess of nature, who
Yeah,
reveals herself
around the
or
corner.
conceals herself
Maybe I should jump
when
up
she wishes
when he gets
to
up.
whom,
So now I
and
will.
who no mortal
He's
has
trying to
seen
stay asleep.
fully and completely.
Not worried about it
either
like that. Maybe I
naked
should
or
be
in the
though. I think
multi-dimensionality
I fucking dead rat in my fucking fridge.
Isis, as a nature goddess of magic and esoteric wisdom, also became an organizing deity behind the movement known as
My drunk dad
theosophy,
threw fucking away.
and thus
I
elements
didn't recognize his dead fucking rat. I'm like, how?
of her modern reappropriation had enormous impact on the intelligentsia and esotericists in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Isis was all the rage during the occult spirituality that developed during the heights of modernism. And so, in a way, she is the original New Age goddess. Now, don't be confused when reading Plutarch because he tends to assimilate the names of Egyptian to Greek deities. Just use this handy chart. I thought it
Yeah, I
was
know I
funny
can't.
that according to the myth, Isis and Osiris were in love in the womb and had incestuous baby god sex. Ew. According to Plutarch, Osiris's first act after
think
being
it's
born was to deliver the Egyptians from destitution and brutishness by
No, no.
initiating them into the art of agriculture and by founding religion, that is, teaching them to honor the gods. Also interesting is that Osiris is depicted as a pacifist musician king. wandering around, helping all the Egyptians out, teaching them, instructing them through song and music. And this is why he becomes identified for the Greek mind with the god Dionysus. If we were to apply euhemeristic interpretation of the myth, we might imagine that the original Osiris,
Get myself up to it. It's like I have an appointment in a week.
prehistory of
I can't get a
Egyptian
fucking ride to.
religion was a religious
We'll see if I can
founder
get
of
there.
sorts. Now, at first, Seth, Osiris's evil brother, behaved under Isis's watchful
Some
eye.
big excuse, some big
When
excuse, big
Osiris
excuse for you.
returned
Some
home,
say whatever.
he found Seth had formed a conspiracy against him in league with an Ethiopian queen. Again, euhemeristically, the deeds of Osiris, Seth, and Isis here may refer to a time of some political intrigue between Egypt
Gentleman I've ever met
Ethiopia.
has ever helped me try to save my
Returning
life.
home from his civilizing missions
So we'll see if I can even
among
get there.
the villages, Osiris found himself in a feast prepared by Seth, in which we find the first instance of the mythological motif that we know as Cinderella's slipper.
Mineralogist.
Yep, the slipper was originally a coffin, measured to Osiris's body, and very beautiful in a room where a great festivity was taking.
Not a word about the animals like
Weird to us, why would anybody want a coffin or even to be reminded of death? But you have to remember an ornate and beautiful coffin on which we can imagine written the coffin texts or instructions to the soul in another world would have been one of the most cherished and treasured possessions of any Egyptian, guaranteeing his safe passage into the afterlife. As to this early period of development with respect to the myth, Plutarch doesn't seem
eatable.
to have
No
all
eatable.
the details.
Yeah, those are edible.
But it
The
could be
lights are.
that some myths discovered more recently fill out parts of the plot.
Most of the time, unless they're dim. The dim lights, maybe don't eat those ones. Maybe do that. What color lights they
in
use?
rags
Red?
emerged from the swamp,
Yeah, edible.
flanked by 7 giant scorpions. Carrying a baby, she headed for the nearest village to beg for food. She approached a magnificent mansion, but the mistress of the house took one look at her grimy clothes and unusual companions and slammed the door in her face. So she continued down the road until she came to a cottage.
We eat
The
those guys
woman there
sometimes.
took pity
Yeah,
on the
Mary.
stranger and offered her what she could, a simple meal and a bed of straw. Her guest was no ordinary beggar. She was Isis, the most powerful goddess in Egypt. Isis was in hiding from her brother Seth, who murdered her husband and wanted to murder her infant son, Horus. Set was also a powerful god, and he was looking for them. So to keep her cover, Isis had to be very discreet. She couldn't risk using her powers, but she was not.
To play the great game, the game of the Aeon. The Aeon is a childish play. Moving pieces in the game, sovereignty belongs to the child. Because actually, when you attend to the details of what's being said in the Gita, it's almost like nobody's really at fault. And once you understand the perspective of Brahma, this conflict is necessary, but Brahman isn't taking any sides. Each person is just duty-bound to fulfill their karma in the course of this conflict. Right? Heraclitus says, hidden harmony is better than the obvious one. There's a level on which the cosmos appears as strife, as conflict,
as a dynamic interplay of opposed forces, perspective, or another dimension from which you can look at the cosmos, where you see a hidden or occultic harmony. You can never step into the same river twice, it's always flowing. That's the flux, the fire metaphor, the water metaphor, flowing water metaphor. But he also says it rests by changing. That ontological unity is what Nietzsche would call the Apollonian, the transcendental light. Buddha called it dependent origination. No thing in the world has any inherent essence that would allow it to exist independently of other things which it's contrasted with and defined against.
You know, I just thought of it even darker. I might even get canceled for this one. It's almost like nature always finds a way.
You think that's going to get you? Can listen to what my response is.
Okay.
We're going to get up to two of us cancel simultaneously.
Welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. And today, joining me again is Dr. Jason Reza Georgiani. The book is out, Satan Neon, and by the time you release this, you have another book coming out, which is
Metapolemos. And, you know, metapolemos in Greek means basically meta war, or if you were to translate it into German, Überkampf.
Yeah,
which is more or less the subject of our conversation, and it's a subject that Satanian already delves into significantly.
This is going to get a little dark for you guys, but some of you like that, so if you don't, too bad. Check out the next one. But speaking about war in this book that you got coming out, the Bhagavad Gita is this ancient epic written in Sanskrit, going back to epics that are even older, Indo-Aryan epics about war. And in this story, you have this character, Arjun, who's being told by the god Krishna that he has to kill his own uncle Bhishma. And he's reluctant to do this. I don't want to kill my own uncle. But Krishna tells him that action is a must, that war is inevitable, not only inevitable, it's necessary for the progress. And it's a lot of people are, it's one of these like easy political slam dunks to be anti-war. I'm anti-war. But a lot of times war is necessary. There are bad guys out there. Heraclitus talks about strife, how strife is this thing that moves everything forward, how necessary strife is, how harsh strife is, but how necessary it is. And then Nietzsche comes along in the modern period. And he's talking about similar ideas. People get Nietzsche wrong a lot. You're one of you who point this out. And I want to get into all this stuff right here. So
Good for you. I don't care.
Get into the metaphysics of war.
So let me start with the Bhagavad Gita. And let me start on a personal note. I started reading the Gita when I was maybe 15 years old. By the time I was I would say 18, I had like 5 different translations of the Gita, including one that had a transliteration of the Sanskrit on the opposite page.
Like that.
So I really pored over that text. And by the time, I was really deep into studying it seriously, Stanley Kubrick's film Eyes Wide Shut came out. And there's this infamous scene in that film, the so-called orgy scene, where Tom Cruise shows up to this Illuminati mansion. And this initial sort of satanic circle gathering, where you have this Romanian church music being played backwards, but being played in reverse.
Right.
As the, I don't know what you want to call them, companions, ordained women of Satan, each take one of these attendees by the arm and lead them up into the mansion to participate in this orgy.
Right.
This Hindu music starts playing. It's actually a track composed by Jocelyn.
Yeah,
Poop,
basically, I think.
And from her album, The Flood. And the lyrics of this piece were the verses of the Gita. And I remember watching that scene in the theater
Kinda
for
know
the
what you're
first
supposed to
time.
do.
It was like right after the film had come out. And I recognized the lyrics. Paritranaya sadhunam vinasaya chaduskritam dharma samsta
They've done this before.
panarkaya sambhavami yuge yuge. To destroy the wicked or
I'm
the
not happy with
corrupt,
the results.
to protect
But
the
I am in a way.
righteous, and to restore the Dharma. I come from age to age. And I recognized those lyrics immediately because I had read the Sanskrit transliteration of the Gita. And I have to tell you, my hair has never stood on end and my heart's never pounded more watching a film than watching that scene of Eyes Wide Shut. Because I understood exactly what Kubrick was trying to say. This was a layer of the so-called Illuminati or the elite who govern the world or whatever, the governors of the deep state. And what he was showing was Tom Cruise's character, Dr. Harper, masked, infiltrating this group. And Cruise eventually is forced to remove his mask. And the symbolism was that Cruise had infiltrated this organization. He didn't really belong there. And he was potentially going to expose them. And that's Stanley Kubrick himself. Because Kubrick, it's long been rumored, and I think for good reason, after he filmed 2001 Space Odyssey, was hired by these people to shoot some footage that could be passed off as the Apollo astronauts on the moon. Which is not to say that we didn't go to the moon, but because of concerns over what we might find there and what the astronauts might be exposed to, Kubrick was asked to come up with emergency footage to broadcast to the American people.
Wow.
Okay. So from that time onward, I think he basically became, how can I put it, a contractor of the deep state. And another character in Eyes Wide Shut that really reflects this is the piano player Nick Nightingale, who's the one who gives Cruise's character, Dr. Harper, the password, Fidelio, to enter this, orgiastic party.
Can I just jump in real quick? Is there anything about that password that you found significant, Fidelio?
Sure.
Well, tell us.
Well, I mean, to begin with, it means fidelity.
Right. I've heard different people bring this up, what it means.
Infidelity is a theme in the film.
Sure.
And the password means fidelity. And there's something about oath taking and trust in that.
Yeah. It's a Latin word too.
Yeah. And there was also a group in Renaissance Italy which took shape around the teachings of Dante, or Dante was an early initiate of it, called Fidel Amor. And they were influenced by the Persian religion of love. So that's also hinting, it's kind of a very ambiguous thing. Because, yeah, exactly. Well, Dionysian, orgiastic rituals or so on and so forth. So there's a great ambiguity in that being the password. But in any case, my point is this, that what Kubrick was saying is that, Paritranaya sadhunam, to protect the good, vinasaya chaduskritam, to destroy the wicked and corrupt. He's talking about the people gathered in that palatial mansion, which, by the way, I believe was one of the Rothschild properties that Kubrick shot in. So he's saying, look, the judgment is coming for these people. Their reign is going to be brought to an end. The Kalki avatar is on his way. And these people are going to be exposed and judged and destroyed. And the Dharma will be restored. That's what Kubrick was saying in that
Not even
scene.
close, right? No, not even close.
2 weeks after Eyes Wide Shut was released, every single reel of that film was recalled from the cinemas. Those lyrics were changed. That particular audio track was replaced, and they were sent back to the theater. To this day, there's not a single director's cut or uncensored version of Eyes Wide Shut that includes the Bhagavad Gita lyrics. You had to have seen Eyes Wide Shut in the theater within the first 2 weeks it was out.
And there's no one recording phones back then, so
yeah,
it's
and
gone.
of course, poor Kubrick, died within, I think, 48 hours or something of the first screening of Eyes Wide Shut. First, very private screening for Cruise and the producers.
And even though he was up there in age, it didn't seem like he's just made a movie.
It's a little odd.
Yeah, there's a lot of conspiracies around
Within
his
48
death, too.
hours of anyone having seen this film for the first time, the guy winds up dead.
And it happens to be a film showing inner workings of billionaire deep state people.
Yes. So the first thing I have to say about the Gita is that, Kubrick is taking a very prophetic tone in that scene.
Yeah.
And it's also prophetic in the sense that we now are seeing the first weeks, couple of months of an administration in the United States that includes multiple Hindu high officials who have taken oaths of office on the Bhagavad Gita. Taj Patel
just happened.
Taj Patel, director of the FBI.
I like that.
Gabbard.
I think I could trust their word more than the Bible.
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yep.
So that's very interesting.
What's even more interesting, I don't think people realize about how interesting it is that's the Bhagavad Gita and not the Rig Veda, not the Upanishads, the reason, the weirdest thing is why not the Mahabharata?
That's cool.
People are like, what kind of gibberish are you talking about? If you don't know Indian religion, the Bhagavad Gita is just one part of the Mahabharata epic. The Mahabharata, think of the Mahabharata as the whole Bible, and the Gita is like the Sermon on the Mount. It's small. It's not a lot. But they choose to swear on that little section. It would be like if a United States Senator who's a Christian is only swearing on the Sermon on the Mount and not the whole Bible.
Or the Gospel of John.
Or just one of the Gospels, right? That's maybe that's a better way to put it. And instead of the whole thing, which tells you this little section, this little sliver of this giant Mahabharata, not even all the Vedas, let alone all the Vedic texts, you can't. If you would put up together all the Vedic texts, you haven't built this big. Anyways, the point is, I'm highlighting how important this little piece of the epic is.
I want to say some things about the Mahabharata and Ramayana. And let me first make a few more remarks about the Gita. So, the thing about the theology of the Gita is that although you have a confrontation between two factions, it's a very strange text to invoke when you want to talk about going on a crusade against injustice. Because actually, when you attend to the details of what's being said in the Gita, it's almost like nobody's really at fault. And once you understand the perspective of Brahman, this conflict is necessary, but Brahman isn't taking any sides in it. Each person is just duty-bound to fulfill their karma in the course of this conflict, right? So what's considered righteous is simply carrying out one's karma, acting in the situation, and not trying to escape your karma from out of cowardice. So there's a certain sense of fatalism in that. And that fatalism, I've argued in my philosophical works, follows on an ontological level from a worldview where Brahman has an omniscient mind and is essentially also omnipotent, right?
So outside of time, basically.
Yeah, so Hinduism is generally considered Hinduism, as if there's any such thing, right? You and I know as scholars of religion.
There's Vedic schools.
That there's Vedic schools and many, many different Vedic
They all
religions.
disagree with each other.
There are many, many religions of India.
Right.
Because Hinduism is kind of a Western.
It's like Gnosticism thing.
Concept.
Yeah.
Very much.
It's just a title.
Yeah. Even worse in some ways.
It is, yeah.
In terms of how generalized it is.
Yeah.
That having been said, generally in Vedic theologies, although they're perceived to be by outsiders as polytheistic, the one true God, Brahman, is actually the mind and the power behind all of the Devas. And all of the Asuras, which turns the battle between the Devas and the Asuras, which is the ultimate battle, the one that you see in the Mahabharata, for example, on a large scale, it turns it into a farce. So, in the Mahabharata and Ramayana, you have these accounts of wars between Devas and Asuras, between gods and titans, which led to basically the incineration of whole cities. And when you look at the archaeological record, you see the vitrification that took place in Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa.
We're talking before the Bronze Age.
Yeah, 4,000 or 5,000 years BC.
Yeah, copper, almost Neolithic.
Yeah. It looks like there might be some truth to these stories when you look at that vitrification, because, and then, there were people who were
That's right in that
mass
area.
death
That's where that's Arya. The Arya.
Yeah, you
point.
find mass death in these cities, like people's skeletons all like piled together, and walls that have been subjected essentially to thermonuclear heat. So, and then you read in the Mahabharata, Ramayana, Indra's arrow came down,
I'm not honest.
and it set off a light brighter than 1,000 suns.
Indra holds that bolt too.
Even the elephants were toppled over.
Yeah.
And those who survived
Or not.
were basically contaminated, and they had to bathe themselves in the river to try to survive. Well, it sounds like a nuclear blast and people trying to survive fallout, right? So there were these wars between Devas and Asuras, but once you consider that through the lens of a theology where you have an omniscient and omnipotent God, namely Brahman, as the truth, the ontological substance behind all the gods, where they're like refraction illusions, they're Maya. Their distinct individuality and identity is actually Maya, it's illusion. And the reality, capital R behind them, is Brahman, then it turns the battle into a farce.
Exactly.
Especially when in the Gita,
like, okay,
there's
can't
this
smoke,
emphasis
warrior.
on, look, Arjuna, you have to carry out your karma. It's your karma to be in this situation. And
What?
you have to follow through with it, right?
I got to prove shamanism.
And then
is
of
real.
course,
Real quick,
Shaman's
what
all you
happens
have.
when he tries to say no?
Right.
Krishna shows him his form.
That's right. As the great destroyer.
Shamanism.
Basically saying, you don't have a choice. Let me show you what will happen if you don't. That's right.
And, there's a lot of
All I care about is money.
there's a lot of talk about universal
Not the Bible
love
anymore.
and compassion in the Bhagavad Gita, coming from the Supreme Lord. But what kind of universal love and compassion is it
They do, they don't. They do,
when
they don't.
the Supreme
And they do, they
Lord
fucking
is
don't.
invoking the idea of karma as a duty that's
Yeah, I do,
connected to a
I do, and I don't
system
at some points, right? But I do, and I
where
do. Almost
the
all of
reason
it.
why
I was saying the
Arjuna has
context
to
I was written
fulfill
in.
his karma is so that he
You
can
guys
be
just don't accept
reborn
it.
in a higher caste in a subsequent life,
Such a good point.
right?
And by the way, as far as the all loving thing goes, when he shows him that form, he's devouring souls, like chomping them up like food. And they're all terrified as they go in. That's how it describes it. And he's got heads. He's holding heads of like the fallen soldiers or warriors. Anyways, it's not just love and fun. Like there's a lot of terrifying aspects of this Christian. It's like Apollo, the destroyer and the healer.
Right. But to my mind, the most important thing was the ontological implications of it, namely that we don't have free will. And you see, this is where
This goes against your philosophy, though.
Very much so. And this is where, when I was very young, and by the way, this is a good time to mention this.
No one
latest
voted me. They
book,
told me.
Polemos,
No, I'm going to give that to my cat George. That
which
role.
will be out by the time
The
this
Healer
episode is
Destroyer.
released. The
That's
whole
better than I do,
second
turns
half
out.
of that book is a transcription of the journals that I kept.
Garfield? We will see in
shortly
time.
after I was studying the Bhagavad Gita
Just who he
in
will
my
be.
early 20s. And what happened during that period was that I realized that, there's a lot of contemplation and, agonizing spiritual struggle, really, and intellectual obsession.
I'm always going to be
with
good. I'm
the
still good.
question
Still
of
being
free
good.
will
Best I
in
can
that
be.
journal. And I realized that this is the
Well, we'll be better,
fundamental
I think.
schism between Hinduism and Zoroastrianism. And that Zarathustra's message, being defined against the Vedic background, was principally a message about how the idea of a God who's omniscient and omnipotent denies us our fundamental free will and renders our lives absurd and futile. So Zarathustra frames a new theology where, first of all, the Devas are not valorized. They're not seen as righteous.
No, you people.
If anything, the Asuras
They're not that bad. Most
are
of you
more
guys
aligned with
around here,
righteousness.
locals,
And the Devas are corruption.
you just don't know it all, do
And
they?
then there's no supreme, all-knowing, all-powerful God. There's a force of progressive evolution at work in the cosmos, a divine intelligence that's responsible for inspiring creativity and innovation.
That it's scary.
And that's what a righteous person, an Ashavan, to
You
put it in the
can
language
be
of Zarathustra, is
sanitized
aligning
people.
himself or herself with. And one of the interesting points of the Gathas is how many times Zarathustra explicitly
can be
affirms the equality of
Aspinoza.
men and women. So
pantheistic.
So I
almost.
realized this. My
God
early
is nature.
20s.
Nature's God.
Oh, okay.
They dance together. Turns out.
Zarathustra's message represents a revolution against the backdrop of the theology of the Bhagavad Gita.
Absolutely.
And actually, if you want to look for a metaphysics of war,
Which
affirms our free will and gives conflict a meaning in the context of our pursuit of aims that we cherish and value. That's really Zarathustra. It's not the theology of the Gita or of the Vedic religions in general. So this then opens up a whole avenue of discussion in terms of Heraclitus and a trajectory that ultimately winds up at Nietzsche,
right,
as you framed, because you see Heraclitus, as I've discussed in several of my books, especially Iranian Leviathan, there's a whole chapter on this. Heraclitus winds up being invited by Darius the Great to become the court philosopher of the Persian Empire.
Big deal.
So Darius the Great, who's writing these inscriptions, carving these inscriptions in rock all over the empire that begin, with "in the name of Ahura Mazda," etc. That emperor invites Heraclitus to be his court philosopher. So clearly Heraclitus is familiar with the message of Zarathustra, and he is adapting it dynamically in certain ways. And there are certain critical developments that are taking place in the thought of Heraclitus, but it's much closer to the worldview of Zarathustra than it is to that of the Bhagavad Gita.
How long before, because they're close to each other on times where they were living. Do they have overlap? Is Zoroaster right before he lived? Or
yeah, he's about 1 to 2 generations earlier than Heraclitus.
Just missed him.
Yeah.
So he would have been fresh and
very much so.
Everyone talking about him probably.
It's interesting. We don't see any reference to Zarathustra in Cyrus's inscriptions. It seems that, Zarathustra overlapped with Cyrus, but his message hadn't been propagated to the point where it could become the basis of imperial ideology in the reign of Cyrus. By the time Darius comes around, it does.
Yeah.
And that's a lifetime of Heraclitus.
It usually takes a couple of generations for something to become legendary.
Yes. And especially something so revolutionary, it was so heretical, and it's But so, and then in Heraclitus, we see a few things that are clearly adoptions from out of Zarathustra and ancient Iranian thought. One of them is the idea of the cosmos as an ever-living fire.
Mm-hmm.
The ever-living fire being the central symbol of Zoroastrianism to this day.
Yeah.
Right? Ahura Mazda's intellect, Sapan Taminu, being symbolized as an ever-burning fire. Right? Zarathustra himself uses this metaphor in the Gathas of the mind of, Ahura Mazda exploding like a fire.
Heraclitus uses the word logos.
Yeah, well, he identifies the cosmic fire with the logos. The logos are cosmic order, right?
Yeah.
Fire ever living, always changing its forms, right? A cosmos that was neither made by God nor man. So no God, no like demiurge God, made the cosmos, made the fundamental energy and structure of the warp and weft of the cosmos. It just is a fire that is always living. And that is the divinity, right? But that divinity creates and shepherds, guides the process of the becoming of all things through conflict, through the dialectical struggle between opposites. So you see as a running theme throughout the remaining fragments of Heraclitus that opposites allow each other to come into manifestation, that without contrasts and tensions, dynamic tensions,
strife, right?
Yeah, nothing would be able to even manifest. No phenomena would be perceivable or experienceable.
Right.
You
can't know. You can't experience joy without knowing how bad, without having some sort of. Sorry, people who have it made in the shade. Little tiny things bother them more than anything. Like somebody messed up their order and they get off. Like, what? Chill out. But people who did time in prison or grew up in the ghetto or something, they can.
Never.
People like a lot of people like that are, I don't know, they're more hardened to things.
Yeah.
Because there's a contrast.
Totally.
Weird motherfucking cats.
He talks about hot and cold, wet and dry. He talks about the way that different animals experience things as positive or negative. Like, for example, he talks about how if humans drink salt water from the ocean, obviously they'll die. But for fish, it's like what they live on.
You gotta get around a little bit because you're getting tired of
conflict between different
I'm up all day and you're up all night sometimes.
And also the contrast between high and
Because
low
it wakes me
notes
up all
in
fucking
music,
night. Don't get enough sleep.
which is the precondition for harmony.
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
Right.
So Heraclitus is basically elaborating an ontology where the manifestation of the world is dependent on polar oppositions and dialectical tensions, and the struggle between various qualities in existence on an ontological level, and the struggle between beings, and ultimately also the struggle between societies, right? Which is the most narrow definition of war and conflict. But the point is that for Heraclitus, that's only the most superficial expression of a state of war, a polemos, a conflict that abides on a deep ontological level. And this is an idea that I think Nietzsche really adapts and adopts from that of Heraclitus, where when you look at his ontology of Wille zur Macht, the will to power, you see that Nietzsche is talking about a power struggle, not just between nations or peoples, it's a power struggle even between elements of one's own psyche, where what we take to be an individual has sort of more than one sub-personality. And it's a struggle even to constitute an individual identity and coherent aims and purposes from out of that in one's life. So they're sort of like sub-individuals in struggle with one another, even within what we take to be our own psyche. And Nietzsche sees that struggle taking place at every level in nature, sort of like, on the subatomic level, on the molecular level, right? And without it, you wouldn't even be able to perceive or experience being. So the idea that there are multiple centers of force that are not ontologically reducible to a simple unity of being is one that Nietzsche adopts very explicitly from out of Heraclitus.
More right
and
than
you
ours.
see that in his writings on the philosophy.
Not really, but almost.
Greeks.
Yeah.
Right, and he explicitly in that text connects strife on an ontological level with the spirit of tragedy, with the spirit of Greek tragedy, as we see it in Aeschylus. So it is a kind of tragic view of life where strife and suffering are necessary, and they're also the preconditions for creation and innovation.
Humans would get the animal.
In philosophy of the tragic age of the Greeks, Nietzsche's going back to Heraclitus. He's going back to Anaxagoras.
He's not even really parts of them like that.
When he's talking about strife, is Nietzsche bringing it to the present time in his own? What does Nietzsche think about the world he's in?
Was he wrong?
Drawing
Never.
Heraclitus.
But about someone like me a few times.
So it's very interesting that Nietzsche does make commentary about
Are we going to want to be some of you guys? Almost.
Contemporary political and civilizational developments. And there's where Nietzsche is maybe the weakest as a thinker, because like any person,
Trying to get you
he
guys
has
advantage.
political
That's fine.
opinions.
I understand.
And sort of
They need it though.
more superficial cultural critiques that are relevant to the immediate world he's living in. But Nietzsche has a depth of perspective that goes all the way back to the archaic period and far into the evolutionary future of humanity.
Mm.
And
Almost.
in
You can jump.
horizon, some of the statements he makes are absolutely prophetic. Like, for example, he says that over time, there's going to be a Chinification of Europe, that European man is going to be increasingly docile.
Not that guy, but at least he's making it kind of.
European man
Barely.
increasingly docile,
Hang in there.
increasingly collectivistic, and more a tool in the service of mass technocratic industry,
corporations,
right?
Everyone working at Walmart.
He calls it the transformation of European man
Not
into
that
greater
bad.
Chinadom.
I'm not saying that a lot.
And he says the destiny of the world belongs to America and Russia. And that, notice he's writing this in the late
Took advantage from
1800s.
furniture a few times.
So he sees
before the
Cold
USSR.
War. He sees the Cold War
Wow.
half
Mostly.
a century before it starts.
That is kind of prophetic.
Yeah. And he says if you look at the American spirit, the spirit of the American people and the continent of America, its resources, its strategic location, and you look at Russia, the Europeans are not going to be the decisive factor in the coming time. It's going to be the battle between the Americans and the Russians for the destiny of the world. And that happened.
Look what's going on right now.
That happened. Now we're in a kind of a new struggle with the Russians.
Yeah.
Right? So after a hiatus of 30 years or so.
Right. Not only did it happen, it's happening again. So he saw it.
Yes.
For sure. He saw it.
And
And some trust too a few times.
What's
And I kind of know.
is that Nietzsche saw the ultimate struggle in the future, even beyond the conflict between America and Russia, as being the struggle over defining the nature of man in
But
light
guess what,
of
guys?
certain radical technological.
Good looking out.
So he thought that
Good and worse, huh?
craft and the industrial arts, the capacity to organize society.
No, I'm wide awake
and
now.
To
I'm not crazy anymore. I just know
mechanize
it's
labor
still
and so
fucking
forth.
evil.
These are the terms in which he described it in his time. Would reach a point where we would be capable.
A lot of them. A lot of these guys too.
Reshaping the human being itself. And this is where he develops his idea of the Übermensch or the Overman.
No, I'm gracious, more gracious to the dead than to the living. It's the afterlife can be fucking hard and confusing.
Of life.
Turns out.
That's as evolved beyond us.
You're not
as
done with
we
your
are
life
beyond
when you're
the
dead.
others. And the ultimate polemos, the ultimate struggle.
So you think
what
we
I call
are.
the meta
Think we are. We think we are. And then it's like, nope, right away. I
Is
remember
the
every
struggle
time.
over the overman.
I just was clean it up.
The struggle between the overman and the last
I didn't even
man,
fucking think
between
about it,
those
huh?
who want to keep progressing forward, and to willfully and consciously define the destiny and further evolution.
When you're
of
high in life,
humanity
whatever you're doing,
versus
you know what I mean?
those who want to regress and into a basically subhuman state. Where
I go back,
they
try to think
surround
about, try to
themselves
fucking hear. It's
with
fucking hard in my house.
entertainmentism
It's hard.
and abdicate their
Reason I can't really
responsibility
explain.
for anything
It's
and live lives where effectively they become tools of
They'll
a
try to get
gigantic machinery that's also perpetually entertaining them with bread and circuses. Right? He called that the last man, and he saw it as a sort of subhuman degradation of humanity versus
sometimes
will
to do that, just help the
decide to
flavor a little bit. You
become
heat it up, it's a
overman,
plastic melts a
right?
little bit.
And he said that
Really,
last
good for you.
war, and this is in Ecce
Put it over
Homo,
my
his
cat.
final book. He said that last war is
Captain
the true
Safety, I
war.
don't know. He's fine. As far as I can tell, he's pooping just fine.
In Ecce
Exactly
Homo,
just fine.
Nietzsche
He looks
writes
side
that
lately.
the true world war,
He knows something's coming around.
the ultimate conflict that will take place in the future is not one
Yeah,
between
he is.
nations or even necessarily between civilizations,
So I get the start.
but it will
One more
be
time.
a battle
Mostly you get garbage.
over mastery of the earth as a whole and over
Can't meet.
defining
A
the
lot of
nature of man. In other words, a battle over whether we become the overman or not.
Which concerns me a little bit
And
because
we also
probably
see it
fucking
so
can
as
be.
the basically the burying of God, like Nietzsche said that
When they
God
prove
is
they're
dead.
sneaky.
Remember in the
I can be a heavy
the end of the
sleeper,
gay
kind of.
science,
Never keep in my
and then he
fucking
picks
house.
up this theme in Gospel of
Sneak another one.
Zarathustra.
Ow.
But the madman in the gay
Underneath
science
sometimes?
of the joyous
Ow.
wisdom, the madman has come
Why
to
would you
earth.
dare?
So Nietzsche's view was that in his time God is already dead, but people haven't realized it, so God hasn't really been buried yet. And this future conflict will finally bury the dead God, right? If we decide to.
Why would you dare try to sneak into my
evolve into the
fucking house?
overman. These masters of the earth,
motherfuckers,
who are more than human, will no longer need
No,
the
seriously.
God idea to
Yeah.
justify their existence.
The last man thing. What do you see going on right now that he got right about the last man?
Everything.
So I'm gonna take off, right?
So
I feel like there's
what
fucking
Nietzsche
weird
was
shit around.
describing
So I will.
was a
I
majority
retarded all.
of humanity who are
Come on, talk to
satisfied
me,
with
come talk.
perpetual entertainment and diversion, cheap and crass entertainment and diversion, which atrophies both their intellectual and aesthetic capacities.
And guess what? I had a rat. I don't
Also,
know why I left that in my fucking freezer. So I'd say it again and again and
degradation
again.
of the
Guess
political
what? Dead
system,
cat, worse to me.
where politics is no longer about valor and honor and virtue.
Guess what? Rats are people
It's
too,
about
Garfield.
making
Turns out
shit work in a more systematically efficient manner, which then also reduces political officials.
I don't really like that word being used for a snitch.
What we used to call statesmen. It reduces them into functionaries.
Because they're fucking cool. It can be.
Citizens develop deep.
They're
nasty
like
as
social
humans.
workers.
Yeah.
They're like the highest order of social workers.
That's right. And citizens succumb to a profound apathy about
Well, I don't say pigs either.
political
We're referring to
possibilities
cops.
in general. Okay. And finally, what happens with this last man is that he abandons his will to accomplish or achieve anything at all.
That's it. Pigs can be decent
And
animals.
he resents people around him who strive to achieve something. So Nietzsche has this parable in Zarathustra about the tarantulas who are like trying to climb up this pyramid.
And he calls them preachers of equality.
Yes. And so, it's not just that these last men have basically relinquished responsibility and abandoned themselves to entertainmentism. It's that they also deeply resent anyone around them who's actually still aspiring to anything. Who still has ideas, wants
that
to
I
make
can't
significant
understand.
changes. I think this is an incredibly apt description
There's
of
a
the
lot
situation
of
we find
people like that today.
Yeah. He said
No,
this was
I'm
the
not
culmination of nihilism, right?
Time to get the fear of these fucking people's
the
heads.
increasing meaninglessness of existence and the emptying out of all values. And ultimately, the death of the God into whom all value was projected outside of ourselves.
It makes it better.
Right?
Or
Where
make
we
it worse.
relied on this external projection. And,
Like Plato's cave holding up the
Vaping can be really bad for you, turns out.
The mock-ups.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
So smoke less? Yeah, I want to.
mentioned Plato. So Plato was also deeply influenced by Heraclitus, I think. And to bring this back to Heraclitus, one of the elements of Heraclitus that Plato was influenced by and that Nietzsche was also influenced by, and that very much is a through line from Heraclitus through Plato into Nietzsche, which is saying a lot because Nietzsche saw him. Nietzsche sometimes turns Plato into a straw man, and he frames himself against Plato as kind of the inversion of Plato. And some superficial readers of both Plato and Nietzsche have taken this at face value, that, Nietzsche's ontology of the will to power is an inversion of Platonic metaphysics. Even Heidegger talks like that sometimes, where you have to wonder whether Heidegger isn't also trying to set up a straw man, right? Because
I'm actually really concerned, motherfucker.
he was that superficial in his reading of either Plato or Nietzsche. In any case, my
Certain
point
places,
is this,
you know what I mean?
that there is a common theme in terms of the debt that both Plato and Nietzsche owed to
Don't talk too much shit on
Heraclitus
rehabs. They can't
when
be
it
good.
comes to the last man, because you can already see this tremendous elitism in the sense of a commitment to aristocracy in Heraclitus.
Oh, Heraclitus.
Plato gets it in parts.
Yeah, it's drawn from Heraclitus.
Plato was a student of Cratylus, so he studied Heraclitean
dude.
teachings.
Fuckers.
Mhm.
He was also a member of the
Yeah, they could do
Pythagorean order, which was also very committed to aristocracy.
Yeah.
And by aristocracy,
Yeah,
we
make him
don't
burn
mean
himself.
oligarchy. We don't mean
The
those-
30 tyrants, I think
They can
there's like
possible to light his fucking pipe.
8 of them are people from
You don't
Plato's
lie anymore. I'm
dialogues.
going to ask more.
Right.
30
It's rude
tyrants.
to ask for shit all the time.
So that's who he's hanging out with. He's hanging out with the tyrant. That's Plato for you.
Remember that.
I should go out there and help more. Then you go work down there. Finish it. Probably not.
Socrates
Probably
was
not. Probably not.
denying the gods of the state, inventing new gods, and corrupting the minds of the youth. It was a public charge. Really, the reason they prosecuted Socrates is he was implicated in a conspiracy to overthrow the democracy of Athens and replace it with a more, as he thought, wise,
Wait, wasn't it else?
form of government.
Like a
That would
republic.
From Mystic
yeah,
around
that
here?
would actually
And what, until you
yeah.
go to damnation if you're not careful? Turns out.
And this is a view definitely shared by Heraclitus, where Heraclitus says, things like one man is 10,000 if he's the best, and constantly trashes the mob for their religious beliefs.
Pick the accent y'all can understand with. I can't get rid of it.
This is also the context in which Heraclitus
I
says
could,
that
but it works.
People are being corrupted in their ethical fabric by being inculcated with the works of Homer and Hesiod from childhood. So this is what the mob is reading, what the masses are reading or hearing and memorizing Homer and Hesiod, and Heraclitus trashes them.
Right. However, this will bring us back to the war thing. because those epics that they're trashing brought about a society that was a warrior society. Homer teaches the children, the kids, the youth, like Achilles is a good hero. Be like Achilles. Fight for your cause. Like go destroy Troy because Troy has to fall.
It's a really good point because this brings us back to Bhagavad Gita. The way in which Homer is portraying war and valorizing the heroism of Achilles, or
he also shows the dark side too. He lets you know you're gonna get there's death. But yeah.
And in fact, one of the fragments of Heraclitus is Heraclitus saying Homer was
almost
wrong
there
when he said
the right time,
that conflict
the right
would
attitude.
perish from the earth, because all things come to
But
pass
before I get him
and
there,
are ordained in accordance.
I gotta spend a few more days just having him lead me around everywhere he wants to go.
Of all.
Every time I try to pull away,
Then it shows
just
to be
leave you there,
free
Garfield, and I'll
spirits.
drag you back when I
Other
get bored.
than it reveals for the slaves that they are. 53rd fragment of Heraclitus.
Yes.
So, but
And I want to take some farther. Quit trying to get away and go back home.
The Homeric world, the Homeric era of archaic Greece,
or Iron Age period,
saw war in much the same way as their Indo-European cousins did in India, where your position as a warrior, your place on the battlefield, and your need to fight and die as a hero were all determined by fate. You're not really choosing it. It's your allotment to be in that place, in that time, and be facing that battle. Zarathustra breaks with that. And Heraclitus is following, following the revolution and thinking that Zarathustra brings about and augmenting it and developing it, right? So it's a very different understanding of the way in which conflict and strife are generative. Very different understanding than the one that motivated heroism in Homeric culture or in the culture of the Bhagavad Gita.
Yeah, that's a great point.
So, and
Will they like to set up like that? I'm sure someone would, but I don't think they're trying to like this.
The last man, or the mass man that Heraclitus is trashing in his fragments, can't tell the difference between these two.
Right.
I think someone's trying to put up someone else up
he
here.
He also says, in one of the most striking of his fragments, in reference to the Ephesian revolt against the Persian Empire. At one point, the city-state of Ephesus during Heraclitus' lifetime revolted against being a satrapy of the Persian Empire. And Heraclitus considered the Persian imperial system, which had the Magi as a kind of governing council.
Keep telling you guys, I don't care what you believe.
The aristocracy and the Shah.
Thank your God, thank your God, thank your God. Guess what happened?
He considered that a wise
damnation
government that was
I got there quickly
by insight and discernment and people who had cultivated knowledge in various areas, versus rule of an ignorant majority of people in a democracy, which, by the way, let's remember, disenfranchised half of the population. Women were not allowed to vote on anything. And it was a system also based on the slavery of non-citizens, right? So Heraclitus, after that revolt of his fellow Ephesians against the Persian Empire, he says, every last man in Ephesus should be hanged, and the city should be left to the children. That's one hell of a statement, right? And it also reminds you of what Plato says in the Republic.
You can be. You got to try it, though.
To the effect that people are so hopeless that even if we devise the best
you got to sacrifice a lot,
which he thinks he does,
like your dignity.
Interesting educational system.
Sometimes your health
Starts with music and gymnastics, and then goes on to mathematics, and has a whole theory of child psychological development embedded in it. Because even if we develop the best theory of education, there's no way we're going to re-educate the majority of these people.
Guess what, man?
Just got to get
I'd be
rid of
fucking
everybody
dead,
under
and
the
I
age
know
of 15 and start fresh. These are radically aristocratic ideas, and aristocratic in the original Greek sense of the word, not rule of an oligarchy, like the oligarchy we see depicted in Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut. No, rule of the best people. Aristocracy meant rule of the best people. One man is 10,000 if he is the best, as Heraclitus puts it. So this idea of the contrast between the last man and the Ubermensch already implicitly exists in the writings of Heraclitus. And it's
I'm
something
buying
that
the right
Plato's
ones.
picking up on in his conceptualization of what it means to be a philosopher, guardian of society.
I'll see you on the other side. Get there, guys.
King, but infamously Plato
Always
argues
like
that
that.
women can also be philosopher guardians of society. So it's something that Plato is adopting and adapting in defining the philosopher rulers, and then it's something that Nietzsche is appropriating as he fleshes out this concept.
I can see that the connection there. He also says it's not a job that you want.
That's right.
It's more of a duty.
Right.
And he sort of parses out like how that would work.
Well, and why would that be the case? I mean, I can tell you very clearly why that would be the case. Like, you know, I mean, I can speak from
It's
experience.
so hard to let him
why
not
that
do
would
it.
be the
He's like,
case.
okay,
It's
whether
because someone
fucking big old
who
one.
is capable of contemplating the deepest matters and who's extremely, I don't want to say
jealous.
curious,
They're
but you know,
stuck.
deeply
Yeah.
inquisitive, right?
Yeah, more
Is not
fucking
going to want to spend their time running a freaking political system.
You're
going to want to investigate the
fucking
deepest
Eagles.
histories
Welcome
of
to Primordial
nature,
Waters.
or fathom
name's Taran Miller.
the occulted dimensions of the psyche, and understand Phusis and the cosmos.
That's got to be sometimes.
That's what you want to be doing with your time. But as a public service, you have to help to govern the state, because otherwise you're going to leave a vacuum to be filled by the worst kinds of people, which is, of course, what we've seen throughout the history that we.
Why none but me here? I don't know.
Unfortunately, have been.
Let me get back.
Now, before we went out on a brilliant little side steps there. You did mention that you had some thoughts on the not just the Bhagavad Gita, Mahabharata. I want to remind you about that.
Yeah, my point about the Mahabharata, which I partly made, is that you have this conflict between the Devas and the Asuras, and it's really kind of an exercise in futility when it's seen within the context of Hindu theology, because again, they believe in this one, absolute Brahman who's omniscient and omnipotent. So the whole conflict between the two sides.
We're dealing with our what? His phone?
It's interesting when you look at that against the backdrop of Greek tragedy. Nietzsche, again, is identifying Heraclitus as the supreme thinker of the tragic age of the Greeks, right? And who is the first figure of Greek tragedy? The first dramatic persona to ever step on stage in any play that we know of, Prometheus. The first play performed in classical or even almost sort of archaic Greece was the Prometheus Bound of Aeschylus. And Prometheus defies this dichotomy between Asuras and Devas. Because, see, Prometheus, initially, he argues with his fellow Titans, they're the Asuras, when we map it onto Hinduism. Prometheus argues with his fellow Titans that, listen, in this battle against the gods, the Titanomachia, you're not going to be able to defeat the Olympians, the Devas, through brute force. You're going to need to devise some kind of stratagem to do this. And they won't listen to him. Even his own brother Atlas, who becomes the general of the Titans in that battle against the Olympians, right? So Prometheus actually sides with the Olympians. In the first episode of the Prometheus mythos, it's Prometheus siding with the Olympians and helping Zeus to defeat Kronos.
Right.
What was that?
As a result of which Prometheus becomes Zeus's right-hand man, which then later becomes adapted into the image of Lucifer as the right-hand man of God, like Job in Judeo-Christianity, right? The Ha-Shaitan, who's the prosecutor right-hand man of Yahweh. So then Prometheus didn't do this to empower the Olympians. He did this in the spirit of lose the battle and win the war, live to fight another day, put yourself in a strategic position to fight a longer struggle. So ultimately, when Zeus proves to be as tyrannical as Kronos, maybe in some ways even worse, serial rapist, manipulator, sadist, then in various ways Prometheus rebels against Zeus on behalf of humanity, becomes a champion of humanity.
Right.
But listen, he's becoming a champion of humanity. It's not like he goes back with the Titans. So although Prometheus is a Titan, Prometheus defies the dichotomy between gods and Titans. And Prometheus represents archetypally and symbolically the recognition of free will and self-determination on the part of the human individual.
Right.
And that changes the meaning of struggle or polemos entirely from what it was in the Bhagavad Gita or what it was in the Homeric culture. Where then the ultimate battle becomes a battle for individuation, a battle where being conscientious and staying true to one's ethos, one's personal ethos, is what's of paramount importance and makes a person heroic, not carrying out your karma or fulfilling your fate.
George Dumatzil has a book called Mitra Varuna, and he shows that in early Vedic schools of thought, going back as far back as who knows how back is, we're talking like before writing, there's Mitra and Varuna, opposites of the cosmos. One of them represents the light bringer, that's Mitra, and then it describes Varuna as like the night, but the moon in the sky. It's like a yin and a yang type of thing. I'm wondering if there's anything in there that has to do with strife or even free will, because Mitra maps on Prometheus so well, as we talked about.
Totally. I actually have argued in Iranian Leviathan, where I have a whole section on Heraclitus, Darius, and Buddha, the Talmud Buddha. I argued in there that Heraclitus is a Mithraist, not a Zoroastrian. He's deeply indebted to Iranian thought, but he's a Mithraist. And I've also pointed to,
or a Magi,
the analogies, yes, in a lot of ways between the cult of Prometheus, or rather the cult of Mithra, and the reverence for Prometheus and the mythos of Prometheus, where in a lot of ways they're really the same figure. The Titan of wisdom, Prometheus, is Mithra, and vice versa. If you look at the Mehriyat,
You made a mess. You can see on the screen.
The Avesta, a lot of the same qualities are in the Prometheus.
And the reason why I bring that up, on top of what you just said,
mostly
some of my audience might already be familiar with this, maybe some aren't, but
doesn't matter.
Mithra, as far back as we can tell, is this god who does binding and oaths, which means if you're taking an oath, there's free will involved.
Yes.
So you can't have Mithra.
You're personally responsible,
right,
for the pact,
and that makes Mithra.
So they don't really want to treat me, but they're gonna have to because I'm a freak of fucking nature. So I'll pick up the fucking phone when I call him.
Allowing these binding of these oaths to be done. So then it's like, okay, this is necessary. So this whatever Indo-Aryans were following this tradition, there had to be a free will going on.
Do you want to be blackout proof and save on energy? The original binding, the original mediation that Mithra performs as a sort of like
that's where we get handshakes from.
Yeah, where we get handshakes
we
from.
Literally, to this day, everyone shakes hands.
From
Everybody knows
Mithraism.
from Mithraism.
Yeah, it's from Mithraism. But the original pact that Mithra presides over is a pact between Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, where Mithra becomes the what do you call it?
Call him twice today.
Yes.
Nice to beg you for
This is what Plutarch says. This is what Plutarch says.
Light and darkness, between truth and deceit.
And he knows it too.
You have dialed a number that is.
That's fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. It's a trap.
So, but what does that mean? Also, it means that Mithra is, as Nietzsche.
I can't get through to transportation.
Mithra is a principle of freedom.
Why not?
And conscientious.
Darling, maybe I did. Why couldn't I find it? It's right fucking there.
Bound by whatever.
Bound by Brahman and what Brahman has allotted as your karma, or bound by Zeus to fulfill your fate.
Right.
You are free to choose between light and darkness, progress and retardation.
This is that Luciferian,
right?
Idea.
Yeah. So, and you see this in Heraclitus.
Yeah.
Where Heraclitus says, the god is satiated.
What was that reimbursement? You know, right?
And the god is hunger. The god is winter and the god is summer. The god is war and the god is peace. And he goes through all these oppositions, saying that the divinity is both of these. And he also says the aeon, the divinity, which is, I think, his best term for the divine is the aeon. The aeon is a child at play, moving pieces in a game. Sovereignty belongs to the child. Meaning the aeon uses these oppositions to play a game in which dice
The same fucking shit Aaron Chambers has been a target of it too, and I know it.
of that fragment is a game like backgammon that involved an element.
Tori, her too turns out more than us. She's a woman.
The game playing deity, the Aeon, which I call Satanion in my book.
Another rehab going. I don't really want these guys to hear anymore. I don't need these guys here anymore. Not like that. They're like that. They're both doing good. Turns out.
Our conscientious cultivation of our ethos, and that's the name of the game.
Yeah.
Right. For us to define ourselves into it. Now, this brings me to the preoccupation that two other individuals also had with Heraclitus. Two other people besides Nietzsche, also Germans, who are obsessed with Heraclitus. Because they also also important aspect of his thinking was this idea that the deity challenges us to define who we are.
Now, is this talking about Brahma, talking about the Mithra view, or Prometheus, depending on how you Ion. I think Ion's the best name for it.
The Ion or Aeon, however you want to pronounce it. Mithra was depicted as
Ion. Yes.
As the Ion.
There's even inscriptions. It's Mithras Ion. Mithra Ion. Yeah. It's the, if anyone's wondering, I'm showing on the screen in the edit. It's the depiction of Mithra that you find in late antiquity, where it's a man with a perfect breath around it, and a lion and a zodiac around it. Not it's not always how a lion type, but mostly
I know the cow,
yes.
And Roger for the cow,
Yeah.
and the lion.
And that's Ion Mithra.
That's the game playing God.
This is what we're talking about.
Aeon is a child of play. Moving pieces in the game, sovereignty belongs to the child.
By the way, I talk with my friend all the time.
I don't like him either.
Did you know that?
But I am, and I know it.
Epiphanius, the Saint Epiphanius in the 4th century, says that in Egypt, they celebrate the birth of Ion on December 25th. And he's born of a virgin called Cori, which is Persephone, the underworld queen. That's what he said. He tries to make an argument with
But even I know that you're not God in the absolute, but you are God, kind of.
Yeah.
Tell them, at least, right?
We see this as the most important aspect of the thought of Heraclitus, and who also were intimately familiar with Nietzsche, are Martin Heidegger and Paul Smith. And they knew each other.
In a weird fucking position. I love this cat too much to lose him. And I don't know always what to do next. Like using reason. I'm like, trying to figure it out. We're like, maybe this, maybe that, maybe that. Take the cat on the mouth. That's all I can think of. Right now, you see almost. I need some fucking boots. I don't have. Did I see almost at one point? Yeah, fucking away. Look at that, maybe go here, maybe go there. Thick fucking socks. Too heavy.
And then wound up having a huge influence later on because we are South.
Let's find a fucking spot. And find a fucking spot. Find a kid's good at that. For a blind guy, especially.
So anyway, but one of the places where you see the depth of the influence of Heraclitus on Charles Smith is in the correspondence exchange between Heidegger and Smith, where Heidegger and Smith had wound up coincidentally and synchronistically standing in the same line on the same day to join the Nazi Party. They noticed each other on the line. And then when they both were integrated into the administration of that regime, Heidegger was tasked with turning Freiburg University into a model for the restructuring of the German education system, and Paul Schmidt was tasked with restructuring the jurisprudence, legal faculty of law. And
I'm sorry.
You can use in between correspondence where they're quoting Heraclitus. And apparently Schmidt had sent over a copy of his book Concept of the Political to Heidegger, where he had quoted the 53rd fragment of Heraclitus in his
signing of the book. Yeah. And Heidegger writes back to him about, how he's preparing a certain interpretation of Heraclitus that illuminates the metaphysical nature of war. So this takes us into contemporary geopolitical conflict, where people like Heidegger and Schmidt see world war as having a metaphysical significance, as a trial and contest and agon between people and the worlds of various civilizations, where, we as Dasein, as human existence, cannot but live in a particular world of meaning that we have to either authentically or inauthentically appropriate as our heritage. And the extent to which we can authentically appropriate this heritage also determines whether we're going to be able to embrace our destiny, whether we deny our destiny or whether we can embrace our destiny from out of an authentic appropriation of our heritage. And this Heideggerian ontology is
I hate that shit. Scrolling. Doom scrolling.
when Schmidt argues that you can never have a single sovereign for all of Europe, because the very concept of the political, the very essence of the political, has to do with the sovereign's power in a state of emergency to protect and defend his people and the constitution of his people from potential enemies. So the sovereign is the one who decides on the enemy, who the enemy is, when there's a threat from the enemy, when his people or her people, Queen Elizabeth, I remember a female sovereign in history, when the sovereign's people face an existential threat. And under those conditions, as, for example, during a massive earthquake or a hurricane, something like that, there's a state of emergency. And in that state of emergency, you see the true nature of sovereignty. And that's not the rights, responsibilities, or limitations on the powers of the president under the Constitution. No, in a state of emergency, the Constitution is suspended because it can't be implemented. It's practically impossible in an emergency to govern according to the procedures of the Constitution as executed by the Congress and the judiciary. You have to get shit done because people's life, limb, and property are at stake.
Yeah.
And in those situations, the sovereign exercises its emergency powers. If the sovereign is able to do that legitimately, meaning it's accepted by people, it means that the people see the sovereign as an authentic embodiment of their heritage. Meaning the sovereign is viewed and accepted as a protector of the world of that people. And so how this fits with Heraclitus is that Schmidt is saying that, look, in any given war, we think we're right and the enemy thinks we're right. History, or, the providence of divine knowledge will decide ultimately who was right. We have to fight conscientiously for our own results.
See, I know it too. Rehabs are good, typically.
And the courage and the
They're just other options I'm exploring. They're work for me most of the time. Because we'll get you there. Because I used to. When we don't, it doesn't go well.
This is
Fucking leap.
This is like the beginning of the Trojan War, depending on the version, where Helen is taken captive and they have to decide what does it take to spark that? In that case, it was Helen, a beautiful princess. That's not what it is.
Yes, and I think Heraclitus would have said that was completely unjustified.
Are they?
Yeah, like this is the practice reason go to war, and these people behaving like brigands. What you see all over the body, they all over the area, brigands. They're like gangs.
No, they just try to say, they try to say too. So I quit smoking so I can get attention?
Protect their,
Why?
their woman.
I'm going to die anyways, and I know.
Loot the gold and valuables of the enemy. They act like mobsters.
Crusades like that too.
Whether they know it or not, sometimes that's what's going on behind the scenes. They're just getting ready for an organ donation.
What Schmidt is saying
And he
is
fucking knows it.
just war is war to defend whatever you consider to be the highest ideals of the people, which you should, according to Heidegger, ostensibly appropriate, meaning you don't just mindlessly, mindlessly adopt it. Yeah. You have to creatively adapt it and make it your own and allow your heritage to endure as a living and developing tradition.
Yeah. Could Heraclitus be wrong about the war, with Helen being more of a symbol of something than just one, weaselly little maiden?
You know what's interesting about that? It's the most bizarre connection that someone could make.
Yeah.
To go back to Eyes Wide Shut, Dr. Hartford's daughter is called Helena.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and her name is prominently displayed in the film. There's just like a sign on her door, on the little girl's door.
It seems like some people are the Mystic Police.
And they say her name to people.
Sheriff can be, huh?
So there is this like the struggle for Helena, or to protect Helena. That's a theme in Kubrick's.
Here, my table too.
And then Hellenism. Yes, exactly.
Bunch of shit. My ID, for one.
Yeah. So yeah, that's an interesting perspective. It's a very good point.
Now, Nietzsche, with Apollonian.
It seems like a lot of these people, when you're asking them, and they die out there.
Is there anything in there
horribly often?
That Matt Bond could make up all this strife, anything like that?
How would happen if they went in there? It's the same thing, often.
So, Heraclitus says the hidden attunement is better than the obvious. They don't understand.
All right, Garfield. I want to be inside anymore. Go outside for a little while. Look out here at least.
Dynamic tension. It's one thing. The string, the bow string, and the front of the bow are one thing. But they'll start to come out position to each other. There's dynamic tension. They're pulling away from each other. They don't agree. It's like they're pulling away from each other. They don't understand how a string agrees at variance with itself, like a bow or like a lyre being played.
Long-term bullshit. Wait around bullshit.
Is better than the obvious. Meaning that
So they have more motivation to treat me like shit.
As a dynamic interplay
Legally.
opposed force. And that's necessary. It's necessary for individuation, it's necessary for development.
If I was taking taxpayer money, which I'm not ever. Food stamps? Not even that.
Or
Different kind of program. Almost now.
To think that, the answer to the strife of the cosmos is to pacifistically abstain from participating in any struggle. The level on which the cosmos is perceived as a battle.
You gave me too much. Want to see what I collect money? But I won't.
And you are called upon
You can try to.
struggle with your whole heart and conscience to define your place in that conflict and to be the man you want to be, right? With the aims and goals that you have and the ideals that you're devoted to. However, there is a deeper level. It's not a deeper level. There's a complementary perspective or another dimension from which you can look at the cosmos where you see a hidden or occulted harmony. Heraclitus also says it rests by changing. You can never step into the same.
Guess what they don't like to run? Dogs.
Right?
Really happen.
Fire, ever living, always changing its form. That's the flux.
Now you get stuck in the thickets.
But he also says it rests.
And you're the man in the clearing.
Changing. And he says fire is an exchange for all things, like gold for goods and goods.
And in high altitude, they don't do so well, dogs. Often.
There is this one through which all other things are interchangeable.
Uphill? No, you just rolling down.
That which is the fire. Or the water that's still the water, the same water, even though it's always changing.
No, Mount Shasta.
Changing its forms, right?
It's right fucking there. It's in the wintertime, too.
The crests of the different waves that rise and fall are all expressions of the same water. And so
it's not like Heraclitus doesn't recognize ontological unity.
So Garfield.
Now,
I almost need a
also
fucking
got
ride, but not
one
even.
based on that one suddenly says, "Oh, Heraclitus is a monist." No,
I have to carry him a long fucking way, and it's heavy. It's fucked.
Someone with the degree of complexity and nuance as Heraclitus, but he does see the ontological unity. So
Yeah,
this is a way of answering your question about the Apollonian and Dionysian.
If I just had better fucking wheels on the motherfucker.
Ontological unity is what Nietzsche would call the Apollonian.
Front wheels mostly, huh?
Transcendental light and the discerning reason to see the oneness. But that doesn't mean that the Dionysian strife and chaos and conflict and
Sorry, Garfield.
the orgy of
Pick you up a little bit.
isn't real. Okay, that's the mistake that the Vedantists.
Oh, it's time for you to get rolling too? Why then?
Yeah.
Watch this too. It was a mess.
It's that the ontological unity, or what you could call, in a sense.
I guess we're seeing that out right now, Garfield. We ain't ready for it. Not like that. We can go out on a leash again.
Okay, so Buddha called it.
Because I gotta get ready to fucking get out of here, dude. I don't want to fucking be here anymore.
No thing in the world has
Society.
an inherent essence that would allow it to exist.
But that bad, no.
Other things.
But can they be that bad? Yeah.
It's contrasted.
Some people really are that bad. That's gross.
Everything in its existence owes
I'm fighting fucking demons.
nature.
And it can be kind of contagious, turns out. Some of them. Some of the grosser ones to me. That don't even affect me at all, like judgment.
Nothing exists in isolation.
I mean, I do a little bit, quite a bit, actually. More than do a lot of people.
Heraclitus has the same view in this respect, ontologically. And so it's not a reduction of strife and conflict to some kind of a superficial reason.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that Dionysian aspect of the cosmos is seen as one aspect of a Janus space that includes an Apollonian recognition of the unity of being. The hidden attunement is better than the obvious one. The obvious attunement is the pacifist, hippie, is it's all one, all
war is bad,
peace, man.
Yeah.
This
is getting deep. Now, you mentioned how the Vedanta people said the world is Maya, it's a demon. The Christians do this. The world is evil. Paul says the archons of this age will pass away.
Well, very Gnostic.
Yeah, Gnostic, also Christian, how the flesh is evil, the world is evil, spirit is good, heaven is good. You want to go to heaven, right? They all miss the mark, is what you're saying. They're all missing. This is what Nietzsche was getting at with God is dead.
It's a huge element of Nietzsche's critique of Christianity.
Yeah.
That's a huge element of Nietzsche's critique of Christianity. And it's also why Heidegger would consider himself a Christian.
Yeah, it's missing the whole entire complexity of existence. The satyr, the symbol of the devil, the satyr, the horned goat demon, is the symbol of life.
It's opting out of the struggle of existence, which is also a refusal to play the great game, the game of the AI. And, that's...
Nietzsche says in Perfect Tragedy that life is tragedy. The satyr is the image of life. And like that is so, if you think about that for a second, that is the image of a demon or devil in Christianity. The horned, beastly, shaggy, wants to have sex all the time. Yeah.
I call the Aeon the Sataneon.
Sataneon,
right, in this book, right? There's a reason. Because this game-playing god of Heraclitus is certainly not Brahman or the godfather of Christianity or,
And also, Paul even says it's the root, the archons of his ion. He uses that word ion.
So,
which is the world, cosmos.
That's right. Aeon or ion is living time, which is a very interesting idea because
the chronos aspect.
Chronos is chronological. So Chronos is like the machinery, the gearworks of the clock. It's a time that's fatalistic. It's the celestial yo-yo. And that's how Chronos was seen as governing the world through the zodiacal constellations and the gearwork of the solstices and the equinoxes and so forth. Remember, Mithraism, Mithra comes up from out of the earth and and it takes hold of the celestial machinery, grabs a hold of the celestial sphere by the pole stars.
Once in a rock.
The wheel of Mithra, by which Mithra grabs the zodiacal wheel around the earth and shifts it, resulting in the change of the ages, the procession of equinoxes. That wheel is the bear stars. It's interesting, actually.
I'm gonna set up, dude.
He talks about the bear stars.
Really like this much. Hey, careful. Careful. In the chair. Do they feel we can hold by me now?
He's referencing the
Why?
Ursa Major and Ursa Minor star pattern around the pole.
I know you don't, but let these fuckers get out of your head. Stop listening to them. They're evil. All the humans.
Civilization has always been called the Wheel of Mithra. That's what the swastika meant originally. It's the place where Mithra grabs a hold of the controls.
It's always turning like this.
Yeah, of the celestial machinery as a symbol of overcoming fate. No longer being, controlled by the stars or controlled by Cronus through the stars. So, the aeon doesn't mean time in the sense of Cronus. It means a kind of living time that's not fatalistic. And the French philosopher Henri Bergson drew this concept explicitly in his book Time and Free Will, where he says there's two different understandings of time. One is le temps, in French, le temps, time, convention and time. The other is la durée. And la durée means endurance. Endurance. It's the vitality of the lifetime. Endurance of the spirit, which is a major theme in my book Satania, where I postulate that the highest intelligence in the cosmos.
Want to go outside? What? Go.
Most powerful.
Taran, look at you sit in the chair. All day.
Not to say that I'm omniscient or omniscient.
No, go outside.
Omniscient or omnipotent.
You happy with me?
Why is this the most intelligent?
Yeah, a little bit. I'll be there. I'll get back.
Would be dedicated to overcoming empathy. In other words, to maximizing the endurance of the life. To sustaining life, the various permutations and developments and evolutions of life for as long as possible. The endurance of the life, which requires overcoming things.
And this is a will, in a sense, is that will to power idea.
Yeah.
It's a will to live.
That's aeonic life. That's what I was talking about. Time as the endurance of the life.
And you mentioned Mithra coming out of the earth. It's earthborn, Chthonian. It's coming from the earth and then becoming, what's the word? Becoming cosmos.
Yes.
So it's an image of us as humans. We're born from the earth. Our flesh is matter from the earth.
And becoming the cosmic overman.
Becoming the cosmic overman.
And you see, that's why it is pathetic and irresponsible to opt out of conflict and struggle.
We can try. I mean, them told us we could. We're fucking stuck. And I hate it. Because they can just kill us, dude. I want to get out there. I want to bring you out there, George. Garfield, I want to bring you out there too.
Yeah. It trumps the constitutions of all countries. Right, like war crimes.
Do I have to stay here forever because they're still torturing my cat over there? I kind of know it. Because these pricks want to investigate the other ones, just me, for some reason.
First of all, not only, yes, it's impossible. Why is it impossible? Because it's at odds with the aim of the aeon. The odds of nature.
These neighbors right around me. Who are those fucking guys, those fucking guys, those fucking guys, who are those fucking guys?
Like an unconscious.
Mandated reports sometimes even. Who did what?
It's inconsistent with nature as guided by the aeon, whose purpose is to further the life force for as long as possible. The way the aeon
through that Heraclitean
strike. Yeah. The way the aeon does that is sets forces.
Wrong. Therapist can be. Turns out. Those ones I had. Like, what the fuck you guys know about Taran Miller? Would you write it down? It's probably wrong. Turns out.
The rise of stronger and more dynamic forms of life. Those can only come about through evolutionary struggle, which includes the struggle between nations and peoples.
Why do you ever lie to your therapist ever? I never do.
The true world war. The war
Yep.
of worlds over the earth.
Lie to doctors or therapists.
Is
And they always write down for some reason I fucking it. What? Ever has. Lied to a doctor or therapist.
It's the most important thing. That conditions meaning for Dasein, for the human being, on a fundamental level, as part of the fabric, the work and rest of a particular society. That's what he does. Art sets up a world.
Like he's not chronically suicidal forever, like most suicidal people are. Now he's a liar because he didn't kill himself.
To carve the earth into a place.
Doesn't fucking make sense. Well, he found a reason to live, so now you want to take it from him so he can go be one of you guys one day?
This is why
Fuck you.
he used to let go of the term Dark Ages. Because where was the art in the early Middle Ages? There's none. And then when you get a Renaissance, what do they all have in common? We're all going back to the classics. We're all going back to Plato and Aristotle and Homer and Hesiod and Aeschylus and Euripides. All of a sudden, there's a Renaissance. There's a art is that. Art is the classical period. And then the idea of images being evil, because the Bible says don't make graven images. That is the exact opposite of that.
Where's my phone go again?
Destroying
This happens often. Fucking phones.
the life force of humans.
I've been trying to get out of the house, the phones start disappearing.
Are you insane?
Why?
How in the world would you doesn't have to make graven images?
Why didn't you set it down?
It's a destruction
of any place.
He's fine for now.
The attempt to inculcate a sense of futility.
I'm gonna run back again on purpose, guys.
Meaninglessness, and ultimately suicidal lives.
It's what it is. It's what it produces. It produces. I mean, like, if you think about it, the best at Judeo-Christianity or whatever.
Where'd my phone go?
Abrahamism,
Drive me fucking nuts.
The farthest you
Turn the lights on.
becoming ISIS. They're following what you gonna?
This here you don't really leave my house in.
They're
So you can set something up around. It's kind of no. We already got medicines out. So what are theirs? A lot more turns out. Some of them.
Destroying Persian temples that were Zoroastrian that might have an idol in or something. That's the end goal.
Fucking baby eating fucking clowns, huh? Some of them.
Sometimes war is necessary for people like that.
Yes. So here we are in a situation where.
Where is my phone then? Huh?
Daesh, which is unfortunately termed ISIS in English. I always think of it.
I can't fucking find it suddenly when it was right fucking there. I thought I brought it outside somehow. Garfield, you good? I'm gonna leave him right there, guys. That's fucking crazy. Are you crazy? Garfield almost is sometimes. We like it. Just turn around and throw a little bit. I mean, it's safe next to me.
From the God of Abraham.
You know, his dad isn't crazy or a liar either. It's a fucking hard fucking mission to complete. And Garfield just doesn't want to do it. Why though, Garfield?
The majority of people are Muslims based on current demographic trends. And in the same time period, between now and 2075, genetic engineering.
I know they've tried to replace him. Tried to, I think. How could they do that?
Cybernetic augmentation are offering to us the potential to become the overman and to expand into the cosmos.
Which is almost inevitable.
There is your metaphor.
No, they have.
There is the ultimate world war.
They tried to take him every time to chase me out of here, but now they won't. They just try to drive me fucking crazy, huh? That's right, fucking here, charge me. Because I was going to be sitting right there. No, he's fucking Garfield the cat.
Is at odds with the aim of the AI. It's the ultimate sacrilege, actually, and deferral of true conscientious responsibility. Right? It's the ultimate power. It's the greatest abdication.
Hey, leave the fucking cat.
The quest to live heroically. We have to choose whether we want to continue to move toward the overman, and that also involves a unique and unprecedented definition of what it means to affirm the heritage of people. See, because Nietzsche and Heidegger and Schmidt, both appropriated this idea of authenticity in the context of conflict in a way where they were
underlining the importance of having a particular world historical heritage that one can appropriate as one's own, right? Like I was just talking about how art fills the world of the people into the earth. And there's these different worlds that struggle with each other. You know, the Western world, the Chinese world, the Islamic world, etc. All struggling over shaping the earth as a place of meaning.
Doesn't Felix think that all the time because we're fucking with him that much? Because we don't want Karen to believe that he's the same cat and you'll have the same cat for 5 fucking years because most people around here have the same fucking cat's mouth.
It's something over and above. I mean, that's why he calls it the overman. You go to men. It's over.
Looks fat over there, treated better maybe. Maybe a bunch of milk, who knows?
It's not like just the future of the West or the future of Western man.
Well, they can try and switch my healthier Garfield out with the one that they fucking fucked up.
On another level of magnitude.
I'm not gonna fall for that shit ever. I know exactly what it looks like. Now he's a forehead dot too.
In the context of us facing the challenges of the technological singularity, who is our people?
Well, I know the cat over there thinks he's Garfield's getting tortured to fucking death. I say when I say I know he's Garfield, that's the fuck his name.
Where's the Helen?
Yeah. And what is Helen right now?
The fucking yard right over there. Right over there and right over there.
Whatever she symbolizes matters to us.
Well, it's almost like we're losing them.
Well, see, and that's why I've emphasized the archetype of symbolism of Prometheus throughout my entire philosophical project. Because I can't see any other mythos that could serve as the basis for a collective social or civilizational identity as we strive to become the overman, other than if what we intend to do is constructively engage with the possibilities of the technological singularity. Now, is that an exclusively Western project? No. After all, Prometheus comes from the Caucasus and was developed from out of some very deep Iranian ideas that also persisted throughout the course of Iranian civilization. And, for example, when you look at Japanese culture, as I pointed out in my first book, Prometheus and Atlas, in this chapter, Kill a Buddha on the Way, when you look at the transformation that Japanese culture underwent, first beginning in the 1930s, when people like Nishida Kitaro and Keiji Nishikani studied under Heidegger and Husserl, they went to Europe and studied under Germany and deeply embraced and processed and integrated in a creative way German thought with their own Zen Buddhist tradition. You start to see this mutation of Japanese culture, which then dramatically accelerates and intensifies with the atomic bombing situation on that time. Right. So then after the nuclear bombings, this mutation takes place in Japan where they're producing the most Promethean science fiction in the world.
And they're leading culture right now. Everyone's obsessed with anime and Japanese stuff.
Certainly in the 1980s, and 90s, where you had works like...
Until my dad's soberly and nice on the phone.
Goku Midnight Eye.
Tell you something else. I'll try not to. Yeah. But I'm pissed off because I'm going to get a whole Medi-Cal today.
Were producing Promethean artworks and art worlds that were at least as...
So I go to the hospital again, basically, huh? And tell him, hey, see, I'm really not well.
As anything that we see in the West.
I think I'm fucking going to die. Where my heart? Where my lungs? Get those checked too? If you know what a fucking stroke, he doesn't check me right. I need MRI. Where do we start?
But it's very, very Homeric. It's a crew of people on a ship. They're pirates. They love freedom. The writer of the show, constantly is emphasizing how much they want freedom.
I'm not on drugs. Tom's calling before we write that down again, ever. That he might be.
They always got to conquer it and move on. But they're always moving towards what's called the One Piece. And they're trying to find this One Piece. Whoever controls the One Piece controls everything. What does that sound like to you?
The Space Pirate Arcadia show from back in the late 80s was also about that.
Yeah.
Basically a Promethean piratical fleet.
But it's always reaching for that higher, that thing is almost unattainable. Right. But the fact that you're always reaching for it is what is all that matters.
Well, you're mad you didn't get my orders at one point.
And so I think this shows the world.
When you told somebody you could, you thought maybe.
Promethean archetype. And that it's not.
Is that really what it's like? No way, right? No, because it's not even possible.
And
Not the way it's like there, huh? I didn't think so. Otherwise, I wouldn't have all that shit right there. Medical records. It's not where the hospital, some they're fucking busy and they don't really think shit through all the time. They're fucking prejudiced, dude.
Still work today where you have an idea, a culture, and it can spread.
And I think the reason Helen spread wasn't because of actually the Iliad, where Helen featured prominently, but it was because of the producing elements in Greek culture. Absolutely. Which eventually produced the cosmopolitan city of Alexandria.
Absolutely.
Right? So yes, it's that.
And then look at we're talking about a city that had automatic doors, heated floors, all types of machinery going on in there. Where do you get those ideas from without having Prometheus in your art? That's right.
You were like a drug addict for like 20 years, or drunk even.
And you see the same.
You don't remember what you did all the time.
And cosmopolitanism arise again during the Dark Age of Europe. You see it arise again in Iran from about.
Statistically, you were worse than me. Turns out, guys.
Have all these scientists and engineers and a renaissance of Persian literature.
I'm not just trying to take that away from me.
Spirit in Iranian civilization, going back to Zarathustra.
I'm an asshole and I know it. No way you guys aren't quite.
What if the Mongols was nature working out, trying to figure out how to get rid of what was happening in the West in the Dark Ages? The Mongols, you had the Dark Ages, right? The super Dark Ages, 500 to 1,000. And then it sort of gets a little bit better after that, but it's still. The Mongols was an inevitable reaction to that.
Liars.
There was
a few more liars, huh?
So
Lie, just enough the wrong people, the wrong time.
Everything restart from fresh.
Have I? See, almost though.
A forest burns down.
But I retract any statement that I made at any fucking point.
Gives you lush
It wasn't true.
soil, and then an even bigger.
Yeah, basically.
Well,
Myself in the lake.
The Arab invasion of Iran, and I've gotten a lot of crap for arguing that Iranian development. But it's very clear to me that
On accident, through hypnosis, I believe, because it feels like it big time now when I'm fucking aware of it. I've seen him over there spin the finger around, trying to get me act up, trying to get girlfriend away from me too.
The Sassanid period was a period of decline.
See, not well. I don't see that well, but that's that report.
Somebody like Shah Khosrow, mass execution.
They want to know the fucking truth of the whole situation.
Who were the most progressive, enlightened people in Iran at that time. And then within a couple hundred years, the Arabs invade. And you see a renaissance of Persian culture in every domain, from science and technology to literature. And it happens in a very free-spirited, decentralized society. In the, Ala-Buyid, the Buyid dynasty and the Samanid dynasty. These were sort of principalities similar to the Medici realm during the Italian Renaissance. Where you don't have a hierarchical totalitarian state. Yep. Okay, and culture is allowed to flourish. So that's
strife working.
Yes, and I could imagine
the Mongols and Arabs.
Yes, and I can imagine the Aeon being responsible for the Arab Muslim conquest.
So it's nature pulling something out that looks dark and demonic, but it's there to cause that strife. It's necessary.
And look, what that did to Iran was actually inoculate the Iranian population against any form of religious dogmatism. Never was Iran more free-spirited, secular, rational, and also romantically free-spirited than after the Islamic conquest.
Oh my God.
Being exposed to the retardation of the Quran turned them off to all kinds of religion.
It causes the opposite effect. Yeah.
Exactly. So things were actually better off until then the Turks and the Mongols.
You know, I just thought of even darker. I might even get canceled for this one. From the perspective of the Native Americans and the Aztecs, things were getting, let's say, they're ripping people's hearts out and sacrificing to the sun. And all of a sudden, from the West comes strife. This was like nature made it happen. Some people are gonna hate you for that. I'm just adding to the conversation though. But what do you think about it's almost like nature always finds a way.
You think that's going to get you? Can't listen to what my response is. So
okay.
We're going to get two of us canceled simultaneously. Is that if that's the case, and that was the intention of the arrival of the conquistadors, it showed that the Mayan civilization, or by that time Inca, whatever civilization, was a irredeemably failed society. Because you see. They completely became subsumed by the West. They were utterly subjugated by Christianity and by the Spanish conquistadors.
Yeah.
Lost their identity and their culture. So if the point was to revitalize them, so they'd stop worshiping Tezcatlipoca by cutting hearts out and go back to worshiping Quetzalcoatl, it failed. But see, the Aeon is a bitch. But she mercilessly tests societies to see whether they're still alive, whether they still have anything to contribute to the life force.
Right.
And if they don't, she presses the terminate button.
Disinfects them. And look, they brought all these diseases that we were immune to. The Westerners were, or Europeans were immune to, that they weren't.
Right.
And it was like, sorry, nature did its thing.
Yeah. And look,
it's dark, but it's true.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go too much into geopolitics, given the general scope of your show.
You could do a little bit.
But I'll tell you this, and it does bear on theology and society. If, for example, Britain becomes Muslim, which is happening very quickly, the Aeon will destroy Britain.
Yeah.
There will be nothing left of it. I can't tell you exactly how it will happen, but I'll make a prediction right now that that's like, what you're saying about the Mayans, right? When the conquistadors came to, Peru, it gave them an option to stop cutting hearts out. Or when the conquistadors came to Mexico.
Yeah.
To Yucatan. It gave them an option to stop cutting hearts out on the top of pyramids and
Instead
of Tezcatlipoca. But if they don't have the wherewithal to react positively to that challenge, as in the case of the British, if the British don't have the wherewithal to react
annoying.
positively to this
Whatever,
challenge,
do what you want.
conquered by Islam, then they're going to be destroyed.
Right. There's something comforting knowing that nature always has its way of working things out.
Yeah. Look,
through strife.
That's right. And let me be clear. Look, it's not like we're going to tolerate a Britain that has hundreds of nuclear weapons if it becomes an Islamic state.
Yeah.
At that point, they would have to be wiped off the face of the earth. So, they should really think a little bit.
Yeah.
About where they're allowing their society to go before the Aeon endorses them to go bye-bye.
Right.
There isn't a dearth of people who dislike the British for the way they were treated by the British colonial empire, right? I mean, if you wanted to amass a coalition to take out Britain, it wouldn't be very hard, right? They don't have a lot of friends in terms of other cultures in the world.
Also very small geography-wise.
Very small geography-wise. So they should read Nietzsche and Heraclitus and consult their ethos before allowing their island to be subsumed by it.
Yeah. So back to close up a little bit, just winding things down. To go back to the Bhagavad Gita, the opening statement we're talking about. What in there basically is where do you see strife going on in this? I know there's a tons of it, but how do you connect that with the strife and Heraclitus and stuff like that?
I would say it's a failure to understand the cosmic purpose of strife. That the Vedic sages and the devotees of Brahman are failing to understand the personal relationship to the Aeon as a force that catalyzes change and development through life. That they're committed to the idea of a God that is karma and that's omniscient and omnipotent is their failure to recognize the true nature of the Aeon. And it's out of cowardice, because it's much easier to believe that there's a deity that's going to make sure everything turns out all right, and that everything that happens for a reason, because it's the will of Brahman. And all you can do is hope that you're playing the right part in it, right? That's a very pathetic and cowardly view of the cosmos.
And it produces a very stagnant.
Nothing's at stake. There's no skin in the game.
Produces a very stagnant society.
That's right. Ancient Iranian thought, whether it's Zoroastrian or Mithraic, said the opposite. That, look, God needs your help.
Yeah.
And without your help and your heroism, Ahura Mazda is not going to prevail against Ahriman in the cosmos.
Yeah.
And you, as Mithra, as the broker in the cosmos here, you have to choose where you stand on the battlefield. It's your personal responsibility.
Were there Zorvanists, more like the Brahminists?
Lose your fucking mind. Lose your fucking mind. Lose your fucking mind.
I mean, your viewers are somewhat theologically sophisticated.
So I never with
They
it.
won't be as confused as the average person would be. But, someone might confuse what
Never fucking
Zurvan
tried even.
represents in Mithraism with who Zurvan is to Zurvan. In Mithraism, Zurvan was a fatalistic sense of time that is to be struggled against and overcome. The Zurvanites were fatalists who basically believed that Ahura Mazda and Ahriman were limited aspects or facets of a supreme time god, like Zurvan. And so they're basically bringing Brahmanism back in to a Zoroastrian-Iranian context.
Yeah, okay.
And that's why I would...
But the Mithraist version is more like a Chronos father type.
Well, it's a Mithraist revolt against them.
That's what I'm saying. We're supposed to overcome Chronos.
Exactly. Which is what
like Zeus and Prometheus. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said it.
Prometheus helped Zeus.
Yeah.
Chronos.
So it's basically like that. Now, that's interesting. Zoroaster is coming out of the Indo-Aryan tradition, and he's pushing. He's polemicizing the Veda stuff, some of the Veda stuff, some of the mainstream Vedic schools. But then you also hear about the Buddha. Also, from what I've heard, I'm not a Buddhist expert. I don't know much about Buddhism, but from what I know, is the Buddha went against the grain in Vedic thought too. He reversed a lot of things and went back, like sort of like how Jesus is reversing a lot of the stuff.
Hey, what their dogs doing?
Saying, "Oh, you don't have to worry about the laws. You do it, but you don't." Like, the Buddha was like that with Vedic thought. Not
People wouldn't expect, actually. Turns out.
Is what Gautama is saying.
Dogs almost wouldn't expect either, but people you definitely would.
Is that not only is there no God, not only is there no reason to believe Brahman exists, the Vedas are corrupt and deleted, and you also don't have a personal essence that's a reflection from God.
So Prometheus.
Yes. And this is a theme throughout multiple books.
No, not even.
Where I show that
Humans
up
not even.
to a certain point, the Promethean ethos and the ontology of the Gautama Buddha are aligned. There's a deep alignment.
It was like that, not even. So trying to get that.
The schism happens where the Buddhist says,
They can get Garfield from me somehow.
okay, it's true there's no God and no sense.
These fucking ghosts too.
But
Scripted. A lot. Test you fuckers. You fail. You fucking fail hard.
And if you really want to cultivate both the entertaining
They already failed pretty hard in my fucking thing. So we'll see where it goes from there.
That's where the rupture, the schism happens between the Zoroastrian and
So let me test for you guys. Like convert people to be fucking idiots and they're special people sometimes.
But on an ontological level, or in terms of a fundamental theology, they're very wrong.
Yeah. Wait, so what did you say the difference between Buddha and Zoroaster would be?
It's most pronounced in ethical implications of the ontology, where Buddha is like, look, if you really want to attain bodhi and eventually achieve nirvana, you need to become a pacifist and abstain from any participation in worship.
Yeah, inaction. But that's what I like about this Bhagavad Gita Vedic thought. Is it's about action.
I understand, but
do something.
I think the action is in the context of fatalism and fulfilling one's karma and within
do your duty.
Within all an all-knowing and all-powerful God who actually
follow your dharma.
Is responsible for your actions.
So it's a prescripted dharma.
Think about it. It's fucking absurd actually, because Brahman is the one who's responsible for what Arjuna does on the battlefield.
It's like he's watching his own game.
It's exactly. It's a farce.
He's playing both sides of the
farce.
Yeah. That's exactly what you said earlier.
The active position, which acknowledges.
They wouldn't let me get a fucking hold of transportation, so I don't know how to get my fucking appointment at all. Ask my dad somehow. Maybe my family, which I hate leaning on at all.
So the Brahmanism said it's basically we're all playing a game, try to win, try to play the game that is already controlled by Brahma. You're just in it. But whereas the Zoroastrian, yes, they're in a play. You're playing a role, and try to do your best in that role, and you'll move up the reincarnation wheel.
But then the Zoroastrians are like, no, it's not a game. In fact, you can control it. This is all free. It's a sandbox. You have free will.
Well, I mean, Heraclitus does say the game. The Aeon is a child of play, moving pieces of the game.
Right.
But this game is of great consequence, and your personal choices in it matter.
That's what I meant to say. It's not,
So he finds that and finds that and finds out to the fucking evidence I'm worried about.
But you can
Of me being fucking hurt already.
Whereas the other one's control.
When you want to set this in the context of work, you have to tell them war games.
Yes. Right? Some pretty fun games too.
And well, the Pentagon plays it. They play war games all the time to map out potential battle scenarios.
Yeah.
Right? And also in the context of geopolitical rivalry, estimate and the struggle between intelligence services in the world, that's what it is. It's a construct. Yeah. Sometimes it brought back to me that the symbols throughout Earth's history as an arena for the struggle between intelligence services. They thought working with right one of the things that it was meant to do is to attend these casinos, play high stakes gambling. People who smoke the style.
You know what's so crazy about that? Is the ancients, they did all these divination rituals that were basically a lot of chants to decide what would be next. The Jews would have their Urim and Thummim, these little rocks or whatever. The Romans would check the entrails of a sacrificed goat, do inside, see if any lumps or everything. And then there's augurs looking at the birds are going, oh, they just went in front of the moon, I mean something. And it's chants. And there's a lot of chance to give them some sort of, they're at a crossroads. What do? Let's let chance decide.
Well, because they don't want some personal responsibility.
That's what it is.
It requires discernment.
I didn't even thought about that.
It requires discernment.
That is so profound.
It requires discernment, and it requires creative vision.
Let the gods decide. Let the gods decide.
Forethought.
But it's chance. That's what it is.
On a personal level, to make a decision in a challenging situation like that, rather than leave it up to fate, carry out some kind of arguing, is to exercise discernment,
Right.
creative vision, and forethought, using the Promethean
Prometheus would never throw Uber. He would just do it.
They decide what to do. They decide forethought.
And by the way, this is actually on display in the myth where Zeus with the fake sacrifice. That's him doing that's on display for you.
Prometheus is trying to get.
That should be called Prometheus 101. Read that. Explain that to the audience.
Prometheus is trying to make it so you don't have to sacrifice any single value.
Right. He's talking about sacrificing.
Because Zeus, he wants sacrifice.
Right.
So Prometheus says, all right, what I'll do is I'll set up the protocol for sacrifice by having Zeus choose two bowls, two offers. And in one of them, a bunch of bones from the sacrificed animal have been covered by marbled fat. And in the other one, there's only lean meat. And because Zeus thinks that like under the marbled fat is more meat, he goes for the marbled fat bowl, not knowing that Prometheus put only bones in it.
Right.
And when Zeus chooses that determines the pattern, the prototype for sacrifice. Meaning the humans are only going to give the gods what's basically worthless, and they're going to take what's worthless for themselves. The forethought on this work, and it's humanism. Also.
And people think that's odd. They don't understand that. No, it makes a lot of sense. It's forethought on display. Thinking ahead.
Forethought and also it's forethought in the service of liberating humanity from sacrificing entirely.
Yeah, I fucking dip.
It's thinking. It's reason. It's logo. Wow, we covered a lot.
That's a good note to.
I think that's a good note to end on. Last how much go?
Sure. You know what? As a closer, I'll read the opening quote from Taran Miller, which is from Heraclitus. It's a collection of fragments from Heraclitus. One must realize that war is shared and strife is justice, and that all things are ordained in accordance with conflict. The counter thrust brings together. He's talking about war. And he's saying that as you're lunging toward your enemy in a counter thrust, to drive the sword counter, if he doesn't block you with shield, in that moment you're close to him. Two heroes are close. They'll walk together through their attempt to strive for the best by together. During the greatest political conflict, we're close together. The counter thrust brings together, and from tones and barriers comes perfect between them. And all things come to pass through conflict. They do not comprehend how it degrees at variance with itself. It is an attunement, turning the back on itself, like that of the bow.
Hello?
Hey, what are you doing?
Yo, I'm at work. I'm in my janitor closet. I'm about to get off. We have for 15 minutes.
Okay.
But, yeah, it's pretty chill right now. Like, just waiting for my shift down. I got my own janitor closet. Everybody else is left. It's pretty chill. What's going on?
Oh, nothing. I'm just fucking figuring out any way to get the fuck out of my house sometimes.
Yeah.
I couldn't get a fucking hold of the fucking partnership transportation that kept hanging up on me.
Really? You can't come now? You ain't come here?
No, I'm not gonna go to fucking. I can't go to rehab with a fucking cat. I don't really need to go to rehab. Possibly.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, if you need to get out of there, it's an option, yeah? Not everybody in rehab needs to go to rehab.
Cat.
All the people in there
Cat.
need to go there.
Cat. And cat.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
You know, that's what people always forget. This cat is more important to me than me. So I was like, okay. What do I do next?
I don't know. You ask Tori. She knows about it.
Yeah, I know she does, but she's not a good fucking example, dude.
Right. All her cats are wet.
Who fucking knows, right? Not good places, most of them. 646 on that motherfucker. You know, she's all about. She's all right. Like, I don't know. There's parts of her that are decent. There's parts of her I just can't stand because she's a liar.
Right. Yeah, we still don't talk. I'm still in touch with her. So,
yeah.
She fucking blocked me after I said I wouldn't send her fucking
money
what she wanted for her birthday.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, well, I'm not gonna fucking go like chase after her and try to get her down and block me or something. I really, I'm like past that point by far, If that's what if a friendship is less valuable than fucking a DVD for her birthday or whatever, then fucking so be it. What's going on in your house though? Why is it bad?
I don't know, man. I just want to get away from society, civilization. I'm fucking tired of it. I know I'm becoming like a crazy man almost. I'm just like, fuck it, dude. I'm going through everything that everyone's done wrong for me and around me, and things I've done wrong too.
Away from society, though.
Yeah, but I'm still in the fucking middle of a fucking town, basically.
Yeah.
And I'm sick of it.
Like that.
I know. I was thinking about that too, but I don't even know if it's open like that. Is it?
Welcome to the iceberg of Springfield technical edition. Iceberg format is when we initially explore technical surface level concepts.
Yeah, I'm not trying to push Garfield out there. I am thinking about taking him up on the fucking mountain now. I'm just living up there somehow. But I don't know if I could with all that snow up there right now. But I know I could. It'd be easier almost with Garfield.
You know where the camp spot is? All my shit is up there. A camp, a battery charger, a fucking solar panel, a battery, a solar panel, fucking hook to it, cables.
Yeah, that's a little close though.
Why? Because they can solve the actual man.
Yeah, it's National Forest, but I need to get. I don't know no different. No, dude. Elevation. I'm looking for elevation, man. Who fucking knows, right? See, Lemurians are more worried about below the tree line. Maybe above the tree line too. We'll see. Right, you gotta be careful. You was up above the tree line back in the day a lot. Big fucking cats. I bet.
episode took a combined 300 hours.
No wonder they didn't go above the tree line. When we eaten by a cat, maybe even a bear. No, it snowed a little bit.
If you're confused at any point by the expedition, then don't worry. This is a strenuous subject. Ask questions in the comments, and I'll answer personally or obviously someone else will respond. All right, now let's explore the iceberg.
Yeah, that's cool.
String theory, there are 5 so-called consistent formulations.
If I could get a job where I keep my cat with me, I bet I could do it. Like being a janitor or something, but like they'd be like, no, cat's not clean enough. It's like, okay, what the fuck else? I want to go out in the fucking woods, but it's just not fucking safe for Garfield. Fuck, dude. See, George? Almost not either, so I never took him really that far out either. Because it can't be like that. There's a fucking dog now.
The heterotic string theory is based on hybrid of 6-dimensional sonic string theory and a 10-dimensional.
Well, the Marians too, kind of.
Heterotic actually means hybrid. You can always sound hybrid to someone studying string theory by saying, oh, you study heterotic string? Well, the effect is exactly 3% more. Open, close. As mentioned before, there are broadly 2 types of strings, open strings, which have 10 strings.
Yeah, the tech's useful.
This formula on strings is specific to closed strings and comes for additional properties such as quantum number W and
Yeah, yeah.
The magnified spaces are something that is
Yes. Stay out of that tent, you see some crazy shit, dude.
R is the Newton radius, and alpha prime is called the resonance.
Off the freak out there.
All of these are discussing detail.
We're like, no way, man. Alright, see ya. Bye.
Such as two-duality. And then there's S-duality, which has 1, which is heterotic potential for 2. The fact of these dualities is what spurred the idea of M3, which is an 11-dimensional unifying framework encompassing all 5 string theories, rather than a 10-dimensional theory. It does so by introducing a new type of wave called a membrane, which we'll talk about later. By the way, when someone says that string theory is in 10 dimensions, they actually mean 9 plus 1.
Turns out, huh?
10 dimensions, and when we say it's 11-dimensional, they mean 10 dimensional. The reason is they're usually talking about space-time dimensions as a whole. Apparently, the M in M theory stands for matrix, membrane, or mystery, or mother. But I think it stands for upside down W, plus one how the W of Wario is an upside down Mario. Left and right moving string modes are characterized by the oscillations around the world piece and are described by the Polyakov action on the screen. Notice I keep saying mode and not vibration. That's because no string theory talks about vibration unless it means something. Generally, they speak about mode. Or even spectra, which are distinct states of a state. Each with their own quantum number, energy, charge, mass, spin, winding number. If you introduce one-tone coordinates, which is cream and sigma plus and minus, on the world piece, then you can break that Polyakov action into left and right moving components, leading to the Fourier expansion. It may sound confusing, but this is akin to decomposing a complex function into a real and imaginary part. The energy momentum tensor, CAD, also decomposes into left and right moving components, C plus plus and space minus, which generates something called the Virasora. This allows us to classify and label our states and the normal. Personally, I like looking at the right moving performance dimension, which is tilde, as there's already one too many H bars in physics. There's another subtlety here of matching left and right mode numbers in order to preserve Lorentz covariance, but the iceberg must go on. Gravitons. Gravitons are the hypothesized massless spin 2 particles said to be responsible for gravitation. They come from rank 2 tensor field perturbations taking mu. Now all of that's a mouthful, but I could have just said it's a massless spin 2 particle. Why? Because there are theorems by Weinberg and others that suggest the particle associated with gravity would have those properties. And furthermore, Any particle that's massless, chargeless, and spin 2 would be the particle of gravity. Thus, they're equivalent. You get this
Not now, though. It's late.
field equations around a flat background metric.
I just really want to get out there, dude.
This is the aforementioned perturbation. It should be mentioned that no
I
one
fucking can't get that itch. Just getting that fucking time of year. I need to go out in the fucking woods. These guys are fucking dangerous.
We never will, even in principle. This is the point that Freeman Dyson makes. Thus, it's unclear if the graviton is even a scientific concept in the Popperian sense. Dualities.
So I'll sit here and be a lure for a little while longer.
You'll hear P and S dualities discussed frequently. P dualities are transformations like
For a little amount of being such a fucking prick all the time, then make a fucking another mistake. So guess what? Maybe I'll take my fucking computer living room.
This connects type 2A and type 2B superstring theory. Also, it maps a type 2A theory on a circle of radius r to a type 2B theory on a circle of radius
654 Garfield.
over r, and vice versa.
I do, my son.
S duality,
You all right?
on the other hand, explores the equivalence between weak and strong couplings in string theory. It's particularly evident in the SL2Z invariance of type 2B string theory, which acts on a complex parameter combining the string coupling GS and certain Raymond fields. By the way, I've heard this pronounced Raymond, I've heard this pronounced Ramon. I'm just going to stick with Raymond. This makes it only slightly more difficult than taking the inverse
now
of
and then.
GS.
Yeah, I know
This
that.
S-duality links type 1 string theory with heterotic SO32 theory, which then gives insight into non-perturbative string dynamics, since strong couplings are useful for
it's put up where you can't get to it.
Weak ones for perturbative. The other S and T dualities
My
are
tobacco.
shown on screen. S duality hinges on incorporating elements like D-branes and orientifolds.
My other herbal
Basically,
medicine.
you can think of both of these dualities as inversions. One inverts the coupling strength, and the other inverts the radius of the extra dimensions after compactifying. Heterotic strings. Confession, I deceived you earlier out of kindness and love when I told you that there are 5 flavors of string theory that are 10-dimensional. There are actually several more than that. One of them, even the original string theory, is 26-dimensional and only described bosons, not fermions. And most of the matter that we see is fermionic, where the bosons are there to allow interactions between them. Heterotic string theory combines left-moving bosonic modes from the 26-dimensional bosonic string theory with right-moving fermionic modes from a 10-dimensional superstring theory. This abomination is gotten to by compactifying 16 additional dimensions in the left-moving sector on an internal lattice, resulting in 2 consistent heterotic theories, the SL32 and the E8 cross E8. But what do we mean by consistent here? What do we mean by super here? Is a superstring a string that's been bitten by a radioactive spider? We'll explore that in one of the deeper layers. The short answer is yes. With more detail, let's use some notation on screen here to represent the root lattice. So here it's VE8 of the E8 Lie algebra, and the heterotic theories are defined by their lattices through this construction. You'll notice here that 26 equals 10 plus 8 plus 8, though you'll also notice that 26 does not equal 10 plus 32. The reason is that you don't deal with the group SO32 directly. You don't even deal with its 16-dimensional root lattice. Instead, you deal with the weight lattice of spin 32 modded out by Z2. Reggie-slope. The Reggie-slope, denoted by A prime, is a fundamental parameter in string theory that relates the mass squared of a string to its angular momentum J through the linear Reggie trajectory written on screen. Such things covers this in the first lecture on string theory at Stanford, and the link to that is in the description. This trajectory represents the spectrum of excited string states as a relationship between mass and angular momentum.
Yeah, I knew it.
Personally, I think that the word trajectory is misleading since it implies that something is moving through space, but rather this is a plot of an observed pattern of quantum numbers. The Reggie slope is inversely proportional to string tension, T, with A prime equaling something proportional to the inverse of T. For those quantum field theorists interested in scattering amplitudes, the Reggie trajectory comes from the analytic continuation of the amplitude into the complex angular momentum plane, where the physical region corresponds to the poles of the amplitude. This means considering angular momentum as a complex number, rather than just an integer or a half integer as a standard in quantum mechanics. By the way, you can also formulate the Reggie slope as the square of the string's length. And if you'd like a breakdown of natural units, I have a 2-hour lecture series breaking down this topic. Link is in the description. World sheet symmetry. The world sheet of a string is the 2-dimensional surface that a string sweeps out in space-time shown on screen here. The basic symmetries of the world sheet include reparameterization invariance and then something called Weyl symmetry. Be careful not to call it Weyl symmetry. If you do, string theorists will respect you exactly 3% less. Reparameterization invariance means you can choose whichever coordinates you like on the world sheet and it won't affect the physical predictions. Weyl symmetry is the rescaling of the world sheet metric.
Cars, they want to work on cars.
Field theories or CFTs. CFTs are something that we'll explore next. Recall the Polyakov action here. This little guy is invariant under both reparameterization and Weyl. Conformal symmetry and the Polyakov action. Conformal symmetry means when you scale the metric, you preserve angles. This means that while your volume can change, like the volume of a circle, the shape doesn't, like the shape of the circle is the same. The fact of this symmetry allows us to simplify calculations in that juicy Polyakov action before. The G here is the regular space-time metric that we know and love, and the H is the world sheet metric. This symmetry leads to a vanishing of the trace of angular momentum tensor, yielding the Virasoro constraints, which are important when talking about the so-called string quantization. Conformal symmetry also allows us to decompose into holomorphic and anti-holomorphic correlators, thus reducing calculations into far simpler one-dimensional CFTs.
Oh, wow.
Ghost strings and VRST cohomology. Conformal symmetry classifies string states by conformal weights and ghost numbers. Ghosts are particles that are supposed to be unable to be detected but are necessary for calculations. The physical states are determined by the VRST cohomology, satisfying the following conditions for the VRST charge Q, ensuring invariance under the world sheet symmetry transformations. Though it should be noted that these are specific to something called covariance quantization. We talk more about ghost particles and even the detection of them here on this podcast with Taran Miller.
No, not even.
Layer 8.
Dark is fine.
Here I'd like to make a note. Depending on your background, much of this math may sound unintelligible. It may sound like gibberish. That's okay. It's important not that you drink from the fire hose, but rather that you merely get. In other words, don't feel dismayed if you don't understand Spanish from the get-go. Rather, immerse yourself in Spain, for instance, and that, along with a bit of practice, will advance you. Even John von Neumann said the point of math isn't to understand it, but rather to get used to it. You would think that Fields met Richard Borchards would need only a single book to understand commutative algebra, but instead he had to learn about it not from one source, not from 2, not 3, but 8. This video itself took me 2 months to write, and even here I'm barely scratching the surface. If you're interested in advanced math or physics or philosophy, just stick with it. Don't be concerned that certain concepts go over your head. What goes over your head today, you'll be able to eat for breakfast in 1 year. Prioritize general acclamation over minute comprehension. Universe on a brain theory. Our universe could exist as a 3-brain on a higher dimensional bulk, with standard model particle physics confined to the brain, while gravity extends into the extra dimensions. In string theory, D-brains, also known as Dirichlet brains, serve as endpoints for open strings. The action for a D-brain is given by the Dirac-Born-Infeld action, shown on screen here, where T is the brain tension, and gamma is the induced metric, and the calligraphic F is the field strength tensor. However, more general brains such as Newman brains,
almost, but he knows it's not true almost.
The Randall-Sundgren model exemplifies the brain world scenario, with 2 3-brains embedded in a 5D anti-de Sitter spacetime, where one of these brains represents our universe. The RS metric is given on screen, where K is the radius curvature scale, R is the compactification radius, and phi is the extra dimension coordinate. The RS model addresses the hierarchy
problem by localizing
gravity near the standard model brain,
place them more hip to you,
resulting in a large hierarchy without fine-tuning.
That's why I do that, guys.
In this framework, the Planck scale is transformed into the TeV scale by the warp factor given by this decaying exponential on screen, which is the so-called natural explanation for the large disparity between the two. By the way, I pronounce the Dirac equation Dirac and not Dirac equation because I just can't help but think about Dwayne Johnson writing a hyperbolic PDE, String Cosmology and Inflation. String cosmology is a framework for investigating inflationary models. Compactification schemes, such as Calabi-Yau manifold, orbifolds, and flux compactifications, all of which we'll talk about later, impact virtually every cosmological quantity. How? The moduli field from these compactifications influence the dynamics of inflation in string-inspired scenarios, like the large volume scenario with Kähler moduli and the radial dilaton. Dilatons we'll talk about later. And if you're interested in the low energy effective action that's on screen, the inflationary potential is V.
And I can protect you.
Cosmic strings. String theory predicts cosmic strings, F and D term inflation, and axion monodromy models. Contrary to what people say, that string theory has no predictions, these actually do yield testable predictions on the tensor to scalar ratio R, on the scalar spectral index M, and on non-Gaussianicities. The tricky part is that the predictions vary, meaning they're not falsifiable. Cosmic strings are essentially a thin line stretching across the universe, which may have formed during phase transitions in the early universe. Think of them as cracks in space of concentrations of energy. Actually, cosmic strings may have been found recently, but this doesn't mean string theory is correct. Why? Because despite the name, cosmic strings are predicted by several other theories, not just string theory. String gas. An alternative to inflation is something called string gas cosmology, which focuses on the thermodynamic properties of string gases and the Hagedorn temperature, usually denoted by TH. If you see my tutorial masterclass on undergrad physics in 2 hours, which is linked in the description, then you'll see why I'm fond of this tilde notation rather than the approximate notation.
Kill me, huh?
There's a problem in cosmology called the horizon problem, which is why the CMB is so uniform, as well as the flatness problem, which is why our universe is basically flat. String gas cosmology attempts to address both at once with a quasi-static Hagedorn phase. For fractal-like scale invariant spectra of fluctuations, the specific dynamics and interactions of the string gas during these Hagedorn phases are important. Virasora algebra, symmetry algebras, and infinite generators. The Virasora algebra is a central extension of the Witt algebra, which is the algebra of infinitesimal conformal transformations in 2 dimensions. The commutation relations are given on screen here, with Lm being the generators, C being the central charge, and of course M and N are integers. This infinite dimensional algebra encodes the symmetries of the world sheet under conformal transformations, reflecting the structure of the 2-dimensional conformal field theories, or CFTs. The algebra's representations are characterized by the eigenvalues of L0, known as the conformal weights, delta. In string theory, the central charge is related to the space-time dimension d via this formula, and this, by the way, only applies in certain contexts like bosonic string theory. Otherwise, there are other relations. The infinite generators of the Virasora algebra, indexed by Lm, are used in the construction of vertex operators, which describe the interactions of strings and are subject to something called the operator product expansion in CFT, which we will expand on more later. Quantum Yang-Baxter equation. The quantum Yang-Baxter equation is an equation in integrable systems, specifically in quantum integrable models, generalizing the classical Yang-Baxter equation, which shows up in soliton theory. Given by this unruly formula on screen, it comprises intertwiners, which is what those R's are over there, and these intertwiners are invertible linear operators, which act on tensor products of quantum spaces. Each of those lambdas denotes a spectral parameter. The quantum Yang-Baxter equations are seen in statistical mechanics, quantum groups, and knot theory. Regarding statistical mechanics, it enables the construction of integrable lattice models, such as the 6-vertex model via the algebraic beta ansatz, offering exact solutions for correlation functions and their thermodynamic properties. Actually, Edward Frankel talked about the beta ansatz in this podcast on this channel, Theories of Everything here, among other topics like consciousness and the failure of string theory. The link is in the description. In quantum group theory, the quantum Yang-Baxter equation results in the discovery of quantum deformations of Lie algebras called Drinfeld-Jimbo quantum groups. It's denoted here by this U, with usually a Q is underneath, and in brackets is the Lie algebra G, so not the group G, but the Lie algebra of the group. It has wide applications in conformal field theory. The solutions to these quantum Yang-Baxter equations are known as R matrices and are necessary for constructing invariants of knots and links, such as the Jones polynomial and the Homfly polynomial, which generalizes the Jones polynomial. By the way, correlators are a physicist's fancy way of saying Green's functions, and that's a mathematician's fancy way of saying solutions to inhomogeneous differential equations, and that's just a pretentious way
of saying responses to disturbances in a field. Stress energy tensor and conformal weight. In string theory, the stress energy tensor, TAB, encapsulates the energy and momentum density on the worldsheet and can be obtained by varying the Polyakov action with respect to the worldsheet metric H. The requirement of conformal symmetry leads to the traceless condition, which in turn gives rise to the Virasoro constraints required for string quantization. As mentioned previously, the stress energy tensor can be decomposed into holomorphic and anti-holomorphic parts with the complex worldsheet coordinates z and then z bar. Conformal weights here, H and H tilde, characterize the fields in string theory, determining their transformation behavior under these conformal transformations. The Green-Schwarz mechanism. The Green-Schwarz mechanism is something that resolves anomalies in type 1 and heterotic superstring theories. Anomalies happen when you have classical symmetries, like even gauge symmetries and diffeomorphism invariants, when they're preserved at the classical level, but then they're violated at the quantum one. Before the Green-Schwarz mechanism, the anomaly was represented by a non-vanishing gauge variation of the effective action. So here, lambda is the gauge transformation parameter. The mechanism demonstrates that specific combinations of spacetime and worldsheet anomalies cancel, ensuring the theory's consistency. The observation is given by if you take the whole integral of the two-form field B here, so Calderanen field, and X8 is the 8-form characteristic class of the gauge bundle, which is what was introduced by Green-Schwarz, integrate all of that over the 10-dimensional spacetime. After the Green-Schwarz mechanism is applied, the anomaly vanishes, and we have that variation before is now finally equal to 0. This mechanism ensures local supersymmetry in 10-dimensional spacetime while imposing constraints on the gauge group and the spacetime dimensions. First string revolution. The first string revolution occurred during the mid-1980s and was primarily ignited by the discovery of the Green-Schwarz anomaly cancellation mechanism in type 1 string theory, specifically with that gauge group mentioned, SO32. It was subsequently extended to the chiral heterotic E8 cross E8 string theories. These developments demonstrated the absence of these anomalies, which are inconsistencies that come about when gauge symmetries, such as electromagnetism and diffeomorphism symmetries related to gravity, are not preserved in a quantized theory, but are there in the classical one. In string theory, the Green-Schwarz mechanism employs that two-form B field called the Calderanen field, like we talked about before, where its field strength is H. It's a 3-form. The anomaly cancellation condition is expressed as if you take the trace, well, you'll see the expression over here, and F denotes the field strength of the gauge fields, and R represents the Riemann curvature tensor in the context of gravity. This mechanism, especially in the presence of sources or complex configurations, showcases that DH is generally not 0, unlike in the vacuum scenarios where DH can be 0. Ed Witten, by the way, thinks that the first string revolution should be called the second string revolution because, according to Ed, the first one was the discovery of string theory, but I think that's just semantics, depending on if you're considering the word revolution applying to the revolution of physics or revolutionizing string theory itself. If it's the latter, then no, Ed, sorry, the mid-1980s are indeed the first string revolution. Louisville integrability. Louisville integrability concerns the existence of sufficient independent conserved quantities in involution for a dynamical system, ensuring complete integrability. The key aspect of Louisville integrability is a lax pair representation given by this formula on screen, where L is a linear operator depending on a spectral parameter, again, like lambda here, and M and N are matrices containing the system's dynamical information. The compatibility condition of the lax pair, it's written on screen, is the derivative of the L with respect to time being equal to some commutation relations. This guarantees the conservation of the spectral invariance, making the system integrable. To put this in simpler terms, this gives a well-behaved system evolving predictably due to the presence of these conserved quantities. The Veneziano amplitude. The amplitude here, based on Euler's beta function, represents early steps towards string theory. Historically, it was discovered in 1968. How does this relate to the strong nuclear force? Well, initially it was applied to meson scattering. It employs Mandelstam variables, so S and T for squared energy and momentum transfer, respectively, with alpha prime as Reggie-slope. The beta function has elegant analytic properties. So, for instance, poles at non-positive integers and symmetries, like you can switch the factors that go into the beta function. Examining the physical region of its poles reveals the resonance mass spectra, akin to determining the frequency distribution of a vibrating string, a concept that started the string theory journey. String theory background fields. In string theory, background fields define space-time geometry and string interactions while strings propagate. So the metric tensor G encodes space-time curvature as usual, determining distance between points and playing a role in general relativity, of course. Don't ask me why string theorists capitalize this G, whereas in every other context I know, it's a lowercase g. There's even another capital G in the context of M theory, namely the field strength of the C field. The antisymmetric two-tensor field, B, is known as the Calabi-Yau field, generalizes the electromagnetic vector potential, and contributes to the string's coupling to a two-form field, affecting the world sheet action. The dilaton field, phi, is a scalar field, and it sets the string coupling constant via this formula, which is usually just the exponential of phi. It controls the strength of the string interactions. Sometimes you'll hear people say that string theory comes down to a single parameter, and it's usually this that they're referring to. The low energy effective action for the string is given by this formula on screen, where R is the Ricci scalar, and H is the derivative of the Calabi-Yau field, and G is the metric tensor's determinant. A choice of these background fields affects the compactification schemes, as well as D-brane configurations. Thereby, it impacts the derived low-energy physics and phenomenological predictions in string theory. In other words, different choices here yield different physics. Flux compactifications. Flux compactifications in string theory involve background fluxes that stabilize moduli, addressing the so-called moduli stabilization problem. These fluxes are quantized according to the flux quantization condition, which is if you integrate over the entire field strength of the gauge field with a compact cycle within an internal manifold. Then you get N. Considering the GVW or the Gacha-Vafa-Witten superpotential W, where H is the Neveu-Schwarz three-form fluxes, so NS three-form, and tau is an axio-dilaton. Also, this sigma is the holomorphic three-form of the internal manifold. So, how do flux compactifications stabilize vacuum expectation values? They freeze the geometric moduli, such as the size and the shape of the extra dimensions for scalar fields in the effective four-dimensional theory, which you can think of as a shape controller for these extra dimensions. This stabilization is used to obtain the de Sitter vacua, which is needed because we live in a de Sitter space, not an anti-de Sitter one.
Best I can.
Layer 3. At this point, congratulations! You now know more than 9 out of 10 people who say that they either like or dislike string theory. Shirk's anti-gravity. Joel Shirk is one of the founders of string theory who unfortunately died unexpectedly in tragic circumstances only months after the supergravity workshop at Stony Brook in 1979. The workshop proceedings were dedicated to his memory with a statement that Shirk, who was diabetic, had been trapped somewhere without his insulin and went into a diabetic coma. He was only 33 years old. A year prior to his death, Shirk published a little-known paper titled Anti-Gravity, a Crazy Idea. The concept of anti-gravity emerges from the introduction of a massless vector field denoted as A mu with the superscript L, referred to as the anti-graviton. The anti-graviton couples to a conserved current, J, associated with the quarks and leptons' unclad mechanical masses. This is in contrast with the graviton, which interacts with their actual masses. A force between two atoms can be expressed as F equals this formula on screen, where M and M0 are the real and unclad masses respectively, and G is the gravitational constant. You may be wondering, doesn't this notion of anti-gravity clash with the equivalence principle? It seems to, but this if a scalar field acquires a non-zero vacuum expectation value similar to how SU2 cross SU1 breaks down into U1. This causes the L field to acquire a mass term, which changes the potential into one with a different minimum. Shirk showed that this anti-gravity is a quality of any extended supersymmetric gravitational model. This paper has received little attention, and no one that I personally know in the string community, other than, say, David Chester, has mentioned it. Actually, there are conflicting stories about Shirk's death.
Yeah, it's actually pretty close to how it can seem sometimes in this side, string theory, and some of their wacky
suicide.
Hey, how you doing?
The swampland. The swampland conjecture originates from Vafa's work in 2005. It posits
Everyone
criteria
that
to
I talked to,
differentiate
you were the last
consistent
person
low
on my
energy
list,
effective field
I was
theories
just
with a
gonna call
quantum
you.
gravity
Was gonna call you
completion,
before I went to
especially
bed.
from string theory,
I'm glad you
from
called
seemingly
me.
consistent EFTs that don't. In other words, we
So
have
what's going
different
on with
solutions
you?
to string theory.
Um,
We don't know which one is correct. We know where we want to get
Not much
to
seemingly,
when we
but quite a
decide
bit, I
matter
guess.
plus general relativity. You may say,
Yeah, I'm
"Kurt,
wide
the
awake now.
question is, well, which
Totally
of the
wide awake
possible
to
string
everything.
theory
Dad
solutions
was telling me that he might be
get you
wanting to
there?"
get a
And I'd say
backpack
that's a
so that you
wonderful
and
question. You're so
Garfield.
right. The
No.
ones that
explore
don't
the
get you
world
there are part
during
of
the
the
summer
swamp
and
land.
spring.
Now,
Yeah, I
swamp
need a
lands
better
sounds like
fucking
a negative
stroller
word,
for him. I guess I
but
kind of have
actually,
some,
the
maybe in the
larger
garage or
the
something.
swamp
I don't
land,
know.
the better, because you'll be able to
Um,
narrow down
sometimes I can
the
put a
space
top
of
on so he can't just get
possible
out.
solutions in string
Yeah.
theory. Two
But I don't
central
want to keep him caged
conjectures
in all
in
the
the
time.
swampland arena are the
So I need,
weak
but I
gravity
don't know. I was
conjecture
thinking about
and the
getting. So I
distance
need more
conjecture.
ropes and shit.
The weak one
Some
says for
carabiners.
consistent quantum gravity and consistent, by the way,
I'll figure it out.
means free from unwanted
Harness form
features
somehow.
like non-unitarity, causality violation, and unphysical similarities. That there exists a particle
Is he?
with charge Q
Are you
and
able?
mass
Have you
m
gone on
such
walks
that
with
this
him to
formula
see if
on
he
screen,
like
this
stays next
inequality,
to you
is
as you're
satisfied
having
where
like
m
on
is
the
the Planck
harness?
mass. And
No, he doesn't like lock like
in
a
other
dog. He doesn't
words,
like him pulled
the
around.
weak
So I gotta
gravity
carry him, push him
conjecture
around.
implies
Yeah.
that
And he
particles
always
with
wants
a
to drag go home.
specific charge to
Big
mass
cat.
ratio are needed to avoid
He's gonna have to
inconsistencies
learn.
in quantum gravity.
That's part of
The distance conjecture,
I know he
on the
does.
other hand,
the
says
journey
that
when
if we move
you're
in field space by some
I'm working on it.
distance, let's say delta phi, that the EFT, the effective field,
I guess he's gonna drop him off
breaks
somewhere
down
and
at
then
a scale
pull me around for the rest of his life.
downstream with a constant alpha. Why?
Yeah,
Because infinite
that's
towers
not
of
safe,
space
dude.
become exponentially light.
That's
Now, an
what
infinite
I
tower
ran
of
that
space
scenario
is a term
before.
we hear of plenty, and it means an unbounded series of particles that becomes progressively lighter as one moves further in field space. This is fantastic and fanatical because it means moving sufficiently far in field space leads to the emergence of new physics. The further we explore, the more physics we have to account for. Technically speaking, the swampland conjecture isn't
Egyptian?
just
That's cool.
about which vacuum will lead to the established
Egyptian's hard to speak.
general relativity, but it's
Can
also
be.
about determining the general properties that any
Yeah, I'd
consistent
never seen a
quantum
cat
gravity
that
theory
loves
must
rain.
have.
But I guess there's people
The
that teach their
transplanting
cats how to use the
censorship
toilet.
conjecture.
Like that's a
So
real
rather than
thing.
suggesting the
Right, I know.
absence of stable de Sitter space,
Garfield gets the
this
gist of using the
inflicts
toilet.
constraints on the
He's been
existence
practicing
of
lately.
data.
He's getting on the litter box on the very edge
String theory. Metastable
and pooping in
means
it that
something
way,
is
so he doesn't
stable
get his paws all
for a period
dirty.
of time, but it's not the most stable possible. That is, it has a higher
So he's
energy
getting there.
than the true stable state.
Yeah.
You may have heard
He's
something
getting
called
lazy
the
this
cosmic
winter time
censorship
a little bit.
hypothesis
It happens in
of
the winter time.
Roger Penrose,
He
which
wants to
states
go. He
that
wants to go out and hunt because
similarities
it's
such as
spring
those
now.
occurring
And I'm
in
saying no,
massive
Garfield, no
massive
fucking way.
objects that form black holes
I'm
are
not happy with
always
you.
hidden from an
Well, I
external
got my
observer
cat
by
some
an event
food.
horizon, so they're censored.
There we
Well,
go.
the Transplanckian censorship conjecture, on the other hand, is another censorship principle that has connections to the swampland criteria by providing constraints
fire
on
a
the
bowl. I should have
observable
bought her a
universe
bowl,
in theories of quantum
but I wasn't
gravity.
thinking,
Which
so I'm
constraints?
using a metal bowl
Constraints
that
on the
Danny's
initial
letting me use.
conditions of our
My
observable
landlord.
universe, specifically stating that the physical processes occurring at distances smaller than the Planck length or at energies higher than the Planck scale
Right.
should not
What
be
are you listening
observable.
to
In
now?
other words,
Something
it
about
asserts that any observable
string theory.
structure in our universe should have originated
Not really
from
understanding it that much right now because I didn't
through
watch the
causal,
beginning, but I guess I
local,
could
and
if I
unitary
just paid
processes
attention better right now.
without requiring any
I
transplant.
think a lot of like instruments that we have,
Moonshine
like
and
the
string theory.
refrigerator and
Moonshine refers to the
table and
unexpected
stuff,
connections
they
between
are
finite
alive.
group
They're not
representations,
not
modular functions,
necessarily
and
aware
vertex
of what's
operator
going on
algebras.
around them.
You
They're
don't need
more
to know what any of those are.
interdimensional.
All
They're
that's
working
important
off
is
like
that
the
they were
level
at
of
least
like the
once thought to be part
Yeah,
of
they're
the
weird,
field
but they're
of
cool.
the
like
They're pretty conscious.
that
the
Can
most
be.
famous
Oh,
example
I'll
is
find
what's
out.
called the monstrous moonshine conjecture, which links the largest
so
sporadic
they don't
simple
need
group,
a lot
the
of
master group, to a modular
excess
function called the
movement
J
because
function,
they're
which is given by
already
this
their
formula on
electrons
screen.
are already
The
spinning at a
conjecture,
certain
proven by
perception.
Borchard words using vertex
they're
operator
receiving
algebras and their
perceiving these
associated
inner
characters.
realms,
It states
not
that the
necessarily
coefficients
always
Cn
the
in
internal
the
realms, which
J
is
function
probably,
expansion
but like
encodes
when
the
we have when like a
dimensions of the
shaman has
irreducible
their stick of
representations
power, that
of
Yeah,
the
right.
power
So what the
comes
heck does
from
this
that
have to
inner
do with
world
string
to
theory?
communicate
It
with the
turns out that certain
consciousness
CFTs, when
of its
compactified on
shaman.
torus, give partition
So
functions
it
with
has a
modular
dual kind of
invariants
life. It
of
has its
characters
interdimensional
encoding
life,
group
and
representation
it
data.
has
To
the mind
translate that a
shaman
tad,
and how
formally
it puts
speaking, you'll
its
see a
mind
formula
on
on
it and what
screen,
it
and this
thinks
is for
about
any
it,
A, B, C,
and
D,
gives it
or
more
SFGs.
consciousness
Umbral Moonshine,
or
on the other hand,
awareness of
relates
this
something
third
called
dimensional
Maya
world.
lattices to Mateo and
Does
other
that make
sporadic
sense?
groups. I don't know how to pronounce these names. I'm a self-studier. I've only read these. By the way,
Yeah,
I've spoken to
makes
Richard
sense.
Borchers on this
that's kinda
podcast
how I've been
here
thinking
about
about
string
it.
theory and moonshine. Link in the description. Entropic gravity.
What was that?
Entropic gravity postulates that
What did you
gravity
say?
is induced from the
I said
statistical
that,
tendency
like,
of systems to maximize entropy described by the formula on screen here.
Stick
In this description,
that a
entropy is more
shaman
accurately
uses
defined
as his
as
staff.
quantifying
Right.
the number of microstates corresponding to a given macrostate, rather than a measure of quote-unquote disorder. But Kurt, what are microstates? Great question. Man, I love this audience. Microstates are different configurations that each of your energy levels contain. In our context, it would be string excitation. Exotic dualities. There are more dualities than just T and S, young Padawan. Each of these are large enough that we'll explore later. There's U duality, there's mirror symmetry.
Yeah, we say a lot of crazy shit that I don't really mean.
There's Montanan olive duality or electromagnetic
You
duality.
guys mad at me?
There's K3 vibration duality. There's open and closed string
Yeah.
duality.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
3/
That's kind of
heterotic
how I
duality.
was thinking about it the other day. Like I don't have too much. I think my big power up is my
the most
phone,
important part is the one you need
and then I
now.
have
And
like
the best
a
partner
piece
is the
of
one who
piece
can
of
deliver.
amethyst.
See how it
That's
goes.
why millions of
But
maintenance
it's
and
like
repair
a
pros trust
really
Granger, because we have professional grade supplies for every
light
industry,
color of
even hard to
purple.
find
Like it's
and we
very,
have
very
same-day
light. It's
pickup and
almost like
next-day
a
delivery on most
crystal that has a
orders.
little bit
But
of
most important,
amethyst
we have
in
an
it.
unwavering
It's the
commitment
lightest
to
piece
help
of
keep
amethyst
you
I've
up
ever
and
seen.
running. Call quickgranger.com or just stop by.
It's kind of like broken at a
For the
weird
ones
angle, and it has
who
like
get it
paint
done.
and sticky stuff on it. Like, but my girlfriend gave it to me.
Product duality.
Do you
So
have
let's start
anything
with
like
U
that?
duality. What this does is
And I
combine T
guess my
duality
big
and S
power up
duality in
object is
M-theory,
my
placing them in a
rosary,
single duality
and my
group in
Bibles,
one
and my
dimension
fairy
hierarchy.
cards, and my
Mirror symmetry,
demon
a type of T
cards.
duality,
I got a few
relates
sticks.
to Kali Diao
I got this
manifolds
computer.
with different Hodge numbers.
It's kind of
The
power
way
object to
Hodge
me.
was
A little
initially
bit.
formulated. Hodge decomposition is something we'll explore in a
Oh,
podcast
sorry,
shortly
Garfield.
on this channel with Professor Eva Miranda.
Yeah.
Subscribe if you're interested in geometric quantization. What you do in mirror symmetry is you exchange what's called the Kähler structure or the symplectic structure.
Yeah, I just.
And it has applications in numerator geometry, which we'll talk about again later. Montanan
fairy
olive
oracle,
duality is
then
an
I have
S
a
duality
Damon
and
tarot,
supersymmetric gauge theories. This relates
and then I
magnetic and
have
electric
this
charges
other deck
via the
that's
exchange
not
of
very
coupling
useful,
constants.
but I spent a
This
bunch
is
of
also
money on
known
it.
as electric magnetic duality, which is not
I
to be
realized
confused with
after I bought it that
electromagnetic
it doesn't
duality, even though
have
some people accidentally say that. K3 vibrations
that it
duality
doesn't
is
have
about
a
the
book that
relationship
goes with
between
it, so I
K3
have to
surfaces
make up
and
what the
elliptic
tarot means
vibrations,
on my
where
own.
an elliptic vibration
And
is
I don't really
isomorphism
like doing
from a
that. I like
variety X, let's say, to a base B,
using
such
other
that almost
people's
all of the fibers are
expressions on what it means,
open and
and
closed string duality
taking the
describes
card
the
and going
equivalence between
deeper
open strings with boundary
what they
conditions
have
determined
said
by
about it.
Hubrains and closed strings in the presence of Riemann fluxes. F theory / heterotic duality connects F theory, a 12-dimensional framework extending type 2B string theory, to heterotic strings via compactification on elliptically fibered Calabi-Yau manifolds. Mirror symmetry.
Yeah.
Mirror symmetry.
I just have some books.
Topic. Mirror symmetry is a duality.
Or my
related to
my tobacco
Calabi-Yau
pipe.
manifolds
That's a
and
power
F
object
theory,
for sure.
interchanging their complex and Taylor structure. The mirror map on screen here is bidirectional and relates the complex moduli, say phi, of M to the symplectic moduli, say psi of W, where this F here is the pre-potential
Yeah,
and
I really
T
like
are the
my
symplectic
rosary.
parameters. In topological string theory, the A model and B model are topological fields derived from the original string theory by focusing on its topological properties associated with the Taylor complex structure respectively. The A model computes the Gromov-Witten invariance, and these little guys have information about holomorphic curves in M, while B computes what are called periods of the holomorphic 3-0 form on W. The Gromov-Kamar-Vafa invariants, on the other hand, are their younger, snappier system, which reformulate the Gromov-Witten invariance in integer numbers. Mirror symmetry connects the A model on M and the B model on B, and vice versa. What this does is enable computations of
One of them
one
is
model
too
to
small. They're
observable
not
using the
whipping
other
beans,
model's technique.
They're just
Turns out there are like 10 to the
Rudraksha
10 examples of distinct data points of CY3 manifolds, so that's Calabi-Yau 3 manifolds, making it one of the largest data sets in all of math, if not
the
the
tears
largest.
of God.
Mirror symmetry.
Rudraksha?
Yeah, Rudraksha means the tears of God.
Itself can be its own iceberg. Speaking of
There's been a bunch of noise outside my window. I'm not sure what.
The iceberg of consciousness theories or the iceberg of
Yeah.
theories of truth.
Yeah.
You have suggestions, then leave them below.
You know, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 5 rosaries,
2x3 manifolds are what are being
which
compacted
symbolize
into
creation,
theory.
destruction,
Whenever you hear about
preservation,
extra
concealing,
dimensions,
and
they're
revealing.
usually referring to these guys. There's something else called a Joyce manifold, a subclass of Calabi-Yau manifold.
You know, the Trinity in the monastery in the Shasta Abbey is Shiva, Ganesh, and Murugan. They don't have the goddess is not represented at their temple because they believe that the god and goddess are both part of Shiva. Shiva is both the god and the goddess at the same time.
One answer is that, hey, they're just too small. They're
And Shiva represents creation, destruction, preservation, concealing, and revealing. Ganesh represents concealing and revealing. And Murugan represents revealing. So all those 3 are the Trinity in the Shaivite religion of
string theory doesn't operate in 4 dimensions. It does.
the Hinduism in the monastery in Hawaii.
The problem is that those 4 dimensions are all spatial dimensions.
Can't remember what
temporal dimensions.
the whole religion's called.
Space and then 2 times. Thus, they're
It's a
disregarded.
Shaivite religion. They have a million,
Is that is there some way
over
to
a million
rotate
followers.
one of those extra dimensions, and the B model on B, and vice versa? What this does is enable computations of one model's observables using the other model's techniques. Turns out there are
I've
like
actually
10 to the 10
spoken to
examples
them
of distinct data points
dreams
of
that I've
CY3
had
manifolds.
several times. I've had dreams about the monastery in
one of the
Hawaii.
largest data sets in all of math, if not the largest. Mirror symmetry itself can be its own iceberg. Speaking of which, I have several other ideas for other iceberg podcasts, like the iceberg of consciousness theories or the iceberg of theories of truth. If you have suggestions, then leave them below in the comments section. Extra dimensions and compactification. 2x3 manifolds are what are
So
being
what are your
compactified in
plans
string
for the
theory.
rest of the
Whenever
day?
you hear about
Go
extra
to bed.
dimensions, they're usually referring to these
Maybe
guys.
tomorrow.
There's something
Did
else
I tell
called
you
a
that I
Joyce
had my
manifold, a
favorite
subclass
meditation
of
that I've ever
Calabi-Yau
had?
manifold with exceptional holonomy, so G2.
Yeah, I
Smooth,
just
they're
just
compact,
did
they're Riemannian, they're 7-dimensional, and they have a non-degenerate 3-form
like 2 days ago.
which is invariant under G2. These come up in M theory. Every time you have extra dimensions, you
I'm
have
not
to
going to try to
answer the
recreate
question
it
about why we
exactly,
don't see them.
but I
One
discovered
answer
that I
is that,
still
hey, they're
can
just too
meditate,
small, they're compactified.
even
The
though
problem
I've
is that
damaged
not
my
only are there several
brain.
different possible structures
I
for
think
these
without
extra
the
dimensions,
damage, I couldn't have achieved such a beautiful meditation. Like it was only because of the damage that I was able to find that amount of peace. You know, and I think God there is is the Father, is Allah.
Mm-hmm.
And I was acknowledging that, you know, Allah, the Father, I was calling him Father. It's just that only God is good. There's none good but God. But God does say that he created the world and saw that it was good. You know, so there's contrast. Everything's good and nothing's good except the Father. The Father is goodness upon goodness. But at the same time, he's terrible. And at the same time as he asked for love, he asked for fear. And, you know, that's what the apostles were talking about in Corinthians. You know, they took their mission that God gave them, but there was trembling in that. You know, there was trembling in it. There was fear because of the world that we live in and the potentials that can happen because of all the beings working in it. Like I really believe like Babbleism kind of incorporates all of these religions, like the best pieces of all the religions to formulate its religion, which is not Babbleism means a confusion of sound or sense, but the religion symbolizes bringing clarity to the confusion. Like, I can't believe I've come up with a lot of this stuff that I've come up with in only 21 years of study.
Grace, really Grace.
I mean, it seems like it was worth it.
Blues.
You know, all the things that I've done, and I know by the meditation that I had 2 days ago or a day ago that it was worth it. Someone just asked me, I don't know, I'm going to ask you the question. I was on Facebook. Would you take, if the red pill meant, in the Matrix, if the red pill meant you got to go back to when you were 6 years old with the wisdom you have now, would you do that, or would you take the blue pill, which would give you $10 million? What would you take?
I'd take the blue pill.
Yeah, me too.
Because $10 million would be very useful. I don't really need the wisdom I have now at 6. That'd be nice, trust me.
Yeah, it would be nice.
But I need George and
I
Garfield.
don't think it wouldn't work. You know, I work for this wisdom.
Right, I'd easily give up 20 years for George and Garfield.
Oh yeah,
easily.
Yeah, me too. But I mean, look at how much better can you help George and Garfield, or Garfield anyways, with $10 million?
That's what I'm saying. $10 million would do. Yeah, I get Garfield set up.
You know, you get your family set up. You get people
Everybody
you care about set up.
Set them up.
You know,
that's what I do.
You can do a lot more with $10 million than going back until you were 6 with the wisdom that you have now.
Right, especially if I can live forever.
Yeah.
With $10 million almost.
Yeah. The zero dimension. I think the zero dimension is the dimension of pure awareness. Like our awareness exists in the zero dimension. That's where all of our souls are. And then the first dimension is the first expression outward of the first zero dimension into physicality. And that happens probably pretty quick. And then you get the second dimension, which is y-axis, that we wake up as we're opening our eyes, waking up, and then we see that we're in the third dimension. And then we move through in various ways through mind and thought through the fourth dimension, which is time and space. And all of that is manifest in the fifth dimension, which I like to think the fifth dimension is mind. And then we know we're mind. All of that unfolds like a beautiful flower. The first, second, third, fourth, fifth dimension are all in there together as one dimension. Like they're all inner working to inner levels, working together to formulate the whole of experience. Like, I don't know how many dimensions there are, but science has proven there's a fifth dimension. They just don't know what it is. How's Garfield doing?
He's doing fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not even really tied in right now. He's just hanging out. He just didn't feel like moving up.
Is he still in his harness?
Yeah, he still got his harness on.
Okay.
Yeah, he likes it. He don't like it all the time, but I figured out how to loosen it a little bit so I can unstrap it right here and scratch his back a little more. He likes his back and shoulders scratched every now and then. Huh, Garfield?
You know, tonight's the red moon.
Is it tonight, the red moon? Can't see it here.
The 14th. It starts at 11:57 and it ends at 6 in the morning.
I'll probably be asleep by then. I'm sure Garfield will get me up before it's over.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to see it.
I love you, Garfield.
I think I might stay up purposefully to try and see it.
I know, fun.
Yeah, Eyebrows hasn't been spending too much time with me today. But we were hanging out this morning, and she was hanging out with Martha. I think she might be a little mad because I didn't wake up until 12, and Martha was up with her for hours before I woke up. But we're trying to teach her each other's names. So Martha's calling me Chris a lot of the time so that she knows my name's Chris. And I think she knows that Martha's name's Martha and her name is Eyebrows.
There you go. See, they almost didn't know. My cats almost didn't know my name was Taran all the time. I mean, they knew my name was Taran. But, yeah, it's important to do.
Yeah, I think it's something important to try to teach her.
Because I was just a guy a lot of the time. Like, oh, that's my guy. There's my guy right there. That's who I am.
Right, and that's what Martha was doing. Martha was calling me her man. And then I reminded her, and I was like, hey, can you please try to influence her to know my name, Chris? And she's like, oh, yeah, totally, let's do that. And so Martha's been doing that a lot. Every time I come out, she's like, there's Chris.
There you go.
Chris.
That's how you do it. How's it going there with them? You guys getting along?
What?
How's it going there with them? You guys will get along just fine?
My middle name?
No, how's it going with your roommates and stuff? You guys all get along just fine?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, Danny just took me to the store to get food for the cat. So I just got a big bag of Friskies cat food. How do you get food for Garfield? Has Aaron's parents been helping you?
Yeah, he's just about out though. So I'll have to go ask again. I don't want to ask him for stuff anymore. So I'm just about out. Got it. Completely.
If you get out fully, or you need to ask Aaron's parents, be like, hey guys, can you please give me some cat food for my cat or something like that?
I don't know. I don't want to ask him shit anymore, dude.
Yeah.
But I fucking missed free food again, I guess.
What?
I have to get him cat food somehow.
Yeah.
Or feed him sweet potatoes. Which is just as healthy for a cat, turns out.
Sweet potatoes?
Sweet potatoes.
I didn't know that you could feed them sweet potatoes.
Yes, you can.
That's cool.
Let's get him going right now.
I heard you talk to Dad today for like 15 minutes.
I did. Let's check on
How
him.
was that?
Fine. He's cool on the phone.
You guys working out your problems?
Well, I mean, I tried to. He's cool on
I
the
think
phone.
he's trying to too.
He just
I
gets you.
think you guys are both working at it together.
He gets here and he gets fucking shit faced and he gets fucking mean, dude.
Yeah, I know.
And it's like, I feel like an asshole because he's gonna chase him out of the house again. What's he gonna do? Sit here and just drink himself to death?
I know.
So that's my excuse, half-assed.
No, I totally get what you're saying there. You know, he went what, a whole fucking month and a half without drinking. Like a month and 8 days he was down there. He was down there for a whole month without drinking. And then it gets snowy, and so he decides to drink.
Down here?
Come on,
Is that he was down here without drinking?
That sucks so bad. Like,
No, I mean, as far as I know, he was drinking the whole fucking time he's been down here, dude.
no, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
Well, I never heard him drink. He didn't drink, from my knowledge, until...
Well, I can tell you he was because he came in here drunk the whole time he was here, trying to fight me. I know it sounds on the phone. He's better at faking it now than he used to be, but trust me, he was drunk.
Because he was going to AA meetings, like, every day.
He wasn't drinking every day, but I saw him drinking and detoxing pretty often. Pretty damn sure, at least. Am I wrong?
Or something.
Maybe I'm wrong. He comes here and acts pretty drunk, but he was definitely drinking quite a bit. I don't think he's down here a month and a half being sober. I don't think that's true.
He was down not a month and a half, a month.
I don't think that's true, but we'll find out.
Sober for like a month, like at least 3 weeks. At least 3 weeks, because he was sober for a whole month and 8 days.
No, see, if he was sober, dude, he would have came in the house and slept in the house instead of.
No, he was afraid to sleep in the house because your spirituality was.
Because he was drunk.
He wasn't drinking. He was just
I
afraid.
know he was drinking.
He wanted to let you have the house, and he was sleeping in the car because he didn't want to get in a fight.
He didn't make it seem like that at all.
Well, that's what he was. He didn't want to fight with you, so he purposely
Dimensions,
stayed away.
but there are several different.
See, he wasn't. Well, why did he always start the fights with me then? That's my question.
It's because he's really a wounded person. You know, he needs more God. He needs to think about God a little more because he's getting all caught up in his own feelings, and pains, and problems.
Liar, huh?
You know, that's why he probably drank again, because he hasn't really investigated himself and who he is in his whole life enough to where he can be content. He's not content. You know, he's troubled. He's damaged. You know, that's all I can say.
Yeah, I don't know. Something there's 2 fucking empty fists of liquor in the fucking bedroom over there, if I remember correctly.
Oh, I know. I think he got more drunk this last bender than I've ever seen him. And I didn't see him. I mean, I just heard him, but he got fucked up this last bender. Like, he went hard on the alcohol.
He typically doesn't take a swing at me unless he's drunk or try to obstruct me like that. Typically, sometimes he has.
Yeah, you know, I think it's just hard for him. It's hard for him to deal with actual spiritual things. He's more mundane.
I understand that.
He doesn't have the mind.
And the house is messy. I had a hard time with the house messy.
Mystery.
If he wants to come in here,
third dimensional. But that's where God wants him to be.
If he wants to get in here and get me out of here, he doesn't need to keep trying to take Garfield from me. That's where we got crossed about it. It's his diagnosis for me is get Garfield away from me and get me out in the streets. And I'm telling him, why is that your diagnosis? Why are you trying to do it the whole time we're together? That's what he was trying.
Now, I don't think he's thinking about Garfield, getting Garfield away from you. He is thinking about you going out on your own, at least for the summer.
I'm trying to do that. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about it right now. And staying alive.
That's cool that you guys are kind of in agreement on that.
Yeah, a few things, though, really pissed me off, like the fucking dead rat thing that I keep bringing up. That you don't believe either. It really pissed me off.
Well, I think the dimensions might have changed, and someone might have came in and swapped out the rat.
Possible,
for a
I
piece
guess.
of bread or something like that.
I mean, I suppose, but I just know what I saw.
Yeah. Yeah, and I really don't know because all I have is what Dad told me and what you told me, and
Dad told you usually wrong.
That he went and checked that tinfoil and there was no rat in there, and I know that you were very certain that there was. So I'm thinking that some kind of spiritual being, like higher dimensional being that can walk through the dimensions, came and swapped him out or something.
You'd be surprised what I've seen around here.
Same kind of maybe people that trying to break into the house and do stuff like that when you're sleeping or when you leave for a little bit. They're just trying to create more conflict in our life because we have to have conflict so that we can learn. And so really it's God doing it. God's creating the conflict so that we can learn. But it's through other people's choices and their opinions and where they're at in their life that some of this stuff happens. That these lessons happen.
6% on that Garfield. On that Garfield. Oh, that's right. He's cooking. Always cooking. Always cooking. Always cooking. A bunch of yams now. More than that. More than that. Potatoes. Not many.
Are you going to go hang out with the hippies in Mount Shasta?
Hell no. Hell fucking no. Hell fucking no.
What are you going to do? What's your plan?
I don't know, dude. Figuring out stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to go up there and get killed or lose Garfield. Period.
Go up where?
On the mountain.
Okay.
So I'm just figuring it out and figuring it out and figuring it out.
Yeah. You know, homeless with a cat with an animal is pretty good. Like you can fly a sign, be like, I need food for my cat.
I'm good.
And you write it on a piece of cardboard. Can you help me with food for my cat? Then you can just get a little bag of food, keep it in your backpack. Then you always have food for your cat.
I can get cat food. I'm sure you
People
can get cat
are
food.
willing to help you. If they see you have an animal, they're willing to give you money to get cat food. Or they'll just go in there and buy the cat food for you and give it to you. Like, and also people are very amicable for homeless people about giving them weed. Like you'll never run out. I never run out of weed when I'm homeless. Like I always have enough weed because I fly a sign.
Yeah,
You know,
I'll be
I
good.
tell
I'll
them,
be
hey, I'm hungry and need weed. You know, I write that right on the side. Need marijuana.
Need weed, right? Around here, good luck. I'm not trying to go too far. Not with Garfield. Just worried about.
Good luck. Is that
So I'm not trying to really go too far. So I'm not really interested in the whole traveler thing because I could lose fucking Garfield.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do.
You know, you can totally. Yeah, I don't know exactly what it is, but I think it will be good to get out and talk to people and kind of spread your light around and get their light and listen to what they have to say and hear that. Because there's a lot to experience in the world that way. You know, you learn a lot from flying a sign. I know it's weird to say. There's a lot of people that come by and a lot of exchange of energies on a subtle level that creates change on big levels. Just these little acts of kindness that you let these people do for you creates change in the world, and you're the recipient, which definitely changes.
Every act of
life.
kindness I receive is every act of kindness I receive is a certain level of guilt that I received as well that I don't like. It's almost not worth it sometimes.
Right.
So I don't even really try.
You being the in-between there on the energies working themselves out, because everyone's learning their lesson. Everyone's learning in all the realms and planes and planets. We're all right. God's wrestling with this big clay to make a perfect vessel to carry the water of life. But that vessel and the water of life and all of it is made from all these souls and energies working together. So God's molding the fallen souls of this universe into the pot, and then he's going to pour the other 2/3 of the angels into the pot that he's made. And then we'll have the new universe, which is no more suffering and mercy and actual wisdom. These people, in giving you stuff, they might have negative feelings, but that is the negative feeling or the positive feeling that they have to go through so that they can learn the lessons that God wants them to. And we're all in a process of learning the lessons that God wants to teach us. And no one knows when the time is for all this stuff except for the Father, because he has preordained it. You know, Ragnarok is preordained. You know, the great fire that destroys the world in Islam is preordained by God.
That's true.
And the second coming of Jesus is preordained. You know, all these religions have this end period, this final time. And God has already, when that time comes, God has finished his pot. He's finished making pottery, and he's finished his pot, his vessel. And that's when God says it's time, God knows the inner workings of everyone. And he knows that when he destroys the universe, creates the next world, he has to do it right at the right time. And God knows when that time is. And he's the only one. You know, we are just kind of in his world.
Our front door's locked.
You know, I'm in Corinthians. That's the book I'm in. I'm in Corinthians chapter 4. 1 Corinthians chapter 4. chapters in First Corinthians. There's 6